A Novel of Viking Age Ireland by James L. Nelson. Narrated by Sean Grindell. Prologue. The Saga of Thorgrim Ulfson. There was a man named Thorgrim Ulfson, who was called Thorgrim Nightwolf. He lived in East Agder in Vik, in the country of Norway. When Thorgrim was a young man, he became an herdman for a powerful Jarl who had a farm 50 miles away. The Jarl, Onulf Ravensson, was known as Onulf the Restless, and for 3 summers Onulf and his men went a Viking in England and Ireland. Thorgrim was an excellent fighter, and a clever poet as well, 2 skills much prized by the Vikings. Soon Onulf raised him from herdman, and made him a chieftain and second in command. Thorgrim was well respected by the men, and loved by Onulf. At that time the plundering was very good, and Onulf greatly increased his wealth, and all the men who sailed with him became rich as well. After 3 years, Thorgrim left him and returned to his farm in East Agder. With the riches he had won during his time a Viking, he purchased more land, as well as cattle and slaves, and soon became one of the most prosperous farmers in the area. Thorgrim was still much favoured by Onulf the Restless, who did not forget the good service that Thorgrim had done him. When Thorgrim decided that the time had come to marry, Onulf offered him his second daughter, Halbera Onulf's Dottir, known as Halbera the Fair. Though Onulf's wife was famous for her wicked temper and sharp tongue, all of his daughters were sweet and mild of temperament. Onulf loved them, and would not force any to marry against their will. His offer to Thorgrim, therefore, was on the condition that Halbera favoured the union. But Thorgrim was a kind and clever man, and also very wealthy, and so Halbera was eager for the marriage. At the wedding, Thorgrim presented Onulf with 50 silver coins as a bride price, and Onulf gave Thorgrim a fine farm in the north of the country as a dowry. Thorgrim and Halbera were well married, very much in love, and pleased with the life they made on their ever-expanding farm in Vik. They had 3 children. Their eldest son was named Odd, the second son Harald, and a daughter, Hild. The sons were hard-working, and grew strong and became skilled farmers. When Odd grew to be a man, Thorgrim gave him the farm in the north country that had been given him as a dowry, and Odd left home to work his new farm. 10 years after the birth of Hild, Halbera was once again with child, but she was no longer a young woman, and things did not go well. Despite the best efforts of the midwife, and many sacrifices that Thorgrim made to the gods, Halbera died giving birth. Though the child lived, it was a girl, and Thorgrim named her Halbera after her mother. Onulf the Restless had never lost the desire to go a Viking, even though he was now comfortable and wealthy. So he purchased a longship and gathered a crew, and asked Thorgrim if he would sail as second in command. Before that time, Thorgrim was happy on the farm, and did not care to go voyaging any more. But after Halbera died, it was hard for him to be there without her. Also, he did not wish to deny Onulf, who was his father-in-law, nor was he displeased with the promise of battle, so he agreed. The year was 852, by the Christian calendar, 7 years after Thorgils, the Dane who had made himself king of Ireland, was drowned by the Irish people. Thorgrim's second son, Harald, was then 15 years old, as strong as most men, and ready to go a Viking. So Thorgrim brought him along. Here is what happened. Chapter 1. He who has travelled can tell what spirit governs the men he meets. Havamal, ancient Norse poem. The storm was vicious and building in strength. Death-cold spray came blowing sideways. Grey mountain waves rolled down on the labouring longship. Onulf the Restless was roaring drunk. He stood in the bow of the longship, his longship, which he called Red Dragon. He kept one massive arm wrapped around the slender wooden neck that swept up in an elegant arc and ended 15 feet above his head with the grinning, teeth-bearing head of a dragon. The dragon head was a frightening sight, but not half as frightening as Owenolf the Restless was at that moment. His hair was red and grey, and plastered against his head and back, his beard drenched and matted until it looked like seaweed. The padded tunic that he wore, bound with a wide leather belt tight around his thick middle, was soaked through. He was engaged in a pissing match with the god Thor. "God of thunder and lightning, eh?" he bellowed up at the blanket of clouds that hung low and dark over the sea. "This is the best you can do. It will take a damn sight more than this to kill Owenolf." The bow of the longship rose on a wave like the hand of Odin, lifting Owenolf up into the sky, and he whooped with the exhilaration of it. Then the ship slid off the wave, down, down, twisting into the trough. The larboard side ladle dipped into the sea, scooped half a ton of water that rushed in a wave amidships, crashing against the mast, against the dozens of sea chests lashed to the deck, against the 63 or so soaked, miserable warriors, were not one enjoying the storm half as much as Owenolf. "Ha!" Owenolf roared at the heavens. "That it? I can make more water than that!" And to show Thor he was not kidding, Owenolf let go of the dragon's neck and fished himself out of his breeches, urinating half over the side and half on the deck as he tried to maintain his balance on the wildly swinging bow. 90 feet aft, Thorgrim Ulfson braced himself against the steerboard's tiller, guiding the shallow longship through the mounting seas. He turned his head away from the spray and spit the seawater that ran down his face and into his mouth. He could barely hear Owenolf's drunken raving over the shriek of the wind, but he heard enough to make him wish the old man would shut up. "He'll bring bad luck on our heads, just to show Thor he's not afraid of even a god." Thorgrim was personally devoted to the cult of Odin, but he still did not think it was a good idea to taunt Thor in that way. On the deck amidships, most of the 80 warriors who had sailed with Owenolf on this voyage sat huddled under blankets and furs, enduring the cold and the wet. Others were furiously bailing, flinging buckets of seawater to leeward, or shoveling water with leather helmets. The longship was 100 feet in length, but it was still essentially an open boat. The ranks of round wooden shields mounted on the ship's low sides offered some protection from the wind, but not much. "Come along, Thor, you sorry creature!" Owenolf shouted. "If you have a lightning bolt for me, I'm ready to catch it. Right here!" He held his ass up to the sky as much as he could. Owenolf had trouble bending in the middle. The men amidships looked at one another, shook their heads, stared at their jarl with raw anger. Thorgrim was not the only one who wished Owenolf would shut up. Thorgrim's son, Harald Thorgrim's son, took his place among the men. Harald was 15, though his size made him appear older, and what he lacked in quick wits he made up for in strength and eagerness. He was shorter than the rest, but nearly as broad. He was beardless, of course, but beyond that he was much like the other warriors. He was flinging water overboard, using his iron helmet as a bucket. The longship's red and white striped sail was lashed tight to the yard. The yard swung fore and aft and hoisted 5 feet up to give the vessel some steerage way. All around her, the dull, steel grey waves, their tops ripped open white, rose in monotonous succession up around the longship, until there was nothing to see but mountains of water on either side. And then the seas would lift the ship up, and through the blowing spray and the torn clouds, they would catch a glimpse of the low green shores of Ireland, a few miles to windward. Forward, Owenolf raged on, unmoved by the nasty looks flying like spray. One twist of the tiller, Thorgrim thought, and I could drive our bow into the sea, and sweep Owenolf away like swatting a fly. But of course he would never do such a thing. He was Owenolf's herdman. Owenolf was his father-in-law. "Harald!" Thorgrim shouted to his son, and then, louder, to be heard over the wind, "Harald!" Young Harald looked up, squinting into the spray. His cheeks were bright red, and he was smiling. But Thorgrim could see the fear behind the smile. It didn't worry him that his son was afraid. Harald was young still, and Thorgrim could remember being afraid himself at that age. He could recall the taste of fear, like some food he had eaten once, long ago, and now could just barely recall. There was nothing Thorgrim feared now. Nothing in the physical world, anyway. The world of men and storms. "Come aft!" Thorgrim shouted, and Harald set his helmet down and made his way aft, twisting between the men and leaping the sea chests. He was agile, like only a 15-year-old can be. "Yes, father." "Your grandfather has pushed his luck far enough. Grab that rope and lash him to the stem." Harald grinned at the thought. He was the only one aboard who might lash Owenolf in place. If any other man tried it, Owenolf would have him flung into the sea. But he would never do anything to harm his beloved grandson. Harald took up the rope, made a braided walrus hide, and skipped forward as easily as if he were walking down a path on their farm in East Agder, and not along the slick, half-submerged deck of a violently pitching ship. Thorgrim watched him, marveled at his grace, and recalled a time when he, too, could move like that. Thorgrim was 38, 2.5 decades of fighting and drinking, hard work and hard seafaring were having their effect. He wondered sometimes how Owenolf, 16 years his senior, could keep on. But Owenolf's capacity was legendary. Up in the bow, Harald maneuvered past the swaying Jarl and flipped the rope around the stem. Thorgrim could see mouths moving, arms flailing, but he could not hear what was said. Then Harald whipped the rope around Owenolf's midsection and made it fast, with Owenolf showing no sign of objection. Harald knew how to handle his grandfather. They were much alike, grandfather and grandson, and Thorgrim did not always think that was a good thing. Now Harald was coming aft again, moving with purpose, but Thorgrim could spare him only the occasional glance, as he concentrated on keeping the ship bow on to the seas, keeping her from turning broadside to the waveset and swamping. Over his tunic he wore a bearskin cloak, lashed tight around him, which had kept him warm and dry for a time, but now it was soaked through, and heavy as a mail shirt. His arms were beginning to ache from heaving on the tiller, but he had the feel for the ship now, and did not dare turn the steering over to anyone else. Nor was there anyone aboard with his skill or experience in such things. "Father!" Harald came aft, shouting from only a few yards away. "Yes." "Grandfather says he saw a ship, out there." Harald pointed over the leeward side, though at the moment there was nothing to see but a wall of water, rolling away downwind. "Yes?" "Well, he says we should see what they are about." Thorgrim nodded. Plunder. It was foremost in everyone's thoughts, and any inconvenience, such as a storm that threatened to kill them all, was not going to dampen their appetite for it. They were a month out of Vik in Norway. In that time they had raided a village on the northeast coast of England, which had yielded little, and then taken a Danish merchant ship after a short fight. The Dane, they found, was crammed with valuable trade goods, furs and iron axe-heads, amber, bundles of cloth, walrus, ivory, and whetstones. Now, Owenolf was shaping a course for Dublin, the Norwegian Longport in Ireland, where they planned to sell what they had taken. More was always welcome. The next in the endless progression of waves moved under the longship and lifted it skyward, and Thorgrim swept the southern horizon for the ship that Owenolf had seen, but he could see nothing. The other ship, no doubt, had gone down in a trough as they were lifted up. "Did you see this ship?" Thorgrim asked. "No, perhaps I can now." Harald slipped around Thorgrim and put one foot on the ship's rail, then flung himself up, even as the ship dropped away under him. He grabbed the tall sternpost in a bear hug, squeezed with his feet, worked his way up higher. A moment later he shouted, "Yes, yes, there it is, right downwind." Harald slid back down the slick, carved wood and landed on the deck. "No great size," he said, almost apologetically, as if it was his fault, "but right downwind." Thorgrim nodded as he digested this. It was utterly insane to close with a vessel in those seas, never mind trying to board it. But it never occurred to him not to try, nor would it have occurred to any of the others. "Go tell the men we are going to turn and run for this boat. Tell them we'll have the yard braced square as we turn." Harald grinned as he tumbled off forward. Thorgrim kept his eyes to weather, glanced now and then amidships as Harald spread the news. The Viking host, men who a minute before had been dour and sulking, now cast off their drenched blankets and furs, and stood grinning in anticipation. It was as if the heavens had opened and spilled sunshine and mead down on them. "I pray to Odin this is worth it," Thorgrim thought. There was every chance that the vessel was no more than some pathetic fishing boat, not worth the considerable risk of attacking it in those high seas. Up in the bow, Olaf fumbled for half a minute with the knot Harald had tied in the walrus rope, then pulled his dagger and cut it away, stumbling amidships, shouting orders. Men hunkered down along the sides of the ship, prepared to haul the yard square, and unhitched the braces from the cleats on which they were made off. "Do you see that, Thorgrim?" Olaf bellowed as he joined his herdman aft. "You show Thor you have balls as big as his, and he drops a gift right in your lap. His aim could have been a little better. Ah, you young men are soft, like women. You don't know what real fighting is." Thorgrim smiled at Olaf's jibing. He did not feel soft, and he did not feel young. "I'll see my grandson does not become a feeble woman like the rest of you. Count on it." Thorgrim had only half an ear for Olaf, his concentration mostly on the set of waves over which they were riding. He renewed his grip on the tiller, waited for the flat spot, the tiny break in the cresting seas where he could turn the longship. And then it was there. Not perfect, but the best he could hope for. He leaned hard on the tiller and watched the tall dragon prow sweep around, falling off the wind, and the men amidships hauled the big yard around. Another wave came up under the longship and twisted it around, and Thorgrim fought back with the steering board to keep the ship from turning too far. The wind and seas were behind them now, and the once labouring ship was racing down the waves, rising stern first and sliding forward down the water hill until the wave passed under and bucked the bow up high. The wind seemed suddenly not as fierce, and with the thought of a victim under her bow, the men seemed absolutely buoyant. "There! There!" Olaf had his sword in hand and used it to point forward. The other ship was cresting a wave, half a mile downwind. Irish, Thorgrim thought. It was a curragh, a large one, running downwind with a scrap of sail showing. It could be a fishing boat or a coastal trader, not likely to have anything of great value aboard. The Northmen did not care. They were ready for a fight. Amidshipsmen were freeing swords from sheaths and hefting axes and spears. The round shields came off the gunwales. Gotkel the Fierce was swinging his axe in an arc, so that others had to duck out of his way. Some thought Gotkel a berserker, and if he was not, he was close enough. Olaf Yellowbeard and his twin brother, Olivir, were setting up their shields on their arms. Vifrod Vestinson, known as Vifrod the Quick, pulled off his heavy fur cape and dropped it onto the deck. Harald slid his helmet on his head and adjusted it until it sat right. Thorgrim wondered if the fishing boat would put up enough of a fight to sate all those eager men. The next rising sea showed that they had halved the distance to their prey. The waddling curragh was no match for the longship in speed. Thorgrim felt the battle madness creeping over him, and he breathed deep because he did not want to give himself over to those spirits. Down in the trough of the waves, and up again, closer to the Irish vessel, which now was running for all it was worth. The sail spread nearly full. They had spotted the stalking wolf. That rig will not last in this wind, Thorgrim thought, and, as if his mind controlled such things, the curragh's mast crumpled and fell. The sail smothered the forward end of the boat, and the curragh swung around broadside to the sea and rolled hard. Now the longship was on them, the Vikings whooping it up, gathering at the gunwale as Thorgrim tried to steer the vessel. Like steering a runaway sleigh he could just barely control. There was a better chance they would be killed trying to bring the ships alongside than in any fight with these Irish fishermen. Thorgrim heaved the tiller, then leaned back, working the longship around. On board the curragh, they were hacking at the fallen sail and rigging, trying to make fighting room. Swords and axes rising and falling, and men clad in mail standing at the gunwale, ready to meet the Norsemen. Thorgrim waited for the right set of the waves, then pulled hard, swinging the longship broadside to the curragh, and for the first time it occurred to him that for a fishing boat she carried a damned lot of well-armed men. Chapter 2. The morning sleeper has much undone. The quick will catch the prize. Habermal. The two ships slammed together, the longship's larboard side to the curragh's starboard. They hit harder than Thorgrim had intended, but he had little control in those wild seas. If the curragh had been made of sterner stuff, it might have sent them both to the bottom, but the leather-sheathed craft made little impression on the longship's oak planks. Thorgrim left the tiller and rushed forward as the Vikings readied themselves to break over the curragh's side. Vifrod Vestinson was foremost, axe in his hand, foot on the gunwale. He shrieked and launched himself over the narrow gap between the ships and into the 20 or so armed men on board the curragh. Kotkel the Fierce was next, pushing in front of Owenolf, who was too wet and fat to move with any speed. Kotkel flung himself into the air, and young Harald was behind him. Thorgrim felt the longship dropping away, and he reached out and grabbed Harald's collar and pulled him back, just as the longship swooped down into the trough of a wave, and the curragh was lifted high over their heads, with Kotkel clinging to the side. The wave passed under, dropping the curragh down, and for a second they were side by side again. There was not much left of Vifrod the Quick. He had been caught alone by the Irish, and well dismembered in the few seconds the vessels were apart. They were still hacking at him. "Get the hooks!" Thorgrim roared. "Grapple them!" They could not fight like this. Already, the next wave was lifting the longship up in the air, so they were looking down on the curragh, the bloody mess that had been Vifrod Vestinson, and Kotkel the Fierce, unseen, still hanging from the side. Then down they went, and a half-dozen grappling hooks soared through the air, snagging the leather boat, binding them together. One of the curragh's defenders lifted his sword, two-handed, and slashed at Kotkel, who could do no more than watch. Olaf Yellowbeard cocked his arm, heaved his spear, caught the swordsman square in the chest. The Irishman toppled back, and Kotkel pulled himself on board the curragh, ahead of the press of Vikings who poured shrieking over the side. Thorgrim found a place on the curragh's deck and leapt across, but the curragh was half the length of the longship, and there was hardly any room to fight. He pulled his sword, which was called Iron Tooth, from its scabbard, and held his shield in fighting position, just in time to catch an axe coming down on his head. He had forgotten his helmet. The axe hit the wooden shield and embedded itself, with a force that jarred Thorgrim's whole body. Thorgrim turned the shield aside. The man who wielded the axe foolishly hung on to the handle, exposing himself, and Thorgrim lunged. The sword caught the man's tunic, rent the fabric, glanced off the mail shirt underneath. No damned fisherman, Thorgrim thought. Fishermen did not wear mail. Mail was for men of means. Thorgrim Nightwolf felt the red madness. That was what he called it, creep in around the edge of his eyes. He tried to hold it back, to remain in the present world. His breath was coming sharp and fast. The axeman let go of the axe embedded in Thorgrim's shield, fumbled for his sword. Too late, as Thorgrim ran his blade through the man's throat, the shower of red blood mixing with the blowing sea spray. There was shouting and screaming all around now, and Thorgrim looked for his next fight, but he could hardly move in the press of bodies. The Kara came back into focus, the colours vivid as the battle spirit passed. He was nearly all the way aft. He looked to his left. One of the Irishmen was there, but he was not fighting. In fact, he was kneeling with his back to the fight. Thorgrim thought he must be praying or puking. It was madness otherwise to turn his back to the attackers. But then he saw the man was reaching for something in the space beneath the deck boards. The Irishman stood and turned. He was a young man, perhaps 20, and there was nothing of the peasant or poor fisherman about him. He wore mail, sword, and dagger, and had the bearing of one who was used to command. He held a bundle in his hands, wrapped in canvas, about the size of a bread loaf. His eyes met Thorgrim's, and for a second they stared at one another. Then the young Irishman turned to toss the bundle over the side. "No!" Thorgrim shouted and lunged. He did not know what was in the bundle, but if the Irishman would risk his life to keep it from the Norseman's hands, then Thorgrim was sure he wanted it. The bundle was over the water when Thorgrim's sword came sweeping up from under, striking the mail-clad arm, and twisting the Irishman around so he dropped the canvas-wrapped thing back on the deck of the curragh. Again they faced one another. The Irishman had no weapon in his hand, but Thorgrim could see no trace of fear on his face. Thorgrim waited for him to go for his sword. He knew he could hack the young man down as he struggled to free the long weapon. But the Irishman went for the dagger instead, whipped it out, and held it in front of him with the ease and confidence of long use. Thorgrim paused, heavy sword and shield against a light, quick dagger in a confined space. An interesting tactical problem. But the Norseman's fighting blood was up, and he did not care for subtlety. He took a step forward, pushed with his shield, launched the point of the sword at the Irishman's throat. He missed. The Irishman ducked quick, and Thorgrim's sword found air. The Irishman grabbed the edge of his shield and yanked it hard, throwing Thorgrim off balance, and now the Norseman's heavy weapons were a liability. Thorgrim saw the dagger coming up at him, an uppercut that would slice up under his mail. The blade seemed to move slow. The red fog was at the edge of Thorgrim's vision. He saw his own hand drop Iron Tooth and grab the Irishman's knife hand, envelop his hand so the Irishman could not let go of the dagger even if he wanted to. They stood, every muscle straining, the strength of each man holding the other in check, a perfect balance of force and resistance. Their faces were inches apart, and through the mist Thorgrim could see the hatred on the young noble's face. Then the Irishman spoke. Thorgrim could not understand the Gaelic words, but the fury was unmistakable. There was a strength that came with the red madness, and Thorgrim felt it surge through him. He felt the sound building in his gut. He opened his mouth and he howled, a terrible sound he would not have thought himself able to make. And suddenly the Irishman's strength was like that of a child to Thorgrim, and Thorgrim twisted his hand back and plunged the knife into the Irishman's chest, plunged the wicked needle point right through the mail. Inches away, the Irishman's eyes went wide, and he coughed. Then he coughed again, and this time blood came from his mouth, and he went limp. Thorgrim let him fall to the deck. For a moment, Thorgrim just stood, until his breathing settled and the madness subsided, like water rushing back after a wave. The world returned to the place it was meant to be, and Thorgrim became aware of the quiet. He turned. The fight was over. 20 Celts lay dead. Not a man had surrendered. They had all fought to the end against odds of 5 to 1. Thorgrim had never seen the like, not even when Vikings fought Vikings. Then he remembered the bundle. He dropped to his knees, shot a furtive look over his shoulder, because he had a feeling that whatever it was not something for all the men to see. He set his shield down and lifted the thing. It was heavier than he would have imagined, and bound tight with leather cord. Thorgrim pulled the dagger from the dead nobleman's chest and cut the cord, unwrapped the bundle slowly. He knew it was made of gold before he knew what it was. He caught a glimpse of the yellow metal, luminous even in the muted light of the storm. He unwrapped layers of canvas. It was a crown. Thorgrim had seen crowns before. There were enough minor kings in Norway, but he had never seen the like of this. A band of solid gold, a 1/4 inch thick and 2 inches high, with a series of filigrees, like little battlements running around the top. On each of the filigrees and around the band, there were mounted jewels and bits of polished amber, but lovely, with as little ostentation as was possible in a thing such as a crown. The whole surface was etched with a delicate woven pattern, not unlike the interwoven beasts favoured by Norse artisans. Thorgrim stared at the crown and turned it over in his hand. Its beauty worked on him like magic, enthralled him. He had no sense for how long he squatted there, turning the thing around in his fingers. Then he heard Kotkel shout, and he started with a guilty flush. He shoved the crown back in the canvas, grabbed up his shield, and held the crown hidden behind it. He stood and turned back to his fellow Norsemen. Harald was unhurt, save for a scrape on the cheek that left his pale skin smeared with blood. He was smiling, laughing louder than he generally did. Thorgrim recognized the flash of exuberance that comes on the heels of a fight. He himself was too old and too battle-worn to feel that flash any more, but he had experienced it many times in the younger days. Everything was sharper with youth. Fighting, feasting, lying with a woman. Things wore dull with age. Harald was helping Sigurd Sow pull the male shirt off one of the dead Irishmen. "Thorgrim!" Onulf came rolling down the deck of the Curragh. "Great lot of work for nothing." "Oh?" Thorgrim adjusted his grip on the crown. He could taste guilt in his mouth. "These bastards!" Onulf kicked one of the lifeless bodies, to further punish the dead man for his disappointment. "They have some silver on them, and some damn fine mail. A few swords worth the having. You wouldn't expect a bunch of fishermen to have such fine weapons, but beyond that, nothing." "I don't think they were fishermen." "No? What then? Coastal traders?" "I don't know." The crown, it seemed, was the only cargo, and 20 well-armed noblemen the crew. There was a tale here, and not a man left alive to tell it. Chapter 3. Only fools hope to live forever by escaping enemies. Havamal. The long port of Duvlin, squalid and ugly, sat huddled on the banks of the river Liffey. It was not much to look at. A small wooden palisade fort, 100 feet along each wall, stood a 1/4 mile up the rise from the marshy banks of the river. The palisade wall on the landward side of the fort extended east and west, slowly curving down to the river, forming a great half-moon-shaped wooden shield that cupped the town and kept the rest of Ireland beyond at bay. A plank road, largely obscured by the ubiquitous mud, ran from the fortress down to a series of docks that thrust out over the shallows and into the deep water. Clustered around the plank road were 30 or so buildings, most small, most one-story. Wattle and daub built with thatched roofs. These did double duty as homes and as wood shops, and blacksmith shops, and goldsmiths and merchants' offices. There were only 2 buildings that might be called large and substantial, plank-built, a temple to Thor to the south, and nearest the docks, a mead hall. Dubh Linn was not much to look at on the best of days, but on that day, with the low clouds rendering everything into shades of grey and brown and muted green, and the cold rain blowing in nearly sideways, it was even less lovely. Orm Ulfson did not care. He stood at the gates of the fortress and looked down the slope toward the river, and he knew that the bedraggled appearance belied the town's growing import. Certainly, Dubh Linn was no rival to such great trading centres as Kai Bang in the Vestfold district of Norway, or the Danish Hedeby. Not yet, but Dubh Linn would rise to take its place among the great ports of the world. Orm was certain of it. That was why, in a bloody purge, he had driven out the Norwegians who had founded the town and claimed the place as his own. It was happening already. Dubh Linn's ascendancy. Crowds of men stamped along the muddy road, huddled under firs, heads bent into the wind, and they understood, as Orm did, what Dubh Linn's future would be. They were artisans and merchants and warriors who had come to Dubh Linn to stay, and they brought their women, Irish women and Norse women who had accompanied their men as wives or slaves. Now, looking past the crowded roads and alleyways, busy even in the face of the storm, past the docks where longships and curraghs, Nars and merchant ships from the Norse countries and warmer climes were rolling in the incoming swell, Orm might well have been pleased, but he was not. His eyes were fixed on one longship, mauled by the storm, pulling hard against the current. He could see the yard was snapped a little outboard to the starboard slings, hanging like a broken wing from its halyard. The tall sternpost was also snapped off, and most of the shields which had lined the sides were gone. Part of the upper edge of the gunwales, just after the starboard bow, was smashed in. Asbjorn Gudroddsson, known properly enough as Asbjorn the Fat, was standing just behind Orm. He let out a low whistle. "Magnus was hard pressed by the storm, so it would seem," he said. Orm grunted. He was quite indifferent to Magnus's difficulties. He cared only for Magnus's success. If Magnus had met with no success, then Magnus would wish the storm had taken him. Orm would see to that. The longship crawled toward the dock at a pace too agonizing to watch. Orm turned hard on his heel. "Send Magnus to me when he lands, if he ever lands," he said to Asbjorn. He pulled his heavy cape further up his shoulders, and ran a hand through his thick beard to comb the water out. He pushed through the wind and rain back to his quarters. It was another hour before Orm heard the knock on the door. He was seated then in his imposing wooden chair, one leg over the arm, a cup of warm cider in his hand. The house had a low, square fireplace, more a fire pit in the centre of the room, after the Norse style. The fire was roaring, casting a yellow glow over the dirt floor and the gloomy interior of the small house, built against the north corner of the fort's interior wall. The smoke that was not able to escape through the windows piled up against the thatch ceiling overhead. Orm's impatience had turned to a smouldering fury. But when the knock came, he took a long drink and waited for Magnus to knock a second time. "Come." The door creaked open. Magnus Magnusson stood there. The wind ripped in around him, fluttering the papers on the table beside Orm's chair, but it could not move Magnus's drenched fur cape or his long hair, plastered down by rain and spray. Asbjorn hovered behind Magnus, and he seemed to be hopping from one foot to the other, though whether from eagerness or a need to urinate, Orm could not tell. Magnus stepped into the house, and Asbjorn followed, closing the door. Magnus gave a shallow bow. He was handsome, clean-shaven, with a reputation that was well earned. He was ambitious. He did not do subservience well. "Yes," Orm said. Magnus shook his head. "You failed." "They failed. Either they did not dare go out, or they were sunk in the storm. In any event, they did not enter the River Boyne." Orm pressed his lips together and stared off into the dark end of the house. "Damn this impertinent bastard," he thought. Magnus did not fail often, and when he did, he had a genius for making it appear as if it was not really failure, or that the failure belonged to someone else. He looked back at Magnus, who stood stoic and expressionless. Orm had a notion that this was exactly how Magnus would look facing his own execution. "Perhaps we'll find out," he thought. "How do you know they did not get into the river? How do you know they are not there now, while you are standing here dripping on my floor?" "We kept at the mouth of the river for as long as we could, until my ship could bear no more. We were nearly wrecked 6 times. If my longship could barely live, then no ship built by Irishmen could have survived." Orm grunted. Magnus could well be right. Orm had been a bit surprised to see Magnus's ship come limping in. He had thought it would certainly be lost. If it had been anyone else living through that storm at sea, then he might have won Orm's grudging respect. But Orm reckoned that Magnus had respect enough from every other quarter, and needed no more. "I suppose," Orm said at last, "we won't know for certain if you failed, until these Celt whoresons are putting our heads on pikes as an offering to their Jesus. Very well, you may go." Magnus gave another quick bow, turned and left. Asbjorn remained, eager for some intrigue. But Orm had had enough of the corpulent, sycophantic adviser. "You may go as well," he snapped, and Asbjorn wisely said nothing, just gave a hint of a crestfallen look before scurrying out the door. Damn him, Orm thought, not even certain who he was damning. All of them. Magnus had done him no good at all. He had discovered nothing, resolved nothing. He had left only more doubt behind. He had not even the decency to get himself drowned. The Irish were a disorganized rabble, with nearly as many kings as they had sheep, and as such they were no concern. But if they were able to unite against the Norsemen, that would be a different story. Orm drained his cup. "Damn," he said out loud. Morrigan, the Irish thrall he had taken when he took Duvlin, looked warily from the next room, and Orm flung the cup at her. It was not enough that he should take and hold the town, build it up in a way that the idiot Norwegians could never hope to do. Now he had the Irish at his back, and the threat of Norwegian vengeance from the sea. At times he wondered if it was worth the aggravation. Chapter 4. Wake early, if you want another man's life or land. Havermal. Thorgrim Ulfsson dreamed of wolves. He dreamed of wolves often. In his dreams, he could not see himself, but he saw the other wolves, his eyes level with theirs, and he ran with them, swift and tireless. He woke exhausted from these dreams. Sometimes there was blood, but he did not know where it came from. Now he saw himself running with the wolves, and his eyes burned like the red eyes of the other beasts in the pack. They raced through thick forest, trees like giants barely seen in the dark. Thorgrim could smell the pack close by, could hear the snarls from canine throats, the muted padding of their feet on the forest floor. There was something in his mouth. It was bloody and warm, and the sensation of it excited him. Something freshly killed, and he alone had it. Then, suddenly, He was no longer running. He was stopped, and there were other wolves around him. Not his pack, but wolves he did not know, and they were turning on him. He could see teeth flash in moonlight, and heard the angry growls. The pack closed in, wary but deliberate, and Thorgrim backed away. He needed his teeth to fight, but he did not want to drop the thing in his mouth. He tried to make a noise, but he could not. Suddenly they were on him, and he had a sensation of hot breath and matted fur, fangs snapping at him, a dozen angry mouths closing in on him, and he kicked and shook and tried to fight, but still he would not drop that bloody thing in his mouth. Then Thorgrim was awake, sudden, like stepping through a door. One instant he was fighting the wolf pack, and in the next he was lying in his furs on the afterdeck of the longship. The night was cold, the rain falling in a light mist, but Thorgrim was coated in sweat. His breath was coming fast and hard, as if he had been running. For some time he lay there, eyes wide, body motionless. The wolf dreams left him exhausted and weak, as if he was coming out of a long illness. Through the dark and the fog, he could barely make out the loom of the mast overhead, the rigging hanging in long sweeping arcs. They had run the longship into a little bay just as the night came down on them, hauling the bow up on a shingle beach and securing the ship with a line ashore. They ate, drank to near insensibility, fell into thick sleep on the deck. Thorgrim listened to the night. The bow of the ship made a grinding noise on the pebbles as the stern lifted and sank with the incoming waves. The wind was still strong, playing around the rigging and the furled sail. The water slapped at the hull. He thought of the wolves. After some time, he roused himself and sat up. Harald was asleep beside him, flat on his back, his mouth open. The cut on his cheek made a dark line across his white skin. He was not a pretty boy, but handsome in his way, and broad and strong. Thorgrim loved him deeply. He worried about Harald more than he would ever let Harald know. For a moment, Thorgrim just sat and watched his son sleep. Then he tossed the heavy fur off and crawled out from under it. He was wearing only his tunic and leggings, and he shivered in the cold, wet air. The snoring and muttering of 70 sleeping men sounded like a pack of rooting animals, but Thorgrim hardly heard it. It was so much a part of the night. He moved cautiously around the heaps of fur, spread like little burial mounds around the deck. The warriors at sleep. He came at last to the largest mound. Fittingly, the Jarl, Oenolf the Restless. Thorgrim shook Oenolf, and got only a slight grunt for his effort. He had no illusions about how difficult it would be to stir his father-in-law. As usual, Oenolf had been foremost in the feasting and drinking. Some of the men who had tried to match him, drink for drink, were still sprawled out on the beach. Some might even be dead. Thorgrim shook him again. "Oenolf," he said, soft, then shook harder. 5 minutes of shaking and whispering finally got Oenolf's eyes open. A minute later, he was sitting up. "Thorgrim? What?" "Come with me." With a fair amount of groaning, puffing, and cursing, Oenolf extracted himself from his furs and followed Thorgrim aft. On the larboard side, right aft with the steering board, Thorgrim's sea chest was lashed to the deck. He stopped there, kneeling beside it, and Oenolf did the same. Thorgrim waited to see that none of the others were awake. He waited for Oenolf to catch his breath. "There was something on the curragh," Thorgrim said, speaking in just a whisper. "Something I do not think the others should see." He opened his sea chest slowly, reached under the wool cloaks and tunic, until he felt the rough canvas. He pulled the bundle out slowly. He meant to unwrap it, to show it to Oenolf, but Oenolf took it from his hands and unwrapped it himself, which annoyed Thorgrim, though he did not know why. There was little enough light, with the storm still blotting out the moon and stars, but there was light enough for Owenolf to appreciate what he held. The Jarl was silent as he turned the crown over in his hands, ran his fingers over the delicate engraving. "I've never seen its like," he said at last. "Nor I. This alone will give us a profit from our voyage. Cut it up, prize off those jewels." Thorgrim shook his head. "It wouldn't be wise to hack this up." Owenolf looked up from the crown for the first time since taking it in his hands. "Why not?" "I think this is more than some king's trinket. There is some meaning to it. There were 20 Irish noblemen on board the Curragh, and they gave their lives to protect this crown. It was the only thing of value they carried." "Bah! Irishmen! Who knows why any of them do what they do?" Thorgrim frowned. He had hoped he would not have to say what he now had to say. "I saw, in a dream, that others would want to take this from us. They would kill us for it." In the dark, Thorgrim could see Owenolf's eyes grow wide. "You saw the crown? In your dream?" "No, but it was there. I could sense it." "Wolves?" Thorgrim nodded. "Very well," Owenolf said. He needed no more convincing. "What would you have us do?" "Let's bury it ashore. You and me, right now. Tell no one else. There it will be safe while we find its secret." Owenolf nodded his head, considering. "Very well," he said. Thorgrim went back to his bedding and retrieved his weapon. Like any good Norseman, he had been raised with the adage, "Never walk away from home ahead of your axe and sword." He would no more go anywhere without his weapons than he would without his clothes. In the longship's hold he found a shovel and lifted it slowly, careful to make no noise. This was good, what they were doing. He did not know why exactly, but he knew it was good. Chapter 5. By the prince's truth fair weather comes in each fitting season. Testament of Morand, ancient Irish morality tale. Hunched against the cold, his cloak pulled up over his helmet and his mail shirt, Moll Shechnal Mac Ruinard of the clan Enail stood in the dark in the downpouring rain. Round about him were his bodyguards, that small elite band of fighting men, the core of the kingdom's professional soldiers. Behind the bodyguard were men of the house guard. They were, in all, 20 men-at-arms. Moll Shechnal was the Rí-Rúich, the High King of Tara, heart of the Irish kingdom of Brega, and could summon an army of hundreds, perhaps more than 1,000 if he needed them, but 20 was enough for the night's business. The soldiers shuffled a bit, uncomfortable in the weather, but they made no sound that would carry over the beating rain. The men of the bodyguard were half of Moll Shechnal's age, and Moll was careful to show no weakness around them. If the others began to flag on a march, Moll Shechnal increased his pace. If a man was sleepy on watch, Moll Shechnal stood watch with them. When an Irish king appeared weak or crippled by age, then the aspirants to his throne, or the rulers of his neighbouring kingdoms, would be on him like a pack of wolves. Moll heard movement through the brush ahead. The bodyguard tensed. Spears came up to the ready, and the front guardsmen stepped up on either side of their king, as was their proper position. A voice called out, the messenger still unseen in the dark and rain. "Flann Mac Coneng, come back, my lord." "Come," one of the guardsmen replied. Flann Mac Coneng, chief counsellor and head of the bodyguard, resolved out of the dark, a black shape carrying sword and shield. He too wore mail, a luxury limited to the king and the elite ranks of his people. 2 men of the bodyguard followed behind Flann. "My lord," Flann said with a quick bow. "They are lying in wait still, but I see signs they are preparing to leave. 10 men in all." Moll Shechnal nodded. "How are they armed?" "Swords, axes, spears and shields. "Two have mail." "Very well." Maul turned to the bodyguard. "They are abandoning their watch, but they may give us answers still. We follow Flan Mac Canang. Be quick. They are better armed than us. Let the ones wearing mail live." Maul Shicknell drew his sword. Like the mail, it was the province of the elite, and headed after Flan. It had been a year or more since he had carried his sword into combat. It was many years since he had fought in a nameless little skirmish such as this. But this fight was different. The men they were hunting did not belong to some pathetic band of thieves, out stealing cattle. They were a threat to Tara, and the kingdom of Brega itself, and Maul Shicknell could afford no failure. The Irishmen moved silent through the dark, the mud sucking at their soft leather shoes. Rain dripped from the edge of Mal's helmet, and he blinked and wiped his face. To his left, Mal could see the high ground, on which ran the road from the kingdom of Leinster, south of the river Liffey, to Tara. It was along that road that any delegation from Leinster would have to travel. Flan Mac Conang held up his arm, crouched low, headed off to his right, gesturing for the other guardsmen to go to the left. Maul Shicknell followed behind the guardsman, crouching like Flan, his joints protesting the damp and the awkward position. But for all the discomfort, he revelled in the stealth of the attack. This is what they could do, the Irish, move unseen through the dark. Their enemies were bears, powerful and blundering, but they were foxes, swift and cunning. They slipped over the road, nearly crawling, the mud splattering in their faces, half tumbled down the bank on the other side. A thicket of coarse brush grew along the road, good coverage, which is why the enemy had chosen that spot. The guardsman led the way, and a moment later, Maul Shicknell could see them, the watchers crouched by the road 40 feet away, their eyes looking south. Maul stepped up. He would take the lead now. With gestures, he spread the guardsmen out until they formed a line, spears held at waist height. "Stand ready," he said softly. Maul turned and faced the enemy, adjusted the grip on his sword. He could feel his heart pounding, the blood coursing through him. The aches and soreness were gone. He was no longer a 50-year-old king, but a young prince, vital and strong, fearless, bold. He raised the sword, took a step forward, and another, and the bodyguard moved in unison with him. He was slowed by the mud, but not too much. He felt a battle cry build in his throat. He was 20 feet from the enemy before they realized something was amiss. Dark shapes turned to meet them, revealing white faces. In the muted light, Maul could see expressions of shock and surprise. The battle cry flew from his mouth, a long, keening wail, and at his side the bodyguard shouted as well. The Irish rolled into the enemy with a momentum that could not be checked. To his left, Maul saw one of the watchers stand, a huge man with axe raised, shouting in his Norse tongue. But before he could even swing the axe, he was skewered on the end of an Irish spear. Another loomed in front of him. Maul Shicknell had a glimpse of a thick yellow beard, helmet, mail. He parried a sword thrust, lunged, felt the tip of his sword scrape on links of iron. The Viking knocked Maul's sword aside with his shield, slashed at his attacker, and Maul deflected the blow with his own shield. Among all the Irish, Maul was the only one whose weapons were a match for the Vikings. But that did not matter, because the Irish had surprise and numbers on their side. Maul slashed at the Viking, and their swords met with a ringing sound, a jarring impact that was painful. Maul saw another of his men charging, spear level at the Viking's throat, and he stepped in, pushed his own man aside. "Alive! I want this one alive!" the Irish king shouted. Then more of the bodyguard were there, behind the Viking and on either side of him, spears level. The Viking looked around. His face was a mask of rage, and he roared out, But if they were words in his northern tongue, or just noise, More Sheknel could not tell. The Viking swung his sword in a great arc, and one of the bodyguard pounced, grabbed the mail-clad arm, pinning it back. Another grabbed the shield, and for all his rage and struggle, the Viking was pulled down, shouting and thrashing, the bodyguard barely in control. More Sheknel stepped up, stood above the struggling man. He reached out with the tip of his sword and scribed a long flesh wound across the Viking's throat, just deep enough to be painful, and that seemed to have a calming effect on the man. He ceased struggling, looked up at More Sheknel, eyes wide, mouth open. He spit out some words, but to the Irish king they were babble. Flann Mac Conang appeared on the road above, his mail shirt making a metallic rustling as he moved. He climbed and slid down the embankment to More Sheknel's side. "We had one killed, 2 wounded, slightly, my lord," Flann reported. "The Norsemen were all killed. Forgive me, the one wearing mail was killed by accident." "No matter," More said. "We have this one." He pointed at the now motionless Viking sprawled at his feet. The men who had brought him down were now standing on either side of him, their feet pinning his arms and legs. "Remove his helmet," More ordered, and they did. But still More saw only defiance in the man's eyes. For a moment, the Irish king was silent, staring into that foreign face. They were a plague on his land, these Finn Gull, these white strangers. He turned to Flann. "Did you find anything?" "No, my lord. Some food, weapons, nothing more." More nodded. "Ask him where he is from." Flann, who was well-travelled and had spent enough time in the Norse countries to have a decent command of the language, turned and spoke to the man on the ground. For a moment, the man just looked at him, his expression pure hatred. Then he spat out a single word. "He says yelling, my lord, which is in the Danish country." More stepped up and smacked the side of the man's head with the flat of his sword, hard enough to make the man grunt with pain. "Ask him again." Again the Northman answered with a single word. "Duvlin." "Ask him how he knew that a delegation from Leinster would pass by this way." Flann translated the words. "He says they knew nothing of any delegation. They were looking for travellers to rob." That was a lie, and not a terribly convincing one. When the Norsemen raided the Irish countryside, they did it in large bands, on horseback. They sacked monasteries and kings' halls. They did not lie in wait in the brush by a roadside, where they might be lucky to capture 6 cows driven to the market. More Sheknel held his sword straight out, the blunt tip an inch from the Norseman's eye. The prisoner jerked and twisted his head, but he could not move far, and always the tip of the sword was there. "Tell him he loses his left eye first, then the right." Flann translated, and the Northman seemed to understand that he had pushed the king's patience to its limits. The words poured out. "He say that he was ordered by Orm, who is king of Dublin," Flann said when the Viking had stopped at last. "They were to lie in wait until a group of men passed, not peasants, but men from a royal court. They were to kill them all and take what they carried." "And what was it they carried?" More asked. The man gave a single word. "A crown," Flann said. For a long moment, More Sheknel stared at the Viking, but his thoughts were elsewhere. The crown of the 3 kingdoms. How did this foreign whore's son know about it? Does he know what it means? "Ask him how he knows about the crown, why he thought it would be passing his way." Flann asked, and translated the answer, which was that the man did not know any of that he was doing as he had been told by his king. They worked on him for a bit, with their feet and the flat of Moll's sword, but his answer did not change, and Moll came to believe he was telling the truth. Clearly, Orm knew what the crown meant, and he would not be so stupid as to make that information generally known. So the question was, how did Orm know, and what did it mean that he did? More Sheknel looked at the Norseman at his feet. His first instinct was to drive the point of his sword through the man's throat. He actually stepped up to do it, when he heard in his head the harangue of his irascible old priest, lecturing in his cracked voice about forgiveness and what not. "Bind him up," Maul said, stepping back. "By the mercy of Christ, we will let him live." Slavery rather than death. The Viking could count himself a lucky man. Perhaps some back-breaking labor in the king's fields would help his memory. Chapter 6. It is uncertain where enemies lurk or crouch in a dark corner. Havermal. Donald the sheepherder opened his eyes, and his first thought was, no rain. For the second day in a row, the dawn came with clear skies and the promise of sun, and that was enough for a poor man like Donald to think it was his lucky day. He sat up. His brother Patrick and he had slept in the meadow, where they bedded down the flock. They were 5 miles from home, 20 miles from Dublin, which lay to the south. 2 days' herding would get the flock to the town, where the Finn Gull would pay in silver for fresh meat. First he counted the sheep. It was as integral a part of waking up as opening his eyes. 14. Very well. Then he looked for his brother. He didn't see him, and that was odd. Patrick was younger by a few years, but generally reliable. Donald kicked off the much-worn wool blanket, got to his feet. The morning breeze from the ocean was cool, and he pulled the cowl of his cloak over his head and picked up his staff. Patrick was off beyond the flock, standing at the edge of the great cliff that ran down to the beach and the sea beyond. He was looking out to sea. His back was to the sheep. Donald could not imagine what he was doing. He shook his head and trudged off through the dew-wet grass toward his brother. "Patrick, what are you doing now?" he called when he was close enough to be heard over the breeze. Patrick turned. "Come here and look at this, Donald." Donald hurried over. The cliff was high and rugged, and if the wind had been at their backs, Donald would have been nervous about approaching so close. He stepped up beside Patrick. Below them, the white sands that ringed Banagira Bay stretched away in a semicircle, and beyond that the sea glittered in the early morning sun. "A boat, is it?" Donald asked. "Sure it's a boat, and a fair-sized one at that." For a moment they were silent, looking down at the battered curragh, laying half on its side on the beach. It rocked slightly with each incoming wave, as if, in its death throes, it were making one final effort to free itself. "Should we have a look, then?" Patrick asked. Donald glanced back at the sheep. They were grazing, and, being sheep, would much prefer to remain where they were, rather than be herded off. They weren't going anywhere, and the Lord knew what might be found on board a wrecked ship, particularly one of that size. "Come on." The young men worked their way north to where the pasture met the steep path to the beach. They had been this way several times, and were quite familiar with the tricky climb. For the moment, thoughts of the riches the curragh might hold were set aside, as they concentrated on picking their way down the steep trail, still slick with mud, and crumbling from the recent rains. At last they reached the soft sand that lapped like the sea against the cliff, and crossed the beach to the wreck. Up close, they saw it was much larger than they had thought at first. 3 perches long at least. It lay at an odd angle, its deck tilted toward the sea. The mast was broken, and the single yard lay across the gunwales, snapped in 3 places, and held together by the remnants of the sail. There seemed to be no real damage to the hull. Donald and Patrick slowed their pace as they approached. There was a haunted quality about the wrecked ship, as if the souls who had perished in the storm were not ready to leave, and it made the boys waver in their determination to see what was aboard. Slowly, as they were sneaking up on it, they crossed the sand to the curragh's side. Together they reached out and placed hands on the gunwale, stood on tiptoes, and peered over. "Jesus, Mary, and Joseph!" Donald shouted. He and Patrick leapt back, their hands flying from forehead to abdomen to shoulders as they crossed themselves, then turned and fled. They were 20 feet from the wreck when the panic began to ebb, and they stopped and turned back. For a long moment, they just stared at the ship. Finally, Donald spoke. "They're but dead men. They can't harm us now." Patrick nodded. The two young men retraced their steps, this time walking around the bow of the ship to the low side. They could see the whole deck from where they stood, the chalk, white, bloated, waterlogged bodies strewn fore and aft. They could see gaping wounds washed clean of blood by the rain and seas. "Whatever do you think happened?" Patrick whispered, but Donald did not answer. Instead, he climbed over the side of the boat, dropped to the deck, began stepping cautiously around the dead. "It was the Fingal, I'll wager," Donald said at last. It was no great mystery who had killed these men. The mystery was who these dead men were. "Are they fishermen?" Patrick asked. Donald shook his head. There were too many of them, and though their bodies had been looted and stripped, Donald could see in the remnants of the clothing that these were wealthy men, king's men, not common folk like him and Patrick. "I don't know," Donald began, and then he gasped, tried to scream, but only a choking sound came out. Then Patrick screamed, and Donald found his voice and screamed as well, a shrill sound of unadulterated panic. He looked down. One of the dead men, his face white, his eyes bulging, had a hold of Donald's ankle. Chapter 7. Who can tell, at the table, if he laughs with angry men? Havamal. The sun was setting, brilliant and red, and the wind was gusting hard by the time the longship Red Dragon found the mouth of the river Liffey, and Owenulf's warriors readied the hard pull upstream. For 2 mostly miserable days they had remained tied up in the cove, where Owenulf and Thorgrim had buried the crown. The storm howled around them, dumping rain as they huddled on deck, under an awning spread over a frame set up to bear it. They heard sounds from the shore that might well have been trolls or something worse. The Vikings, to allay their fears, and for want of anything better to do, ate and drank themselves into insensibility. Finally the storm blew itself out, leaving in its wake blue sky and winds gusting hard. They got under way with a single reef in the sail, and Thorgrim, taking careful note of the landmarks that would lead them back to the little bay. They worked their way down the coast with 2 long tacks, before fetching the mouth of the Liffey. But the wind was foul for them to sail up to the long port of Duvlin, so with a fair amount of grousing, the Vikings stowed the sail and broke out the long sweeps. Now Thorgrim stood at his place at the tiller, shielding his eyes from the brilliant orange glow of the setting sun, and guiding the ship between the muddy banks, the low rolling green hills. Owenulf the Restless was roaring drunk. He was up in the bow, a cup in his hand, flinging curses at the gods and anyone he could see on shore. His hand rested on the stump of the prow, where the long, tapering dragon's neck was generally fastened. The dragon head was always removed when approaching land, in case any land spirits should see it and be frightened, though Thorgrim wondered how a carved head could be any more off-putting than a drunk Owenulf. He scanned the southern banks of the river. There was a scattering of houses, some sheltered behind circular stone walls, or wattle fortifications. A church sat back from the water a little ways. That close to a Norse longport, it must have nothing of value, Thorgrim thought, or, more to the point, it had nothing left of value. There were a few people as well. A ploughman guiding his oxen through the last bits of daylight, some children gleaning a field. A woman was washing clothes in the river, and Owenulf shouted to her as they passed. She looked up, watching the longship glide by. Thorgrim wondered if she understood the Norse tongue. He did not think so. If she did, she would have fled in terror to hear what Owenulf was suggesting. The men, well practiced at the sweeps, pulled with powerful, even strokes. Young Harald pulled an oar with the rest. and Thorgrim watched him when he saw Harald was looking away. Not so long ago, his boy could barely manage that work, though Harald would never admit it. Instead, he would set his teeth and pull and pretend he was not struggling at the limits of his strength. But now he pulled with the same ease as the older men, lean forward and sweep the oar blade toward the bow, lean back and pull, over and over, a steady mechanical rhythm that they could keep up for the better part of a day if they needed to. Thorgrim looked away before Harald saw him watching. Owenolf was shouting,
"Ah, you Duvlin's sons of whores! Lock up your wives and your daughters, too! If you wouldn't have Owenolf the Restless, bugger them all!"
Thorgrim spit in the river. He wished Owenolf would shut up. He felt the black mood coming in. Nightfall. It often happened around that time of day, became worse as the earth grew dark. During the day, Thorgrim Ulfson was pleasant enough. He was, in fact, known for an unusually even temper. The men were happy to come to him for orders, or with problems, rather than deal with the raging Owenolf. But when the sun set, Thorgrim became irritable and prone to fighting. It was the spirit of the wolf, or so he had come to call it, and it made him snappish and mean. It was not something he liked. He'd tried to resist it, but it was the way he was. Now the sun was dipping behind the low hills, and the Longport was in view upriver, a wooden fortress of sorts, and a smattering of ill-conceived houses along a muddy road. 2 buildings loomed above the others, and Thorgrim guessed them to be a temple and a mead hall. He knew in which of those the men would be worshipping as soon as the dock lines were secure.
"Ease your stroke,"
Thorgrim barked, and the men fell into a slower rhythm, as the longship made the careful approach to the docks. Thorgrim ran his eyes over the various ships tied up there, ocean-going Nars and longships, smaller warships and curras, quite a lot of ships. Apparently, Duvlin was every bit the trading centre Owenolf claimed it was. Around the far end of the upriver dock, Thorgrim could see an unoccupied spot. He leaned into the tiller, swung the bow around, angling Red Dragon toward the space.
"Pull and ship your oars,"
he shouted. The men gave one long pull, and then ran the sweeps in through the oar-holes, and laid them out on deck in a neatly choreographed move, while Owenolf bellowed,
"Ha! You row like a bunch of old women. It's a good thing Owenolf's here to roger all the gulls in Duvlin, 'cause you'd never be able to do it, you bunch of limp peckers."
Thorgrim scowled and kept his eyes on the dock as Red Dragon swept around the corner. Harald was foremost, as ever, standing up in the bow by his raving grandfather, a thick dockline in his hand. The bow turned in toward the dock, and Harald leapt, a long jump over the water, though if he had waited a moment more, the ship would have been alongside, and he could have stepped across. The boy hit the dock, stumbled, ran forward and looped the rope around a cleat, checking the ship's way as it came alongside.
"There's my grandson. The only one besides me on this ship with balls or brains, eh?"
Owenolf shouted. One by one the rest of the men tumbled over the side, some attending to the docklines, some staring around. There were a few men among them who had been to Duvlin before, but most had not, and their curiosity was palpable. Owenolf came rolling aft.
"Hey, Thorgrim! We made it, and still alive."
Most men would not approach Thorgrim in his present mood so late in the day, but Owenolf was either unafraid or completely oblivious. The 2 men had been together a long time. They had been through too much together for either to take much offence at what the other one did. Owenolf handed Thorgrim a brimming cup of mead, and Thorgrim gladly took it and quaffed it down.
"We'll make a fortune here, our holds full as they are,"
Owenolf said, and Thorgrim nodded his agreement.
"We need to arrange some gift for whatever miserable whoreson is in charge here," Owenolf continued, "to show our respect.
I'll see what we have, That might do some honour, Thorgrim said.
Good, good. Now, I'm going to bear my grandson away to the mead hall and teach him how to drink and fornicate like a man. Will you join us?
No, Thorgrim said. He wondered if he should forbid Harald to go. Thorgrim was not enthusiastic about giving his son over to Owenolf's influence. Halbera the Fair, Harald's mother, Owenolf's daughter, had once begged Thorgrim to keep the boy away from his grandfather, and Thorgrim wondered if he must honour her memory by doing so now. Thorgrim loved Harald far more than he loved even his own life, but he knew the boy was not the cleverest of creatures and could easily be led into Owenolf's bad habits. But Harald was not a child any more. He was trying hard to take his place among men. Forcing him to stay behind would not help. He felt the anger like tongs squeezing his temples. It was hard to think with the spirit of the wolf sweeping over him.
I'll stay with the ship. Leave a dozen men behind,
Thorgrim said, then turned to lashing the tiller before he said anything else, anything less helpful. Forward he heard Owenolf roaring out about the damage he and his men would do to Duvlin. Then, once he had the men sufficiently excited about the pleasures that awaited them, he told off a dozen to stay behind, which resulted in the predictable curses and arguments. "Father?" Thorgrim looked up. Harald was there. The boy seemed to carry some invisible shield that warded off Thorgrim's anger. If the black mood made Thorgrim hate all the world, still he loved his son. Thorgrim grunted in reply. "I'd be happy to stand watch with you, father, or take the watch so you can go with the others." Thorgrim straightened and looked at his son. A decent, honourable young man, he thought. He gets it from his mother. He sure as hell does not get it from me or Owenolf. "No, you go. You've earned it," Thorgrim said, the words coming in little bursts. Harald nodded, tried to disguise his obvious relief, turned and hurried forward. Owenolf the Restless was already leading his men up the plank road to the mead hall. Thorgrim sat on the afterdeck, his cloak wrapped around him, staring out at the water. Forward, the disgruntled dozen sat in a huddle and drank and shot ugly looks aft. They blamed Thorgrim for having to stay. Thorgrim knew it and did not care. For some time, he did not know how long, Thorgrim stared upriver as the Liffey slowly disappeared from sight in the setting sun. With nothing to distract him, his thoughts turned into a disjoined jumble of anger and depression and loathing, an ugly and unfocused surge of emotions. He knew he had to stand, walk, do something. Just sitting made the black mood worse, but he could not pull himself to his feet. There were voices from forward, men talking, but he dismissed the sound as the babble of angry men who would rather be at the mead hall. The loud bang of a deck board lifted and dropped made him jump, and he looked up, annoyed. It was nearly black night, with a smattering of stars gleaming to the east. The men who had been left behind were pulling up the deck planks, revealing the cargo stored below. Someone Thorgrim did not recognize was climbing down to inspect. Olaf Yellowbeard was holding a lantern for him. With a growl, Thorgrim stood and walked forward. His men stood aside as he approached, and watched with nervous expressions, which only irritated him further.
"What's this?"
Thorgrim demanded. Sigurd Sow coughed nervously. "This fellow, he said he had to come aboard." Thorgrim looked down at the man in the hold. He was dressed like a Norseman, a wealthy Norseman. His fine-made clothes covered a corpulent frame.
"I am Asbjorn,"
the man said, wiping his hands together. With some effort, he struggled out of the hold and onto the deck.
"I am the port reeve."
His tone was curt and officious. The Vikings shuffled nervously. Some cleared their throats. Thorgrim felt his anger rise.
"Yes, I've come to inspect your cargo. A certain percentage will be claimed by King Orm."
Thorgrim just stared at the man. In younger days, in the wolf spirit, he might have killed the reeve by now, but age had taught him how to hold the anger at bay, for a while. Sigurd stepped closer. "Let me talk to this one, Thorgrim. No need to concern yourself."
"No,"
Thorgrim said, and pushed Sigurd aside, not hard, but with feeling. To Asbjorn he said, "Make your inspection and get out. We'll do a reckoning in the morning." Asbjorn grunted, but he clearly saw where discretion was warranted. He struggled down into the hold, continued to poke through the goods there as the Red Dragon's men lifted up the deck planks, and Thorgrim, with forced control, watched in silence.
"These are Danish goods,"
Asbjorn observed, and there was a hint of accusation in his tone.
"Yes,"
Thorgrim said.
"But you are Norwegian?"
"Yes.
Aren't you? Isn't this a Norwegian longport?"
"No, it is not." Asbjorn struggled out of the hold again, and again made a wiping motion with his hands, as if to rid himself of the Red Dragon's filth, and the motion irritated Thorgrim to the extreme.
"Duvlin is a Danish port, and has been for this past year or more. And you,"
Asbjorn poked an accusing finger into Thorgrim's chest,
"have some explaining to do."
Thorgrim looked at the finger like he could not believe what he was seeing. He heard someone gasp. His hand shot out like a snake, grabbed the fat digit before Asbjorn could withdraw it. He twisted, felt the bones on the edge of snapping. Sigurd Sow grabbed his arm. Snorri Half-Troll grabbed his shoulders, and the others pulled him back as Asbjorn screamed like a pig. Thorgrim felt Asbjorn's finger slip from his grasp. The Red Dragon's crew pulled Thorgrim back 5 feet, a safe distance, and held him tight. "You better get out of here now," Sigurd Sow said to the port reeve. Asbjorn stared hatred at Thorgrim, and Thorgrim stared it back, but both men were sensible enough to keep their mouths shut.
"I'll be back in the morning,"
Asbjorn said as he backed off the ship, his tone a threat. Thorgrim struggled against the men who held him, but they knew better than to let go, even if it meant a thrashing after the port reeve was gone. Asbjorn hurried off, and when he was lost in the dark, Thorgrim shook off the men and stamped aft. Stupid, stupid, he thought. The black mood didn't strip him of his senses, at least not after the blind fury had passed. He knew that he had made a grave error, but he had been unable to fight the spirits that possessed him. He could still see that offensive, fat finger wagging at him. He leaned against the sweeping sternpost and looked up the rise at the longport of Duvlin. There were lights burning here and there, and the windows of the mead hall glowed from the fire and lanterns inside. He could hear the sound of the revelry, like a soft land breeze blowing down to the river. Danish. Duvlin is Danish now. How could that have happened? Quite easily, Thorgrim realized. Danes and Norwegians often fought side by side, but just as often they fought one another, in the same way that the English and the Irish were generally so busy fighting amongst themselves that they had nothing left to fight off the Norsemen. He thought of the crown. The dream had told him not to bring it to Duvlin, and now he saw why. But even without it, they were in a precarious situation. "Sigurd Sow," Thorgrim called as he walked forward again. Sigurd stood. He looked nervous. "Come with me, and you 5. With a sweep of his arm, he indicated half the men left on board. "The rest of you, keep a bright watch while we're gone." "Where are we going, Thorgrim?" Sigurd Sow ventured. "To find Owenolf. We have trouble, and now I've made it worse. It can't wait." Chapter 8. A clear head is good company. Drink is a dangerous friend. Havamal. Asbjorn the Fat ran up the plank road until his heaving breath would not allow him to run a foot more. He stopped, gasped, cradled his aching finger in his left hand. Asbjorn envisioned problems as if they were one of those intricate carvings beloved of Norse artists. Long, snake-like creatures, all tangled around one another. His thoughts followed along each of the paths, until he could see where it led. To danger, to opportunity, to nowhere. He thought of those Norwegians, stupid sons of bitches, sailing right into a Danish longport, with a hold full of plundered Danish goods. Could he derive some benefit from keeping them a secret? His mind followed along that path. He started up the hill again. No, Orm would find out about them one way or another, and if it was from someone other than Asbjorn, then Orm would think his Port Reeve either conniving or incompetent, and Asbjorn was not incompetent. He hurried up to the fortress, passed by the guards at the gate without even acknowledging them, hurried across the inner yard. He paused, let his breath come back, then crossed to Orm's door and knocked. He was about to knock again when Orm called for him to enter. The main room of Orm's house was lit with a single candle, and the glow of embers in the fireplace. Orm was adjusting his tunic as he crossed the room, his bare legs and feet white in the dim light. Asbjorn wondered if he had been rutting with his slave girl. If so, he would not be happy for the interruption. He would not be happy in any event.
"What is it?" "That longship. It came in at sundown. They are Norwegians." "Norwegians?"
Orm frowned, wrinkled his brow. Asbjorn knew that this news would strike home. Rumours had been floating in for some time of a fleet assembling under Olaf the White. There was not a day since Orm had taken Duvlin from the Norwegians that he did not expect them to arrive in force and take it back.
"What do they want?"
Orm asked.
"To trade, it would seem. I don't think they realized things have changed here." I wonder. I managed to inspect their cargo before I was attacked, filled with trade goods. Danish trade goods, and no explanation of where they came from." "You were attacked?" "Brutally attacked by half the crew. I just managed to escape."
Orm ran his eyes up and down Asbjorn's person. He did not look like he had just survived a brutal attack, so Asbjorn hurried the conversation along.
"They arrive here with stolen goods, attack the Port Reeve, act as if they don't know Duvlin is a Danish longport. They are either very dumb or playing at some game."
Orm nodded. He turned away, stared into the fire, as he often did when deep in thought.
"Where are they now?" "At the hall."
"Send Magnus. Tell him to keep his mouth shut and listen. Find out what he can."
"Yes, my lord,"
Asbjorn said. Of course, Magnus would be dragged into this thing. Asbjorn's mind began to follow the trail of the winding beast. He was looking for the path that would end in the defeat of the Norwegians, as well as the final humiliation of Magnus Magnusson, or better still, Magnus's death. Thorgrim led his small but well-armed band up the plank road toward the mead hall. The night was quiet, and the noise from inside grew louder as they approached. It was the raucous noise of half-wild men far from home, and beyond even the limited constraints their domestic life imposed upon them. Thorgrim could hear snatches of song, bits of poetry, laughter, shouts and screams, both male and female. He frowned and pressed on. The door to the hall gaped open, and Thorgrim stepped inside. Stepped from the dark, still night to the firelit, roaring world of the hall. The building was 50 feet long and 30 high, just one big room with an oak table running nearly the full length. A massive fire burned in a fireplace at the far end, and oil lanterns hung from the ceiling at regular intervals, casting an orange light and leaving deep shadows all around. It was crowded with men, big men, well-armed men, drunk men. They hoisted cups to their mouths, let mead run down their chins and filter through dense beards as they drank. The plates that littered the table were mostly empty now. The scattering of bones and crumbs and chunks of half-gnawed foodstuff were all that was left of the ongoing feast. Women were few, but there were enough of them. They moved through the throng, keeping cups full, bringing more food to the table, endearing the Vikings' indelicate words and hands. Slave girls, some Norse, some Irish, Thorgrim was not so consumed by the black mood that he did not notice how pretty most of them were. He walked farther into the hall. His arrival, with a gang of armed men at his back, caused not the slightest reaction from the crowd. He could see his own men scattered among the hall, sitting in small knots by themselves, or engaging in the general revelry. If they had figured out yet that they were a few Norwegians among Danes, they did not show it, nor did it seem to matter. They were all Vikings, doing what those people did best. Harald was sitting somewhere near the middle of the hall, looking young in that company, with his ruddy, clean-shaved face. His cheeks were flushed, and his eyes slightly glassy. He might be able to row like a man, but he still could not drink like one, certainly not one like his grandfather. As to the fornicating, Olaf had apparently not got to that part of the instruction. There was a girl on Harald's lap, a pretty young thing with dirty blonde hair and a slight figure. Harald was laughing like he was enjoying every minute of it, but Thorgrim knew his boy, and he could hear the false note, the look of profound embarrassment under the mask of pleasure. "Harald!" Thorgrim barked. Harald looked up. His face grew redder still. He said something to the girl, pushed her off his lap, so she landed on her rear end on the floor, and hurried over to Thorgrim. "Father, is there trouble?" Harald's hand went unbidden to the hilt of his sword. "Could be." Thorgrim had to talk loud, louder than he wished to, just to be heard. "Where is Olaf?" Harald's face flushed again. Over by the fire. I last saw him." Thorgrim nodded. Whatever Olaf the Restless was up to, Thorgrim did not care, nor would it embarrass him. He was a long way from 15 years old. He headed off toward the back of the hall, threading his way through the crowd, stepping over those sprawled on the floor, the ones who had gone man to man with their cups and lost. How many times, he wondered, he had been in the middle of this exact same scene. It was like Valhalla, the same wild feast repeated night after night. He wondered how, in the afterlife, it did not lose its charm. In his present mood, the atmosphere was not doing much for him. 10 feet from the fire, and he could feel the heat on his face. He wandered off to his right, toward the shadows in the corner. He found Olaf the Restless there, amid a pile of furs and blankets. His leggings were down around his ankles. He was on top of a slave girl, furiously humping away. The girl's whole body jarred with each powerful thrust. Her eyes were wide, and she was gasping for breath. But if that was due to passion, or the fact that she could not breathe with Olaf on top of her, Thorgrim could not tell. "Olaf!" Thorgrim shouted. Olaf looked over at him, annoyed, but his face brightened when he saw who it was.
"Thorgrim! Glad to see you've stopped your moping around, and come join us."
"We need to talk," Thorgrim said.
"So talk,"
said Olaf, never losing a beat. Thorgrim knew Olaf was perfectly capable of copulating like a bull caribou in the rut, and holding a conversation at the same time, but with the black mood on him, Thorgrim could not do it. "Talk to me when you're done," he said, and walked off. He paused near the fireplace, at the edge of the chaos, like standing at the edge of a thundering surf. The men he brought with him had melted away, joined with their comrades in the bacchanal. But that was fine. Thorgrim had wanted to show a force coming up the road, but he did not need it here. If the Danes turned against them, there was not much his 6 men were going to do.
"Here, have a drink with me,"
a voice roared out nearby, close enough that the man did not need to shout as loud as he did. Thorgrim felt the blast of fetid breath. He turned. The man was huge, 6 inches taller than Thorgrim, and 50 pounds heavier. He held out a cup. Mead sloshed over the sides. Thorgrim took it and drank, nodded his thanks.
"A polite man would offer a toast,"
the big man said, and there was an edge of anger to his words. Thorgrim felt the rage mounting, despite all his efforts. He raised the cup in a half-hearted gesture.
"Are you too good to toast with me?"
the man said, stepping closer, looking for a fight. Thorgrim had seen this bastard's type often enough. This night he chose the wrong man in the wrong mood. "Well?" Thorgrim took another sip, then tossed the remainder of the mead in the man's face. The man spluttered, wiped his eyes. Thorgrim wound up and hit him in the side of his head with a force that sent shockwaves of pain through his hand and arm, and the big man went straight down, like the bones in his legs had vanished. Thorgrim considered the unconscious giant as he flexed his fingers. His hand hurt, but his mood was much improved.
"Thorgrim!"
Thorgrim staggered, as if Owenolf's voice had physically struck him, then realized that Owenolf had slapped his back. The Jarl was holding his trousers up with one hand, and he tied them as he spoke.
"I do dearly love to go a Viking," Owenolf said, "but these long ocean voyages, no women, it's hard on a man."
Copulating always put Owenolf in a thoughtful mood.
"There are plenty of women here. Get yourself one,"
he suggested. "Perhaps," Thorgrim said, and though he loved to be with a woman as much as any man, still, when the evening's foul mood came on him, he could not stand the thought.
"Did you know that Duvlin is a Danish longport?"
Owenolf squinted like he was confused.
"It's Norwegian,"
he said.
"Not anymore, or so the port reeve tells me. The Danes, under some bastard named Orm, drove the Norwegians out less than a year ago."
Owenolf looked around, wide-eyed.
"Well, it seemed a lot of these whores' sons were Danes, but I did not know they had control of the Longport. And here we are, with a hold full of plundered Danish goods."
Owenolf gave a wave of his hand, dismissing Thorgrim's concern.
"No matter. These sons of bitch Danes are as greedy as any men. A good price, and they won't care a damn if we took these goods from their mothers and humped them in the bargain."
"I broke the port reeve's finger, or nearly did," Thorgrim said.
"Damn me! And I thought you were having no fun at all tonight."
Thorgrim looked away, irritated by Owenolf's refusal to see the seriousness of their circumstance. Or maybe I'm just an old woman, Thorgrim thought. But now someone else was approaching, a tall and well-formed man, clean-shaven, with silky hair hanging down his shoulders. He was well-dressed, clothes that projected money and power. His blue eyes were mostly steady, but he took in everything. "Good evening, gentlemen." The stranger bowed, courteous but not overly so. "My name is Magnus Magnusson. You are new to Dublin, I believe. I welcome you."
"And who are you?"
Thorgrim asked. "To welcome us?"
"No one of consequence."
Magnus's tone was disarming.
"Pleased to meet you."
Owenolf thrust a meaty hand at Magnus, and Magnus took it and shook.
"You do not look like a man of no consequence,"
Thorgrim observed. "I am an associate of Orm's, who is lord of Dublin. That much is true," Magnus said.
"So, you are a Dane, then?"
Owenolf asked.
"The lot of you here? Danes?"
"Yes," Magnus said. "But it is no matter. Danes, Norwegians, Swedes, we are all here of a purpose. Settle this savage place, establish trade." He smiled, the kind of smile meant to win converts.
"There, Thorgrim, you see?"
Owenolf roared.
"I have been telling Thorgrim,"
Owenolf said to Magnus,
"that you Danes are not nearly the treacherous sons of whores most make you out to be."
"Indeed," Magnus smiled. "We are not."
"Well then,"
Owenolf said,
"I would be proud to drink with you, and call you friend."
"Be your friend's true friend, to him and his friends." Thorgrim recalled the old saying, "Beware of befriending an enemy's friend." Who are the enemies, he wondered, and who are the friends? Chapter 9. A man should drink, in moderation, be sensible or silent. Havermal. For a man of no consequence, Magnus Magnusson commanded a lot of respect, or so it appeared to Thorgrim Nightwolf. With a word, Magnus cleared a half-dozen men from the table, so that he and Owenolf and Thorgrim would have a place to sit in relative private. With a wave of his arm and a nod, mead and wine and food appeared. "So," he said, after they had all drunk deep, and Owenolf had set into the chicken, "you have been lucky in your raiding." Thorgrim made a low, growling noise, despite himself. He did not care for questioning, could see that this Magnus was too smooth by half, but he understood that it was his own rash actions that had put them in a compromised position, so he held his tongue.
"Lucky,"
Owenolf raved, spitting bits of chicken.
"Damned unlucky. England was a paradise once. Gold everywhere. Monasteries and churches bursting with the stuff. You just had to bend over to gather it up. Now, picked bloody clean. Back when I was your age, when men had balls, we took all there was. Not a damn thing left."
"Really? I had heard your hold was quite full."
"Heard?"
Thorgrim asked.
"From who? The fat one who was poking around our longship?"
Magnus smiled. "Asbjorn, a fat one indeed. I heard you nearly broke his finger. I'm sorry you did not cut his throat." Thorgrim nodded. That was good to hear anyway, that Asbjorn was not universally loved.
"We've had some luck, despite what Owenolf says."
Magnus nodded, and his thoughts were moving down some new path. "You off the coast in this last storm? Any luck then? Find any of these Irish out at sea?" Thorgrim shook his head.
"Ha! Irish at sea?"
Owenolf raged. He stopped, looked at Thorgrim. His smile faded.
"Oh, no, not a damned one."
Thorgrim looked at Magnus. The Dane had not missed that. Owenolf's awkward retreat. "You are certain?" Thorgrim leaned back and folded his arms.
"We had some luck. A trader, loaded to the gunwales, Danish it turned out. I think you can guess why we are keeping it to ourselves."
"And that was it?" Thorgrim's eyes met Magnus's, and held them, and for a long moment they just sat there, unmoving, each staring the other down. Thorgrim thought of the young nobleman he had fought for the crown, the moment when they had gripped one another, each holding the other in check. This was like that, but here it was will and not brute strength.
"That was it."
Magnus looked away and nodded, but the nod seemed to be an answer to his own internal question, and not anything that Thorgrim had said. Then he turned back and smiled, as if any unpleasantness had been whisked away. "Still, it was a lucky take," Magnus said, "and we Danes are not too worried when a man has goods to sell, where he got them. It's a dangerous world, you know."
"Pah!"
Owenolf roared.
"You've said it. Dangerous as long as Norwegians are at sea, and led by Owenolf the Restless. A drink with you, Magnus Magnusson."
Owenolf held his cup aloft, and so did Magnus, and they drank. Magnus raised his hand, and the master of the mead hall appeared, as if conjured up by the Dane. "Vali, these men are my guests," Magnus said, gesturing to Thorgrim and Owenolf. "Them and all the bold men who sailed with them. Let their cups never be empty tonight, or you will answer to me."
"Yes, sir,"
Vali said, backed away and began barking orders to the slave girls, who swept around the crowded hall, filling the Norwegians' cups to overflowing, then filling them again as they were quickly drained. Thorgrim took a deep drink, felt the warm, sweet mead run down his throat. He looked around. The scene in the hall was reaching its zenith, the roaring, singing, shouting and fighting coming to a crescendo that would soon begin to taper off, until all the men were asleep or dead. He had seen it many, many times. It was like a battle that reached a point of ultimate fury, a madness that could not be sustained for long, and then, as more and more men dropped, came to an end. At the far end of the table, young Harald was already face down, one of the first casualties of the night, his mouth open, his snores lost in the din. He looked almost angelic, an odd contrast to the wild men around him. Thorgrim Nightwolf smiled, drained his cup, set it down, and stood. "Thank you for your kindness, Magnus Magnusson, but I must go." "Go? Won't you have another cup with me?"
"Forget him,"
Onolf shouted.
"He is like an old woman when he gets this way. I will have another cup with you, and then the iron in my trousers will be cooled and ready for another thrust in the fire, eh?"
Thorgrim left them, pushed his way through the men. He recalled that there was no one aboard the Red Dragon now, save for the 6 men he had left behind, and Thorgrim was not happy about that. He was wary by nature, and the strange turns of the evening had only made him more so. He looked around the mead hall, picking out his own men, considering whether or not to order them back to the ship. They were well mingled with the Danes now, and well in their cups, as drunk as Onolf had ever been on his best day. There would be no getting them out of the mead hall now. Thorgrim did not even try. He stopped where Harald was slumped over the table, and gave the boy a hard shake, which had no more effect than to make him groan. A feeble sound, and try to brush Thorgrim's hand away. At least he is still alive, Thorgrim thought. He had not been entirely certain. He pulled Harald to his feet, bent and grabbed him around the waist, and hoisted him over his shoulder like a sack of grain. He pushed his way out of the mead hall and into the cool night of the air. The air felt good, moist and clean, after the smoky, hot, reeking hall, and Harald was no great burden, as Thorgrim made his way back down the plank road to where Red Dragon thumped against the wharf. The 6 men on board were all as drunk as any up in the mead hall, but that had not made them happier about being left behind. Thorgrim climbed aboard under their surly stares, and deposited Harald on a pile of furs. He stretched and looked around. The night was quiet, save for the lap of water, the muted noise from the hall, but Thorgrim's nerves were firing, and his senses wolf-keen. But he was helpless as well. The pack had run off. He was all but alone. He made his way forward. "There's some Dane bastard named Magnus has ordered free drink to all from our ship. You had best get up to the hall before Onolf has it all." The surly looks were transformed as if by magic, and the men leapt to their feet and rushed off, fearing, no doubt, that Thorgrim would come to his senses, revert to his usual miserable self in the night-time. Thorgrim watched them hurry up the road. There was nothing those men could do to help if trouble came. Thorgrim, alone, in the black mood, was more dangerous than those 6 drunks, so he let them go. He wandered aft, wrestling his furs out from where they were stowed, laid down. He feared sleep on nights like this, because he knew it would be a night of wolf dreams. But sleep, like death, took him at last. He was in among the strange wolf pack again, though he no longer held the precious thing in his mouth. The wolves moved around him, watching him, but he could not tell if they would attack. He did not know if they were friends or enemies. He felt taut, like a length of rigging under great strain. And then the wolves turned on him. At some unseen signal they turned, and the pack leapt with teeth flashing white, and Thorgrim flew into the fight, snarling and ripping away at the killers bounding at him. He sat up, the sweat coating his body, the cold touch of iron under his chin. First light, the town of Duvlin was lit grey-blue, and a dozen armed men were on board the Red Dragon. Thorgrim looked up the length of the spear, to the bearded face of the soldier who held the lethal point, unwavering against Thorgrim's neck. The soldier expected that the threatening iron would be enough to stop Thorgrim from making any quick move. He was wrong. Thorgrim took firm hold of the bearskin that covered him, flung the skin aside, flung it over the spear, tangling it in the shaft. He sprung to his feet, Iron-Tooth in his hand. The spearman was trying to pull the shaft from the fur when he died, the heavy blade of Thorgrim's sword nearly taking his head off. The spearman's body had not hit the deck when Thorgrim flung himself at the next man, who came at him with a shriek, battle-axe raised. Thorgrim wore only his tunic and trousers. There was no time to grab up his shield. He caught the swinging axe with Iron-Tooth's blade and delivered an awkward punch with his left hand. The axeman was a big man, and even a solid punch would not have done much. He kicked upward as Thorgrim swung. Thorgrim just managed to close his legs and ward off the blow that would have ended his fight then and there. The axeman shoved with his shield, and Thorgrim, off balance, stumbled back. There was someone behind him. Thorgrim had not realized it. He leapt to his right, his eyes on the axe coming at him, saw a spear thrust miss by inches. He half-turned, drove Iron-Tooth into the man's gut, grabbed him by the collar of his tunic, and pulled him in front like a shield, just as the wicked axe was coming at his head. The axe struck the spearman instead of Thorgrim. Thorgrim let go and leapt away, looking for fighting room. There were none of his men there, and he had a vision of them waking up thick-headed on the floor of the mead hall, waking as he did with spear points in their beards. Would they fight? Some, but it would not matter. Harald was forward, kneeling, hands clasped behind his head, 4 men around him with swords and spears, and Thorgrim was glad at least that his son was not fighting. It would be like Harald to follow his father into this suicide attack. The axeman was coming at Thorgrim again, and now 2 more men, and 2 behind them, circling in as Thorgrim parried here and there. Spears reached in with tentative thrusts, taunting, each looking for a reaction that the other could exploit. The axeman was circling behind. Thorgrim could just keep him in his peripheral vision, and that was trouble. He had to get his back against something. "Alive!" a voice shouted out, a voice of command. Magnus Magnusson, in his rich red cape, bright sword in hand, gleaming helmet on his head, stepped aft. "I want him alive!" Thorgrim saw a flutter of activity, some burst of commotion. Harald had leapt to his feet, pushed the closest spear-tip aside, jerked the weapon out of another warrior's hands. "Harald, no!" Thorgrim shouted, even as his own sword turned a spear aside. It was a berserker's death, fighting against that many men, not for Harald. Thorgrim's son paid no attention. He whirled the spear, took one of the warriors in the side of the head with the shaft, turned and thrust at another. But he could not fight on all quarters at once. The man behind him buried the wicked point of his spear in Harald's shoulder. Harald screamed in pain, the most terrible sound that Thorgrim had ever heard, arched his back as he fell. Thorgrim wanted to scream as well, but no sound would come. And in that instant that Thorgrim's attention was on Harald, the axeman swung around hard and hit Thorgrim on the back of the head with the flat of the axe. The blow sent Thorgrim sprawling forward, Iron-Tooth flying from his hand, clattering on the deck. The spearman, standing ready behind, yanked his weapon out of the way to prevent Thorgrim from impaling himself on it. He hit the deck on hands and knees, his head whirling, his vision a blur. Strong hands grabbed his shoulders and pulled him back, and sat him awkwardly down. He looked up. Through the fog in his head, he saw the red-draped Magnus looming over him. Magnus spoke, and his voice sounded distant, and Thorgrim heard, "Now, Thorgrim, we must talk again. Really talk." Chapter 10. A guest needs giving water, fine towels and friendliness. Havamal. More Shecnal Mac Ruinard was preparing for war when the stranger arrived. The great hall in Tara, where wattle and daub walls rose up to a rough-hewn beam ceiling so high that the light of the big fire hardly reached among the heavy timbers. The hall that was generally a place of feasts and celebrations was now a staging area for battle. 2 servants bustled around More, tightening leather straps on his armor, arranging swords, spear, and shields for his inspection. Other servants did the same for the 10 other men in various places around the big room. These were the Rhi Tuahe, the tribal kings who owed their allegiances and their military service to More Shecnal. In the quiet before the chaos of leading men into battle, they checked that their weapons were in order. They would ride out at dawn. On the gentle hill on which the great hall stood, nearly 300 men sat staring into their cook fires, or sleeping fitfully in their tents. 100 or so of them were professional soldiers, the core of More Shecnal's army, and 200 more were called up from the levy. It was no great host, not enough to drive the hated Norsemen from Duvlin, but events had forced More to set that goal aside. Tomorrow they would march south. In 3 days they would fall on the kingdom of Leinster. "Tighter, tighter," More growled, and the servant pulled harder on the chest plate's leather belt. More Shecnal sensed a motion in the big room, a rustle, as if every man's attention was suddenly caught up by a single focus, and he knew that his daughter had entered the great hall. He turned, pulling the chest plate belt from the servant's hand. Bridget came sweeping in from the west entrance. There were tiny flowers woven into her chestnut hair. Her gown was crafted to augment an already flawless figure. The Rhi Tuahe stared with varying degrees of subtlety as she walked past. Those who were unmarried would have loved dearly to have her for wife, but none were important enough for More Shecnal to waste his only daughter on. Bridget was 17, and a widow. At 14, More Shecnal had married her to Doncha Ua Rourke, the Ruri, the minor king of Gailenga on the Leinster borderland. It was more beneficial in the long run, More Shecnal knew, to ally with Doncha than to subjugate him. But marriage to Bridget had not satisfied Doncha Ua Rourke. He and his brother, Cormac, continued to raid north into Slania, the minor tribal kingdoms which fell under the kingship of More Shecnal Mac Ruinard. Doncha's raiders stole cattle, sacked churches and monasteries, and took slaves. They were more annoying than threatening, but More Shecnal Mac Ruinard did not care to be annoyed. More led his men south, where they met Doncha Ua Rourke in battle. More Shecnal's army butchered their enemies, killing all but a handful who escaped, led by Doncha's brother, Cormac Ua Rourke. The victory put an end to the Leinstermen's treachery. More assumed lordship over Gailenga, taking by force what Doncha would not yield by treaty. He ordered Doncha lashed to a pole and personally disemboweled him in front of those Gailenga chieftains who had survived the fight. He hoped the sight of Doncha shrieking his life away as his guts pooled on the ground in front of him would serve as a dissuasive example. Bridget was returned to her home in Tara. More Shecnal was ready to marry again, if he could do so to advantage. But she was getting old, and had developed something of a reputation for her sharp tongue. More Shecnal could tell by the look on her face that she was about to further that reputation. "Father, this is a mistake. I know it." She stopped a few feet away, crossed her arms. More Shecnal sighed softly. "The Abbot of Glendalough decreed that the crown of the 3 kingdoms should be given to me. If it has not arrived, and the Dovegall did not steal it, then Niall Kyle means to keep it for himself." "Even if he does, the 3 kingdoms will not rally to him." "The Rhi Tuahe will obey the man who wears the crown, and Niall Kyle must be taught a lesson." Niall Kyle was Rhi Ruarich, the High King of Leinster, the kingdom to the south. He was not a man to be trusted. More Shecnal suspected that he was allied with the Norsemen, was using the Duvgall to help him overrun Brega. It would not be the first time Irishmen had joined with Vikings. The Vikings had become yet another piece in the wildly convoluted puzzle of Irish governance. It stood to reason that Niall Kyle would not want More Shecknell to wear the crown of the Three Kingdoms. "You do not know for certain that Niall Kyle has kept the crown," Bridget insisted. "Don't you think a delegation should be sent before a war party?" More Shecknell shook his head. It was beyond him how his daughter had come to think she should meddle in men's affairs. Her mother had not, and would not, say a single word concerning Moll's plans for war. Secretly, More Shecknell hoped that Niall Kyle had betrayed him. He welcomed the chance to teach Niall a lesson, to sack his towns, plunder his monasteries, annex his land, and sell his people as slaves. "What do you think?" he began, when he was interrupted again, this time by Flann Mac Connell, in battle dress, rushing in through the big front door. "My lord!" Flann gave a perfunctory bow. "There is a man here who wishes to see you. He is from Leinster, lord." More Shecknell nodded. He did not meet Bridget's eye, though he knew she was looking at him. "Very well. Send him in." Flann Mac Connell swept out of the hall. A moment later he was back, standing to one side of the door as the man from Leinster entered. For a royal delegation, if such he was, he did not look too good. His clothes were torn and blood-stained, his hair and beard matted. He was bandaged in several places. In the light of the big peat fire burning in the fireplace, More Shecknell could see his skin was pale and drawn. He was supported by 2 young sheepherds, who seemed to be bearing most of his weight. As painful as it was for the man to walk, More Shecknell did not move toward him, but instead made him cross the length of the great hall. At last the 4 men, Flann, the Leinsterman, and the sheepherds, stopped in front of More Shecknell. The sheepherds lowered the Leinsterman to his knees, then knelt themselves. "My lord, More Shecknell Mac Ruanad," the Leinsterman said, and his voice was strong despite his condition. "My name is Kerbal Mac Gilla, Ruri of E. Muirak. I have come from Leinster, at the behest of King Niall Coyle. I am the last man alive of our delegation." For a moment, More Shecknell just looked at the man, and no one else dared say a word. Finally, More spoke. "Did you bring the crown of the Three Kingdoms?" "We were charged by King Niall to bring the crown to you, but we were attacked by the Fingal, and it was stolen from us. The others were butchered like sheep." "You're lying," More Shecknell said. "We caught and killed the Fingal who were waiting for you, and they did not have the crown." Kerbal Mac Gilla met More Shecknell's eyes, defiant and unflinching. "No, lord. King Niall suspected the Fingal would lie in wait on the road, so he sent us by sea. We were caught in a storm, and truly we thought the storm would be the death of us. When the Northmen attacked, we fought to the last man. The Northmen left me for dead, but God be praised, I lived. My curragh came ashore at Banagera Bay, where these men found me." He nodded to the sheepherds, who glanced up, sheepishly. There was silence again, and this time it was Bridget who broke it. She swept forward, took Kerbal by the arm, and lifted him to his feet. "You've done your duty well, Kerbal Mac Gilla," she said. She turned to the servants, who had been helping More Shecknell with his armour. "Take Lord Kerbal to the guest chambers in the royal house. See that he is fed and his wounds attended to. And see that the sheepherds are fed in the kitchen." To the sheepherds she added, "I'll see you are rewarded for your service." The servants took their place on either side of Kerbal Mac Gilla, and the little party shuffled out of the great hall. More Shecknell said nothing. When they disappeared through the door, he turned and glared at Flann Mac Connell, who shifted nervously. "How?" More Shecknell said at last. "Could the Fingal have the crown of the Three Kingdoms, and I do not know it?" He spoke in a low growl, a sign that he was seriously angry. "Why do Northmen seem to know more about the crown than I do?" "My lord, I do not know. Morrigan has sent no word. She must have heard nothing, or else something has happened." "Find out. You, personally, and quickly." "Yes, Lord Mole," Flan said. He bowed and backed away, and when he was a safe distance from More Sheknal, he turned and practically fled from the great hall. "Ye'll not attack Leinster now?" Bridget had a way of making a statement sound half question, half order.
"We will await word from Flan."
More Sheknal looked his daughter in the eye, his expression as intimidating as he could make it.
"And you will keep your nose out of men's affairs."
"Yes, father." She did not sound intimidated in the least. Chapter 11. The unwise man is awake all night, worries over and again. Havamal. The spear thrust did not kill Harald Thorgrimsson. He was born of the stock of Thorgrim Nightwolf and Owenolf the Restless, and it would take more than one battle wound to bring him down. But soon after, the fever set in, the silent murderer in the night. It frightened Thorgrim far more than the gaping, bleeding wound to Harald's shoulder. The wound was a physical rent to the body. It was what it was. But the fever was brought by spirits he could not see, and did not know how to fight. They were held in a big room inside the stockade fort, a room used as some sort of garrison eating hall, Thorgrim guessed, judging by its size and by the heavy table that ran most of its length. No sooner had they been captured on board Red Dragon than they were dragged to that place, Harald shrieking with pain as they hauled him by his arms. Thorgrim all but unconscious, his head spinning, trying to fight back, his son's screams worse than knife thrusts. Magnus's soldiers had tossed them into the big room. The rest of the Red Dragon men were already there. Of the 63 men who had sailed with Owenolf the Restless into Duvlin, 51 remained. 2 had managed to drink themselves to death on Magnus's free mead. 9 who had woken, as Thorgrim had, with spear points to their throats, had come up fighting. Between them they had killed 12 of Magnus's men dead before they were hacked down. 4 more had been tossed, wounded into the prison. The eating hall was not an ideal cell, since it had several windows as well as the door, but it was most likely the only single room big enough to hold them all. For 3 days they festered in prison. Their circumstances were grim. The food was putrid and scarce. The wounded could do no more than suffer with what little care their fellows were able to provide. 2 of them teetered at the gates of Valhalla, with no hope of a proper send-off. Owenolf the Restless spent most of the time raging, but with nothing fermented to drink, his rage took on a decidedly morose and self-pitying tone, even if it lost nothing in volume. What their fate would be, they did not know. No one came to the prison, save for the thrall who brought their food. But for all that, Thorgrim Olfsson kept the men in good cheer. That was part of his genius, when the sun was up and the spirit of the wolf was not upon him. On their 4th day as prisoners, Thorgrim climbed up onto the table. It was part of their daily routine now.
"I have a verse," he shouted, "about our great battle of the Mead Hall."
That was what, with grim irony, they had come to call the drunken night on which they had been betrayed.
"Let's hear it, Thorgrim!"
shouted Snorri Half-Troll, and the others agreed. Nothing, Thorgrim understood, held the men together so well as a sense of shared history, and nothing gave them that sense better than verse, even ironic verse. It was as much a part of the Norsemen as fighting and farming. Thorgrim spoke in the loud, clear voice of the skald.
"Bold Owenolf stood, more like god than man, and any drinking horn or woman come to hand, so he boldly took them on, until with heavy brow and penis limp he fell, as ever warrior in battle did."
The men were smiling now, their misery for the moment forgotten. They shouted approval. Thorgrim let them yell. It was a release for them, and it gave him a good chance to think of what he would say next. Thorgrim generally made his verse up on the spot.
"And round about him came the eaters of the dead, and festered they on Owenolf's flesh and blood, thick with mead which still through his body ran, until those very Valkyries fell drunk."
For 10 more minutes, Thorgrim extemporized his heroic verse, until all the men were smiling, and even Owenolf seemed somewhat amused. That would bolster them for a while. Their spirits were like a sinking ship, and Thorgrim held the only bucket. He bailed as much as he could, but he did not know how long he could hold out. He climbed down from the table. Harald and the other wounded men were arranged in a far corner, made as comfortable as possible on cloaks and tunics offered up by the others. Thorgrim stopped by each man, asked how they were doing, offered some words of encouragement. Giant Bjorn, a spear wound deep in his stomach, another in his chest, was beyond talking. Thorgrim put a hand on his pale skin, thinking he had finally passed on, but his flesh was warm still. Giant Bjorn still hung on to life with the stubbornness that had always been his. Thorgrim came at last to Harald. His face flushed red and beaded with sweat, his breathing raspy. Thorgrim's stomach twisted up, and he clenched his teeth to keep his face from showing what his heart felt. His boy, his beloved boy. Thorgrim tried to show no preference for Harald. He tried to treat all the men, all the wounded, the same. It was how Harald wanted it. Nor was it right for a man to show favoritism to his son, when his son was one among many warriors. There was another reason as well. Thorgrim did not want their captors, Magnus or Orm, to know that Harald was his son and Owenolf's grandson. They would use Harald to get to the leaders, torture him, kill him in front of Thorgrim and Owenolf, whatever it took. And if they did that, Thorgrim genuinely did not know what would happen. It would not be good in any event. He knelt beside Harald, as he had with the others. "How are you, boy?" Harald opened his eyes. "I'm fine." Thorgrim had warned him not to say father as long as they were prisoners. Thorgrim nodded. The boy was not fine. The fever was eating him alive. Thorgrim picked up one of the charms he had arranged around the boy's head, a small silver hammer of Thor, and rubbed it between his fingers. It was not helping, nor were his prayers to Odin or Thor. He would have made a sacrifice to the gods, if there was anything in the prison to sacrifice. Thorgrim had considered offering himself up to the gods, finding something with which to cut his own throat, but the thought of leaving Harald and the others to Owenolf's leadership alone dissuaded him. "I know 100 ways to kill a man, but nothing of saving one," Thorgrim goaded himself. Something had to be done, or Harald would die. Thorgrim rested his hand gently on Harald's arm. "You rest, boy. Sleep. That's the best medicine." Thorgrim did not know if that was true, but it was the only medicine he knew. When Harald had closed his eyes, and his breathing became more regular, Thorgrim unlaced his goatskin shoe and pulled it off. Hidden in pockets on the inside were 6 gold coins. He fished one out and pulled his shoe on again. The eating hall was ringed with guards, since the room itself was none too secure. Thorgrim stepped up to one of the windows, looked right and left. What he saw was not encouraging. Hard, pitiless men with swords, spears, and shields. He moved on to the next window, and there he saw a likely candidate, a man whose face did not carry that edge of cruelty. "Hey there," Thorgrim said in a loud whisper. "Hey." The guard turned and scowled, but there was less malice in the expression than the man had intended. "What?" "Come here." The guard glanced around. None of the others seemed to care. It was not the first time the prisoners had spoken to the guards, so the man approached. "I have wounded men in here who have not been cared for," Thorgrim began. "I'm afraid for their lives." The guard could not help but smile at that. "You should be afraid for all your lives. All of you Norwegian pirates." "No doubt. But I still have to do what I can. Is there anyone in the Longport skilled with medicine?" The guard frowned. Thorgrim held up the gold coin. The guard's eyes went a little wide, though he tried to control himself. "This is all I have," Thorgrim said. "Bring someone who can help my men, and it's yours." The guard nodded slowly. "There is someone," he said. They came for the leaders before anyone came to help Harald. Later that day, the door opened, and Thorgrim looked up, hoping to see his guard leading an old crone, a basket of healing herbs on her arm. But instead he saw armed men barging in the door, with spears held ready, and they looked as if healing was the last thing they had in mind. Thorgrim stood as the guards entered. Behind them came a big man, with the presence of command, and Thorgrim guessed this was the Dane, Orm, whom Magnus had mentioned. And behind him stood Magnus himself, and beside Magnus, the fat man whose finger Thorgrim had nearly broken. "Forgive me," Orm said, arms spread in magnanimous gesture. "I hope I am not interrupting anything important." Thorgrim spat on the floor. "More important than talking to the likes of you." He looked past Orm, past the others, hoping to see some avenue of escape, but there were enough armed men beyond the door to make it impossible. "I imagined you would think so," Orm said, "but still, I must insist we talk." He turned to the men behind him. "Is this the man?" The fat one, with a smug look on his face, nodded.
"Yes, this is the man who was in command of the longship, the one who attacked me."
"Very well," Orm began, but Magnus cut him off. "Wait, my lord." He looked Thorgrim in the eye, and Thorgrim met his gaze. "This man is not in command. He is second. That man," Magnus pointed to Owenolf, who was slumped on the bench beside the table, "is the Jarl Owenolf, and he is in command." "And you told me Owenolf is an old fool, and this Thorgrim is the clever one," Orm said. "Exactly," said Magnus, "and I would rather try to get information from a fool than a clever man." That seemed to stir Owenolf.
"Fool!"
he roared, getting to his feet.
"Give me my sword, and we will see who the fool is."
Orm ignored the request. Instead he nodded toward Owenolf, and the guards grabbed the Jarl up by the arms, and half pushed and half dragged him toward the door.
"I'll rip your lungs out! All of you, you bastards!"
Owenolf shouted as he was taken from the room. Orm stepped up to Thorgrim so the faces were just inches apart. For a moment he said nothing, just seemed to study Thorgrim's face, and Thorgrim stared back. "We'll see what your Jarl has to say," Orm said at last, "and then you and I will talk." He turned and stepped out of the room. One of the guards slammed the door, and Thorgrim stood looking at the rough wood. He had not counted on this. He had always imagined they would take him, but they had taken Owenolf instead. What will Owenolf tell them? Thorgrim wondered. Would he tell Orm everything? And if he did, what reason would there be then to let any of them live? Chapter 12. Often it's best for the unwise man to sit in silence. Havamal. Owenolf the Restless lay in a great fat heap on the floor. After a moment he managed to push himself up on his arms, and glare with the one eye that would still open at the Danes who surrounded him. He spit a glob of bloody mucus on the floor.
"You are all a lot of sons of whores. I'll rip your lungs out, you bastards."
He gasped through split and bleeding lips, and then Orm kicked him in the side of the head, and he went down again. Magnus was impressed. The old man had taken hours of this abuse, alternately worked over by himself and Orm and the two guards, and for all that he had given away practically nothing, and his defiance had not wavered a bit. That last kick knocked him out cold, and for a moment Orm stood panting and looking down at his motionless form. "Is he dead?" Magnus asked. Orm nudged him with his foot. Owenolf groaned a bit. "Water, here," Orm said, and one of the guards stepped up with a bucket, dashed it on Owenolf's face. The Jarl opened his eyes. Orm crouched down and grabbed him by his long grey and red hair. "Are you part of a Norwegian fleet? Olaf the White's fleet?" Orm asked. He had asked it so often that Magnus had lost count. He was sick of hearing the question. Olaf apparently was sick of denying it.
Yes, we're part of Olaf's fleet. 1,000 longships. We're going to tie you down and take turns buggering you to death, you son of a whore.
His voice was surprisingly strong for someone in as much pain as he must be in. Orm let go of the hair, and Olaf's head hit the floor. Magnus folded his arms and regarded the old man. He had denied being a part of any fleet, and Magnus, for one, believed him. Orm probably did too, but he was too afraid of Norwegian vengeance to let it go at that. Besides, he enjoyed this sort of questioning. Orm kicked Olaf in the stomach and elicited another groan.
By Thor, I'll have you disemboweled and burned at the stake for piracy, raiding a Danish ship, if you don't tell me the truth.
It was not an idle threat, Magnus knew. He had seen Orm do it to more than a few men, and he would probably do it to Olaf. But the punishment would have nothing to do with their raiding the Danish trader. No one cared about that. It would be to make Olaf or his men admit to being part of a Norwegian fleet, or, barring that, to make sure that they never would be. Magnus had his own interest in the interrogation, the crown of the three kingdoms. It had not occurred to Orm that these men might have found the curragh when Magnus could not. But it had occurred to Magnus, and Olaf's near slip of the tongue had all but confirmed it in Magnus's mind. Magnus had carried out a systematic search of the longship in the early hours, while Asbjorn still slept, and Orm was busy with other matters. Under the guise of searching for some evidence of treachery, he and his men all but tore the ship apart. Every deck plank was ripped up, every dark corner explored. They found discarded bones, a few coins, a little statue of Thor that had fallen down behind the afterdeck, but they found no crown. Orm crouched down and looked closely at the bleeding Olaf. He straightened.
This one is useless. We'll get no more out of him.
Leave him for me, Magnus said. I'll let him rest a bit, and then try again. Orm turned his eyes from Olaf to Magnus. Orm, Magnus knew, saw treachery everywhere. Hardly a surprise. There was treachery everywhere.
What more do you think you'll get out of him?
Magnus shrugged. I'll know when I get it out of him. Orm wavered, his near-complete distrust of Magnus wrestling with his desire to get some genuine information out of the fat Jarl.
Very well,
Orm said at last.
Let me know if this pig says anything of interest.
And with that, he marched quickly out of the room. Magnus watched him go, then took a seat, relaxing as he waited for Olaf to regain a little strength. The crown of the three kingdoms represented as great a threat to Orm's rule as any Norwegian fleet. It was why Orm was so desperate to get it, and why, if he discovered its whereabouts, Magnus intended to keep it to himself. It was past dark, and the spirit of the wolf had Thorgrim in its teeth when the door opened. Thorgrim was leaning against the back wall, near where Harald lay tossing and sweating. The rest of the men had moved away, leaving open ground between themselves and their irritable second-in-command. At the sound of the creaking door, Thorgrim looked up. They had returned Olaf a few hours before, beaten worse than Thorgrim had ever seen him beaten before, and Thorgrim had seen Olaf the Restless pretty well thrashed. He imagined they were coming for him now. He was not feeling very cooperative. A guard came in first, sword in his right hand, a guttering seal oil lamp in his left. Some of the sleeping men stirred and grunted as the feeble light spread around the room. Thorgrim recognized the man to whom he had offered gold. The guard stepped aside, and a woman came in behind him, all but lost under a cloak and hood, and Thorgrim leapt to his feet.
"I've brought a healer,"
the guard said when Thorgrim approached. He shut the door behind him. He looked nervous. Thorgrim was not sure if he was more afraid of the prisoners inside or his fellow guards out. Thorgrim took the lamp, and despite a near overwhelming urge to drive the sharp end of the lamp's base through the man's heart, handed him the gold coin he had promised, and then a second. "Here is another, which one of my men offered," Thorgrim said, with forced control. "You have our thanks." The guard nodded, and looked pleased despite the concern on his face, and Thorgrim was glad, because here was a man he might need again. "This thrall's safety is in your hands," the guard said, and with that he was gone through the door. Thorgrim turned to the healer, as she reached up and pulled back the hood of her cape. Thorgrim had expected a stooped and wrinkled old crone. Among the Norse, such women were generally the healers. But this woman was not. She was young, not much beyond 20, Thorgrim guessed, and pretty, despite being a bit on the thin side with somewhat overly large eyes. She looked at him, and there was a touch of defiance in her expression, and had she been a man, that might have caused trouble with Thorgrim in his present mood. But a woman, and moreover a woman who might heal Harald, was different. "My name is Marigan," the woman said. "I am armed slave." "You are not a Dane," Thorgrim observed. She spoke the Norse tongue, but her accent was otherwise. "No, I am Irish." "How do you come to speak our language?" "When my brother and I were young, we lived among you Norsemen in Yelling, and now I am a slave to the Norsemen. First slave to the Fingal, and now to Orm." She did not try to hide the bitterness there. Thorgrim knew that the Irish generally made good docile thralls, but apparently not this one. "Do you come here by Orm's leave?" Thorgrim asked. Morrigan smiled. "Certainly not. He'll beat me severely if he finds out." Thorgrim felt the spirit of the wolf begin to dissipate like morning fog. There was something about the thrall that affected him, and it gave him hope for her powers as a healer. "My name is Thorgrim Ulfson. You'll be rewarded for your risk," Thorgrim assured her. "Now, come." He led her over to the back wall, where the wounded men were lying on their piles of cloaks. Oliver Yellowbeard was the first of them, with a deep gash that ran from his shoulder across his chest and stomach. The wound, undressed, gaped open like an ugly trench dug in white earth. Morrigan set down her large basket and peered close at the wound, sniffing and probing while Thorgrim held the lamp close. Oliver, asleep, shifted and groaned. "This rot is setting into his wound, but it may not be too late," Morrigan said soft, and Thorgrim did not know if she was talking to him or herself. He made no reply. Morrigan pulled a handful of downy material from her basket. "Cobwebs," she said, as if she thought Thorgrim did not trust her. Gently she packed the soft bundle of webs in Oliver's wound. Oliver's eyes opened wide in surprise, and he made to sit up, but Thorgrim's hand held him down. "Don't move, Oliver Yellowbeard," Thorgrim said. "This thrall is a healer." Oliver groaned and lay still again. With sure hands, Morrigan pulled a length of linen cloth from the basket, and a small jar filled with unctuous paste. She rubbed the paste on the cloth, and wrapped it around Oliver's wound. "This is a yarrow poultice. That's all I can do for now," she said. "We must wait and see how it goes." Thorgrim nodded. They moved on to the next man, and she treated his wounds in a similar manner, and then the next. "You should have sent for me right off," Morrigan scolded. "The medicine is not as powerful when the wounds are old." Thorgrim nodded, said nothing. They came next to Giant Bjorn. Morrigan looked at him close, probing the wounds, looking close in the lantern's light. She pulled out another small jar, and with Thorgrim's help, tipped some of the contents into Giant Bjorn's mouth. "Skullcap will help him sleep. There is nothing I can do for this one," she said, and they moved on. As the minutes passed into the first hour, Thorgrim's anxiety rose like the tide. He wanted Morrigan to treat Harald before her presence was discovered. He wanted her to ignore all of them and concentrate her efforts on his son. But he dared not say it, or give any indication that Harald meant anything more to him than any of the others. He did not know what her relationship with Orm was, or what information she might be willing to barter with her master for some consideration. Owenolf the Restless was next. His face battered, his clothes torn, bruises and cuts visible through the rent cloth. Morrigan looked him over, looked up at Thorgrim. "These injuries are new," she said. Orm and Magnus had some questions they asked of him. Morrigan nodded. "I thought I recognized Orm's hand. Why him?" "He is the Jarl. He is our leader." Morrigan looked up at Thorgrim. "You are not the leader here." "I am Owenolf's herdman. I am the second." Morrigan nodded, and pulled a small jar from the basket. "This is shepherd's purse, for the bleeding." As she talked, she mixed the dried herb with water in a mug. "We must get him to drink it." Thorgrim helped Morrigan lift Owenolf to a sitting position. They held the mug to his lips, and half-conscious, Owenolf drank it down, drinking being a reflexive action for him. They laid Owenolf down again, and Morrigan treated his wounds with cobwebs and yarrow. She gave him a drink from another jar she said was filled with yarrow mead, and Thorgrim had to physically pull it from Owenolf's hands. "The only thing for him is rest, and that will help him sleep," Morrigan said. "He will live, I think, unless Orm has more questions for him, or burns him alive at the stake." Thorgrim nodded. "Here, see to this one. I think he is in a bad way," he said, nodding to Harold and trying to sound as disinterested as he could. Morrigan looked up at Thorgrim, looked him in the eyes, which he realized she had not done before. "Very well," she said, and shuffled over to where Harold lay, kneeling beside him. "He's just a boy," she said, brushing the sweat-drenched hair off his forehead. "Man enough to go a Viking," Thorgrim said. Morrigan looked up, and there was a trace of disgust on her face. She picked up the silver hammer of Thor. "What's this?" "Thor's hammer. A way of asking for the gods' help." "No wonder the fever has hold of him." She pushed the hammer into Thorgrim's hands, collected up the other charms, the little statue of Odin on his 8-legged horse Sleipnir, a tiny silver Valkyrie, and handed them all to Thorgrim. "Keep those away from the boy," she said. She reached up to her neck and pulled a necklace off and put it around Harald's neck. A tiny silver cross with the dying god Christ rested on Harald's chest. Morrigan made the gesture Thorgrim had seen Christians make, touching her forehead, her stomach, and both shoulders. She muttered something over Harald, some incantation, Thorgrim imagined. He was not comfortable with the Christian magic. At another time he might have told her to stop, but he was desperate now, and his own gods had done nothing to help. When she was done, she began to probe Harald's wounds, muttering to herself, and Thorgrim could not help but notice she treated the young man with more attention and concern than she had the others. She carefully washed and dressed his wounds with cobwebs and yarrow poultice, then mixed up some herbs with water. "False indigo. It will help with the fever," she said as she mixed it. Together they made Harald drink. "I'll leave some of this for you. See the gods don't find it. Give it to him thrice a day, morning, afternoon, and night." Thorgrim nodded. In Morrigan's presence, he seemed unable to give any other response. Morrigan stood. "I'm done. I'll try to return tomorrow." Thorgrim walked with her to the door. He dug in the purse that hung from his belt, extracted one of the gold coins he had earlier removed from her shoe. "Here." He handed her the coin. "You have my thanks." Morrigan took the coin and looked at it, and her expression was one of faint amusement. "Payment for healing Fingal. Here's something I never thought I would see." She pocketed the coin, took the lamp and blew out the flame, and was gone. Thorgrim stood alone in the dark. The smell of Morrigan persisted, even through the smell of the unwashed men and the burning seal oil. He felt, for the first time since his and Harald's capture, some small hint of hope that his son might live. It was a good feeling, a buoyant feeling, and almost the instant he felt it, it was quashed by the reality of their situation. Harald might live. To what end? Magnus and Orm would not let them go. It would be more questioning, and then the stake. Harald would be better off dying delirious with the fever than living to see what punishment Orm and Magnus had in mind. Chapter 13. It is the end of the world, when peasants like these rise up against noble families. Insult made by the King of Tara to his enemies. Morrigan could feel the straw from the mattress jabbing her in the back like a dozen tiny knives. Orm was on top of her, and his weight made it hard for her to breathe. Her knee banged against the wattle and daub wall with each of Orm's thrusts. Her eyes were open, and she was staring at the ceiling. The rough beams and the texture of the thatch were just visible in the growing light of dawn. Once, in that circumstance, her mind would have been many miles away, off to some fine place where she was not being raped by the man who owned her. But not now. Now her mind was present, very much in the moment. She considered where Orm's belt lay at the side of the bed, how far the reach to the pommel of his silver-hilt dagger. Her eye saw the cobwebs on the roof overhead, but her mind saw the hand softly drawing the dagger from the belt and driving it between Orm's ribs, saw him rear back in surprise agony as she rolled from under him, drawing the knife and plunging it in again. Then she saw the guards bursting in the door, swords drawn, finding her panting, knife in hand, and soaked in Orm's blood. The vision of Orm, wide-eyed and wool-white in death, made her happy, but it was followed up always with the vision of herself hanged, drawn and quartered, burned at the stake. No crime would be more ruthlessly punished than the murder of a master by a slave. Such things were to be discouraged. So until the moment was right, until Morrigan could have her vengeance and live to celebrate it, she would suffer the slave's ultimate humiliation. At last, Orm finished with a grunt, lay still for a moment, nearly crushing the air from Morrigan's thin body. Then he stood. "The mead is gone off. See that there is fresh," he said as he stepped out of the room, fastening his trousers as he went. Morrigan did not move. She lay on the bed and let her anger settle. She reminded herself of why she was there. At first that thought had been enough to get her through this horror, but it was not enough any more. Like her Lord and Saviour, at the moment when her trials were at their worst, she found herself questioning the reason for it all. At last she climbed off the low bed and straightened her clothes. She could feel Orm's semen running down her thigh, and she stepped over to the basin and washed herself. She had long ago decided that if she ever found herself carrying Orm's child, she would kill the dove gull and herself as well. The main room of the house was still dark and chill. Morrigan stirred up the coals in the hearth in the centre of the room, adding twigs and peat until the fire was burning again. If she let it go out entirely, Orm would beat her. The dove gull hated the dark. Outside, she could hear the men of the fortress moving around, the guards coming off their night watch, the first work of the day commencing. She heard a knock on the door. Morrigan straightened and turned and regarded the door for a moment. It was an odd thing to have someone knocking at such an hour, with Orm already gone. Sometimes, if something important was happening, word was brought to her by one of the many Irish slaves in town, and she wondered if this was such a circumstance. She crossed the room and opened the door. There was a sheep-herd there, a young man, and he looked nervous. "Yes?" Morrigan asked. She spoke her native Celt. The boy was no Fingal. "Are you Morrigan?" the sheep-herd asked. "Slave of Orm?" "Yes." The sheep-herd shifted nervously. "My master bids me tell you he has fine sheep to sell, for the royal household, if you will look." "Tell your master no. The Fingal eat pigs." "My master bids me tell you—" The sheep-herd thought for a moment for the words. "That these sheep come from the high hills of Tara, and begs you will see them yourself." Tara. The young man's master was no sheep-herd. Of that Morrigan was certain. She looked around. suddenly afraid they were being watched. But the men in the stockade, the guards, soldiers, and workmen, had not the least interest in what a thrall and a sheep-herd might be discussing. Even the dozen men guarding the big room where the Norwegians were held seemed distracted and bored, and even if they were not, there was not a one of them who spoke the Celtic language. "What is your name, boy?" Morrigan asked. "Donal." "Very well, Donal. Wait here, and I'll be right with you." Morrigan hurried into the house, found her shawl and wrapped it around her shoulders, picked up a basket. The nightmare of the dawn, which generally would have haunted her for hours, was forgotten. She hurried out of the door and followed after Donal, who seemed quite eager to be out of the stockade and beyond the immediate grasp of the Fingal warriors. They walked down the plank road, Donal a step ahead, and into the crowded markets where other Irish women, some slaves, some wives, and a smattering of Norse women bargained for food and cloth and housewares. A dozen bleating sheep were held inside a wood fence pen, and by the gate stood two men, two sheepherds, one younger than Donal, one much older, one a real sheepherd, the other not. Morrigan stepped up to the pen and looked at the animals as if she had some interest in them. She spoke, soft and in Gaelic. "Brother, why have you come?" Flann Mac Conang looked casually around before he spoke. The rough wool hood of his cloak framed his face and his grey and white beard. "The Abbot of Glandulla decreed that the crown of the Three Kingdoms should be given to King Moll Shecknell Mac Ruinard." Morrigan gave a little gasp and looked up quick, met her brother's eyes. "At last," she said. Flann nodded. "It was put to Niall Coyle to see it delivered to Tara, but it never arrived. My Lord Moore was certain Niall Coyle meant to keep the crown for himself. He was readying his army to go south when a messenger arrived. These young men," Flann nodded toward the sheepherds, who were trying to look inconspicuous, "brought him. Apparently, Niall thought it safer to send the crown by ship. He outfitted a curragh, manned it with his most trusted noblemen, and sent it north. The messenger was one of the noblemen, the only one left alive. The curragh was taken by Norsemen." Morrigan shook her head. "Orm does not have it," she said. "It is not in Dublin." For a moment, Flann said nothing. He prodded the sheep with his staff, trying to look like a sheepherd. "Moll Shecknell was not pleased that this should happen, and us with no word from you." Morrigan scowled. She could taste the fury like bitter fruit in her mouth. "I suffer here, suffer like Moll Shecknell could never know, so that he might have word of what the Fingal are about. If he hasn't heard from me about the crown of the Three Kingdoms, then it is because the crown is not here." Flann nodded his head. "It's what I told my Lord Moll. Perhaps it was taken by Norsemen who were not from Dublin." Perhaps. It was not possible that something so important as the taking of the crown could have escaped her notice. Very little happened in Dublin that she did not know about. There has been only one longship to leave in the past week, and that was Magnus Magnusson, who must have been sent to find the crown, but he failed. Other than that... She stopped. "What?" "Of course," Morrigan said, mostly to herself, as the odd events of the week suddenly became clear. "Thorgrim." Morrigan did not know where the crown was, but she was certain now that she knew who did. It was past midnight when they came for Thorgrim, and that was a bad time to do so. He was hunched in a corner of the big room, far from where Harald lay moaning. He was asleep, and in his dream he was running with the pack. The taste of blood was in his mouth, the red tints of fury in his eyes. They grabbed him hard by the arms and yanked him to his feet. Still half lost in his dream world, he swung his elbows around and crashed it into the jaw of one of the men who had come for him. His left fist shot out at another as he groped for a sword that was not there. But Magnus's men were ready for a fight, and despite such shocking ferocity from a man who was not even entirely awake, they managed to pin his arms behind him and get a braided leather cord around his neck, pulling it taut until his breathing became raspy and desperate. His head was swimming with rage and a lack of air. His wrists were held behind his back, and powerful hands passed lashings around them. Magnus stood in front of him, a few feet beyond arm's reach. He held a lamp. The yellow light of the flame fell on his rich red tunic, and left most of his face in deep shadow. Behind him, another 4 men were tying the wrists of Kotkel the Fierce, who fought like a bear. Another 12 spearmen held the rest of Owenolf's men at bay. "Bring them," Magnus said, when Thorgrim and Kotkel were at last bound and choked until the fight was out of them. He led the way out of the big room. The soldiers shoved Thorgrim and Kotkel after him, and behind them the rest of the guards withdrew. And through his rage, Thorgrim had presence of mind enough to thank the gods that they had not taken Harald. Magnus led them to a room somewhere in the fortress, a small room lit with a fire in the hearth that made the place look cheery. The men behind Thorgrim grabbed him by the shoulders and shoved him toward the wall. He stumbled and fell hard, his hands tied tight behind his back. He rolled over and looked up. The guards made a rope fast to Kotkel's wrists, which were bound behind his back. Then tossed the other end over the low rafters of the roof. 3 men hauled away. Kotkel was lifted, screaming and cursing off his feet. Magnus stood over Thorgrim. "Where is the crown?" he asked. Thorgrim looked at him for a long time before he spoke. Kotkel's cries of agony had turned into a stream of curses heaped on the Danes. "Ask Kotkel," Thorgrim said, nodding toward the man hanging from the rope. "He seems more talkative than me." "Perhaps, and perhaps you'll be moved to talk, to end the suffering of one of your men." "Perhaps not," Thorgrim said. Magnus turned and struck Kotkel in the small of the back with the flat of his sword. Kotkel arched his back and shouted with pain. Thorgrim clenched his teeth. He liked Kotkel well enough, but not enough to give in to Magnus for Kotkel's sake. There were few in this world he cared for that much, and when the spirit of the wolf was on him, he would not be moved by pity, only by rage. Nor did Thorgrim believe Magnus would leave them alive, no matter what he told them. Get the iron," Magnus said, and one of his men drew a glowing hot iron from the fire, held it wavering in front of Kotkel's face. "The crown means nothing to you," Magnus said. "A trinket. Save your man's life, and yours as well, and tell me where it is. I'll even pay you for it." Thorgrim growled and struggled into a kneeling position. His mind moved in and out of reasoned thought as the rage took hold. "What crown, you whore's son?" Magnus turned to Kotkel. "Where is the crown?" "I don't know of any crown, you son of a bitch," Kotkel gasped. Magnus nodded and applied the hot iron to Kotkel's face. The Viking shrieked, a horrible sound. The room filled with the smell of searing flesh, and Thorgrim launched himself off the floor. From his kneeling stance he pushed off, and all but flew across the room, just as iron touched flesh, and the sound of Kotkel's agony masked every other sound. Thorgrim slammed into Magnus, low on his back, and knocked him into who held the iron. The 3 of them went down in a heap, but Thorgrim was up in a flash, snarling, lashing out with his feet. He caught Magnus in the jaw as the Dane tried to untangle himself, slammed his foot down on Unn's leg, felt the bones break underfoot as Unn struggled to regain his feet. Unn shrieked in pain, louder even than Kotkel. Magnus was half on his feet when Thorgrim lashed out again. Magnus rolled out of the way of the kick, rolled right over the hot iron, came to his feet with his tunic on fire. "You bastard!" Magnus shouted as he beat at the cloth. Thorgrim advanced on him again, but now one of the other guards came forward, a big fist swinging around in an arc. Thorgrim ducked the blow, but with his hands bound up, he could do no more, and the guard caught him with an uppercut from his right hand that lifted him from his feet and tossed him back on the packed dirt floor. Thorgrim's fight was over. With his hands tied behind his back, and his one shot at surprise spent, he spit a curse at Magnus, braced himself as Magnus delivered a jarring kick to his head. There was nothing more he could do, beyond enduring the pain and twisting away as best he could from the direct impact of the blows, and soon he was too battered to even do that. Magnus worked on him, and the other guards worked on him, and then they paused and made him watch as they went after Kotkel. And that was the worst. Certainly, Kotkel's life wasn't high on Thorgrim's list of importance. Still, Kotkel was his man, and to watch him twist in agony as the hot iron was applied, as his legs were broken under him, was worse than the pain of the beating he was enduring. After a time they left Kotkel and returned to Thorgrim. They worked him until he passed out, and then they doused him with water. When he was sufficiently awake, they forced him to watch as they disemboweled Kotkel the Fierce, who screamed curses on the heads of the Danes until that last bit of life ran out of him, and he hung limp over a pile of his own entrails. Then they turned on Thorgrim again. Thorgrim had little doubt that he would be sharing Kotkel's fate, and it was not long before he found himself wishing they would just get on with it. Consciousness was becoming more and more elusive. Thorgrim was not sure if he was among men or wolves now, if the blood he tasted in his mouth was his or that of something he had taken down. And just before he moved at last from the world of the fortress and the Danes to that of the woods and the pack, he heard Magnus say, "Enough. I don't want him dead. Let him recover, and we'll talk to him again." Chapter 14. Beware of befriending an enemy's friend. Havamal. It was nearly a full day before Thorgrim was conscious again, and 2 more days before he was able to stand, and even that seemed incredible to Morrigan. As Orm's slave, and the only healer in the Viking longport of Duvlin, she had seen any number of men who had endured severe beatings. Few had been beaten like Thorgrim and lived. None had recovered as quickly. She came 3 times each day to treat the prisoners, and she no longer had to be secretive about it. Magnus did not want Thorgrim dead, and he convinced Orm that the Norwegian should be kept alive. Orm, in turn, ordered Morrigan to care for the men. It was an irony that Morrigan could appreciate. She went to the market to buy the herbs she needed to restore the men's health, to make the captives strong enough to endure further beatings. The sheepherds, Donal and Patrick and Flann Mac Conang, had sold nearly all of their sheep, but they remained in hopes of selling the last few. Anyone watching might have wondered why Morrigan had such an insatiable interest in sheep, which she did not intend to buy. But no one was watching. "Magnus has said nothing about the crown, but I'm sure he thinks Thorgrim knows where it is," she said in a soft Gaelic. She and Flann were leaning on the pen, looking at the sheep. Donal and Patrick lurked about, keeping their eyes open for anyone taking an interest in Morrigan, but no one was. "Do you think this Thorgrim has the crown?" "I don't. If he had it, Magnus would have found it. And if he had, he certainly would have killed Thorgrim by now. But I do think Thorgrim knows where it is." "Magnus has said nothing to Orm?" "No. He's playing some game. Perhaps he intends to keep the crown himself, or ransom it." "These Fingal bastards. They won't keep faith, even with one another." The Irish, of course, were no better, raiding one another's lands, enslaving fellow Irishmen, sacking the churches and monasteries of their own Christian faith. But Morrigan did not bother pointing out the hypocrisy of her brother's outrage. There were more immediate concerns. "Thorgrim is a strong one, as strong as any man I have seen. I reckon he'll be ready soon." "We have little time. The danger grows with every minute. If Magnus or Orm beat us to the crown, we are lost." "Tonight, then," Morgan said. "Will he be ready?" "Tonight." Morrigan filled her basket and pulled her cloak over her shoulders. It was well past dark by then. She moved to the door, trying to be quiet. She did not know if Orm was asleep. She did not want to wake him if he was, and did not want to speak to him if he was not. She had her hand on the latch when the door to the sleeping room opened. "Where are you going?" Orm demanded. Morrigan turned to him, but kept her head down. her eyes averted. "I'm going to tend to the prisoners, my lord." Orm grunted and crossed the room until he loomed over her. She thought that perhaps he was going to take her, right then, and she braced herself. But the Dane had other things on his mind.
"Why do you think Magnus is so concerned with the lives of a few Norwegians?"
"I'm sure I don't know, my lord, except that he thinks they may have knowledge that would be useful to you." Orm grunted again. It was a sound that was hard to interpret.
"If you hear anything, you let me know."
"Yes, my lord."
"And don't be all night with the prisoners. A waste of time, healing dead men."
"Yes, my lord." Orm gave one last grunt, then turned and walked back to the sleeping room. Morrigan stared at his back, envisioned the dagger plunging in, then opened the door and stepped out into the dark. The little fortress was quiet. The guards at the gate and around the Norwegian's cell stood lethargic and bored. A few windows glowed with lamplight. Even the usual din from the mead hall farther down the plank road was less impressive than usual. The night was quiet and subdued, and that was good. It meant the Duvgol were not as alert as they might be. Morrigan brushed the cowl off her head, turned her face up to the sky. She felt the first drops of rain from the clouds that had been building all morning. That was even better. She crossed the compound to the dining hall where the prisoners were kept. She was a familiar sight to the guards, even more so since she no longer had to be clandestine about her visits. One of the guards leaned against the door jamb, his spear propped up against the wall. He straightened as she approached and stepped over to her.
"Good evening, Morrigan."
"Good evening." The guard held out his hand, and Morrigan handed him the basket, a ritual they repeated 3 times a day. The guard peered into the basket, shuffled the linens and cobwebs and bottles around, feeling for any weapons hidden among the strange potions. He handed the basket back to Morrigan, nodded for her to enter. She opened the door and stepped inside. As usual, the room was black, save for the light of a single oil lantern that burned on the table. Morrigan looked around at the 50 or so men within. Thorgrim was hunched against a wall in the far corner, and Morrigan wondered why he was always sequestered away from the other men whenever she came after dark. He looked over as the door opened. Their eyes met, and he stood. Moving was painful for him. She could see that, but still his motion was smooth and strong. Onolf was up as well, sitting at the table, having mostly recovered from his beating. Morrigan could only marvel at the strength and endurance of the Northmen. Thorgrim took up the lamp and accompanied Morrigan over to her first patient. It was their routine now. She had tried to look after Thorgrim first, right after his encounter with Magnus, but he would not stand for it. Oliver Yellowbeard's wound was mending nicely, and the yarrow had killed the rot before the rot killed Oliver Yellowbeard. The one called Giant Bjorn was still alive. How, Morrigan did not know. In fact, she was starting to think he might live, and she was happy to think her healing arts might have had something to do with it. But she knew in truth it was mostly the Viking's inhuman strength. There were fewer patients now. Owenolf needed no further care, though she gave him herbal wine and yarrow mead out of kindness. 2 others were also healed enough to require no treatment.
"And this one?"
Thorgrim nodded to the boy near the corner. They knelt beside him. He was still wet with sweat and restless, his face flushed. "The fever still has him."
"I see,"
Thorgrim said. There was a feigned disinterest in his voice, and it did not fool Morrigan. As she treated the boy, she could not help but see how much his looks favoured Thorgrim. They were not built the same. The boy was more broad and stout, but around the eyes and the mouth there was a great similarity, and the nose. "What is his name?"
"Harald."
Thorgrim was straining to keep any feeling from his words. Morrigan could hear it in his voice. "Harald is still in danger, but he is strong, like all you Fingal, and he is young, which is in his favour." She pulled a bottle of yarrow mead from her basket. "Help me." Thorgrim shuffled closer, and held Harald's head up, as Morrigan tipped the bottle to his lips. She had never said a word to young Harald. He had been delirious, or unconscious every moment she had known him, but still she had taken a liking to the young man. There was something honest about his face, a lack of cunning that she found refreshing. It would take young men like this, Fingal who might accept the love of Christ, to bring the Viking slaughter to an end. Good. They eased Harald's head back onto the blankets. Morrigan looked around the room. Everything 10 feet or more beyond the flame of the lamp was lost in darkness. There were no guards. They did not like to be in among so many of their enemy. "Come here, let me look at you," she said to Thorgrim, and Thorgrim came over to her, kneeling beside her. Morrigan held the lamp close as she examined Thorgrim's various bruises and wounds. She poked at a wicked laceration along his arm. "Mending nicely," she said. She emptied the contents of a basket and made up a yarrow poultice and wrapped it around his arm. She opened the basket's false bottom and with a nod told Thorgrim to look. The dozen daggers hidden there gleamed in the flame of the lamp. Thorgrim looked down at them, then up at Morrigan. He said nothing. "Orm will kill you if you don't escape," Morrigan said, breathing the words. "I can do no more for you than this." "We need no more than that," Thorgrim said, nodding to the weapons. "But why are you doing this? There is nothing you Irish love more than to see us Norsemen kill each other." "I have healed your men. I don't want to see them killed. Besides, I'm a Christian. I can't stand by as innocent men are butchered." Thorgrim smiled, a thing Morrigan had rarely seen, and she knew her words would not fool this one. "You must think I'm a child, like Harald," Thorgrim said. "Since when do you look on any of us Vikings as innocent men?" They heard a grunt, like an animal waking up, and the sound of goatskin shoes on the hard-packed floor. Owenolf the Restless came lumbering over, and with some effort knelt beside Morrigan.
"What's all this talk?" he asked. "Is it about Harald?"
Morrigan studied his face. Owenolf had expressed no concern over any of the others. Why is the Jarl Owenolf concerned about young Harald?
"Morrigan has brought us these,"
Thorgrim said, nodding toward the basket. Owenolf leaned over and looked down, and his face brightened like the sun breaking through clouds.
"Great Odin,"
he said, though he had sense enough to speak no louder than a whisper.
"We'll butcher them all."
"I would know why she brings us this gift," Thorgrim said. Morrigan could see his mood darkening.
"Why?"
Owenolf said, louder than Morrigan thought was prudent.
"Who gives a damn why?"
"Because it might be a trap."
"Trap? Ha!"
Owenolf said.
"That bastard Orm is going to string us up and pull our guts out with a hook. Who cares if it's a trap?"
Thorgrim scowled. Morrigan said nothing. But they both knew that Owenolf had hit on the truth of the thing. The Norwegians were dead men, and they faced the worst kind of death, bound up like swine and horribly butchered for the amusement of the Danes. She offered them a chance to escape, or, barring that, the chance to die with weapons in their hands. There was no need for debate. "You must go tonight," Morrigan said.
"We go tonight,"
Owenolf assured her. Chapter 15. One may know your secret, never a second. If 3, 1,000 will know. Havamal. Thorgrim Nightwolf pressed one hand against the thatch of the ceiling to steady himself, and worked the blade of the dagger into the dried reeds. He was standing on the back of Skeggi Kalfsson, who was on hands and knees on the table. Skeggi's back was so broad and solid that Thorgrim might as well have been standing on the table itself. Thorgrim slashed sideways. The thatch gave way before the razor edge of the knife, falling like soft rain on the table and Skeggi below. "Another," Thorgrim said softly, and Snorri Half-Troll handed him a new knife as the edge on the old one grew dull. Thorgrim worked at the thatch as quietly as he could, though even he could barely hear the sound of the blade over the beating of the rain that had begun to fall. More thatch fell, and Thorgrim could feel rainwater seeping through the remaining layers. "Put the lamp out," he whispered, and someone snuffed out the flame. Thorgrim sliced away at the remaining reeds, and they fell away, and he smelled the fresh night air, and felt the cool rain on his face. He tapped on Skeggy's back with his shoe. Slowly, Skeggy raised himself to his knees, as Thorgrim stepped onto his shoulders. Then Skeggy pushed himself to his feet, easing Thorgrim up and out the hole he had just cut in the roof. It was raining hard, and the thatch was slick. Thorgrim thrust his knife in among the reeds, and used it as a handhold to keep from sliding off, and when he knew he was secure, he looked around. There were always 6 guards encircling the dining hall, but he could see none of them now. They were huddled under the eaves of the roof, he guessed, seeking what shelter they could find. The fortress gate was barely visible through the night and the rain. There were guards there as well. Thorgrim was certain of it, but he could not see them either. He rolled on his stomach, his hand still gripping his knife, the rain beating hard on his tunic and head, running in rivulets through his beard. He put his head down into the hole he had cut. "Come on," he whispered. Snorri Half-Troll's head appeared through the hole, and he was lifted up on Skeggy's strong back. He climbed swiftly onto the roof, scampering away, driving his knife into the thatch as he moved, as if trying to murder the prison itself. One after another, the men came through the hole, until there were 6 in all, 6 gleaming daggers. The other 6 held in ready in the room below. The men spread themselves along the roof, and then the little burst of movement was over, and it was still again. The rain driving down hard on the long port of Duvlin, as if holding the town under its palm. Thorgrim looked around. He clenched the hilt of the dagger in his hand, feeling every muscle taut and ready. The lingering pain from his beating was gone. Those places on his body that had been tender and sore were burning hot and pulsing with energy. He was the predator now, and his pack was on the hunt. He looked left and right. The men were watching him, waiting. He nodded his head and pulled the dagger from the thatch, felt himself begin to slide down the pitched roof. Left and right, his men did the same, pushing themselves ever so slightly as they slid down the slick thatch. The edge of the roof was a black line with even deeper blackness beyond, the edge of the void, and on the other side was a fight to the death. Thorgrim could feel the wildness building. His feet came off the thatch, and he pushed off, and jumped for the ground he could not see, hit it, and went down into a crouch, felt the mud and water splash up against his face. He whirled around, still crouched low, the dagger in front of him, heard 5 more splashes as his men dropped to the ground. He had come down just to the right of the door, where he knew a guard would be posted. "Here!" a voice called out. Not a challenge, more an expression of fear and surprise. Thorgrim could hear the edge of terror in the man's voice, to see dark creatures dropping from the sky on such a night. Thorgrim took 2 steps forward. In the dark and rain, against the wall of the prison, he could see the shape of a man drawing a sword, but it was too late for him. Thorgrim was on him. His left hand reached up and grabbed a fistful of wet hair and jerked it back. The man made a strangling sound and a whimpering cry, and Thorgrim slashed his throat. The man's blood, warmer than the rain, splattered against Thorgrim's face as he let him drop. Snorri was beside him, lifting the bar from the door, pushing the door in. Thorgrim bent over and pulled the sword from the dead man's scabbard. It felt good to have a weapon in his hand. He felt whole again, and he knew he would not put it down until he was safely away from Duvlin, or he was dead. The men inside slipped through the open door, led by Owenolf, whose girth did not allow him to get through the hole Thorgrim had cut in the roof. Thorgrim gestured for them to spread out, to lose themselves in the dark by the house. He and Owenolf walked down the length of their former prison as 50 men splashed out into the night and moved into the darker places along the walls. 6 guards lay dead and stripped of weapons. "Svein," Thorgrim said in a whisper, "give that sword to Owenolf." Svein the Short, who had come down the roof with Thorgrim, stepped up and reluctantly handed his new one sword to the Jarl. "Keep your dagger," Thorgrim said, but Svein did not seem happy with the trade.
"We'll walk around the edge of the palisade,"
Olaf said.
"Keep in the shadows. Fall on the guards when we get to the gate."
Thorgrim nodded. Sobriety was good for Olaf's leadership, if not his mood.
"I'll get the men with weapons in the fore."
No alarm had been raised, but that good fortune would not last long. The hard fighting, Thorgrim knew, was yet to start. Still, they were out. The pack was loose. Morrigan crouched by the window and peeked through shutters that were open no more than a crack. Directly across the fortress yard was the dining hall, in which the Norwegians were held. She had prayed for rain to hide the escape, and her prayers were answered, and she thanked God for it. But now the rain came in sheets and kept her from seeing or hearing what was taking place. She squinted and leaned forward, certain she saw movement in the dark. Her ears picked out a muffled thud from the steady noise of falling water. Midnight was an hour or two past. It was time for Thorgrim to act. There was more sound now. Splashing. Feet running on wet ground. So soft you would never hear it if you were not listening for it. But Morrigan heard it, she was certain. Thorgrim was on the move. Her turn now. She shifted the knife to her left hand and wiped her sweating palm on her dress, then resettled her grip. She was done with Duvlin and the torture of slavery, one way or the other. She stood and listened. Orm was snoring in the sleeping chamber. Lying by the hearth, pretending to sleep, back to the door, she had heard him return from the mead hall, had listened to the noise of him rustling and groaning his way to sleep, as the rain drummed on the thatch above. Then, no sound but the loud, steady breath. It had been that way for an hour or more. The room was lit only by the orange glow of banked coals in the fireplace, a feeble light, but Morrigan knew every inch of the house, and she crossed the floor, quick and silent. The door to the sleeping chamber was half open, and she slipped in and stood there, silent. The room was windowless and all but black, the tiny light from the hearth barely creeping in through the door. She could see nothing, so she stood still, waiting for some sound that might indicate Orm was awake, but there was only snoring. She pulled the knife from under her cloak and stepped across the room to Orm's low bed. The blankets were over him, and all she could see was a dark lump in the dark room, but it was enough. She wanted to stop, to listen, to be certain, but in her mind the voice shouted, "No, no, do it." For all the time she had fantasized about this moment, the actual doing of the thing was harder than she thought. She had never killed a human being, and though she did not think it a sin to kill a pagan and a pig like Orm Ulfson, still she flinched at the thought of actually driving a knife into a man's back. And then Orm moved, shuffled a bit, made a low noise, and Morrigan flushed with panic. The hesitancy fled, the fear fled, all conscious thought gone, as she stepped up, lifted the knife high, and plunged it down into the blankets and the man underneath. The knife went in smooth, then hit something. Bone, Morrigan supposed, but she did not think about it, just pulled it free and plunged it in again and again, and at last she sunk the blade into the hilt. Orm was thrashing, screaming loud and high, screaming like a woman, but Morrigan barely registered the sound. She backed away from the thrashing hump of blanket, the great furore of sound that filled the room. She backed away until she found the sleeping chamber door and ran through it, ran across the room and out the front door. She gasped as the driving rain hit her in the face, but it was good, clean and purging, like the murder she had just committed. Orm's blood meant no more to her than the rainwater that ran down her skin. Orm was still screaming that weird, high-pitched shriek. Through the rain she thought she saw some movement by the gate. She raced for the dining hall, for Thorgrim and a passage out of Duvlin. Thorgrim was back inside the prison, seeing to the wounded men, when he heard the horrible sound. "Use the blankets! Use the blankets! A man on each corner!" he said to the men he had brought with him to carry their comrades, when suddenly a scream cut through the night, a terrible, high-pitched scream. "Almighty Thor!" Olaf Yellowbeard gasped. "A ghost? Or a troll, do you think?" "Shut your mouth, Olaf, and lift your brother," Thorgrim snapped, but he was not certain that Olaf was wrong. It was a black night of rain and death, the kind of night a man might expect evil spirits about. Whatever was making that sound, it was going to attract the guards' notice. Thorgrim looked out the door. Men were running through the rain, running for the small house up against the palisade wall. "Olaf, let's go," Thorgrim shouted. Here was opportunity. The screams were a distraction. Olaf held his sword aloft, gestured forward, led the men along the wall where their movements would be more hidden. Thorgrim stepped back into the dining hall. "Go, you men, with the others." The wounded men were lifted in blankets and carried out the door, Harald last of all. Thorgrim heard Harald give a low moan, saw a glimpse of his yellow hair and white skin through the folds of the blanket as he passed. This would not be easy on the boy. Thorgrim wondered if, in saving his own life, he was sacrificing his son's. The fighting and the screaming and the rain was starting to work on his head. He felt the rage coming on, and the night seemed to swim in front of his eyes, and he heard the sound of his own breath as he panted. A figure was moving through the rain, coming toward him, running right across the open ground. Thorgrim stepped forward, his sword held ready. With his left hand he wiped the water and hair from his eyes. He growled. Whoever this was, if they were not one of his men, they were dead. "Thorgrim!" The voice seemed to come out of the rain, a feminine voice. Thorgrim looked around. "Thorgrim!" It was the figure running toward him. He lowered his sword. "Morrigan?" The young healer ran up to him, and when she was only a few feet away, he could see it was her. Her long hair plastered back on her head, her rough wool cloak soaked through and clinging to her. He felt the blinding rage lift like smoke swirling away. "Where are your men?" Morrigan asked. "They are circling to the gate. What is that screaming?" Even as he said it, he realized the sound was dying away. "Orm, I put a knife in his back. We have to go. The guards will come for us." "We?" "I'm coming too. They'll kill me now, after what I did." Thorgrim nodded. He could not see Owenolf and the others, lost in the rain, but suddenly his appetite for sneaking around was gone. "Come." He walked off, stepped off fast for the front gate. His tunic was heavy with the rain, and he wiped his eyes as he moved. Morrigan followed behind. He could hear shouting now, coming from Orm's house. Not much longer.
"Who's there?"
The challenge came from someone Thorgrim could not see, someone huddled near the gate.
"Thorgrim Nightwolf of Vik,"
he shouted, and he did not break his stride. The guard stepped out of the shadows, sword drawn, shield on his arm. He was a much bigger man than Thorgrim. He wore a mail shirt. This one would be hard to kill, Thorgrim thought. He could sense the man's confusion. The guard did not know what was happening. Who was who? The screaming must have unnerved him.
"Who are you?"
the man demanded, and Thorgrim swung his sword at the man's neck, the move so fast and unexpected that the Dane just had time to raise his shield and stagger back under the blow. Thorgrim had expected to hit the shield. He let his sword bounce off, spun around, wielding his weapon like a scythe, slashing at the man's waist. But the man had a fast arm, and his sword was ready to take the blow. Iron hit iron, and the blades rang out with their familiar music. Thorgrim whipped his sword over his head, brought it down hard on the man's arm. The man grunted. The blade slid off the chainmail, and Thorgrim leapt clear of a counter-attack. Thorgrim circled around, and the man circled as well. Face to face, both ready, both looking for the opening. But the guard had the luxury of time, and Thorgrim did not. Thorgrim lunged, made the man move. The man beat Thorgrim's sword away with his shield and lunged with his own. Thorgrim swung his foot up, kicked the sword to one side, thrust his blade into the opening, the point right at the man's face. The man flinched, and Thorgrim's sword caught his beard, and Thorgrim could feel the blade drag over skin. The big man roared and swung his blade up, knocking Thorgrim's away before any real damage could be done. But Thorgrim had first blood, and he knew that would work on a man's mind. He was right. The big man was angry now. He slashed wildly, but Thorgrim dodged, wolf quick, took another stab at the vulnerable, exposed neck. Thorgrim's world was closed down to that fight. There was nothing else. So when he heard Morrigan screaming his name, it seemed to drift in from some place he did not know. "Thorgrim! Behind you!" The big man hit Thorgrim hard with his shield, made him stagger under the blow, and suddenly Morrigan's words and the sense of movement behind came together in a warning too fast to find voice in his head. He leapt to his right, hit the mud with his shoulder and rolled, sprang to his feet as the man behind him was swinging his sword at air. He did not get a chance at a second stroke. Thorgrim leapt off the balls of his feet, sword out, drove the point right under the man's tunic, right under his arm. Thorgrim swung the shrieking man around and used his body as a shield against the first man's sword. But now there was the problem of pulling his own sword free before the other man cut him down. He swung the dying man in front of him again, was thinking on the problem, when Skeggi Kalfsson and Snorri Halftroll came charging out of the night, swords in hand. The Dane was still turning to meet the new threat when Snorri drove the point of his sword through the man's neck. Beyond Snorri's panting form, Thorgrim could see the big stockade door swinging open, the red dragons clustered by the walls. He could hear shouts across the compound, the alarm sounding. There were many more men than had been on guard duty, and now they were turning out. "Come along, Thorgrim!" Snorri shouted. "We've no time for you to play your games." They turned and jogged for the open door. Thorgrim remembered to turn around and look for Morrigan. She was 10 yards back. Her hood was off, and the rain was running down her face and her long hair. He waved her on, and turned and ran as well. Chapter 16. It is uncertain where enemies lurk, or crouch in a dark corner. Havamal. The thrall stopped screaming at last, and Orm imagined she was dead. He gave her body a push, and she rolled over on her back, her arm flung out to the side. He had taken her home from the mead hall, tired of humping his scrawny Irish housekeeper. He had expected a number of things from her. Taking the point of an assassin's knife had not been one of them. He did not know how many of the murdering swine there were, or if they were still in the house. He had waited and tried to listen as the thrall screamed her life away. But when she finally stopped, and the night was quiet, Orm still did not know how things lay. He kicked off the blanket and climbed slowly out of the bed. His bare feet hit the dirt floor. His hand wrapped around the hilt of his sword, and he pulled the weapon from the sheath. He cursed the drumming rain that muffled all other sound. Now he could hear shouting off in the night. He cocked his head and tried to get a sense for what was happening. The Norwegian fleet? Magnus leading a mutiny? He had no idea. He was naked, and he suddenly felt very vulnerable, so he set his sword down on the body of the dead thrall and grabbed up his tunic from the floor. He was just pulling it over his head when he heard the outer door to his house burst open. "Bastards!" Orm shouted, jerked the tunic down, and snatched up his sword. If they were coming for him in force, then he would go out like a man and commend his spirit to the Valkyries. He flung the bedchamber door open and burst into the main room, his sword ready. There were 4 or 5 of them, dark shapes in the muted glow of the hearth. He went for the closest. "Murder me, will you, you whore's son?" he roared as he swept the room with his sword. The man in front of him had time to do no more than grunt and fend off the blow with his sword, and Orm lunged again. One of the others, by the hearth, thrust the oil-soaked end of a torch in the embers. The torch sputtered and caught, and the light spilled across the room. Orm saw that he was facing the half-dressed Magnus Magnusson and 4 of his most trusted men.
"You son of a bitch!"
Orm growled, but the brunt of the anger was directed at himself. Why didn't I kill this bastard when I had the chance? Now he has killed me. Orm lunged again, and Magnus parried the blow, and his expression was more shock and confusion than anything else. "My lord, no!" Magnus shouted as he jumped back, clear of another attack. "We heard screaming. We came." Orm paused, and in the light of the torch he looked at the men's faces, and he had to admit they did not have the grim look of men set on doing murder. He lowered his sword. "Are you all right?" Magnus asked. "What was that screaming?"
"Someone tried to murder me, but they killed a thrall by mistake."
"A thrall? Morrigan?"
"No."
Orm glanced at the pallet by the hearth.
"Where is that little bitch?"
"She wasn't here when we came in, my lord," said Kjashtan Swiftsword, Magnus's chief man, standing just behind Magnus. Orm scowled. Realization spread like the light from the torch.
"That treacherous little Irish whore,"
Orm muttered, and he pushed past Magnus and out the door into the rain and the chaos. He could see men running in the dark, fighting by the gate. He could hear the clang of iron on iron, and he saw the front door of the palisade swing open. He gasped, looked to his right. There were no guards at the dining hall. A dark place in the wall showed where the door was gaping open.
"That bitch!"
Orm screamed into the night.
"The damn Norwegians are out. Magnus, rouse the men to arms. We have to stop them before they get to their ship."
"Yes, lord." Magnus turned to go.
"See the men are organized. Don't let them out in a mob. If the Norwegians are laying a trap, our men will be butchered."
Magnus stopped. "The Norwegians have no weapons, lord."
"No, but they're clever, and that's more dangerous. Be careful."
Magnus raced out the door, and Orm followed, charging out into the night with only his tunic and sword. The mud sucked at his bare feet as he ran. Never again, he vowed. Never again will I let any such traitorous bastards live. Onolf led the men out the palisade gate. Thorgrim stood with the rear guard, a half-dozen men among the few with weapons, as they backed through the gate, watching for attack. None came, but it would not be long. "They know we're out," Snorri Half-Troll shouted to Thorgrim. "Look at them run!" There were indeed men running, men tumbling out of the small buildings that lined the wall, men waving arms. The Danes knew what was acting, and they knew better than to attack in ones and twos. They were gathering, and when they did, they would form a swine array and fall on the red dragons in force.
"We have to get to the ship,"
Thorgrim said. He stepped back faster, and the others followed, and then they were through the main entrance and onto the plank road.
"Shut the doors! Shut the doors!"
Thorgrim shouted, and Snorri and Sigurd Sow heaved on the heavy timber doors and swung them closed. They would not slow the Danes up long. The doors could not be barred from the outside, but at least it would make the Danes hesitate and gather to face a threat that might be waiting. It was something. Thorgrim turned and hurried down the plank road, and here was Morrigan, waving to him, and beside her 3 sheepherds, one armed with a sword, 2 with spears, as if the night was not weird enough.
"Hold up!"
Thorgrim shouted to his men, and they stopped. "Thorgrim, these are my friends," Morrigan said, and her voice conveyed the desperation of their circumstance. "They're here to help." Thorgrim looked with suspicion on the sheepherds. They did not look like fighting men. The two younger ones, in fact, looked terrified. "Your ship's ready. They've seen to that. We must go, quickly. They will be on us," Morrigan said, and Thorgrim nodded. Then Olaf was there.
"Thorgrim, we need weapons. Pointless to escape without weapons. They'll hunt us down like dogs."
Olaf was right. Morrigan was right. The battle fever was up in Thorgrim, and he did not want to think. He just wanted to fight. His eyes fell on the mead hall. The windows glowed with the weak light of dying fires. Thorgrim could picture the heaps of drunken men passed out on the floor like the dead after a grand battle.
"There,"
he pointed with his sword.
"There are weapons to be had there. We'll sack the mead hall and be gone."
"Thorgrim, let me take the wounded to the ship," Morrigan said. "They will only hold you up."
Yes, take them to the ship,"
Thorgrim said. Whatever she suggested, he would agree to. She seemed to affect his thoughts in some strange way, and he wondered if she was working some sort of magic on him. This was not the time to think on that.
"You men bearing the wounded, follow Morrigan. The rest with me and Olaf. Go!"
Morrigan waved on the men who carried the wounded in their blankets, and they followed, hurrying down the plank road. Thorgrim and Olaf led the armed men forward toward the mead hall that loomed like a cliff in the dark night. Thorgrim held the men up outside the door. There was no sound from within, which had to mean most of the men were passed out drunk. Even the rain would not have muffled the sound of Vikings in full revelry.
"You men,"
Thorgrim pointed to a cluster of 20.
"Go around the back. Come in the back door. Catch anyone trying to flee. The rest come with Olaf and me."
"Should we kill them?" Snorri asked. Thorgrim frowned. It made sense to kill as many of the enemy as possible, in any circumstance. But even when the fighting madness was on him, Thorgrim did not care to butcher unconscious men. He did not think the gods looked favorably on such things.
"Only if they fight," Thorgrim said. "Let us go."
The others raced off for the back door, as Olaf pushed in the front. The fire in the big fireplace was dying, the few torches on the wall sputtering their last. There were 40 men at least in the hall, slumped over the tables, sprawled on the floor, mouths open as they snored. They were all well armed. Olaf's men spread out. They pulled swords from the scabbards of sleeping men, and eased shields out from under prone bodies. They slipped daggers out of scabbards and used them to liberate purses hanging from belts. Snorri Half-Troll tried to peel the mail shirt of a man roughly his size, but Thorgrim told him to stop. Thorgrim turned to Hal Gudmundsson and Egil Lamb.
"Find some sacks. Collect up all the food you can. Skeggi, watch at the door. Keep out of sight."
It seemed to Thorgrim a long time that the silent looting went on, with no sound beyond snoring and the drumming of rain on the roof. Once he heard behind him a mutter of protest as one of the sleeping men stirred. But a swift blow to the head with the flat of his sword ended that.
"Thorgrim!"
Skeggi, crouched by the door, called in a harsh whisper. Thorgrim moved fast across the hall, crouched beside him. The door was opened just the slightest crack, and through it they could see the plank road. The rain came cascading from the roof and splashed up in their faces. The Danes were on the move. There were 100 men at least. They were in a swine array, moving cautiously down the road. Thorgrim could make out shields and swords, spears, helmets. They were well armed. Slaves' sons. Thorgrim watched them as they passed the mead hall and moved further down the road. They don't know we're here. But why would they? They would have assumed the Norwegians had made for their longship as quickly as they could.
"Wait here," Thorgrim whispered. "Tell Olaf I am gone, and to stay put. I'll be back."
Before Skeggi could reply, Thorgrim slipped through the door on silent goatskin shoes, moving low into the shadows of the mead hall. The rain fell blinding in his face, but he did not notice. His body felt taut and ready, his senses wolf-sharp. He could smell the Danes, even through the rain. could hear the tiny clink of mail shirts, the shuffle of shoes on the plank road. He moved along the edge of the building, half crouched, sword held low and ahead of him. He felt the earth through his shoes, felt the night on his skin. He moved through the dark, a part of the darkness, silent as a spirit. Thorgrim Nightwolf slipped over a low fence at the edge of the mead hall, moved down the edge of the plank road, working his way in and out of the shadows of the buildings that lined the walk. He could hear snatches of talk from the swinery, grousing, concern. It was a frightening night, and it might have frightened Thorgrim as well, if he was not a part of it. They were getting close to the river, and suddenly Thorgrim thought of Harald, carried off to the longship, lying helpless and burning with fever on the deck. The Danes would not hesitate to kill him. He moved faster, slipped around behind an ironworker's shop, leapt over a fence, skirted down along the road. Someone peered out of a window, looked right at Thorgrim, but did not see him as he slipped past. Thorgrim arrived at the river's edge 50 feet ahead of the cautious swinery. There were men hiding there. He could sense them as much as see them, crouching in the brush by the water. Thorgrim circled wide, moved up behind the one furthest from the water. He slipped his sword in his belt and pulled the more nimble dagger. He was 10 feet behind the man, stalking him, the taste of blood in his mouth, when he realized it was Olaf Yellowbeard, sword drawn, watching the road. "Olaf," Thorgrim whispered, and he shuffled close. Olaf turned. Thorgrim could see his eyes open wide. Olaf did not expect to hear his name whispered from behind. "Thorgrim! By Thor's hammer, I thought you were some night spirit." "I am. Where is Harald and the other wounded men?" "The Irish healer woman has taken them off, where it's safe," she said. "I had men posted on the road. They warned us the Danes were coming. We spread out, hid." Thorgrim nodded. "Good." They fell silent as the Danes closed the distance down the plank road to the longship. They were moving faster now, realizing that they were alone. They reached the dock, and their formation fell apart as they clambered on board the Red Dragon, looking for escaped prisoners, looking for some sign of where they might be. "Damn!" Thorgrim heard a voice shout out, and he was certain it was Orm's. "Where in all hell have they gone?" No one answered. No one knew. "They must be in the Longport still." That voice was Magnus. "Find them, damn you! Leave 20 men here. The rest, search the town." Thorgrim leaned close to Olaf Yellowbeard. "Stay here. Remain hidden. Pass the word to the others. I'll lead the rest back here." Olaf nodded, and then Thorgrim was gone, whipping back into the dark night. He kept away from the plank road, moved past the clustered houses, racing through kitchen gardens, hopping over low wattle fences. He crouched low, panting with the effort, but he moved fast and silent, as if padding down a forest trail. He came at last to the mead hall, approached from the back, and slipped in the back door, which he was not pleased to see was unguarded.
"Odolf!"
The Jarl had found a barrel of mead, and was making up for a week of deprivation in the Danish prison. "Olaf, the Danes are down by the ship. They've left a small guard, but the rest are searching the town. Here's our chance."
"Ah! Damn the Danes!"
Owenolf roared, causing the half-dozen unconscious men around him to stir.
"Let the Danes come. I'll bugger them all. Good strong drink has gotten me randy again."
Good strong drink had also taken the edge off Owenolf's leadership. Thorgrim was sorry to see. "You men." He pointed to 3 men, who were rifling through one of the drunk men's clothes. "Take up this barrel of mead, and carry it down to the ship." He knew there was no chance of Owenolf following, if the mead did not come as well. "The rest of you, gather around." Owenolf was not the only one who had gotten into the mead. But that was all right, since any Viking worthy of the name would fight better with a belly full of drink. Thorgrim pulled one of the smouldering torches down from the wall, crossed to the fireplace, and used it to stir up the coals. Soon the torch was blazing again. "Egil Lamb," Thorgrim called. Egil, lithe and sinewy, unlike most of his brethren, with a long, thin neck and a sparse and sorry bit of hair on his cheeks that he called a beard, hurried over. "Take this torch," Thorgrim instructed, "and climb up there. Set the roof on fire." Egil Lamb looked up at the roof, high overhead, ran his eyes over the various handholds and footholds on the wall. He nodded, took the torch, began to climb. Thorgrim led the rest out the back door, out into the night. The rain had eased off some, still steady but not coming in torrents. The men huddled in the dark of a clump of brush. They could hear tiny thunderclaps of shouting in the Longport as the Danes spread out in search of them. They kept their eyes on the mead hall. The flame was like a candle at first, no bigger than that. It peeked out through the thatch of the mead hall roof, dancing and wavering in the rain. And just as it looked as if it would go out, another appeared, and another, and then the entire roof burst into flame, as the fire ate away at the still, dry thatch underneath. The timbers supporting the roof were dry and tarred, and the beams were still covered with bark. The hall would burn well. The back door opened. Egil Lamb stood framed against the now bright light of the interior. "Let us go," Thorgrim said. They worked their way down to the water, following the route Thorgrim had found earlier. They were slowed by the bundles of food and the barrel of mead, but it did not matter, because the Danes had other things to worry about now. They were still 200 yards from the river when Orm's men discovered the fire. The occasional shouts that they had heard before multiplied and multiplied again, as the Danes became aware of the magnitude of the disaster. The mead hall was burning. Men pounded up the plank road. Men tumbled out of houses and shops, pulling tunics over their heads as they ran. They shouted for water, for axes, for more men to join them. The mead hall was burning. Thorgrim Nightwolf led his men down the hill, past the shops, across the tangled ground to where Olaf Yellowbeard still crouched and watched. "Not a man who was guarding the longship has gone off," Olaf said. Thorgrim nodded. These were disciplined men who would not be distracted from their duty. They would be skilled warriors as well. The more rational part of Thorgrim's mind told him it was a time for tactics. Circle around, attack from two places, work men in from behind. But he was in no mood for that nonsense. "You men carrying loads, get aboard the Red Dragon as soon as you can. Get all the lines cast off, save one. The rest of you, come with me. Kill as many as you can. Remember, we don't have to win. We just have to escape." He turned and leapt through the brush. He did not wait to see if anyone was following. The men on the dock were alert, and they would not be taken by surprise. Thorgrim saw heads turn, weapons come up ready as he leapt over the small briars and through the tall rushes, down the slope of the hill toward the river. "Who's there?" someone demanded. Thorgrim felt a howl build in his throat, and he let it go as he rushed in with sword over his head. He howled and shrieked and bared his teeth, and came in with sword swinging. The first of the Danes to step up never had a chance. There was no checking the momentum Thorgrim had built up in his rush into battle. Thorgrim swept the man's sword aside and literally ran over him, leaping in the air, stabbing into the man's shield, bowling him over. They came down together, the man on his back, Thorgrim still on his feet, standing on top of the man. He drove his sword straight down into the man's chest, even as he flung himself, shoulder first, into the next man behind. The red dragons broke like a wave on the Danes, howling out of the night, but the Danes met them, howl for howl, blade for blade. The conquerors of Duvlin were too skilled and too experienced to be thrown off by a surprise attack. Shield hit shield. Swords clashed in the rain. Spears sought out their targets. Thorgrim was snarling as he wielded his sword, slashing and probing. But the man he fought now was good, very good, and he countered Thorgrim's blade and sought advantage for his own. And he had a shield, and mail as well. Thorgrim lunged. The Dane knocked the sword away with his shield, lunged himself, and Thorgrim twisted out of the way of the blade. 10 feet away, fighting Olaf Yellowbeard and Svein the Short at the same time, was Magnus Magnusson.
"Swine!"
Thorgrim shouted. He swung his sword in a great sideways arc, slamming into his adversary's shield, making him stagger, and then Thorgrim was done with him. As if he had forgotten the man completely, he shoved his way through the mob, pushed Svein aside, leapt into the fight. His eyes met Magnus's, even as Magnus was fending off a blow from Olaf Yellowbeard, and the mutual hatred came through as clear as if they had shouted it. Thorgrim lunged, straight arm, right at Magnus's throat, and Magnus knocked the sword away, an inch before it killed him. Thorgrim's eyes followed the sword in Magnus's hand. Iron Tooth. Magnus was carrying the sword he had stolen from Thorgrim. Iron Tooth in the hands of his enemy. Thorgrim screamed. He lashed out at Magnus, missed, lashed again in the kind of wild attack that generally left 2 dead on the field. The night was turning red in his eyes, and he felt himself slipping away, as if the human part of his soul was fleeing, to be replaced by something more primal. "Thorgrim!" His blade met Magnus's sword, his sword, and swept it aside, and he lunged, but Magnus was quick and sidestepped the blade. "Thorgrim!" Someone was calling in. It came through like a light in the fog. Someone was shouting his name. "Thorgrim! To the ship!" Hands were pulling him now, and others were jabbing at Magnus with spears, holding him off, and Thorgrim was dragged back, still howling, still flailing with his sword. Then, suddenly, his legs banged against something, and he stumbled back, and he landed hard on a rough, wet surface. He was looking up at the black sky, and the rain was lashing him in the face, and his whole world was moving. The earth no longer stable under him, and he had no idea what was happening. The ship! We're on board the ship, Thorgrim realized now. They had pulled him on board, cast off. The ship was rocking in the stream. He had told the men they only had to escape, not win, and then he had ignored his own orders. The fighting madness dissolved away, and Thorgrim pulled himself to his feet. They were 20 feet from the dock already. A spear came whistling through the rain, and passed a foot from Thorgrim's face. Another thumped onto the planking by his feet. Some of the Danes had bows, and now arrows were whipping through the air. One found a mark in the arm of Thorgerd Brack, and he shouted and tumbled to the bottom of the ship. The Danes on shore were raging, but there was nothing they could do beyond flinging spears and shooting arrows. There were too few of them to come after the Red Dragon in another longship. They would have to wait for the others, but the others were fighting the fire at the mead hall. Onolf was on the bow, shouting insults at the Danes. A spear embedded itself in the neck of the prow, inches from his belly, but Onolf seemed not to notice. Most of the men, more pragmatic than their leader, were swinging the long oars into place. Thorgrim stepped aft to the steerboard. Morrigan was there, and Thorgrim was surprised to see her.
"How did you get here?"
"I snuck aboard during the fighting."
"Good."
Thorgrim took up the steerboard's tiller and pushed it away, turning the longship away from the dock. The first few oars were in place, and the men pulling them. The Red Dragon built speed through the water, and then Thorgrim remembered. He looked frantically around the longship. Nothing. He turned to Morrigan.
"Where is Harald?"
he asked. Chapter 17. Cold, are women's counsels. Norse proverb. Orm Ulfson wanted to kill someone. More than anything else, he wanted to drive his sword into someone's guts, and if he could have found one person alive whom he felt reasonably certain was to blame, he would have killed him. He would have killed the men guarding the prisoners, but Thorgrim and his men had done the job for him. He would have killed that traitorous Morrigan, but she was gone, off with the Norwegians, he guessed. Orm wanted to kill Magnus Magnusson, because he suspected somehow Magnus had something to do with this, but there was no proof. Magnus had always sworn undying loyalty to Orm. Magnus had come to his home to protect him when he thought Orm was being murdered. And besides, Magnus was not without his followers, men loyal to him and not necessarily to Orm. Killing Magnus might cause more problems than it would solve. He wanted to kill Asbjorn the Fat for no reason at all, just because he wanted to kill him. But he stayed his sword. He had been around long enough to know that just killing men because you felt like killing them was counterproductive in the end. The first light of day was turning the skies grey to the east before Orm had a chance to think on any of that. His first priority, even over catching the Norwegians, was saving the mead hall. The mead hall was the social and spiritual centre of Duvlin. Without it, he would be hard-pressed to keep a small community of surly, rough men placated. The roof was fully involved by the time he got there, and there was nothing anyone could do about it, but they could prevent the fire from consuming the walls as well. Orm led a clutch of men into the burning building, and together they dragged bundles of flaming thatch out the door. They beat the thatch with rugs, doused it with water hustled up from the river. They dragged dead and half-dead men out of the flames. The rain did the rest. It took hours of brutal effort, but in the end the fire was out, and the walls of the mead hall still stood. It would be no great task to replace the thatch roof. Duvlin, for now, was safe. Orm returned to his house, leaving instructions for his men to finish cleaning the charred debris away. Magnus followed. Asbjorn the Fat, who had slept through it all, was summoned. Orm collapsed in his wooden chair. "Bring me some ale, damn you," he shouted, before he recalled that there was no one left to shout at. His thrall was gone. "Allow me, my lord," Magnus said, snatching up 2 cups and filling them. Magnus was being unusually solicitous. Orm wondered if he thought his life was in jeopardy for the Norwegians' escape. If he thought that, he was not entirely wrong. Asbjorn the Fat appeared at the door, breathless. Magnus sat. He did not offer Asbjorn a cup. "My lord Orm," Asbjorn managed. "By Odin, what has happened here?" For a long moment, Orm just stared at Asbjorn and wondered how the pig could have slept through all that chaos. Asbjorn was clever, but that was all he had to recommend him. "The Norwegians have escaped," Orm said at last. He felt suddenly very weary. "Damn them," Asbjorn said. "They won't be far," Magnus said. "I took the sail out of their ship." "I'll get a logship fitted out," Asbjorn said. 100 warriors. The wind is getting up from the southeast. We'll overhaul them by noontime." Orm nodded. Asbjorn was obviously trying to get back in his good graces. But that was all right. Decisive activity was welcome for whatever reason. "Hold a moment, my lord," Magnus said. He leaned forward in his chair, and Orm thought, now we shall hear what this smooth character has in mind. "There is something I have come to suspect, my lord," Magnus continued, "from something Thorgrim said when I was questioning him. I think the Norwegians have the crown of the 3 kingdoms." Orm sat more upright, despite wishing to appear unflappable. The crown of the 3 kingdoms. It was the one thing he feared even more than the Norwegian fleet. What did he say? The generosity Orm had been feeling toward Magnus was melting away fast. It was a slip of the tongue, no more, as if he started to say something about it and caught himself. I could not beat the information out of him after that. He's a tough one. I didn't get the chance to question Owenolf on this. The three men were silent for a moment, digesting the words. Asbjorn turned to Magnus. "You searched their ship," he said, more an accusation than a statement. "And you did so without informing my Lord Orm or myself. If they have the crown, then now you must have the crown." Orm could see the anger in Magnus's eyes, but his voice was controlled. The crown was not aboard. If it was, then my Lord Orm would have it now, and we would have no further concern. They must have hidden it before sailing into Duvlin. Orm pounded his hand on the arm of his chair. "Then why, in Odin's name, are we not chasing after them with our swiftest ship?" Asbjorn jumped in, even as Magnus had opened his mouth to speak. "Because they will not try to retrieve it if they know we're right behind them. If they see a well-armed longship in their wake, they will not go to where the crown is hidden." "So," Orm began, but Magnus cut him off, unwilling to be upstaged. "We will follow on land, my lord. The Norwegians have only their oars to propel them. Horsemen on shore could keep up. If they are going to fetch the crown under oars, they won't go too far offshore." Orm nodded, and considered the two men in front of him. He didn't really trust either of them. In truth, he didn't really trust anyone. It was for that very reason that he did not dare leave Duvlin himself to pursue the crown. "Very well." Orm leaned forward in his seat. "You will go after them. You will both go after them." Asbjorn was the first to break the stunned silence. "My lord?" "You will both go after them. Magnus, pick 20 of your best men. Asbjorn, you do the same. That should be enough. Those Norwegians are wanting for arms. Follow them. When they make landfall for the crown, attack and kill them." For a moment, neither man spoke or moved. Then, as if both realizing at the same instant that the first to obey would gain advantage, they both leapt to their feet and hurried for the door. Orm watched with amusement as they rushed into the street. "They are all traitorous bastards," he thought, but he hoped two traitors together, each out for his own good, would act as checks on each other's ambitions, or they would kill one another. Either way. The elation that the red dragons felt at escaping certain and painful death soon turned to grousing and complaining when they discovered that their sail was gone and they had to row themselves to safety. "Shut your mouths!" Thorgrim shouted forward, when he could no longer stand the sound of the men's muttered griping. If Harald had been there, and in health, he would have pulled an oar and been grateful for the chance. They made their way down the Liffey in the dark, with Skeggi in the bow probing with an oar for mudbanks. They touched once, but they were able to back off before grounding out hard. It was their good luck to have the tide flooding as they made their escape, which made the rowing harder but kept them from being swept down river and pinned against a shallow place, or going up on a bar on a falling tide. They made the mouth of the river just as the light was breaking in the east. The rain tapered off to a drizzle, and then stopped completely, and the rising sun brought a new surge of optimism to Thorgrim, something he could not feel in the dark hours. The open sea was under their bow, and no longship was coming in pursuit. Owenolf came ambling aft, a cup of mead in his hand. "Pull, boys, pull!" he shouted to the rowers, by way of encouragement. "We'll pull clear to Norway if we must, but these Dane bastards won't draw our guts from our bellies, eh?" The Jarl's efforts to raise morale were not having much effect. Owenolf stepped up onto the afterdeck. "Where's Harald?" he asked. Morrigan was huddled at Thorgrim's feet, leaning against the side of the ship with her cloak pulled over her for warmth. But she looked up at Owenolf's question, and Owenolf in turn looked surprised to see her.
"Who's this?"
he asked Thorgrim.
"Morrigan, the Irish healer woman,"
Thorgrim said. Owenolf looked closer at Morrigan.
"So she is. What's she doing here?"
"She brought us the daggers, remember? She stuck a knife in Orm. She reckoned it would be better if she did not remain in Duvlin."
"Reckon not!"
Owenolf roared.
"Good for you,"
he said to Morrigan.
"Always good to have some pretty little thing on board. Now, where's Harald?"
"Ask Morrigan," Thorgrim said. Owenolf looked at Morrigan. Morrigan said, "You seem very concerned about Harald."
"Of course I'm concerned. He's my grandson, and the only man worth a damn on this whole boat, besides myself."
"I see," Morrigan said. She wiped a stray strand of hair from her face. "Harald was too ill to travel by ship. So were the other wounded men. Those sheep-herders. One was my brother, Flann mac Conang. He has seen the wounded men taken to a safe place. I can lead you there to get them back." Flann mac Conang, Thorgrim thought. That does not sound like the name a poor sheep-herd might carry.
"Well, I suppose we owe you another debt of gratitude," Owenolf said. "But I have to say, I'm not so happy about having my men split up thus."
Thorgrim was not happy about it either, and he suspected there was more to this than Morrigan was letting on. The Red Dragon was well past the mouth of the Liffey now, and her bow was meeting the ocean swells, lifting up high and swooping down in that way that told Thorgrim they were in open water. It was time for a decision. "We're free of the land now, Owenolf," Thorgrim said. "Where do we go?" "We get Harald. That's where we go. This thrall will lead us to Harald." He looked down at Morrigan. "Where away?" Morrigan did not answer. She stood, and her motion was quick and agile. She stretched her arms and pulled the hood off her head. Thorgrim realized he had never seen her before in the light of day, outside their dark prison. She was even younger than he had thought, her skin smooth, a pretty face with prominent cheekbones. But there was also a hardness in her eyes he had not seen before, the kind of look he associated with men who led warriors into battle, not thralls with the healing arts. Morrigan spoke at last, and the hardness of her voice matched the look in her eyes. "There is something we must speak of first." Thorgrim tensed and frowned. He had no notion of what was coming, but he knew it would not be to their advantage. Suddenly, everything Morrigan had done, the healing, the daggers, the murder of Orm, the offer to carry the wounded away, all took on a different look, as if, like her face, Thorgrim was seeing her actions in daylight for the first time. "Speak," he said. "There is a crown, an ancient crown, that is held in the keeping of the abbot of Glendalough. It's called the Crown of the Three Kingdoms. The abbot decreed that the crown should be given to the King of Tara, Mol Shecnal mac Ruinard. It was sent by boat, in the care of 20 noblemen. It never arrived at Tara." Thorgrim was silent. He resisted meeting Owenolf's eyes. Finally, he prompted Morrigan. "Yes?" "I think you have the crown." "You may search the ship if you wish. Magnus did, and he found nothing." "I know it's not on board. You were too clever to bring it to Duvlin. I think you hid it somewhere first." "What is the meaning of this Crown of Three Kingdoms?" Thorgrim asked. "Why is it so important?" "That's not your business. It's a matter for Irishmen, not for Fingal. The crown is important. That's all you need to know." "Damn your impertinence, woman!" Owenolf roared. "And damn this crown! And damn whoever has it, I say!" Morrigan was unmoved. "The future of Ireland rests with the crown. So does the life of Harald and your men." "Harald?" Thorgrim said, and then he caught her meaning, and he felt his fury rise like a storm. Fury at Morrigan's treachery. Fury at himself for being taken in like a silly child. "You black-hearted," Thorgrim growled. "Where is my son?" "He's safe," He's unhurt. He will be well cared for, and when the crown is brought to my lord Malsheknal, who should rightfully possess it, then he and your other men will be returned to you." This time Thorgrim looked up at Owenolf, and he could see the Jarl, Harald's grandfather, was feeling as furious as he was, and just as trapped. Without a word, Thorgrim pushed the tiller to starboard, and swung the red dragon's bow north, making his head for the little bay where the crown of the three kingdoms slept under the sand. Chapter 18. By the prince's truth, the great armies are driven off into the enemy's country. Testament of Morand, ancient Irish morality tale. Bridget wiped the young man's brow with a damp cloth. These Finn Gull are a well-made race, she thought. This one, Harald, they called him, was genuinely handsome. Blonde-haired, square-jawed, a few years younger than herself. Not tall, but well set up, solid, even after the wasting effects of the fever. The sunlight coming in through the one window illuminated his skin and hair, so he seemed to glow, like an angel might. He stirred a bit and moaned, and Bridget took the cloth from his forehead and watched close, wondering if he would say anything. Every once in a while he uttered some strange word in his Norse tongue, which she did not understand. There was no one in Tara who could speak the Finn Gull language, save for Flann Mac Conang, though Bridget had insisted he teach her a few words. Flann had arrived the day before, with the 2 sheepherders, and the dozen men who had gone to Duvlin with him. The men who had waited with horses and carts beyond the palisade walls of the city to get Flann and the hostages back to Tara. The wounded Norsemen were given rooms in the king's great house, with healers to care for them, and guards on the doors, as befitted men who were hostages, not prisoners. Bridget put the cloth down and picked up a bowl of broth that sat on a table by the bed. She took a spoonful and touched it to his lips, and reflexively he took a sip. She did it again. She heard footsteps in the hall. She expected them to pass by, but they did not. The door opened. Bridget turned as her father walked in. He was dressed for court and not for war, with a red cloak that hung nearly to the floor and a green tunic, elaborately embroidered. "This is the one?" he asked. "Yes." Malsheknal crossed the room and frowned down on Harald, as if looking on some unknown and generally disagreeable creature. "Will he live?" "He's strong. Gormley has been in to see him, and she says Morrigan did a good job with the healing. His fever should break soon. I can already see improvement." "Humph," Maul said, the life of the Finn Gull apparently a matter of complete indifference to him. "Why God does not strike all these heathen dead is a mystery to me." "Ask Father Gilbert." "I have. It's a mystery to him as well." Malsheknal watched as Bridget fed Harald broth. "Has he said anything?" "He made sounds. Whether they are words or not, I cannot tell." "Perhaps we should get Flann to listen. Try and divine what these vicious animals are about." Bridget looked up at her father. She could hear that familiar tone in his voice. "Father, this one is a boy." "Boy. And a wolf cub looks the dear puppy, but still it will grow to be a wolf, so it must be killed first." "But he can't kill Harald. All the others, they are hostages. When the crown is brought to you, they must be released." Malsheknal did not answer, but rather stared down on Harald, his look an odd mix of curiosity, revulsion, hate, and indifference. "Of course," he said, then turned and left. Magnus Magnusson watched as the last of 50 horses were coaxed aboard the longship and tethered in place. Fore and aft, the crew lifted the long oars from the V-shaped racks on the gunwales and passed them along to the men at each of the 50 rowing stations. In the bow, mail-clad and well-armed, were the 20 men he had picked to go with him on this hunt for the Norwegians. In the stern, similarly equipped, stood Asbjorn's men. The shipboard part of their journey would not be long, 300 yards to the north shore of the Liffey, and then by horse along the rugged Irish coast. Asbjorn the Fat came huffing up from the dock where he was supervising the loading of a cart onto a gnar that he himself owned. He, too, was dressed in a mail tunic, black from the oil that had been applied to it to keep it from rusting. The armour showed little sign of wear. His waist was bound by a belt. A sword with an elaborately engraved silver hilt hung at his side. How many cows died to make a belt big enough for that fat pig? Magnus wondered.
"I hope you are right, Magnus, that the Norwegians went north," Asbjorn said when he had recovered his breath. "After all this, we'll never find them if they went south."
"They went north," Magnus said. "I had men follow."
"An impressive degree of foresight. One wonders how much of this you knew beforehand."
"Wonder if you wish. Foresight is something a man develops when he fights battles. It is hard for women and children and men who stay at home as advisors to understand. What is in the cart?"
"Food, bedding. I provide for my men."
"My men provide for themselves. That cart will slow us down. Leave it."
"I'll leave it if I decide to leave it. I take no orders from you."
Indeed, Magnus thought. 2 leaders, each with his own herd, sent on the same mission. It could not be better organized for disaster. Magnus was certain that Orm knew it and planned it that way. Not that it mattered, really. Kiashtan's Swiftsword waved from the steerboard of the longship. The horses were all aboard. The rowers had settled in place. Oars held up. "Let us go," Magnus said, and he headed down to the dock. He did not wait to see if Asbjorn was following. It took less than 20 minutes for the longship to cross the south shore of the Liffey, to the north. The first of the horses was untethered and led to the gangplank, even as Magnus's feet stepped onto the lush Irish grass. Asbjorn, who had elected to cross the river in his gnar, was fussing with the crew to see if his cart safely offloaded. The cart was still swinging from ropes made up to the yard when the last of the horses was led ashore. Magnus stepped down to the edge of the muddy riverbank. "I told you that cart would hold us up, damn it!"
"Haul away!"
Asbjorn called to the men at the fall of the tackle. They pulled, and the cart lifted slowly off the deck, and was guided onto a long gangplank run up from the muddy bank to the shore.
"We'll waste more time waiting for food than it will take to get this cart ashore," Asbjorn snapped. "Ease away there!"
The cart was lowered onto the gangplank, where a half-dozen men grabbed on to keep it from rolling away. The tackle was cast off. The cart eased down the wooden boards, which bowed dangerously under the load. "I admire your concern for your men's bellies, but I suspect—" Magnus began, when the gangplank gave a great cracking sound, and then buckled, snapped right in two, dropping the cart and the 6 men into the mud below. "Catch up to us when you get this straightened out," Magnus said. He turned and walked away before Asbjorn could make any reply. 20 paces from the river, his men and Asbjorn's men were saddling their horses. "Mount up!" he shouted to the collected men, though he knew only his own men would follow his orders. Kiashtan's Swiftsword handed him the reins of his horse. He put his foot in the stirrup and swung himself up. He adjusted the shield that was slung on his back, and saw that his sword was hanging right, and his score of men did the same. Asbjorn struggled ashore, climbing along the broken gangplank to avoid waddling through the thick mud. He would not tolerate Magnus riding off on his own. "Go!" Magnus shouted. He reined his horse over and gave it a kick in the flanks, trotting off across the rolling countryside, with the pounding of 20 horses behind him. They were in open country now, the green fields like long ocean rollers stretching away on either hand, broken here and there with clumps of trees and ragged stone walls that snaked between fields. Off to the east, visible when they crested the low hills, the straight horizon of the sea blinked in the muted sunlight. They rode on. The Liffey and the longships were far behind them, when Magnus finally twisted in his saddle to see who was following. His men were still riding in a tight group, grim-faced, with bright-coloured shields slung over their backs. Half of Asbjorn's men were there too, and though their loyalty was given to Asbjorn, Magnus knew them to be good men, hard fighters, reliable warriors. and they would be his men before too long. Behind them all rode Asbjorn, awkward and clearly uncomfortable. His heavy face was red, and he was sweating quite a bit. But Magnus's sympathy was with the horse, bearing its fleshly burden. Asbjorn might hate this hard riding, but he would think it preferable to letting Magnus ride off on his own. They came at last to the high cliffs that looked down on the ocean below. Magnus reined his horse to a stop, swung his leg over, and dropped to the ground. Behind him, 30 men did the same. He could hear Asbjorn's grunting as he dismounted. The longship was less than a mile offshore. It was exactly where Magnus had known it would be, crawling north along the coast. No sail set, despite the fair wind from the southwest. They were too far away to see any detail, but they could make out the steady rise and fall of the oars. Magnus smiled. He could hear the grousing of the men at the rowing stations.
"Well done, Magnus!"
Asbjorn came huffing up behind him.
"There they are!"
"There they are," Magnus repeated, leading us at a comfortable pace to the crown of the 3 kingdoms.
"Comfortable indeed," Asbjorn grunted. "Plenty of time to offload my cart, but now I've had to leave it behind, with half my men to bring it along, and us with no food."
Magnus turned to Asbjorn. It was time to drive a verbal sword into his fat belly. The real one would come later. "My men supply themselves like Vikings, not like women who bring their provender with them." He turned and looked north, and when he spoke again his voice was louder, his words for everyone to hear. 5 miles north along the coast there's a monastery, at a place called Baldoyle. It has not been put to the sword for years. We'll sack it, take what we need, take what we want, and follow the longship. What say you, Asbjorn?" He turned and looked at Asbjorn again, and the fat man was not happy. Agreeing to the plan would make it look as if Magnus was in command, and he, Asbjorn, just tagging along. On the other hand, his own men would certainly turn on him if he tried to prevent them from sacking a rich monastery. "My Lord Orm would not be happy with our ignoring his orders and rushing off on our own." Asbjorn tried, but it was weak. "Those of us who have been a Viking know these things can be done fast. If we ride hard, we'll have everything the monastery has that is worth taking before the longship has even drawn up with us." He looked around. The expressions on the men's faces, the eager wolf looks, the smiles, told him all he needed to know. They were with him now, leading men, raiding, fighting. This was his territory, not Asbjorn's, and Asbjorn had made a fatal mistake following him there. Chapter 19. The pagans desecrated the sanctuaries of God, and poured out the blood of the saints about the altar. Alcuin, from his letter to the community of Lindisfarne. The steady rhythm of rowing, and the effort it took, soon quieted the red dragon's grumbling. Also, the wind was fair for their heading, and while that only helped a bit with the ship under bare poles, at least they did not have to row against it, and that was good. Thorgrim held the tiller, steering the longship due east before angling off north around the big headland that sat like an island at the north end of the Bay of Duvlin. He looked aloft. Egil Lamb was sitting on the hoisted yard, an arm flung around the mast like it was a serving girl in a mead hall. He was keeping a bright lookout. Thorgrim had charged him with looking astern for any ship following, ahead for any danger there, and to seaward for any ship from which they might acquire a sail. For all that long morning, the seas had remained empty. Morrigan was sitting on a sea chest pushed up against the larboard side of the afterdeck, eating a hunk of bread and pork, part of the stores they had plundered from the mead hall. It was not much, perhaps 2 days' food for the 50 or more men aboard the ship. They would need more. Morrigan was staring off toward the horizon, and she did not see Thorgrim looking down at her. She had shed her cloak, and wore just her thin dress and apron. Her head was uncovered, and her hair had dried out to its true light brown color. Whatever she was thinking, it did not show on her face. "So where is Harald?" Thorgrim asked. His anger had faded some with the coming of day, and he was able to speak to her in a controlled manner. "He's safe. If the Duvgol, if your people, did not kill him, Orm and his fellows are Danes. They are not my people." Morrigan shrugged, as if to say Norsemen were all one to her. "Harald and the other men are at the great house at Tara." "Tara?" "The seat of the Irish kings of Brega. When we have the crown, I'll lead you there." Thorgrim ran his eyes around the horizon, as was his habit. Morrigan was growing freer in her speech, but it was of no use to him. He had no notion of where this Tara was, or Brega either. So far, the best option seemed to be doing as Morrigan instructed. "What is this crown of the three kingdoms?" he asked. Morrigan looked up at him, and their eyes met, and Thorgrim felt something jump between them. Morrigan was silent as she decided what to say. "That is not your concern," she said. "It is my concern. It could not be any more my concern than it is." Morrigan nodded, understanding the truth of that statement. She was about to speak when Egil Lamb called out from aloft, "Smoke! Smoke there! Ashore! Off the larboard bow!" Every head aboard turned in that direction, though the rhythm of the oars did not alter in the slightest. A column of dark smoke was rising up from some place just over the headland, its top torn apart in the breeze. More smoke than would be produced by any purposeful activity, cooking or smithing or the like. Something had either caught fire by accident, or had been put to the torch. Morrigan was on her feet, staring at the smoke. Her face was set in a frown, her hand clenching the top of the bulwark. "On the oars! Double time now!" Thorgrim shouted, and the men picked up the pace, pulling with a will as Thorgrim swung the bow around to close with the shore. Where Morrigan saw something troubling, Thorgrim saw opportunity. Owenolf came aft.
"What ho, Thorgrim! What have we here?"
he roared.
"I don't know. Ask the healer woman. She seems to have some idea."
Owenolf looked at Morrigan.
"Well?"
"I don't know." They closed fast with the beach, the shallow draught longship skimming the gentle rollers under the thrust of her oars. They were abeam of the smoke, and half a mile off, when Thorgrim called for the men to ship oars. All of the longship's noise, the creak and thump of oars in the oar-ports, the shuffle of men pulling the oars, it all fell away, and the only sound left was the gentle slap of water on the hull. They stared at the smoke, and they listened, and soon they heard, barely audible over the distance, the crackle of flames, the screams of victims, the clash of iron on iron, the sounds of a raid, as familiar to the Vikings as a lover's voice. "It is the monastery at Baldoyle," Morrigan said softly.
"Egil Lamb," Thorgrim called aloft. "Are there longships on the beach there?"
Egil did not answer at first. Finally he called down.
"None that I can see." "Ha!"
Owenolf cried.
"Not the work of Norsemen here?"
Morrigan was scowling even deeper now. "It seems not," she said, biting off the words.
"You Irish are as hard on each other as we Northmen are on you,"
Thorgrim said. If this was not a Viking raid, then it had to be Irish sacking Irish, a thing Thorgrim knew happened often enough. For some time they were silent, watching the rising smoke and listening to the dim sounds of the fight, as the red dragon rose and fell on the long ocean swells. "This is what the crown is about," Morrigan said at last, and Thorgrim at first did not know if she was talking to him or to herself.
"What?"
"The crown of the three kingdoms. This is what it is about. To stop this shameful, this plundering. One Irish kingdom against another." Thorgrim and Owenolf were listening now, their full attention on the Irish woman. "The crown is an ancient thing," Morrigan continued. "It was forged, even before the true faith came to Ireland, by some long-forgotten druids. It has always been held in the kingdom of Leinster, to the south of Brega."
"Where is Brega?"
Thorgrim asked. "This is Brega." Morrigan nodded toward the shore. "All this land, north of the Liffey." Thorgrim nodded. This knowledge brought him closer to knowing where Harald was held. Closer, but not by much. "The Irish kings have always fought one another. We have many kings. The Ri Tuahe, who rule over the small kingdoms, the Ruri, who rule over them, and the kings of overkings, the Ri Ruech, they are constantly at war. Even after Ireland came out of the darkness and embraced the true faith, it did not change. Only the crown can stop it, and only for a while. Whenever the Ri Ruech of one of the kingdoms is given the crown of the three kingdoms, he is, for that time, the undisputed king of Bregor, of Leinster, and of Meath to the west. He can summon armies from the three kingdoms, and their allegiance must be to him. Owenolf made a grunting sound. Thorgrim pictured the crown as he had first seen it, peeking out of its canvas wrapping on the deck of the vanquished Curragh.
"Sounds like a lot of nonsense to me,"
Owenolf declared.
"If three kingdoms want to form an alliance, they can form an alliance. Why do you need some gaudy crown?"
Morrigan shook her head. The kings of Ireland are too independent, too stubborn, to form any alliance. Even if the Ri Ruech formed an alliance, the Ri Tuahe would not be much moved to serve under another king. But the crown is a powerful thing. It carries the magic of the Druids. And even though we no longer believe in the old ways, still, it is a powerful thing. The crown is rarely given out, and when it is not given for life, but only for the time it is needed, and then it is given back. The people will obey the king who wears the crown of the three kingdoms. Obey without question.
"A lot of horseshit,"
Owenolf announced.
"You mean to say some local king is granted that much power, and then gives it up voluntarily?"
I mean that exactly. The crown's power is too great to trifle with. No king would dare hold it against the will of those who control it. I understand, Thorgrim said, and he did. He understood the power of this crown now. With the kings of Ireland all at one another's throats, anyone who could command the loyalty of three kingdoms could rule the entire country. He understood that, but much of it was still a mystery. Who holds the crown? Who decides who should wear it? The Druids in Leinster, in the old days, created the crown and the legend of the crown, and made it the powerful thing it is. They decided, when the threat to Ireland was so great, that a worthy Ri Ruech should be given the crown, and when he should abdicate it. After the true faith came to Ireland, the crown came to be held by the abbot of Glendalough in the monastery there. The abbot, in his wisdom, now decides who should wear the crown. It is not a decision made lightly. The crown has never been given out in my lifetime, nor my parents'. Why now? Morrigan hesitated before she spoke. Her eyes were still on the distant smoke. Ireland is in grave danger. We are invaded.
Invaded?
Owenolf said.
By who?
Thorgrim smiled. He knew what Morrigan meant. Morrigan turned to them and looked Owenolf in the eye, and Thorgrim saw that look he had seen before, a look of defiance, as if there was nothing that anyone could do to her to keep her from speaking the truth. We are invaded by the Dovgol and the Fingal, the Northmen.
Invaded?
Owenolf roared.
A few long ports? Some raiding on the coast? This is an invasion?
That's a start, and it must be ended as soon as it starts. Morrigan's face was set hard as she spoke. The words came sharp and fast. The abbot of Glendalough understands that. That is why he decreed the crown should go to my lord, Moll Shecknel Mac Ruinard, who of all the kings can best drive this plague from our home. And I understand it. And Orm knows of the crown as well, Thorgrim said. The Danes were safe in Dubhlin, as long as the Irish were fighting one another, but an alliance of the three kingdoms could easily drive the Norsemen into the sea. So, Thorgrim said, you have kidnapped my son, in order that me and Owenolf should help you rid Ireland of our own people. Your people? They are Danes. I thought they were not your people. Thorgrim smiled. She is quick, he thought.
What think you, Thorgrim?
Owenolf asked, pointing toward the column of smoke to the west.
Should we land? See what there is for the taking?
Thorgrim saw the anger flash in Morrigan's eyes. Pray do not lose sight of the mission we are on, she said.
She's right,
Thorgrim said. Our only concern now is to help the Irish drive us from their land. Besides," he added, looking at thick smoke, like a black finger of God pointing toward the desecration of his temple, "I reckon there isn't much left there worth taking." Chapter 20. Vikings will come across the sea. They will mingle among the men of Ireland. Berhan, Irish prophet. The monastery at Baldoyle was well sacked, and Magnus's men were happy. He counted among them the men who had come with Asbjorn the Fat as well. After this raid, he did not think they would put much stock in what Asbjorn had to say. The Vikings had come up over a low rise, a half a mile from the dirt and wattle wall that circled Baldoyle. Not the largest monastery in Ireland, but respectable. Like all Irish monasteries, Baldoyle was in essence a self-sufficient little village. Unlike most villages, however, it could be counted on to have silver, gold, jewels. At the foot of the wall was a ditch, and thorn bushes grew along the top, and it represented not the least impediment to the Norsemen. Magnus stood in the saddle. "Danes, follow me!" he shouted, sword held over his head. He pounded off toward the monastery, riding over the tilled fields that surrounded the enclosure. Behind him came 35 Vikings, the full host, less those left to deal with Asbjorn's cart. Asbjorn himself was at his side, riding hard, trying for all he was worth to keep up. But he was no horseman, and his horse was carrying far more weight than the other animals, and soon Asbjorn fell behind, and Magnus alone led the men to the gates. The monastery was in panic. They could see it from a few hundred yards away. Farmers, the boer, cowmen, as the Irish called them, rushed for the shelter of the walls, families in tow. Brown-robed monks urged them on as they shoved the wooden gates closed. Idiots, Magnus thought. Everything the raiders wanted was within the walls of the monastery. The boer were in more danger inside than out, but that was not his concern. Not at all. The tilled ground gave way to a plank road, and the horses sounded louder still as they raced for the palisade gate. There were men on the walls now, archers, perhaps half a dozen of them. But Magnus was caught up in the frenzy of the charge, and they did not worry him. 20 feet from the wall, and he felt an arrow pass close by his head. Another glanced off his mail shirt at the shoulder, ripping his tunic and hanging up in the cloth, beating against his legs as he rode. But the Danes had archers as well, and they reined to a stop, whipping arrows at the heads that appeared over the wall. Magnus charged for the gate, pulled his horse to a stop beside it. It was 8 feet high, no more. Magnus kicked his feet out of the stirrups and stood on the saddle. He swung his shield around on his arm and took hold of the top of the gate. A spear flew at him from an oblique angle, missed, struck the man beside him square in the chest, sent him screaming to the ground. But another man was there even before the first was down. Magnus pushed off his horse's back, vaulted the fence, came down hard on the packed earth inside the monastery. He was still recovering from the drop when the first of the monastery's defenders was on him, a monk in long robes, sword over his head, shouting in his Gaelic tongue, and he died at the end of Magnus's sword before he even began to swing his own. Christ, men, Magnus thought with disdain. They were not bred to the sword like Norsemen were. There were more men from the monastery coming at him, monks and the boer armed with clubs and a few spears, but no real fighting men that Magnus could see. He shouted, stepped into the attack, the sword swinging in his hand. The Norwegian sword, Thorgrim, a fine blade, made finer for being a trophy of war. The defenders of Baldoyle fell as they came. Magnus and Kiashtan's swift sword, and a few others, standing shoulder to shoulder, formed a shield wall that would not be broken. Behind them, others who had come over the wall knocked the bar from the gate and swung it open. Horses pounded through, into the former sanctuary. The fight was over. "The church! The church!" Magnus shouted up to the mounted men, pointing to the largest of the dozen or so buildings within the circular walls, a formidable plank-built structure with a high thatched roof and a big wooden cross mounted on that. If there was anything to be had here, it would be in the church, and it had to be secured before the monks carried it off. The horsemen kicked their mounts on, pounding off for the church. What little defence there was of the monastery had collapsed entirely, and now the monks and the boer were fleeing in every direction. Families were racing for the smaller gate at the far end of the compound. There were men and children who would make valuable slaves, women for the pleasure of the Viking herdmen. At another time, Magnus would have had them rounded up, the valuable bounty of a successful raid. But he did not have enough men to deal with captives. He had brought no chains, and he had far bigger things planned. He needed smoke. Smid Snorreson was on his knees going through the purse of one of the dead farmers, an exercise not likely to yield much. "Smid, leave that," Magnus said. He looked around. To his right stood one of the larger buildings in the monastery, a round building with thatched roof that he guessed to be the monks' residence. "There," he pointed to the building. "I want that burned. I want it burning in 5 minutes. There'll be nothing worth having in there." Smid stood, nodded, and hurried off. Asbjorn the Fat, last of all, came riding through the gate, red-faced and puffing. "Humph," he said, looking around the monastery, the fleeing defenders, the Vikings racing for the church. "Orm will not be pleased," he said. "Orm will not be pleased." "Shouldn't you be attending to your precious cart?" Magnus asked, pulling the dangling arrow from his tunic. "This is a distraction," Asbjorn said, ignoring the dig. "We are after the crown." "Oh, see here," Magnus said. "A cart, of all things. And food in the barns and storehouses, I'll warrant, and gold and silver in the church." Asbjorn said nothing. There was nothing for him to say. With the longship still in sight offshore, and the men reveling in plunder, he was not going to convince anyone that the raid was a bad idea. Magnus left him and walked toward the church, the energy from the fight draining from him. There was still fighting going on, shouting and the clash of steel. Little pockets of violence, where those who could not escape from Baldoyle fought their last, but it was nothing of any real concern. He looked around. There was a small orchard within the monastery, kitchen gardens and workshops, and a scattering of round wattle and daub-built houses. Magnus had sacked a dozen like it. The big church was near the centre of the compound, secluded by a wood fence with a cemetery to one side, which Magnus guessed would be put to use again that very day. One of the Danes was scaling the thatch roof, sent up by Kjartan Swiftsword. Magnus was certain, to see that they were not taken by surprise. Some monasteries had lookout towers for that purpose, but Baldoyle did not. Magnus wondered if building one would become a new priority. The church was cool and dark inside, and Magnus found it hard to see until his eyes adjusted to the gloom. 2 men in monks' robes lay dead by the altar, sprawled out in pools of their own fresh-spilled blood. They had tried to keep the trappings of their faith from the heathens' hands, and had died in the effort. "Not the richest monastery," Kjartan Swiftsword complained. At his feet was a pile of silver and gold, chalices and incensers and candlesticks, and a gold box like a little treasure chest. Magnus picked up the gold box and opened the lid. Inside, resting on a bed of rich red cloth, was a small bone, a human finger bone by the looks of it. Magnus frowned and wondered what sort of religion led men to enshrine small bones in gold boxes. Behind him, one of Asbjorn's men tore the jewel-studded cover of a thick book, tossing the useless pages aside. 3 more men worked at prying the gold inlay off of the high altar. They were not gentle in their business. "No matter, there'll be more in the workshops," Magnus said. There was a shout from outside, a reply from somewhere. Magnus turned as one of his men came in through the big front door. There was some urgency in his step. "Lord Magnus, Vivell Kittelson is on the church roof. He says he sees riders coming from the north." Magnus nodded. "I'll come." He walked down the centre aisle of the church, between the rough benches, and stepped, blinking into the sunlight. The building he had sent Smid to burn was fully involved, the flaming thatch sending great plumes of black smoke up into the blue sky. He looked up at Vifil Ketilson, who stood 1 foot on either side of the high peak of the church roof. "Vifil, what do you see?" "Riders, Lord Magnus, 50 or more, coming from the north, riding fast." Asbjorn was there, and he made a disgusted sound.
"That's marvellous! Thanks to you, we are now trapped in this stupid place."
Magnus did not bother to reply. "Kiashtan," he said to his man, who had stepped from the dark of the church, "place archers on the walls near the gate, and form up the men inside in a shield wall, but not all of them. I want 5 men left to finish gathering up anything here worth having." "Yes, Lord Magnus." Asbjorn was in full fluster.
"Are you going to ask my opinion on the distribution of men? Do I have some say over how my men are used?"
Asbjorn considered it a rhetorical question. Magnus did not. "No, you have no say," Magnus said, and strode off for the gate. The riders were easily visible by the time Magnus mounted the ladder, leaning against the earth wall, and found his footing among the thorn bushes on the top. Vifil was wrong about the numbers. Perhaps it had been wishful thinking. There were closer to 100 men. Sun glinted on armor and spear points. 2 bright banners floated aloft above the riders. Far behind them, 2 wagons bounced along, drawn by a dozen horses. It was an Irish war party, fully outfitted and bound for Baldoyle. Magnus looked around. A dozen archers were fanned out along the wall, and behind the gate most of the remaining men stood in a line, round shields overlapping, swords in hand, ready to counter an enemy who came through the gate, as they themselves had done less than an hour before. Magnus looked north again. The riders were lost from sight behind the column of black smoke rolling up from the monk's home, but soon they were visible again. Their pace had not slackened. It took another 15 tense minutes for the riders to approach the gate. At their head was a young man, his beard dark brown and cropped short, his helmet glinting bright. He wore a white tunic over his mail shirt and a red cape. He looked like a king, and such he was. He reined his band to a stop 20 feet from the gate. Along the wall, bows were raised to the ready. "Archers, lower your bows," Magnus called, and the bows came down again. The Irishman in the white tunic approached, and behind him came another, not so well fitted out, and one of the standard-bearers as well. The lead man raised his hand and spoke. His accent was Gaelic, but his speech was North. "Lord Magnus," he called. "Lord Cormac y Rourke," Magnus called back. He looked down at Kiashtan's swiftsword, standing on the right end of the shield wall. "Kiashtan, it's all right. Open the gate."
"Open the gate?"
Asbjorn, standing well behind the shield wall, shouted his impotent protest.
"I forbid you to!"
Asbjorn's forbidding came too late. Kiashtan tossed off the bar and pulled open the gate. The shield wall melted away, the Vikings standing to either side as the Irish war party rode slowly in. Irish and Norse eyeing one another warily, like 2 packs of wolves that come upon one another in the woods. Cormac y Rourke slid down from his horse. He extended a hand to Magnus. Magnus took it, shook, clapped Cormac on the shoulder. It was only the second time they had met, though their couriers had gone one to the other for a month or more. The Irishman looked as Magnus remembered. Strong, smart, and able. A king and worthy of the title.
"I demand to know what this is about,"
Asbjorn said as he came puffing up, but Magnus could hear the edge of panic in his voice. You would do well to panic, Magnus thought. He addressed Cormac. "My Lord Cormac, this is Asbjorn Gudrudason, known as Asbjorn the Fat."
"Well named,"
Cormac agreed. His men were fanning out on their mounts, making a presence there inside the Baldoyle monastery. There was nothing overtly threatening in their actions, but there was also no question as to where the military strength rested. "Asbjorn," Magnus continued, "this is Lord Cormac y Rourke, King of Gailenga." Asbjorn glared at Cormac. Cormac looked with amusement on Asbjorn, then turned to Magnus.
"Who is he? What is he doing here?"
Orm foisted him on me. He is of no concern."
"Off no!"
Asbjorn sputtered, and Magnus turned, swinging his fist, and hit Asbjorn hard in the face. Asbjorn staggered back, blood flowing from his open mouth, then tripped on his feet and fell hard. Magnus was over him in a flash. He yanked the sword from Asbjorn's scabbard and tossed it aside. No one, not even Asbjorn's men, made a move to interfere.
"Where is the crown?"
Cormac asked. "We are being led to it now, no more than a day or so." Cormac frowned.
"I thought you would have it."
"So did I," Magnus said, "but I do not."
"Pray don't forget what that bitch whelp Mor Shecknell is capable of. After he stole his whore daughter from my brother Donhach, he tied my brother to a stake and personally ripped the guts out of him. They told me you could hear the screaming half a mile away. He will do the same to us. We cannot stop him and take Brigga, if I do not wear the crown of the Three Kingdoms."
"A day or so, no more." Cormac looked into Magnus's eyes, looked hard.
"You had better be right, Lord Magnus,"
he said, and for the first time since the great chance had presented itself, Magnus Magnusson wondered if he might have made a mistake. Chapter 21. Heathens shall come to you from me, a race of pagans who will carry you into bondage. The Epistle of Jesus, 9th century Irish text. 2 days after arriving at Tara, Harald Thorgrimsson's fever broke. It was like stepping from a dream world into daylight, like stepping from a sweltering smith shop into the night air. One moment he was burning up, tossing in a nightmare sea, and the next he was cool, comfortable, aware. His eyes were closed, and he kept them closed, as he tried to organize his thoughts. He did not know where he was. He listened. The few sounds he could hear were distant and muted, and nothing that he recognized. The air had no familiar smell. He opened his eyes. He was looking up at the underside of a wood plank ceiling, with carved beams. The room was bright and sunlit. He could see the tops of stone-built walls covered with whitewashed plaster. He wanted to sit up, but understood that he did not have the strength. He rolled his head to the right. There was a tapestry on the wall, a polished table with a silver bowl and pitcher. It was a fine room, finer than he was used to, finer even than his grandfather's home in East Agder, which was the finest home he had ever seen. He heard a little gasp on his left side, and rolled his head that way, alarmed now. It was a girl, but he did not recognize her. He looked at her face, and she looked at him, and his first thought was that she was beautiful. A beautiful girl. Green eyes, dark brown hair that reminded him of the luxurious mane of a horse his father had once owned. She leaned closer to him and put her hand on his forehead. Her skin was smooth and soft and cool and felt delicious. She said something in a sweet and lilting voice, but the words made no sense. Harald was suddenly afraid that this was one of the Valkyrie, come to take him away, or that he was being welcomed to Valhalla. That was not a bad thing, of course, but still it seemed he might have had more time in the earthly realm of Midgard. The girl turned and spoke toward the door, and her tone was loud and commanding. A voice on the other side of the door responded, and Harald heard footsteps going away. The girl turned back to him, and she smiled, and he tried to smile as well. His lips were dry, and they hurt when he moved them. The girl took a damp cloth and wiped his face, and Harald no longer cared where he was. It was not long after that the door opened, and a man came in, an important man, Harald gathered, judging by his clothing and manner. He looked down at Harald, but his face did not have the same tenderness as the girl's, and it made Harald, who had thought himself among friends, a bit apprehensive.
"You're awake,"
the man observed. Harald nodded. "What is your name?"
"Harald."
The word came out like a croak. His voice sounded odd to him, and it was only then that Harald realized the man could speak his own language. 1,000 questions floated in his head.
"What is this girl's name?"
he asked. The man frowned and looked at first as if he would not answer.
"Bridget,"
he said at last,
"and I am Flann Mac Conning.
Chief Counsellor to my lord Mor Sheknel mac Ruinart, King of Tara, Ruich of Brega. Harald nodded. It seemed as if those words were meant to impress, but in truth he had no idea what this man was saying, save that the girl's name was Bridget. "Where am I?" More practical questions began to insinuate themselves. "Where's my father, and Owenolf and the others?" "Who is your father?" "Thorgrim Nightwolf." "He is the Jarl in command of your ship." "No, Owenolf is. Where are they?" The man frowned. "They are coming for you. The crown that you took, it belongs to my lord, Mor Sheknel. They are returning it. Until then, you will stay here." Harald squinted at the man. There seemed to be some implied threat there, though he could not be certain. Crown, he thought. He did not recall any crown, but again there seemed to be a great deal he did not recall. "What crown is this?" Harald asked, and he saw something pass over the man's face, and had the idea that he should not have asked that question. "The crown, you Fingal, you Norseman captured from the Curragh." Harald nodded. He remembered the Curragh, the fight on the heaving seas, Vifrod Vestinson, hacked to bits by the Irish crew. He did not remember any crown, but he thought it was best if he did not say as much. Despite Harald's nodding agreement, that uncertain look was still on the man's face. He said something to Bridget, and she said something back, and then he turned and left. Harald looked up at the girl. Beautiful. She is beautiful, he thought, and he was sure he would think that, even if he were not as weak as he was, if she had not been there to care for him. "Bridget." He tried her name. She smiled at him. "Harald," she said. Her expression, her tone, was that of a mother speaking to a gravely sick child, one unlikely to live, and it made Harald uneasy. Mor Sheknel was not happy to suffer any Fingal to live. He was most certainly not happy having them under his roof, eating his food, tended to by his men. The taking of hostages was a common enough practice, and there was protocol that dictated how they were to be treated. But hostages in the past had always meant Christian hostages, not heathen Norse swine. Mor Sheknel was not happy, and he was even less happy listening to what Flann mac Conang had to say. "He knows where the crown is. He's lying if he says otherwise," Moll said, but it was more of a question. "All these Gaul lie. They don't know how to tell the truth." "I don't think so, Lord Mal," Flann said. "He's young, and he lacks any subtle art. I think he genuinely knows nothing of the crown." "You think these swine don't have it after all?" "I don't know. Your sister said they have it. She is with them still." "Yes, and Morrigan is generally not wrong about these things. But now there's some doubt. As your chief counsellor, I thought I should warn you." Moll nodded, and ran his fingers through his short, cropped white beard. This whole hostage thing had been Flann's idea, Flann and his sister Morrigan, and it took substantial courage for Flann to come before his king and admit it might be going wrong. But Flann was courageous that way, and rarely wrong, and that was why Mor Sheknel kept him. "That one, Harald, is just a boy. He might not be privy to everything. How many other of these Fingal do we have?" "2, my lord." "Bring them here." 10 minutes later, the other Northmen were kneeling on the stone floor in front of Mor Sheknel's low wooden throne. One was Olivia Yellowbeard, and the other Giant Bjorn, or so Flann had informed Mor. The names went out of Mor's head as quickly as they came in. He was no more concerned with names for the Fingal than he was for names for the boars or harts that he hunted. He turned to the one called Giant Bjorn, who seemed the bigger and dumber of the two. Even on his knees, his head was at the level of Mor Sheknel's chest. His hair was wild. His beard was like an unkempt hedge. His hands were bound behind his back. "What did you do with the crown?" he asked. Flann translated. "I don't know of any crown," Giant Bjorn said. "The crown you took from the Curragh," Mor said, his voice growing softer, a danger sign for those who knew him. "There was nothing on the Curragh. A few weapons, some mail shirts. We took those. There was nothing else. More Sheknal kicked Giant Bjorn hard in the stomach, and the big man fell over, gasping for breath. More waited. Giant Bjorn shouted something, spitting in fury as he did. Flan did not bother to translate. More Sheknal could guess at the Viking's general meaning. He nodded to the guards, and they lifted the Fingal and put him back on his knees. There was a crown on the curragh, and you took it. What did you do with it? Flan translated the words. Giant Bjorn glared. Maul did not intend to waste much more time on this. Giant Bjorn did not know it, of course, but this questioning was for Oliver Yellowbeard's benefit, not his. What did you do with the crown? There was no crown. Are you a Christian? The last question, when translated, took Giant Bjorn by surprise. When he did not answer, More Sheknal tried again. Do you believe in Jesus Christ? Would you take him as your God? Now Giant Bjorn looked more confused than anything. Jesus Christ, as my God. My gods are more powerful than yours. I wouldn't crawl to your Jesus like you do. He spit on the floor for emphasis. More Sheknal pulled the double-edged dagger from his sheath. He had done his duty, as far as he or Father Gilbert were concerned, had offered the heathen a chance at salvation. With that, he slashed the man's throat, the razor-sharp blade opening his neck wide. Giant Bjorn fell on his side, feet kicking, writhing, making a gurgling sound as the blood ran over the stone floor and the life drained fast away. More Sheknal turned to Oliver Yellowbeard, who watched with wide eyes the results of being uncooperative. It was his turn now, and if Oliver Yellowbeard knew nothing, then it would be the turn of the one they called Harald. The fact that Harald might be the son of the Jarl, and thus a hostage worth bargaining for, would only keep him alive for so long. Where is the crown you took from the curragh? More Sheknal asked Oliver Yellowbeard. Flan translated. Chapter 22. You can't feel a battle in your bones, or foresee a fight. Havamal. Thorgrim Nightwolf was caught in a river, deep and cold and fast-moving. He swam hard, but it did him no good. The water had him in its grip and swirled him away, and as much as he fought, he could do nothing to save himself. He felt his body hit against rocks and drag along the bottom, but there seemed to be nothing he could do to free himself from the nightmare, because the water was in charge and he was not. He felt his fury mounting at his own helplessness. And then he realized he was not helpless, that he did not have to be swept down the river. He felt the spreading fire of strength inside him, and he found he was not in the river anymore, but on the bank now, powerful and ready. He slipped out from under the blanket of furs, moved soft and silent among the men sleeping around the deck. There was a lookout on the bow, but he did not hear Thorgrim, and he did not turn. Thorgrim slipped over the side of the longship and dropped to the shingle beach on which the Red Dragon was hauled up for the night. They were still a day or two's rowing from the cove, where he and Onolf had buried the crown of the Three Kingdoms. The last embers of the fire they had built on the shore glowed like dragon eyes in the dark. Thorgrim moved along the surf line, low and swift, alert, and disappeared into the brush that ran down to the beach. There were enemies out there. He could feel them in his bones. Dangerous men, a lot of them. He moved through the low brush, instinct guiding him, his footfalls lost in the sound of lapping waves and the cry of nightjars. His eyes felt like they were glowing as they pierced the dark. His mouth was partway open. His breath came in soft pants as he moved. There was someone nearby. Thorgrim could smell him, and though he could see only dark shapes under the sprinkling of stars, his nose told him infallibly where the man crouched. Thorgrim circled around wide, stopped from the brush into an open place, and moved at a silent, loping trot over the wet grass. The smell of the man came powerfully to his nose, dry sweat and wood smoke and mead, and the sharp smell of iron. And then he saw him, crouched down against the dark brush, looking toward the beach where the longship was grounded out, watching. He did not see Thorgrim Nightwolf coming up behind him. Thorgrim was 20 feet back when he stopped. It was entirely his decision whether the Watcher lived or died, and the Watcher did not even know it. But this was not the Watcher's night to die, at least not by Thorgrim's hand. The gods or the spirits of the land, or the trolls in the woods might have different plans, but Thorgrim did not care about the Watcher, only about who had sent the Watcher there. He turned, loped off up the hill, inland, away from the sea. The camp was a mile or so from the beach, well inland, where it would not be detected easily. Thorgrim moved at an easy pace, and once he had gained the high ground of the hill that sloped up from the water, his nose told him exactly where it was. He passed 3 more watchers spread out along the way, placed so they would see any man who tried to slip by. The camp was well guarded, too, huddled in a clearing surrounded by a stand of oaks, with men posted on all quarters. If it had been on open ground, Thorgrim would not have dared approach, but the men who had picked the spot had looked to the stand of trees to shield them, which it did, and it shielded Thorgrim as well. He moved through the trunks, his feet falling on a carpet of leaves and sharp acorns. The smells were everywhere now, overwhelming his senses. Smouldering coals and cooked food and unwashed men. Horses, many horses. He could hear them shifting nervously and making little snorting sounds. He came to the edge of the trees and peered out through the bracken. There was a guard there, tense and alert, looking out into the night. At one point, he looked directly at Thorgrim, as if he was looking him in the eyes. But he did not see the Nightwolf. Thorgrim circled the camp. There had to be nearly 200 men there. Most were huddled on the ground, but there were also tents, 2 of them, big circular tents, like a nobleman might carry on campaign. They glowed from the inside, lanterns still burning, even at that hour. Around the backside of the camp he came on an odd sight. A fat man, stripped nearly naked and covered in filth, with a chain around his neck, staked down to the ground. A guard sat on a rock nearby, bored, while the fat man quietly sobbed. There was something familiar about the fat man, like he was part of some dream Thorgrim had had, but Thorgrim could not place him. He circled the camp twice, took in all he could. These men were his enemies. In younger days he might have begun to kill them right then, one at a time, killing silently and methodically. But he was older now, and he knew that thinking had to come first, planning, and then the killing, if the killing was the thing to do. He slipped off into the dark. Thorgrim awoke in the pre-dawn. He was tired, as if he had been running all night. The strength was gone from his arms and legs. He was not sure he could move. He could feel dirt on his hands. Morrigan was sleeping beside him, her back pressed against his chest, and his arm was around her, but he did not recall how they had come to be that way. With a groan, he pushed himself up on his elbow and looked around. There was no hint of the morning sun. Overhead the stars had wheeled around in the sky, the only sign that time had passed at all. The red dragon was moving gently in the lapping waves, creaking and grinding on the shingle. The night began to resolve in his mind, like a fog clearing away to reveal an unfamiliar landfall behind. He remembered the watchers. He remembered the camp. Thorgrim sat up and ran his fingers through his hair. Morrigan stirred, rolled on her back, propped herself up on her elbows. "What is it?" she asked in a whisper. Thorgrim shook his head. He did not yet know. It was all coming into focus. Morrigan waited, silent. She was a patient woman. Thorgrim had noticed it before. He liked that. "There are men out there," he said at last. "More than 100. They're watching us." Morrigan looked with wide eyes toward the beach, as if she might see this army gathered in the dark. "Who are they?" "I don't know." For a long moment they were silent. Morrigan pressed closer to Thorgrim, pressed herself against him, which surprised Thorgrim, but did not displease him. "Magnus," Morrigan said at last. "Magnus, or Asbjorn." "Who?" "They were the foremost of arms men, the Dovgal who lorded over Dovlin," Morrigan said. "Before I killed him, now his men will be looking for us." "Yes," Thorgrim remembered now. It seemed a long, long time ago. Of course it would be Orm's men. It had not made sense to Thorgrim that no longship had come in pursuit. In that wind, it would have been easy enough to catch the Red Dragon, easy enough to overwhelm her poorly armed crew. But with the Red Dragon stripped of her sail, men on horseback could easily keep up with her and never be seen. They heard a grumbling, shuffling, banging forward, and they tensed. Thorgrim's hand fell on the hilt of his sword. In the starlight they saw Owenolf, like an old bear stumbling off to hibernate. Clambering over the side of the longship, he held his trousers up with his right hand, and only after he had gained the deck did he pause to tie them.
"Owenolf!"
Thorgrim called in a harsh whisper, and the Jarl made his way over. What little mead they had pillaged on their way out of Dovlin had been divided up among the men, and Owenolf's share amounted to far less than he would generally have consumed, so Thorgrim had reason to think the Jarl would be somewhat clear-headed. Owenolf knelt on the deck. He looked at Thorgrim and Morrigan, and gave them a lascivious grin, which Thorgrim ignored.
"There are men out there."
Thorgrim nodded toward the beach.
100 and more, maybe 200. They've camped a mile inland, but they have watchers in the brush.
Owenolf turned and looked toward the beach, just as Morrigan had, and like Morrigan, he could see nothing.
"How do you know?"
Owenolf asked.
"I saw them,"
Thorgrim said. Owenolf studied Thorgrim's face.
"Was it a wolf dream?"
Thorgrim hesitated.
"Yes,"
he said at last. He really was not sure. Owenolf nodded. Thorgrim knew that for his father-in-law, a wolf dream was the strongest possible proof of a thing, and indeed they were rarely wrong.
"They are armed men. They must be," Morrigan said. "They must have guessed we would retrieve the crown. They'll attack once we have it."
"Damn the crown, then,"
Owenolf said, loud enough that several men shifted and made grunting noises.
"Without the crown, my lord Maul Shecknel will never release Harald," Morrigan said. "I wish it was not so, but it is."
There was a note of sincerity in her voice, and it surprised Thorgrim. The three of them were silent, the night filled with a lap of water, the rustle of leaves in the morning breeze, somewhere on shore.
"Very well,"
Owenolf finally said.
"We'll get the crown. We'll bring it to this whore's son, Maul Shecknel."
Yes, Thorgrim thought, but it is different now. Before, they were the hunted. They were the dumb goose that does not see the stalker creeping up behind. But now, they were the wolf, who allows pursuit until the time is right for him to turn and attack.
"Let us mount the dragon's head on the prow again," Thorgrim said. "If there are any spirits in this land, let them know that in us they have something to fear."
Chapter 23. Men with black, keen spears will blight the fruits of noble rule. Irish poem of prophecies. It was not Bridget's duty to care for the hostages.
It annoyed her father that she did so. Her, the daughter of the Riurech of Tara.
But it was her nature to want to help those who were weak, who could not help themselves. It is no more than the Christian thing to do, she thought to herself, seated on the stool by Harald's bed. Maul Shecknel would have preferred the Finn Gull in the stone-built prison, eating the scraps that the hogs left behind, and not in the royal house, eating the king's food. But that was not how hostages were to be treated, not as long as Bridget was part of the royal household. The king did not like it, but they were cut from the same cloth. Bridget and Maul Shecknel,
and the Riurech would rather remain silent than argue with his daughter.
Harald was asleep now, the remnants of the first real meal he had eaten since he arrived at Tara, sitting on a trencher on the table and scattered across the floor. She had tried feeding him broth after the fever broke. She spooned it into his mouth, thinking that in his weakened state his stomach would not tolerate solid food. Harald, the Norseman, felt differently. He used gestures. It was all they had to communicate. He gently pushed the broth away, and with his other hand made eating gestures.
Bridget shook her head, pointed to the broth, thinking that he did not understand that this was food. Harald shook his head, made more emphatic eating gestures, along with exaggerated chewing. Bridget smiled and nodded. Real food. Harald was a strong young man, and he was ready to eat. The minor kings, the Ree Tuahe, who had gathered at Tara for Maul Sheknel's attack on Leinster, had not left. They still hoped for some action, or to attract the king's favour, or even better, Bridget's favour. They enjoyed feasting, slaughtering calves at a prodigious rate, and as a result, there was an unusually ample supply of hearty fare to be had at any hour. Bridget sent word for one of the slave girls and gave her instructions. 10 minutes later, the girl returned. The trencher piled with beef and kale, cooked in drippings, coarse bread and butter, as well as a bowl of porridge and a horn full of mead. Harald's eyes went wide when he saw the food, and his face had that look of desire that Bridget generally found directed at herself. He sat up, swung his feet over the edge of the bed. He swayed a bit, then steadied himself. He paused to regain his balance, then reached for the trencher and attacked it like a Viking. Bridget tried to gesture for him to go slow, tried to communicate that it might be dangerous for him to wolf down the heavy food, but his hunger eclipsed his reason. He tore in, and all Bridget could think of was the way her father's hunting dogs went after a chunk of meat tossed into the middle of their pack. Bridget sat back and watched with a mixture of delight, and not a little revulsion, as Harald went at the food with his knife and fingers. The Ree Tuahe were not the most decorous of men, but they seemed absolutely delicate in comparison to the way the young Norseman ate. It took Harald about 10 minutes of chewing, ripping, swallowing, and wiping his mouth on the sleeve of his none-too-clean tunic before he set the trencher down and laid back with a contented sigh. He looked over at Bridget for the second time since the food had arrived and smiled at her, a smile so warm and full of genuine affection that the memory of his eating habits fled from her mind. He said something. She had no idea what, but the tone sounded very much like, "Thank you." He paused and then added, "Bridget." "You're welcome, Harald," she said, and he smiled and nodded. They sat like that for some time, and then Harald fell asleep again, his mouth slightly open, his breathing soft and steady, with none of the laboured rasping of his fevered sleep. Harald, she decided, must have an extraordinary constitution. She would have expected him to be far more wasted by the fever than he was. He seemed as if he had just woken up from a nap. Youth, she thought. She reminded herself that he was only a few years younger than herself. Bridget remained where she was, watching him as he slept. The strong jaw, the yellow hair swept back behind his broad shoulders. Is this the face of a heathen murderer? She wondered. She thought of the great atrocities that had been done to her people by the Vikings, the sacking of the monastery at Iona, where dozens were butchered, the destruction of Rathlin and Skye, the rape of Inishmurray of Sligo and Roscam in Galway Bay. Were those Harald's people? Then she recalled watching from her window at the royal house of Gailenga, as her father ripped the living guts from her husband, Dorha E. Rourke. The fact that he deserved every second of the agony he suffered, and she knew it, did little to lessen the horror of the memory. Bridget gave a sigh that encompassed all the weakness of men, then stood and stepped quietly out of the room. With Harald asleep, she walked down the hall to the room where the one called Giant Bjorn was held. While Bridget considered it her Christian duty to care for all the hostages, in truth, she gave only perfunctory attention to the other two, and devoted nearly all of her time to Harald. But she did not dwell on why that was. It was 2 days since Bridget had looked in on Giant Bjorn. At the last, he had been mending well, and now, but for a slight limp, was as good as if he had never been wounded. Flann had ordered 2 guards to stand outside his room, since, unlike Harald, he was once again strong enough to pose a genuine threat. But there was no one in the hall outside his room now, and Bridget could not understand why that might be. She paused by the door. It was made of 2-inch thick oak and iron-bound, intended to slow down anyone trying to get in quick. She listened, but could hear nothing from within. She knocked tentatively. It was an odd thing. She did not often knock on doors. She heard no answer, no sound. Slowly she lifted the latch and swung the door open, just enough to peek inside. The room was a wreck, the bed tossed on its side, the table smashed to pieces, the cross that had hung on the wall broken in two and thrown in a corner. It looked as if they had locked a wild bear in the place, but it was empty. Bridget closed the door and stared off into the twilight of the hall. She wondered if Giant Bjorn had been moved, if her father had finally become sick of having the Finn Gull under his roof, and had moved them to the prison. He might have spared Harald, might have sensed his daughter's special affection for the young man. If he sensed that, he would slit Harald's throat, Bridget thought. She walked down the hall to where it opened into the great hall, where a dozen servants and slaves made ready for the evening feast. At a table, a handful of the Ree Twyther were already into the mead, and they greeted her with looks and words that expressed their appreciation of her royal bearing, but she ignored them. Bridget crossed the hall to the south wing of the house. The other one, Oliver Yellowbeard, was kept there. There were guards at his door, 2 men, well armed, and she knew he was within. She stopped at the door, waited for the guards to open it, but they hesitated. She saw glances exchanged between them. "Open the door," Bridget said, but still they did not move. Footsteps in the hall, and the guards looked over gratefully to Brian Finlith, master of the guards at Tara, as he approached with his usual active step. "Master Finlith," Bridget said, stepping over to meet him. Brian Finlith had been master of the guards for most of Bridget's life, and while it was his sworn duty to protect all of the royal household, he had always cared more for Bridget than any of them. He used to carve her little wooden swords when she was a girl, and teach her to fight. When one of the Ree Tuihe had once, in his cups, made a lewd comment, Brian had beaten half to death, and then saved his life by not reporting the comment to Moll Shecknell. "Bridget, my dear, what is it?" "I wish to check on the well-being of the Fingal, but these men will not let me pass." Brian Finlith looked nervously around, just as the other guards had. "Mistress, I don't think—" He got no further. Bridget turned, and before any of the 3 men could act, lifted the latch and swung the door in. Oliver Yellowbeard was there, as she had surmised, not on the bed, but on the floor, leaning against the bed. His arm lay by his side at an odd angle. His hair and beard were stiff with dried blood. His tunic was wet where he had urinated on himself. He looked up at her with his one eye that would open, the other swollen shut under humps of bruised and bloody flesh. Bridget gasped. She put her hands to her mouth and backed away. She felt one of Brian Finlith's hands on her shoulder, but she shook him off. She swallowed hard, then turned and ran. Chapter 24. We fought. I paid no heed, that my violent deeds might be repaid. My lightning sword I daubed with blood. Egil's Saga. Harald was in a deep sleep, a profound sleep. His body felt heavy, and he was completely comfortable, as if there was a mattress on top of him as well as below, and it was pressing him down, encompassing him with warmth and softness. He dreamed of the sea. In his dreams he was on board the Red Dragon, except it was much longer than the real ship, and the mast, as big around as a tree, and with no sail or rigging at all, rose up and up to the sky. All his fellows were there, and his father and grandfather. Bridget was there too. The ship was pitching with short and jerky movements, as if she was cutting through the inshore chop, her bow headed for some rocky beach. And then he was awake, or so he thought. He could see the room, dimly. It was dark, but there was light, yellow, dull, and wavering, and it gave Harald a sense of relief, because he hated the dark. There was a hand on his shoulder. He turned his head. Bridget was beside him, shaking him. Bridget, he thought. He had thought of little else since his fever broke, "Lovely Bridget, come for me." It was like paradise. He was warm and rested, and here was the beautiful Irish girl come to share his bed with him. But there was a dreamlike quality to it all, and suddenly he was not so sure that any of it was real. He looked around, trying to remember where he was. He recalled Bridget, but what else? Where was he? He tried to think, because if he could remember where he was, then he would know if this was a dream or not, if the lovely Bridget was a real woman, or just a soft vision in his sleep world. But here she was, pulling on his arm. She wanted him to get out of bed, apparently, which he did not want to do. Rather, he wanted her to get into bed with him. Despite his grandfather's urging, Harald had never been with a woman before. The idea made him a bit nervous, but somehow he felt it would be different with Bridget. He and Bridget would just melt together. They would commingle like warm porridge and honey, and it would be fine and lovely. But she was definitely pulling on his arm, so he swung his legs over the edge of the bed and sat up, as much as it grieved him to leave that warm, soft place. Once he was sitting up, Bridget turned away, hunting for something. Harald looked around the room, lit by a small oil lamp which Bridget must have brought with her, and he began to recall his situation. They were holding him in this fine room, though he was not sure who they were. They were treating him well, but still they would not let him leave the room, and he was not sure why. He recalled the Jarl who had spoken to him. Harald assumed he was a Jarl, the one named Flan. It was only after he left that Harald realized Flan had answered none of his questions, save to say that his father was coming for him. Father? Harald had not really thought of his father, or Owenolf or the others. There had been so much to consider, and he was so weak, and Bridget was so much on his mind. But now, sitting on the edge of the bed, he was taken by a profound sense of loneliness, such as he had never felt before. Not the loneliness he felt working the high meadows in the springtime back in East Agder, but something much deeper than that, like treading water in the open sea. Everything he knew was gone. Then Bridget was in front of him again, with her lovely heart-shaped face and her dark hair tumbling around. She held out his shoes, and he looked at them, unsure what she wanted, and nodded his head. Bridget thrust them at him with an exasperated expression, and Harald took them and put them on, and that seemed to be what she wanted. He kept his eyes on her as she wrapped the laces around his ankles and tied them. There was something different about her. She was wearing a heavy wool cloak, like one would wear out of doors. He had never seen her wear such a thing before. There was a sewing basket at her feet, from which she pulled a large piece of dark cloth. She beckoned for Harald to stand, and he did as he was directed. The cloth turned out to be a cloak or a coat of some sort, woven from coarse wool, a rough garment. Bridget held it up bottom first for Harald to slip over his head. The night was warm, and he felt no need for more clothing. But he was getting the sense that Bridget did not stand for argument, so he pulled it over his head and found the sleeves with his arms. He looked down at the loose-fitting robe, as Bridget tied a rope belt around the waist. It looked very like the robes Harald had seen the Christ priests wearing in the monasteries he and his fellows had sacked. He wondered if they were going somewhere, he and Bridget. Bridget reached up and flipped the cowl of the garment over Harald's face. It was big and obscured his view, but again he made no argument. Bridget stepped back and examined him, then nodded, apparently pleased, and that made Harald happy. Bridget picked up the oil lamp and the basket and moved soundlessly to the window on the far wall of the room. It was covered by a thick wooden shutter that was barred from the outside at night. Harald had tried it several times, but tonight, apparently, it was not. As Bridget blew out the lamp's flame and slowly pushed the shutter open to peer outside, the night air spilled into the room, cool and moist and fresh, and with it muted and distant sounds. Harald crossed over to Bridget, eager to look out the window and smell the fresh air, and perhaps touch the girl. but he was still not certain what she was about. His legs felt unsteady as he crossed the room, and his head seemed to swim. He had not been on his feet for more than a few minutes at a time, for as long as he could recall. He thought back, since the fight on the longship. He stepped close to Bridget, and she put a hand to his chest to stop him, and he stopped. She looked out the window again, looked left and right, and then with a quick motion that surprised Harold, she dropped the basket through the window, then hoisted herself up on the sill and eased herself down to the ground outside. She looked around again, then turned and beckoned. A few things were coming clear. Bridget wanted him to leave with her. He was not sure why. Was he in danger in that house? He had thought he was among friends. Bridget beckoned him again with an emphatic wave of the hand, and he too climbed up onto the windowsill and dropped to the ground. He felt awkward, his arms and legs not moving the way they once had. There was movement in the dark, the sound of running feet, and suddenly 3 big dogs were on them, panting and growling. Harold stiffened and felt a surge of panic. He did not like dogs. But Bridget held out her hand, down low, and the dogs sniffed and rubbed against her, eager for her sharp nails to scratch their necks. The past few days had been sunny and warm, but now a light mist was falling, cool and wet on Harold's face and hands. It felt good. Bridget picked up the basket and walked off, and Harold and the dogs followed. He looked around as they walked, curious about this place he had been for he did not know how long. The moon behind the thick clouds illuminated the area with a dull light. There was a dozen or so buildings, from small, round, thatched places to a big wooden structure that towered over the others, and that, Harold guessed, was a mead hall or a temple of some sort. Well-beaten roads, edged with rail fences, crisscrossed the huge compound. There were orchards and gardens as well. He could smell horses and the remains of fires dying away. The entire area was surrounded by a circular wall, perhaps 20 feet high and easily a mile in diameter. In the dark, he could not tell what it was made of, but if it was like the other walls he had encountered in his raiding in Ireland, it was built up of earth and wood. It was a lovely night, despite the light rain, and Harold was enjoying the stroll after his long confinement. As he moved, he felt the strength and coordination come back to his legs and arms, and that was good. Then Bridget stopped short, and he all but ran into her. She turned and looked at him. They were nearly the same height. Her face was creased with concern, which surprised him, since he himself was having such a nice time. She reached up and adjusted his hood so it covered more of his face, making it even harder for him to see, but he did not object. He wondered why she was doing this, what was going on. And then, with a lightning flash, he understood. She had decided they must run off together. She was in love with him, but her father would not have them marry for some reason, perhaps because Harold was a Norseman, or too young, so she had decided they would just run away. It was the only thing that made sense. Harold felt a warmth spread over him, like slipping into a bath. He smiled at Bridget, and she smiled back, a tentative smile. It was only natural that she would not be as light-hearted as he was. Harold understood that. It could not be an easy decision for her to give up a life to a man with whom she had never actually spoken. There was a new vigor to Harold's step as he continued to follow behind his soon-to-be lover. He could see now they were headed for a gate in the wall, though from the size of it he judged it was not the main gate. He wondered at the hour. It seemed well into the dark, dead time of the night. They were 20 feet from the gate when Harold saw a man move out of the shadows, and he started a bit. He was not expecting to see anyone. And then another, on the other side of the gate. Guards. Bridget did not break her stride, and Harold followed behind. One of the guards spoke. The words were meaningless to Harold, but the tone seemed part deferential, part challenge. Bridget said something in reply, pointed to Harold. Harald tried to retreat deeper into his cowl. Now the guard was there, and he was studying Harald while Harald studied him. He wore a helmet, no mail. There was a big knife on his belt, and he carried a spear but no sword. The other guard, the one who was still talking with Bridget, was armed the same. They're all but naked by our custom, Harald thought. A Viking wouldn't go to the mead hall so lightly armed, to say nothing of standing guard duty. Harald turned back to Bridget, who was still in conversation with the first guard. Their voices were louder, their tones more strident. It sounded very much like an argument. Suddenly the second guard stepped up to Harald with a quick movement, pulled the cowl back. The conversation stopped. The guards wore a self-satisfied look. Bridget looked near panic. This is ridiculous, Harald thought. Why were they bothering with all this talk? 2 guards, armed only with knives and those awkward spears, and not in the least prepared for a fight? Harald had been bred to combat since he was a child, had already been in more fights than most professional soldiers, and he knew when a thing could be easily done. Am I strong enough? He wondered. He could feel the wasting effect of his sickness in his arms and legs. Yes. The walk and the food earlier had done him good. He might not be in shape to charge a shield wall, but he could certainly best these 2 ill-prepared guards. With that, he flung out his arm and yanked the spear from the hands of the guard closest to him. The guard, surprised by the lightning move, made no effort to resist. He was just starting to make some noise, utter some protest, when Harald drove the butt of the spear into his stomach. He doubled over with the sound of air being driven from him, and Harald caught the man's head with his knee and snapped him back, flinging him to the dirt. He whirled around just as the other guard was lunging with a spear, but Harald knew he would do that, so he sidestepped the thrust, and using his spear like a staff in those close quarters, hit the man on the side of the head. The wooden shaft made a dull clanging sound on the guard's helmet. The guard staggered sideways, and Harald used the spear the other way and slammed it into the other side of his head. The guard went down on his knees. Harald drew the spear back and pointed the wicked iron point at the place in the man's chest where it would kill him quick and silent. He tensed for the thrust, then felt a hand on his arm, holding him back, and he heard Bridget say in a sharp whisper, "No!" He turned his head to look at her. Bridget's eyes were wide, and she was shaking her head. For some reason, she did not want him to kill the guard. In the intensity of the moment, he had forgotten she was there. The dogs were bouncing around, panting and growling, but did not interfere. He is one of her people, Harald realized. She was Irish, just like the guard. She was not a Norseman. He would have to remember that, if they were going to spend their lives together. Harald nodded, and was rewarded with the look of relief on Bridget's face. The guard was still on his knees, still partly stunned. With the tip of the spear, Harald flipped the man's helmet off, and then swung the shaft like a club, catching the guard on the side of the head and knocking him out cold. He would live, but he would raise no alarms for a while. Harald dropped the spear and grabbed the guard's legs and dragged him into the shadows of the gate, then did the same with the other. He pulled the knives from their sheaths and tucked them in his rope belt, then gathered up the spears. He was breathing hard, and his legs felt wobbly. Bridget hefted the heavy bar that held the gate shut and pushed it open, just enough for a person to squeeze through. "Come along," Harald said in a whisper, gesturing for Bridget to follow him through the gate. But Bridget hesitated, shaking her head. Harald gestured again, and again Bridget shook her head, pointing at him and then pointing through the open gate, as if she wanted him to go on by himself. Harald frowned in frustration. With the love that they shared, words had not been necessary until now. How could he assure her that it would be all right, that he would protect her? He shook his head, beckoned, but still she would not follow. "You go alone," she said. Harald could make no sense of the words, but he guessed she was saying she was too frightened to carry out her plan of running off with him. But he was a man now, not a boy, and Thorgrim had taught him that being a man meant, among other things, being decisive, taking charge. He shifted the spears to his left hand and took a quick step towards Bridget. Before she could react, before she could even move, he bent over, wrapped his right arm around her thighs and straightened, with Bridget draped over his shoulder. "Oh!" she said, a little exclamation of surprise, with just a hint of outrage. In 3 steps, Harald was out the gate, bearing his true love off to their new life together.
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.
Chapter 25. The morning sleeper has much undone. The quick will catch the prize. Havamal. The weather had been remarkable. 5 days of sunshine on the Irish coast. But with the coming of dawn came the end of that good fortune. During the dark hours, a light mist had begun that coated everything with wet. Then, soon after first light, the storm clouds rolled in low, and the rain began to fall in earnest. Magnus Magnusson, sitting on his horse on the top of the rise and looking out over the ocean, felt the first rivulets of rain working their way through his cloak and between the links of his mail, making cold wet spots on his wool tunic beneath. He wiped the water from his eyes, ran his fingers through his beard, and stared at the place where the longship had disappeared into the rain and the mist.
"This was a mistake,"
said Cormac E. Rourke, also mounted and standing beside Magnus.
"We were fools to have not taken them when we had the chance. Now, who knows if we will ever see them again?"
Cormac was not talking to Magnus, but rather to the man mounted on his other side, Niall Coran, who was second in command of the Irish troops. Niall was what the Irish called a rí tuathaí, which, as Magnus understood it, meant he fancied himself king of some insignificant little shithole. "It was not a mistake," Magnus said. It was supremely irritating to him when Cormac spoke as if he was not there, which he found Cormac did quite often.
"If this rain does not lift,"
Niall said to Cormac,
"we'll never know where they might come ashore."
You would, Magnus thought, if you knew the first thing about ships, you ignorant, self-satisfied, sheep-buggering Irish fool.
"They have only their oars to move them. I saw to that," Magnus said. "They can move no faster than a man on horseback, riding at a moderate pace, nor can they come ashore just anywhere. There are only certain places one can beach a longship. If we follow on shore, with riders spaced a mile or so apart, and watch the beaches within a day's ride, then, by the hammer of Thor, we'll find them."
Cormac and Niall exchanged glances. Magnus was certain he saw a trace of a smirk on Niall's face.
"By the hammer of Thor, indeed,"
Cormac said, and he and Niall together made the Christian gesture, touching forehead, stomach, and shoulders. Magnus did not know what that charm was supposed to accomplish. He did know he had had a bellyful of their condescension. Magnus wheeled his horse in front of Cormac, so he and the exiled Ruri of Gailenga were face to face.
"Do not forget it, Cormac."
"Lord Cormac," Cormac corrected.
"Do not forget it, Cormac, that you cannot find the crown without me, and without the crown you will never be more than what you are now, just a minor king who does not even rule the pathetic little cow pasture he calls a kingdom. Crawl to your god if you will, and I will bargain with mine, but do not presume to mock me again, or by my gods we will cross swords."
He dug his heels into his horse's flanks, pounded off toward the soggy field, where the servants were just starting to break camp. Even with the cold rain running down his face, he could feel his skin burning with anger. Magnus and Cormac, the leaders of the Danish and Irish alliance, already a shaky coalition, were not the only ones watching, as the red dragon disappeared into the rain and fog. Huddled in the brush, his fur wrapped around his shoulders, Thorgrim Nightwolf watched, as the ship
was seemingly swallowed in the mist. An uneasy feeling. Thorgrim did not like to be separated from his ship, and the way the vessel slowly faded from view looked so much as if it was moving from this world into another that it made Thorgrim nervous. Judging from the murmuring and shifting of the dozen men behind him, he was not the only one who felt that way. He reached under his fur cape and fingered the 2 silver pieces hanging from a cord around his neck. A hammer of Thor, given to him by his father many years before, and a cross given to him by Morrigan in the prison in Duvlin. Between the 2, he felt he was pretty well covered.
"Stop that muttering, you cowardly, superstitious old women!"
Thorgrim scolded as he twisted around, still in his crouching stance. The rain was running through his hair and beard and down his face. He wiped the water away. Normally his helmet would have provided some protection, but that was long gone, taken by the Danes, and the few helmets they had plundered from the mead hall had gone to his men. Morrigan was next to him, the cowl of her cape soaked through and plastered to her head. She made it clear that she did not wish to stay aboard the longship without Thorgrim, particularly as Owenolf's comments were growing more lewd and direct. Thorgrim agreed she should come ashore. Someone who knew the land and the language would be helpful. There was a rustling in the brush, and then Egil Lamb appeared through the bracken.
"They left 1 man behind to watch the beach," he reported. "Now they have 1 man less, and Egil Lamb has a shield."
He swung the shield off his back, round, with a protruding, pointed boss. The shield was covered in thick leather. It was unpainted.
"That's no Danish shield,"
Thorgrim said.
"No, this fellow was Irish by the looks of him."
Egil Lamb agreed. Thorgrim frowned. He met Morrigan's eyes, and she looked uncertain as well. If these were not Orm's men following them, then who were they?
"Let us go,"
Thorgrim said. He moved cautiously out of the brush and looked along the rolling fields in every direction. They were alone. He stood and stepped into the open, feeling very exposed, and his men followed. They moved up the hill, walking in a loose swine array. The country was open, which would allow them to see an attack from a ways off, which was good, because they still had a dearth of weapons. Each man had a sword or a spear at least, but there were only 6 shields, including Egil Lamb's, and 4 helmets between the dozen of them. They did not have surprise. They had practically nothing. They crossed a half-mile of wet grass, skirting behind stands of brush and trees to keep out of sight. The country looked quite different to Thorgrim in the dim daylight than it had at night in his wolf dream, but still he recognized the land and knew without doubt where he was going.
"We'll keep below the crest of this hill. Work over to that stand of brush,"
Thorgrim said, pointing toward the unruly thicket that stood near the high point of the hill they were climbing. Hunched over, moving fast, the Fingal worked their way along the ridge and shuffled into the brush. Thorgrim heard low curses, stifled shouts of pain, as his men took twigs in the eyes and stumbled over twisted vines. They came at last to a place where they could look out across the fields. Half a mile away, the enemy was breaking camp. The big tents came down in balloons of fabric as the center poles were removed. A dozen or so men swarmed around the camp. 2 horse carts stood ready to accept their loads. A dozen men, Thorgrim thought, and the rest are off hunting us. If he were looking for a longship in this weather, Thorgrim imagined, he would have riders spread out along the coast, and racing ahead to find the beaches where the longship might land. He would leave just a handful of men, servants mostly, with a minimal guard to protect against bandits and to break camp. He imagined that was exactly what Orm's man had done. It took the Danes another hour to pack the tents and poles on the wagons, and stow away the casks, crates, iron pots, spits, all the accoutrements of a field campaign. Thorgrim wondered how these people, moving at that glacial pace, had ever made it out of Denmark, never mind taking Duvlin from the Norwegians. Still, he was grateful for the lack of enthusiasm for their job,
as it made his easier. He led his men further north, along the muddy track. It could hardly be called a road, that ran across the fields, along which the baggage train would have to travel. They came to a place where the path split an oak grove before climbing up to higher ground. Thorgrim spread his men out on either side of the road, nestled deep into the undergrowth, and there they waited. Thorgrim was just starting to think he had made a mistake, that the baggage train was heading off in some other direction, when he heard the first squeak of wooden axles and the muted thumps of horses' hooves over the sound of rain on leaves. He glanced to his left. Skeggi Kalfsson and Svein the Short were crouched there with weapons drawn, and faces intent on the path beyond. To his right, Thorgerd Brack, recovered from the wound he received escaping Duvlin, was ready as well, and two others that Thorgrim did not see through the brush. On the other side of the road, well hidden, waited Egil Lam and the 5 men with him. Thorgrim's breathing became quick and shallow as he tensed for the fight. He felt his mind sharpen until nothing else existed save the world of battle. And then the enemy was there. A rider came first. He wore a mail shirt and cone-shaped helmet, and carried a bright-coloured shield, and there was no doubt that this fellow was a Dane. Thorgrim wished to Thor and Odin he had archers who could take these men down first, but that was not to be. Their bows and arrows had been taken in Duvlin, and there were none to be had in the mead hall. And then the thought of archers and tactics and such went right out of Thorgrim's head, like ripples in a pond that spread out and disappear. He felt the war cry in his throat, and before he could even think about it, he was on his feet, shouting like a madman, howling and charging out of the brush, and right for the mounted Dane. The surprise could not have been more complete, and it was clear from the look on the Dane's face, in those last seconds before he died on Thorgrim's sword, that he was not sure these creatures charging from the brush were men at all. Ireland was a haunted place. It was a fact well known to the Northmen. The Dane was still slumped over in the saddle when Thorgrim pulled his sword free and whirled around to take on the next comer. Half the party with the baggage train were unarmed slaves, and they were running as hard as they could back down the road, and Thorgrim's men let them go. Skeggi Kalfsson and Hal Gudmundsson were locked in a fight with the man at the lead wagon, a huge man with a thick beard and a great swath of hair that even in the rain refused to lie down on his head. He was lunging and parrying with his spear, while the 2 Norsemen tried to get past the lethal point to put their swords to work. They looked like nothing so much as dogs baiting a furious bear. Thorgrim rushed to the fight, but before he could join in, the men on the other side of the baggage train, recovered from the shock of the ambush, came leaping over the traces and around the wagons, swords and spears in hand, slinging bright painted shields and leather-covered shields off their backs and onto their arms. Thorgrim stopped himself short, twisted aside as a sword thrust at his neck. A shield battered his own sword aside. And just as the new man plunged into the fight, just as Thorgrim's men might have been overwhelmed, just as the guards saw themselves gaining the upper hand, Egil Lam and his men, their timing perfect, came charging out of the brush with war cries bursting from their throats. The men guarding the baggage train hesitated, confused by this fresh attack, and in that instant the fight was over. The man facing Thorgrim turned to look for his second attack, and Thorgrim drove his sword right through the man's chest. The big man with the wild hair was down, felled by 3 swords, but not before he had driven his spear into Hal Gudmundsson's throat. Thorgrim stood, panting, sword in hand, looking at the dead and wounded around him. Of his men, only Hal was dead, and a few others wounded, but just slightly.
"Egil, hurry up the road and see that the others are not returning,"
Thorgrim said. Morrigan stepped out of the woods. If she felt any horror at what she had just seen, she did not show it. She walked over to the big man, who lay by the wagon, eyes wide, bleeding his life away, the blood mixing with the rain and running in rivulets down the muddy path. She spoke to him, in Irish. He glared up at her, She spoke again. He spit the words at her. 3 words, then closed his eyes and did not move. Thorgrim stepped up to her side. "What did he say?" "He's an Irishman. I asked him who his master is." Thorgrim looked down at the man. By the clothes, by the weapons, it was clear he was no Norseman. But the man who had led the procession was a Dane. There was no mistaking it. "What did he say?" Morrigan was frowning. "He said, Cormac E. Rourke." "Who is that?" "He is the brother of Donha E. Rourke, who was Ruri, the king of Goilenga. Donha was husband to Bridget, the daughter of my lord Maul Shecknel, until my lord killed him." Thorgrim grunted. These Irish seemed to kill one another faster than the Vikings could, but he had no time to sort out the complicated relationships that Morrigan described.
"Skeggy, get these wagons turned around,"
Thorgrim said.
"You men, go catch those horses that bolted. Snorri, go tell Egil Lamb we are moving now."
With some difficulty, and not a little cursing, the wagons were wheeled around, and the baggage train, led by its new owners, headed back from whence it had come. Thorgrim spit rainwater from his mouth and shivered in the cold. His only comfort came from the thought that his enemy, whoever he was, now deprived of his food and shelter, would be more miserable still. Asbjorn the Fat watched the fight from the relative safety of the oak grove, wearing only torn trousers, shivering in the cold, filthy, starving, an iron collar around his neck. Asbjorn, for the first time since he had come to that low place, was able to forget his misery as he watched the ambush and the slaughter of his tormentors. He had expected the traitor Magnus to kill him back at the monastery of Baldoyle, but their enmity ran far too deep for that. Magnus would have his fun. He would torture Asbjorn first, make him suffer crushing humiliation. He had stripped Asbjorn all but naked, put an iron collar around his neck, had his man, Halkel Halfwit, lead the prisoner like a cow, stumbling along barefoot behind the wagons. Asbjorn could barely comprehend how quickly his fortunes had changed. He spent the night staked out like an animal at the edge of the camp. Morning had brought no relief, just greater misery, with the cold rain falling on his corpulent, naked body, the iron collar digging into the soft flesh of his neck, as Halkel led him along. The baggage train was approaching the oak grove, when Asbjorn stumbled, fell in the mud, and was too miserable to get up, even with Halkel pulling on the chain and kicking him. The wagons were 100 yards ahead of them, when they rolled into the ambush in the trees. Halkel Halfwit, as his name implied, was not the brightest of Magnus's men, but he was loyal and he followed orders, and his orders had been to look after Asbjorn the Fat. So rather than abandon Asbjorn and charge into the fight, Halkel led Asbjorn into the woods, where they hunkered down in the bracken and watched the quick, bloody, one-sided battle. "Keep quiet," Halkel whispered to Asbjorn, as the wagon train was turned around, the ambushers heading back toward the place they were hiding. Asbjorn shook his head. Idiot, he thought, as if he was going to call out to men who had just slaughtered the entire guard of the wagon train. But as he sat there, completely silent, completely still, save for the involuntary shivering, clenching his teeth to keep them from chattering, Asbjorn Gudrudson recognized an opportunity. He did not speak as the baggage train rolled by, the raiders' feet making sucking noises in the mud as they walked. He remained silent even as he looked into the face of the man leading them, and recognized Thorgrim Nightwolf, the very man they were hunting, now hunting them. He did not speak until the entire train had rolled out of sight, back the way it had come.
"Do you know who that was? That attacked the wagons?"
Asbjorn asked, speaking softly.
"No,"
Halkel said. He was still looking down the road, toward where the wagons had gone. Asbjorn could hear the confusion in his voice. Halkel was not sure what had happened, or if he had done the right thing, or what he should do now.
"Those were Irish raiders," Asbjorn said. "We Danes are no match for them." "Ha!" Halkel made an indignant sound. "There are no Irish that are a match for us." "You think we Danes, Orm and his men, could best an Irish army?" "Of course. We are as good fighting men as any of the world. Better."
Asbjorn said. He waited.
"What? What are you saying?"
"Well, it doesn't look well for you then, does it? You've joined with the Irish against Orm, and now you say that the Irish will lose." Halkel was silent as he chewed on that.
"I haven't joined with the Irish,"
he protested, but there was more confusion than conviction in his voice.
"You follow Magnus. Is Magnus riding beside Danes right now?"
"No, he is riding with an Irish king, who wants only to drive us into the sea. What will happen to those who follow Magnus when Orm defeats the Irish, as you say he will?"
"Look at me,"
Asbjorn continued. "I could have joined Magnus, but I would rather suffer this great humiliation now than suffer what Orm will do to those who turn on him." That speech left Halkel silent for some time. When he finally spoke again, he sounded more confused, more frightened than ever.
"What can I do?"
he asked. "I will tell you what to do," said Asbjorn. Chapter 26. The traveller must train his wits. All is easy at home. Havamal. Magnus Magnusson was riding the cliff edge. To his left, the wet fields rolled away inland, their usual startling green colour muted in the rain and fog. To his right, the steep, rocky ledges fell to the breaking surf below. He looked out over the water, to the place where the sea and fog melded into one another. He hoped very much to see the Norwegian longship come dipping out of the mist, hoped the Norwegians would decide the safest bet was to keep an eye on the shoreline, so that he could keep an eye on them. Magnus was worried. The deal was simple enough. The crown of the Three Kingdoms, and Cormac Eork's rule over Brega, Leinster, and Midday, in exchange for the combined Irish army deposing Orm and setting Magnus in his place. An alliance of Irish and Danes. Once they stopped fighting one another, all of Ireland would be at their mercy. The alliance with Cormac had taken months of terribly dangerous negotiations. One misplaced word, one betrayal by any of the several men involved, and Orm Olsen would have put Magnus to death, just as he wanted to. Through it all, Magnus had steered his course true, had managed to pull together all these elements, fire and water. But now, things seemed to be coming apart, and Magnus was starting to wonder if the time had come for him to cut and run. He reined his horse to a stop, and stared off north along the coast. Cormac and that bastard Niall Coran had ridden off by themselves. What are they plotting? Magnus wondered. Once they had the crown, they would have no further need of him. The truth of that had occurred to Cormac and Niall Coran. Magnus could see as much, and they were intending to take advantage of the fact. He looked over his shoulder. Maybe I should just run now, he thought. There was no other way to extract himself that he could see. His men were outnumbered by the Irish, and though they were better armed and better able to fight, they might well be butchered if they tried to leave. I could ride back to Duvlin, tell Orm we were attacked by an Irish war party. Everyone was killed. Chances were, if he did that, Cormac would kill all his men, so there would be no one left to speak against him. It would be most important of all, of course, that Asbjorn be killed. Perhaps I should kill Asbjorn now, Magnus thought. Yes, regardless of what he decided to do, Asbjorn was too much of a liability to be left alive. He had had his fun with the fat whore's son. Time to end it. He wheeled his horse around and headed back toward the place where they had made camp. The baggage train would be coming from that direction, with Asbjorn on his leash following behind. He heard hoofbeats, twisted in the saddle, saw the familiar shape of Kiashtan's swiftsword riding toward him.
The riders are well spaced, and I sent Viffel Ketilson. He has the fastest mount. Sent him on ahead to see what beach those Norwegians might come to tonight,
Kiashtan said, reining up beside Magnus.
Good,
Magnus said, though he wondered how the Norwegians would find the beach in that weather, or if they would even dare close with the shore, or if they had decided to just piss on the crown and row back to Norway. He scowled as his mind wrapped around those thoughts.
Where away, Lord Magnus?
Kiashtan asked, after they had rowed some distance in the wrong direction.
Back to the baggage train. I have had my fun with Asbjorn. Time for him to die.
Kiashtan did not say anything. He had favoured killing Asbjorn straight off. Magnus pulled his cloak further over his shoulders. His clothing was soaked clean through to his skin, and the best he could hope for was that the cloak would block the wind a bit. As an experienced raider and campaigner, he was well used to such misery, but that did not make it any less miserable. He thought of the big, comfortable tents that Cormac and Niall Coran carried with them, and he found himself longing for one, and bitterly resentful that he did not have one, and would not be invited into theirs.
Those men left with the baggage train are taking their own time,
Kiashtan observed, and his voice pulled Magnus from his funk.
What? The baggage train. I would have thought it would be here by now, but I can't even see it.
Magnus looked down the worn, muddy strip that passed for a road. The baggage train was nowhere in sight. Sure, they could not see far, thanks to the rain, but far enough that they should have been able to see it by now.
Let's go give those lazy dogs a kick in the arse,
Magnus said, digging his spurs into the horse's side, pushing the animal to a canter. Hard riding helped dispel his own irritation, doubt, and suddenly gnawing worry. The path ran over a low hill, then dipped down into a stand of oaks. They crested the hill, and still could not see the wagons. They had left an even number of Danes and Irish to guard it, along with a dozen slaves Cormac and Niall Coran brought for their own comfort. Magnus would have expected the Danes, at least, to show a little more initiative in getting things moving along. They rode down into the arms of the oak grove, slowing their horses to a walk as the trees rose up on either side of them. The path twisted off to the right. They were just rounding the turn when they saw the first body, Vestin Osversen, who had been left in charge of the baggage train. They recognized him by his bright-coloured tunic, though when they had seen him that morning, there had been a mail shirt over him. His face was down in the mud.
"By the hammer of Thor!"
Kiashtan shouted, but Magnus's stomach was twisting, and he did not trust himself to speak. As they rounded the curve in the path, more and more of the scene of the disaster opened up to them. Dead men strewn around the grass, hacked down with swords, run through with spears, Irish and Danes. If the men who had done this lost any in the fight, they had taken the bodies with them. Magnus looked on the scene in silence, while behind him, Kiashtan cursed enough for the both of them. The bodies had been stripped of anything worthwhile. Mail, purses, helmets, shields. There was not one weapon left that Magnus could see. He searched the ground, rode past the death scene, hoping desperately to see Asbjorn's fat corpse staring blankly at the sky. But Asbjorn was nowhere to be seen. "Damn," Magnus said. He wheeled his horse around and rode back into the trees. Kiashtan was on the ground, looking at the tracks.
"Bandits, do you think?"
he asked.
"No,"
Magnus said. Half these men had been killed with swords. Bandits did not carry swords.
"You can see here where they turn the wagons around,"
Kiashtan said, pointing to the torn-up muddy patch on the ground. He straightened and followed the path with his eyes.
"Headed back from whence they came."
Magnus nodded. His mind was racing through the implications. How long ago did this happen? Judging from the state of the bodies, they had been lying there for an hour at least. The blood had been washed clean by the rain, leaving the horrible, jagged wounds gaping open, and faces white as fine linen.
"Let me ride back and get a party together," Kyashtan suggested. "We may be able to run these whores' sons down yet." "No," Magnus said. "Let us go, you and me, and see where these tracks lead."
Kyashtan mounted, and they rode off. The tracks were easy enough to follow, the horses and wheels of the wagons leaving deep cuts in the sodden grass. Magnus kept a sharp eye out for Asbjorn, or for Halkil Halfwit, dead or alive, something to tell him how things lay, but he saw nothing. The wagon tracks left the path once it emerged from the trees, and ran downhill toward the water, and Magnus's certainty and horror grew with every perch they rode. They crossed fields, winding around clumps of brush, following the wagon's tracks downhill toward the sea. They found the wagons on the beach, abandoned, broken up, parts taken for firewood, most likely. Everything was stripped out of them. Food, mead, utensils, weapons, everything. The horses were gone.
"Thor, strike those sons of bitches down," Magnus shouted in pure rage.
That fat, loud-mouthed Owenolf had utterly outfoxed him, standing offshore, and then returning to the same beach to come up behind them. How had he known they were following on shore? Damn them all, he thought. Asbjorn was gone, and there was no doubt he was heading back for Duvlin, with tales for Orm of Magnus's treachery. There could be no abandoning Cormac now, and returning to Duvlin himself. But any status he still enjoyed with Cormac would be gone once this was discovered. He had nothing left. Magnus slid down off his horse and walked around the shattered wagons. They had really taken everything there was to take, including the big tents. That, at least, gave Magnus reason to smile. Cormac, Eroch, and Niall Coran would be sleeping in the rain like the rest of the dogs. Why would they take the tents? Magnus wondered. Tents would not do them much good on board a longship. What they needed was a sail. Magnus stopped short as he realized what they were about. "Oh, damn them!" he shouted into the rain and the fog. Chapter 27. When passing a doorpost, watch as you walk on. Inspect as you enter. It is uncertain where enemies lurk, or crouch in a dark corner. Havamal. Bridget struggled for all she was worth. She kicked her legs, beat at Harold's back with her fists, but it seemed to have no effect. It was maddening. She could not believe the strength of the young Fingal's arms, even after a week of wasting fever. Her only real experience with a man's embrace had been with her husband, Donhach y Rourke. Donhach was a warrior, and no weakling, but his strength was nothing beside Harold's. She did not scream. She considered it, felt fairly sure that it would bring the guard running in pursuit, but still she held her tongue. If they caught Harald carrying her off, they would kill him in some brutal way. Angry as she was, she could not bring herself to condemn him to being publicly and horribly put to death. "Harald, no! Put me down!" she said in a harsh whisper, but he did not respond to the words any more than he responded to the kicks and punches. "Oh, God help me, I am such an idiot," Bridget thought, as she watched the road pass by beneath her. Harald's goatskin shoes moving back and forth in a steady, unbroken rhythm, stolen by a Viking whom she herself had set free. It was the last word in humiliation, and it made her furious, and in her fury she began pounding on Harald again. Bridget punched and kicked for as long as she could, and then she slumped over in exhaustion. Harald's pace did not slacken at all. Dear God, this is humiliating, she thought. They were too far now from Tara for her screams to be heard, even if she wanted to scream, which she didn't. For all the stories about Vikings raping their victims and carrying women off to be sold in the slave markets of the Moorish countries. She did not think that that was Harald's intention. He was stealing her away, to be sure, but she did not think he meant her any harm. I wonder if he wants to make me his wife, she thought. The idea was only a little less worrisome than the slave market. Bridget was spent, hanging limp over Harald's shoulder like a sack of barley, when he finally slowed and set her down. She stumbled, dizzy, finding herself suddenly upright again. Harald's big hand shot out and grabbed her by the arm to steady her. She saw the look of concern on his face. Whatever stupid thing he had in his dull Norse mind, he had no intention of hurting her. "Well?" she said, as the spinning faded. Harald was breathing hard, and even in the dim light she could see his face was pale. He had used much of his diminished strength in carrying her off. Maybe he'll faint, she thought. Then she could escape. She looked around. They were on a road, surrounded by dark fields and darker patches of trees in the distance. Dawn was still some hours away. It was raining harder now, and Bridget felt the water seeping through the front of her clothing, which had remained dry while she was draped over Harald's shoulder. She had no notion of where she was. She did not often venture away from Tara, and when she did, it was with a company of guards in attendance. The Irish countryside was far too dangerous for a princess to travel alone. Even if Harald fell over dead, she could not find her way back. Harald crouched down, resting on his heels. He was still grinning his stupid grin, and suddenly Bridget wanted to slap him, but she resisted. That would not help things. She tried to think of what would help things. For several minutes they remained there, Harald smiling, Bridget trying to guess where she was and what she could do, the rain falling on them with increasing force. Finally, Harald stood again, nodded to Bridget, then turned and marched off down the road. Bridget watched him go. Harald was 2 perches away before he realized she was not following. He stopped, turned back, and gestured for her. She hesitated. She could not get back to Tara on her own. She did not know the way, and even if she did, she would likely be robbed and killed, or worse if she tried. Harald could not bring her back, because he would be killed if he returned. She could not stay where she was. She was stuck. "Ah!" she shouted, a sound of pure exasperation, then marched off after Harald. They walked for hours, side by side. The dark sky lightened until it was wolf-grey, and the rain continued to fall, sometimes just a mist, sometimes a torrent. The road they followed was soon no more than a long, winding patch of mud that grabbed at their shoes and splattered their legs. Bridget wondered if Harald knew where he was going. She did not know how he could, though he walked with the bold confidence of one quite familiar with his path. If they had met with anyone, a sheep-herder, a band of travelling monks, a theatre troupe even, then Bridget would have asked the direction back to Tara, and would have promised a substantial reward for returning her to her father's court. But no one was abroad in that driving rain. It was around noon, by Bridget's estimate, when her hunger and exhaustion finally became more than she could bear. She had by then fallen several paces behind Harald, and when she saw a large rock which presented an irresistible seat, she stepped off the road and sat. She closed her eyes and savoured the delicious sensation of taking the weight off her feet. After a moment, she opened her eyes again. Harald was marching off, unaware that she was no longer behind him. She toyed with the idea of just letting him go. "Harald!" she called at last, and he turned and looked back. "I need a rest." Dutifully he came back to where she was sitting, and she had a sudden urge to scratch him behind his ears, and see if his tongue would wag when she did. He sat beside her and smiled, and she ignored him. She picked up the sewing basket she had set on the ground, and dug around under the linen cloth. The biscuits she had packed for Harald were sodden, but with care she was able to pick them up complete. She handed one to Harald, and he took it gratefully. It fell apart as he tried to eat it, but he caught the bits in his hands and put them one by one into his mouth. Bridget did the same. The dried meat fared better, and was even somewhat improved for its soaking, which made it less leathery. They ate that as well, and Bridget felt a bit better, though she was soaked through and starting to shiver. These miserable, damned Norsemen may be used to this sort of thing, but I am not, she thought. Then Harald reached a big arm around her and pressed her close to him. She could feel his warmth, even through various layers of wool, and her misery dissipated a bit, along with the cold. After some time of that, Harald stood and helped Bridget to stand. Her feet ached, and her muscles protested, and she felt as if she would not straighten up. But Harald seemed not to be feeling any ill effects from the cold and the hardship of walking, despite his prolonged sickness. Bridget did not want to appear weak, so she forced herself to stand straight up and to match Harald's pace. They had gone half a mile from their resting place when they saw the smoke. Bridget thought at first it was a darker, wispy cloud, low down on the horizon. But as they drew closer, she realized it was smoke, from a hearth most likely, whipped away in the wind as it rose. "Harald, look!" She tugged at the sleeve of his monk's robe, which she had thought would be such a clever disguise, and pointed toward the smoke. Harald looked in the direction she was pointing. Finally, he saw the smoke too. He nodded gravely, and turned to walk in the opposite direction. "Harald, no!" Bridget said. She pointed toward the smoke again, more emphatically this time. The sight of the smoke, and its promise of a warm, dry hearth, blankets and food, was suddenly irresistible to her. And where there was smoke, there was someone who could take her back to Tara. Harald shook his head and pointed in the opposite direction. "He thinks there's danger there," Bridget thought, "or perhaps he really is stealing me." It did not matter. The thought of a warm house, even some rude sheepherd's cottage, now quashed any other consideration. She turned and marched off in the direction of the smoke. She covered maybe 10 paces before she felt Harald's hand on her arm, but she was not going to be carried off again. She whirled around, breaking his grip, and smashed the sewing basket into the side of Harald's head. The thin reed basket was too insubstantial to make any real impression, but from surprise alone, she managed to knock Harald clean off his feet. She wound up to kick him hard, but he was faster than that, sweeping his leg in an arc and knocking her feet out from under her. She fell with a grunt, right on her rear end, scrambling back to her feet before Harald could pounce. She turned to face him, furious, the basket held ready to hit him again. But to her surprise, Harald was laughing. He got to his feet, slowly, smiling, keeping his eyes on her as he did. He picked up the 2 spears he had dropped with her surprise attack. He nodded and pointed toward the smoke. Bridget lowered the basket. She nodded and walked off. She felt in charge, in control, for the first time since the fight with the guards that morning. It was a good feeling. Bridget was used to being in control, and she liked it. The source of the smoke was a mile away at least, hidden behind a low hill. Bridget and Harald crossed the open ground that ran up the hill, and then, suddenly, as they neared the crest, they saw spread out below them a river, grey under the thick clouds and fog. They both stopped, surprised by this unexpected sight. It was not a stream, but a substantial stretch of water, half a mile wide, and rolling along to the eastward, its surface broken and confused in the rain. "Boyne," Bridget said, pointing, for this had to be the River Boyne. There were no others this substantial within a day's walk of Tara. "Boyne," Harald said, nodding and smiling. The sight of water seemed to have cheered him greatly. Bridget wondered if he understood that Boyne was the river's name, and not the Irish word for river. Not that it mattered in the least, nor did the sight of the river distract her long from her goal of reaching the house beyond. "Come along," she said to Harald, and walked off with her young Viking following behind. The hill rolled down to the water, and the house stood in a clearing near the bank. It was low and stone-built, round, with a high-peaked thatch roof. like 100 poor homes in Ireland. The land around the house was trampled into mud. A big hide-covered boat was pulled up on shore. Nets were hung out on stakes, presumably to dry, though there was little chance of that. Fishermen, Bridget thought. She could smell fish and wood smoke and animals. She tried to picture in her mind the humble, honest fishing family that lived there. Good Christian people, eager to help strangers at their door. Or so she desperately hoped. A thin and mangy dog was lying by the doorway, and it stood and growled as Bridget and Harold stepped into the trampled yard. The growl turned to a full-throated bark as they approached, and he bounded away from the house, racing for them. Bridget saw Harold tense, saw him bring one of the spears up to a fighting grip, when the dog reached the end of its tether and jerked back violently into the mud. Bridget swallowed hard. No matter what sort of people these are, they will take Harold for a monk and won't dare harm us for that, she thought. They moved closer, 10 feet from where the dog strained at the end of his rope, barking like mad. "Is anyone there?" Bridget called, trying to make a voice heard over the ferocious barking. "Anyone there?" It was a full minute before the wooden door creaked open, and a man stepped out. A big man, so tall that he had to stoop to make his head clear the lintel. He stepped out into the yard and looked at them. He wore a filthy, mud-caked tunic. His beard and hair were wild. He looked more like a bandit than a humble fisherman. "I'm Bridget," Bridget called out, but the man did not seem to hear. Then a second man stepped out from the house, and he looked to be a twin of the first, just as big and filthy. They looked at her with a mix of surprise, curiosity, and something else she did not care for. Bridget felt her stomach knot up, and she sensed Harold tense as well. Perhaps we should just leave, Bridget thought. She took a step back, then turned. There was a third man, older than the first two, but just as big. He was standing a perch behind them. There was a long club in his hand. Bridget had no notion of how he got there. "I am Bridget, and my father is your king, Mor Sheknal Mac Ruinard," she shouted, and that garnered some reaction at least, a faint smile on the lips of one of the twins. He stepped off, circling around to the right. He reached behind him, and from an unseen sheath drew a long, heavy-bladed knife. Harold drove the point of one of the spears down into the mud, so it stood upright, quivering, and he held the other in his right hand. Bridget spared him a glance. His blue eyes were everywhere, moving from one man to the next, and he half-turned so he could keep an eye on the man behind. If he felt any of the panic that she did not see it on his face. He looked intent. He did not look frightened. Then the man by the door leaned over, and with a jerk of the bitter end released the rope that held the dog back. The animal nearly fell head over heels as it bounded away, free, trailing the rope, eyes wide, its lips pulled back to reveal its vicious teeth, spittle trailing as it ran, charging right at Bridget. Bridget screamed, hands over her face, twisting away as the dog became airborne, leaping at her throat. And then the barking changed in an instant to a howl of pain, a pathetic whimper, and Bridget opened her eyes to see the animal twisting on the ground, impaled on Harold's spear. The twin with the knife howled in rage and charged, blind and senseless. Bridget felt Harold's arm push her aside as he stepped up, arm cocked, and launched the remaining spear at the man's chest. Man and spear met 10 feet from where Bridget stood, and the impact of the missile made him stagger, but he did not halt his charge. Bridget screamed again, but Harold just stood in front of her, shielding her, as the man stumbled and fell dead at their feet. Harold leapt over his body, grabbed the shaft of the spear that had killed the dog, and pulled it free, whirling around with the iron point level. The other two were advancing from opposite directions, but carefully, unwilling to make the same stupid, fatal mistake the first had made. Harold backed away, keeping himself between Bridget and the two men moving toward them. The older one had his club held high, and the remaining twin now held a knife like his brother had. "Did you hear what I said?" Bridget shouted in frustration. I am the daughter of Maul Sheknal. He will reward you if you help me. Why do they not even speak? The one with the club moved in, stepping quick, while the other circled around, so that Harald could not watch them both. "Harald!" Bridget warned. "Watch behind!" There was a branch, 4 feet long and thick around as Bridget's arm, on the ground where someone had been cutting wood. She picked it up and held it like a club. She turned to look back at Harald. The man with the club was no more than 10 paces away. Harald shouted, the first sound from his throat, a wild battle cry. He cocked his arm and then hurled the spear forward. The older man twisted sideways and then back, a look of triumph on his face that he had avoided the weapon. And then the look was gone, as he and Bridget, in the same instant, realized that Harald had not actually thrown the spear at all, had only pretended to. And in that fleeting second of the man's confusion, Harald threw the weapon for real. The iron point found its mark in the man's chest, knocking him back so he fell flat in the mud, twisting in agony, screaming and clawing at the spear shaft. Harald whirled around, in his hands the knives taken from the guards at Tara, just as the third man charged. The Irishman was a good foot taller than Harald, and 100 pounds heavier, and he came on like an enraged animal, eyes on Harald. He did not see Bridget swing the branch in her hand, seemed unaware of her until the branch slammed into his shins, and he stumbled, eyes wide, and Harald slashed his throat open as he fell. He went face down in the mud. His hands clawed at the brown ooze, but he made no sound. Harald and Bridget stood over him, gasping for breath, and then his hand stopped, and he did not move again. Harald looked up at Bridget, and as his breath returned, he nodded his head and smiled. Bridget smiled back, a weak effort, and then turned around, bent double, and vomited. Chapter 29. I have wielded a blood-stained sword and howling spear. The bird of carrion followed me when the Vikings pressed forth. Egil's Saga. It was just before daybreak when the half-dead guards were discovered. Brian Finlith, master of the guards at Tara, found them on his morning rounds. They were crumpled in a heap by the south gate, and he thought they were drunk, very drunk, lying in the mud, oblivious to the cold, driving rain. He gave one a swift kick, then the other, but got no response, not even a moan. He looked closer. They had been stripped of their weapons. One had a vicious bruise on the side of his head. Flann Mac Conang was alerted, huddled under a wool cloak and cowl to protect against the downpour. Flann followed Brian across the compound. The guards had been left where they lay, so that Flann might see them undisturbed. The light was gathering by then, and Flann could clearly see the bruises, the fact that their weapons were gone, the south gate ajar.
"Was there no disturbance last night?" Flann asked. "No thieves, intruders of some sort?"
"No, sir."
Flann stared at the gate. If someone had knocked at it, and the guards had gone against their orders and opened it, then the strangers might have killed the guards and gained entry. But wouldn't the intruders have closed and barred the gate? The open gate would raise an alarm. But if someone was escaping Tara, then they would not be able to bar the door from outside the wall. Why would someone have to do this? If they wanted to leave, they could just leave. Flann regarded the motionless bodies of the guards.
"It would have taken more than one man to kill them," he said.
"Yes, sir,"
Brian Finlith agreed.
"You're sure they're dead, sir?"
Flann looked at the man, annoyed.
"I assumed they were dead. Did you not check?"
No, sir."
"Well, check, damn you!"
They were not dead. Incredibly, their hearts still beat. Their mouths still drew breath. Flann had them carried to the guards' quarters, stripped and set in beds with wool blankets. He paced. He wondered if he should report this to Maul Sheknal. He decided to wait until there was something to report. One of the guards groaned, rolled his head. Flann stepped over, hopeful, but the man was still far from awake. Flann resumed his pacing. Who was there who would need to escape from Tara? He stopped pacing. "Brian Finleth, quick! Send men to check on the Fingal prisoners." Oh, damnation. This is not good. The one guard was coming too, muttering a few words, when Brian's men returned. "The Fingal that was questioned by Mal Shicknell, sir. He's still in his room. He's not in good health, sir. The other one, the young one, he's not to be found." Flann Mac Canang sunk his head in his hands as he contemplated this disaster. He looked up. "Turn out the guard. Get dogs. We have to hunt that little villain down." Brian Finleth began issuing orders. My Lord Mal Shicknell must be told, Flann thought to himself, but every bit of him resisted doing so. This whole notion of taking the Fingal hostage had been his idea, his and Morrigan's, and Harold's escape would be seen as a colossal failure on their part. He wondered at the effect that Morrigan had on him, her ability to talk him into whatever notion she had in mind. She was a strong woman, too strong for her own good at times. The guard on the bed moaned, and his eyes fluttered open, and Flann knelt beside him. "Are you awake?" Flann asked. The guard's eyes roamed around the room, then fixed on Flann's face. He looked confused. "Who did this to you?" Flann asked. For a long time the guard did not respond, just looked into Flann's eyes, as if trying to recall all of his life up until that point. "Water," he said at last. Impatiently, Flann ordered water for the man, which he drank, and that seemed to revive him more. "Who did this?" Flann asked again. "The Fingal," the guard said at last. "The yellow-haired Fingal, dressed like a monk." Flann nodded. "But not alone," he said. "He's a boy. He did not overpower 2 guards by himself." "No," the guard agreed. "Who, then? Who helped him?" "Bridget." The guard closed his eyes again. "Bridget Shicknell Mac Ruinard." They left the 3 dead men and their dog where they fell in the mud and approached the house, moving cautiously, as if they were sneaking up on it. The horror she had just witnessed, the terror of the moment, the squalor of the cottage had not dissuaded Bridget from her desire to get near a fire. They came up with the door, and Harold held open his hand for Bridget to stop, and she did, pulling her cloak further around her shoulders. She was ready to let Harold take the lead once more, aware that her own leadership had nearly gotten them killed. Harold stepped up to the door and peered inside, looking left and right. He held one of the big knives in each hand, and with the handle of one pushed the door further open and took a step inside. Bridget followed, standing just outside the door as Harold moved slowly into the one-room building. The smell of the place wafted out of the door, cabbage and fish and peat fire and musty wool. Then Harold was back at the door, an odd look on his face, troubled, disturbed by something inside. Bridget frowned and stepped forward, but Harold blocked her way, and he looked as if he was not sure he should let her enter. But the rain was falling hard, and the cottage held the promise of a fire, and it was going to take more than one young Viking to keep her out. She pushed past Harold, who yielded to her, and stepped gratefully inside. It was dark, the only light coming from the low peat fire burning in the fireplace in the center of the single room, over which hung an iron pot from a crane. In various corners of the room there were pallets of straw, blankets and furs, benches, all the trappings of a peasant's cottage on the banks of the Boyne. The warmth was delicious. Bridget's eyes moved beyond the fire. She gasped, put her hands to her mouth. 2 people lay dead, a man and a woman. The man was face down, a staff clenched in his hands, the only weapon a poor fisherman could manage. The woman beside him must have been his wife. She lay with one leg over the man's back, eyes open and staring at the ceiling, a great red blossom of blood on her dress. She must have fought hard, Bridget thought. Those men, dead in the yard, would not have killed her quick if she had not. Harold said something that had the tone of an apology and stepped around her. He grabbed up a blanket from the pallet by the wall and draped it over the woman,
then picked a body up and carried it outside. He did the same with the man, then came back inside. Death swarmed around the cottage, but the fire was warm. The peat had burned down to little more than embers. Harald picked up a stick and poked at it, but not with any confidence in what he was doing. Peat fires were unknown to Norsemen. Bridget gathered bricks of peat from where they were stacked against the wall, and deftly added them to the fireplace. Soon the embers flared, and the fire caught the newly added fuel, and the flames leapt high, illuminating the room and the sundry detritus stored there. Harold stepped over to the door, positioned himself just inside, and looked out to the yard beyond. There was no way to know if the 3 bandits they had killed were the only ones in that raiding party. The young Norseman stood, silent and still, the knives ready in his hands, his eyes sweeping the cottage yard. He put Bridget in mind of an animal, a hunter, keen and alert for prey, or for danger. Bridget understood the need for vigilance, but the fire was too seductive. She stared into the flames, leaping and wavering. She undid her cloak and tossed it aside, let the warmth sweep in waves over her soaked dress. She was shivering despite the fire, and the weight of the wet fabric seemed to pull her down. She stole a look at Harald, who was still staring out at the approaches to the cottage as if nothing else existed. Bridget stepped away from the fire and snatched up a blanket from a pallet against the wall. It was coarse wool and smelled of wood smoke and sweat, but it was dry. Quick as she could, with her eyes on Harald's back, she stripped off her dress and let it fall in a heap at her feet. She wrapped the blanket around her shoulders. It was long enough that it swept the floor around her feet. She stepped back to the fire. The shivering stopped as she stood, dry and wool-wrapped, by the blazing peat. Bridget stared into the fire, the lovely fire, and her mind wandered off into some other place. Her thoughts were vague and disjointed, lost in the wild twisting of events over the past 12 hours. Tara. It seemed so far away. The warmth on her skin was wonderful. There was something wicked about standing there, naked save for the wool blanket, the handsome young Norseman mere feet away. It gave her a little thrill. Pulled from her life at the court of Tara, she felt as if she had been pulled from everything that regulated her life. After some time, Bridget had no idea how long, Harald turned away from the door. He said something in a soft voice as he stepped toward her. His tone was reassuring, even if the words were meaningless. He set the knives down and pulled the monk's robe over his head, struggling to free himself from the wet garment. He tossed it aside, and seemed to just then realize that Bridget was naked, save for the blanket. His eyes went wide, and he stepped closer to her, then hesitated, unsure of what to do. And Bridget found that charming. So much for wanton raping and pillaging, she thought. Harald took another tentative step. Bridget smiled at him, and he smiled back, and closed the distance with her. He put his arms around her in a rough hug, pressed his lips against hers, kissing her hard. She pulled away. There was longing in his eyes, confusion at her resisting. Bridget let the blanket hang on her shoulders as she undid the belt around Harald's waist and let it fall to the floor. Harald reached through the folds of the blanket, ran his hand lightly over her breast. His hand was rough and calloused, but his touch was light, and it sent a chill through Bridget. She tugged up on the hem of his tunic, and Harald pulled it over his head and tossed it away. His chest was broad and strong, as smooth and hairless as his face, and the muscles on his arms stood out bold in the light of the fire. Bridget ran her hands over his chest and his arms. Once again, Harald, in his eagerness, grabbed her and pulled her roughly toward him. Once again, Bridget pushed him back. "Slowly, slowly," she cooed, and he seemed to understand. Bridget's late husband, Donha E. Rourke, was the only man she had ever been with. She had been 14. Donha was 28. Bridget had been terrified. But Donha, perhaps not as considerate as he might have been, still was not cruel, had not just used her for his own pleasure, with no thought for hers. Her wedding night was a blur of terror and uncertainty. It was terribly painful, despite what Donha did to make it better. Donha was a passionate man. He came to her nearly every night after that, and soon the pain passed, and soon after that it became a genuine pleasure, and soon Bridget was looking forward to the night as much as Donha. She missed that, since her father killed her husband, missed the strong embrace of a man, the wonderful sensation of helplessness as she was taken by one whose strength was much greater than her own. She had looked with longing at some of the Ri-Tuehe who courted her at Tara, strong and handsome young men, but they looked on her first as a way to gain political power, second as a way to sate their lust, and third, if at all, as a woman with whom to share themselves. Bridget could not stomach them. That feeling, that desire she had felt for Donha, had come again as she sat by Harold's bed, watching the young Norseman as he convalesced. At Tara, she would never have acted on such a thing. But now, it seemed as if there were no rules any more. She pushed Harold back, just a step, and kneeled in front of him. She looked up at him. His blue eyes were wide with surprise. Before, she had wondered if Harold had ever been with a woman, but now she knew for certain he had not. She would not have thought of a Viking as an innocent, but here he was. Bridget untied Harold's shoes, and he kicked them off. She untied the leather thong that held Harold's trousers in place, and pulled them down his muscular legs, and he kicked those off as well. She stayed on her knees, and she introduced him to things he probably had never thought of, learning about sex by watching the animals on some farm in Norway. His breathing came hard and fast. Twice he almost fell over. Finally Bridget stood and let the blanket fall to the floor. Harold looked her up and down, and ran his hands over her skin, over her neck and her back and her breasts. But he moved slow now. The roughness was gone. In its place was a sort of worshipfulness. Bridget took his hand and led him over to the straw pallet. She lay down and pulled him down after her, and he followed, eager. He pushed her down on the straw and gently pushed her legs apart, but she shook her head and pulled him down beside her. She wanted to make the pleasure of the touch go on and on. She did not think that the final act would last very long. For some time they lay on the straw pallet, caressing one another, until finally she could stand it no more, and it was clear that Harold felt the same. She rolled back and pulled him toward her, and he pressed himself down on top of her. She gave a gasp at the little jab of pain she felt as he entered her. It had been some time since her husband's death, but soon it felt simply wonderful, and they moved together, the straw crunching underneath them. As Bridget imagined, it was over soon, and it was not as entirely satisfying as it had been with Donha, but still it was wonderful. The sensation of being with a man, even a young man such as Harold. They lay together, her cheek against his smooth chest. There was no awkwardness. They could not speak even if they had wanted to. Not very much time passed before Harold was ready to go again, which surprised Bridget, as it took Donha much longer than that to regain his strength. But that was fine with Bridget, and the second time was better than the first. Harold was a quick learner, and she was happy to instruct. After that they fell asleep, warm, spent, dry, and content, and Bridget thought that the whole amalgam of sensations was as wonderful as a thing could be. They slept for hours, undisturbed, when Bridget finally came awake. It was slowly. She felt Harold beside her and reached out her arm. He was sitting up. She propped herself up on her arm and looked at him. He stared off into the dark room, his face lit by the last embers of the fire. He was listening, focused on the sounds from beyond the stone walls. Then, suddenly, to Bridget's utter surprise, he leapt out of bed and snatched up the trousers he had left crumpled on the floor. He pointed at his ear and at the wall. Bridget listened. That was when she heard, far off, the frantic barking of the dogs. Chapter 30. It is better to live than lie dead. A dead man gathers no goods. Avermel. It was a long and ugly morning, but by the time the sun was heading for the western horizon, Cormac y Rourke was starting to feel better about his circumstance. Magnus had escaped, rode clean away to the north. He had run off while Cormac was trying to get his horse under control. Niall Coran, rather than pursue Magnus, had leapt off his own horse and grabbed the reins of Cormac's, steadied the animal, and helped Cormac dismount. Niall showed admirable concern for his lord's well-being, and Cormac, though he would have rather Niall Coran had gone after Magnus, was touched by the sentiment and said nothing. By the time they had straightened themselves out, there was no hope of catching Magnus. They did not even try. Instead, they rounded up their Irish warriors and fell on the Donegal, cutting them down like deer driven into a pen. No more than half a dozen escaped, fleeing off south, no doubt making for Duvlin. Cormac let them go. They would be put to the sword eventually, after he had the crown of the Three Kingdoms, after he had avenged his brother by ripping Moll Sheknel's heart out, after he had taken Tara for himself, and led the combined armies to clear all the filthy Norsemen out of Ireland. And then, around noon, they experienced some luck, or what one might think was luck, if one did not recognize the hand of God. First, the rain slacked off to a light drizzle, and the fog cleared away, leaving several miles or more of visibility. Enough, anyway, that they could keep the Fingal ship in sight as they hurried along the hilly shore. Their second bit of good fortune came when the Fingal, for some reason, took down their sail. Magnus had mentioned a few reasons why the sail might not work, though Cormac could not recall what they were. He was too furious at the double insult of losing his tent on a rainy day, and having that same tent used by his enemy to escape, to listen to what that incompetent had to say. But Magnus must have been right, because for some reason the sail came down, and the oars came out, and the longship slowed to a crawl. Soon Cormac's small army was even with the ship, easily matching its pace across the water. And that put them in just the right place when the longship swung its bow around to the west and started closing with the shore. Cormac stood, with Niall Coran at his side, at the edge of a cliff. His horse was a few paces away, nibbling at the grass. Cormac never liked sitting on top of his horse near a cliff. He always had this vague worry that the animal would decide to fling itself over the edge. At the bottom of the steep, rocky drop was a small shingle beach, nearly lost in the gloom of the gathering dark. 2 miles or so out to sea, the longship was pointing like a weather vane at the beach. "Here is where the crown is buried," Cormac said with finality. "No doubt, my lord," Niall said. Then, after a respectful pause, added, "Or it may be where the Fingal intend to spend the night." "No, the crown is here," Cormac said. "In any event, we won't let them escape again." If the crown was not there, then Cormac would most certainly make the Fingal tell him where it was. The coward Magnus might not have the stomach to do what needed to be done to make these men talk. But he, Cormac y Rourke, deposed Ruri of Gailenga, certainly did. A rider approached, swinging off his horse as he reined to a stop. "Lord Cormac, there's a path to the south that will lead down to the beach. Treacherous, to be sure, but not impossible." "Very good," Cormac said, his eyes still on the longship. "Let's get the men down there. Get them in place." It took the better part of an hour for the 100 men in Cormac's army to file down the narrow trail to the beach. Cormac went fifth, behind the colour-bearers and the couple of pages. In that way he was ostensibly leading, while the 4 in front of him would find any weak places in the trail before he got there. The shingle beach was 100 perches wide and half as deep, with rocky ledges and sparse brush pushed up against the cliffside, just enough to hide his men. They kept to the cliff wall as they spread out, though Cormac did not think, in the evening dark, and with the longship still a mile off, they were in any danger of being seen. They were soon positioned, crouched down in the various hiding places the beach offered, waiting. The men had their instructions. Anyone who moved before Cormac, who gave away their position or spooked the Norsemen in any way, would be impaled then and there. The longship seemed to melt into the dark sea as it approached with the setting sun, until finally Cormac could not see it at all, and a spark of fear began to glow inside him. Did they see us? From out there? Is it not too dark for them to beach their damned ship? And then, from over the water and close by, he heard a voice call out, the guttural tongue of the Fingal, announcing the depth of the water, and Cormac felt a surge of relief. Soon, the crown of the 3 kingdoms would be his. After all this time, after all the careful planning, all the work convincing his brother Doncha to spit on his marriage alliance, so that Maul Sheknal would kill him and clear the way for Cormac's succession, after the humiliating truce with the Duvgal Magnus, soon it would be his.
The only road by which the brother of a Ruri of a minor kingdom might become the Ri-Rurech of 3 kingdoms, and by extension the most powerful man in Ireland. Just a matter of minutes. Cormac, startled at the loud grinding sound of the longship running up on the shingle. He breathed deep and shallow as his heart settled down again. There were voices now coming out of the dark, the Fingal calling back and forth. They were making no attempt to be silent. They did not know the enemy was in hiding and ready to fall on them. A dim light came from the dark place by the water where the longship was grounded. It grew brighter, revealing the outline of the ship, the mast, the horrible dragon's head on the bow. Someone stood on the ship's deck, a torch flaming in his hand. He touched the fire to another torch and another, and soon the longship and the Norsemen were clearly visible in the light of the flames. Fools, Cormac thought. They gave their own position away and blinded themselves to any threat from the dark. They were making his task all the easier. The torch-bearers led the way down the gangplank and onto the beach, and 24 men followed, armed with swords and shields. And behind them, to Cormac's giddy delight, 3 men bearing shovels. There was only one reason he could think of to carry shovels onto that beach at night. Every bit of him wanted to shout and to lead the attack now, but he forced himself to wait. Let the Fingal do your work for you. Let them show you where the crown is. The party of Vikings marched up the beach, moving slow, spreading out, the lead torchbearer searching the ground as he moved. Someone in the band of men behind shouted,
"Thorgrim! It is more to the north!"
The lead man with the torch shouted back,
"No, it is this way. You men, spread out. Keep your eyes open."
Cormac shook his head at their stupidity. Keep your eyes open. And yet he blinds his own men with torches.
"Here!"
the one called Thorgrim shouted. A few others gathered around to look. They stared down at the beach where the first man pointed.
"There is the mark I left. The crown is here."
The torchbearers stepped aside, and the men with the shovels stepped up, and Cormac felt a surge of panic as the first shovel ground into the rocky sand. If the Norsemen grabbed at the crown right then, they could get back to the longship and get away before he could stop them. Cormac leapt to his feet, driven by the cold terror that he had waited too long in hiding.
"At them! At them!"
he shouted as he drew his sword. With wild yells and the sound of running feet and metal drawn against metal, the Irish warriors burst from the brush and from behind the rocks that hid them, and raced for the Fingal, 10 perches away. Cormac ran as well, once the first wave was sufficiently advanced, shouting his war cry and brandishing his sword. The surprise was complete. Over the war cries of the Irish, Cormac heard the panicked shouts of the Fingal. The torchbearers flung their torches at the charging enemy, turned and fled down the beach. Only the lead man stood his ground, torch in one hand, sword in the other, shouting.
"Come back! Stand and fight, you worthless cowards!"
But it was no use. He was alone, and he could not fight off Cormac's army by himself. A spear flew through the air and into the circle of light surrounding his torch, missing him by inches. And that was the end of his defiance. He, too, flung his torch, turned and ran for the shore.
"After them! After them!"
Cormac shouted as his men continued down the beach, toward the edge of the water and the fleeing Fingal. Cormac himself had no intention of following the Norsemen. He ran up to the place where the shovel still stood upright in the gravelly beach, where the Fingal had begun to dig, and there he stood. He would not lose that place, after all he had done to get there. In the light of the guttering torches, Cormac looked down at the beach, trying to find the mark that the Fingal leader had mentioned. But one rock looked like another to him. No matter. This is where they were digging. This was where he would find the crown. There was shouting and splashing, and the sounds of a fight down by the water. Cormac strained to see what was happening. But now it was he who was blinded by the torches, and he could see nothing. Soon after, he heard the crunch of men walking on the shingle, and then Niall Coran stepped into the light.
"We could not stop the Fingal," he said. "They got aboard and shoved off before we could stop them."
"No matter," Cormac said. They had not come for the Fingal. He did not care about the Fingal. He was, at that moment, physically closer to the crown of the Three Kingdoms than all but a few had ever been in the history of Ireland. He was desperate to have the thing in his hands, on his head.
"Pick up those thatches! Don't let them go!"
Cormac snapped. He wanted to pick up a shovel and go after the crown himself.
But such eagerness was unbecoming for the soon-to-be Ruach of the Three Kingdoms.
"You there!"
He pointed to one of his men.
"Take up that shovel! Dig! Dig right there!"
The man nodded and grabbed the shovel, jamming the blade into the gravel.
"Careful, you idiot!"
Cormac shouted. The crown was probably not buried deep. He did not care to have the ancient symbol of Celtic power sliced in two by some fool with a shovel. The soldier curbed his enthusiasm, digging carefully, scraping layer after layer of pebbles and sand away. The men holding the torches crowded close, to let the light fall on the hole, and the rest crowded up to them, eager to catch the first glimpse of the near-mythical crown of the Three Kingdoms. As the hole grew wider and deeper, Cormac grew more annoyed.
"You men with the torches, step back! The rest of you fools, stand away! Niall, set a guard around the beach. We are just asking to be attacked here, with every eye staring into a hole in the ground."
Niall Coran shuffled the men away, gave out orders for watchers to be stationed at all the approaches to the beach. Cormac stared with irritation at the growing hole in the beach, shuffled with irritation as Niall Coran, rather than remaining with the men, came back to watch the digging.
"This is absurd,"
Cormac said, after 20 minutes of careful excavation. He pointed to the other discarded shovels.
"Get some more men digging here."
Minutes later, there were 5 men with shovels, tearing at the beach, and Cormac's mood was not improved by realizing that the shovels the Fingal had left were his, taken from his baggage wagon that morning. The hole grew deeper and deeper, and when, finally, they dug so deep that the bottom of the hole was continually filling with seawater, they began to dig outward, expanding the area of the search. As the men with the shovels began to flag, more men were brought in to replace them, and eventually men to replace those. All through the dark hours they dug. When the torches began to sputter out, men were sent to collect brush and wood, and a fire was built at the edge of the hole so that the diggers could see, so the firelight would illuminate that first glimpse of gold, glinting out from the mud. All night long, men fed the fire, while others flung dirt from the hole. Dawn came grudgingly through the thick overcast. Cormac stirred, realized that he had fallen asleep, though he could not even recall sitting. He stood quickly. The men were still digging, but with little enthusiasm. The hole was 20 feet wide in any direction, and 6 feet deep, down to where the seawater flooded in. The horizon was empty. The Fingal were gone. There was no crown. Chapter 31. The warrior's revenge is repaid to the king. Wolf and eagle stalk over the king's sons. Egil's Saga. Flann mac Coneng made his weary way from the guards' barracks to the main house. His wet cloak weighed him down, but not half as much as the anticipation of the coming interview. More Sheknal was at breakfast in the outer room of his sleeping chamber. The guard outside the door announced Flann, and Maul beckoned him in. "It's the Fingal, Lord Maul, the young one." Flann made his halting start. "Umph," Maul Sheknal said, stuffing a hunk of coarse bread into his mouth. He chewed, swallowed. Flann waited. Maul Sheknal would surely choke to death if he was given the news with his mouth full.
"What of him?" Maul asked. "Did he die from the questioning?"
"No, Lord, not that one. The young one. The one called Harald." Flann did not remind Maul Sheknal that Harald was the important one, the grandson of Owenolf who had the crown. He thought it best if Maul did not remember this.
Yes,
Maul said with a wave of his hand.
"My daughter's little pet. What of him?"
Well, it seems he has escaped." Maul looked up sharp at that.
"Escaped? How?"
"We're trying to learn that, my lord."
"No matter. We'll hunt him down."
Maul Sheknal stood, and now he had an eager look on his face.
"Have some sport out of him."
"There is another thing, my lord." Flann felt his guts turning into some vicious substance. "It seems he stole your daughter, Lord. He stole Bridget." Maul Sheknal froze. He stood absolutely still. His eyes burned into Flann's. Even after decades of combat, including 3 near-fatal wounds, it was the longest, most frightening 30 seconds of Flann's life.
"He stole her?"
"Yes, lad." It was a lie, of course. A calculated lie. The guard was clear on the point. The Fingal was not stealing Bridget. Bridget was helping him escape. But Flann could not tell Maul Sheknal that. It was too much. "Sir, he—" Flann continued, and he was cut short.
"Why are you standing here, you godforsaken idiot? Why are you not hunting him down?"
"My lord, I have turned out the guards with dogs. They are on the trail now, and I—"
"Damn the guards! Damn them, you pathetic fool! Rouse the Ree Tuahe. Have them get their men to arms immediately. I want every man of war riding out of Tara in 20 minutes. We will come down on this Fingal son of a bitch like the wrath of God."
"Yes, Lord," Flann said, turned to rush off and get the army camped at Tara started. Maul stopped him.
"Flann mac Coneng,"
he said, and Flann stopped and turned back. He did not like the tone in his king's voice. "Yes, Lord."
"You brought this wolf into my house, you and your sister, and your damned clever notions. I have not forgotten."
Flann waited for Maul Sheknal to say more, but he did not. He did not have to. "Yes, my lord." Flann hurried out the door, past the other sleeping chambers to the great hall, where the Ree Tuahe, who were not too drunk or too hungover, would be having their breakfast. He burst through the door, knocking a slave girl and her tankards of ale to the floor. "To arms! To arms! The Fingal has escaped and stolen the Princess Bridget." For a moment, no one moved or spoke. They looked at Flann, stunned into silence as Maul Sheknal had been. Flann could practically hear the reckonings going on in their thick heads. The man who rescued Bridget from the Fingal would certainly win her esteem, and Maul Sheknal's as well. The Ree Tuahe broke like surf on the rocks, leaping from their seats, vaulting over benches, calling for pages, armor, horses, for the men to turn to take up arms. Flann had never seen them move so fast, not even when the dinner bell was rung. It was not quite the 20 minutes that More Sheknel had ordered, but near enough, when all of the men-at-arms at Tara were mounted up, those who had horses, or turned out armed for the march. Of the 300 who had gathered for the attack on Leinster, nearly 200 were left. Most of the levy had drifted away, back to their farms. But the professional soldiers and the Rí Tuatha had little reason to leave, when life was so bountiful and free at Tara. And now they were moving out, and the seriousness of their mission did not quell their excitement, pleasure, and their hope that it would end in great personal advancement and gain. More Sheknel led the army. He wore the armour that had been put away when the attack on Niall Kyle, Rí Ruach of Leinster, had been postponed. Flann rode beside him, wearing helmet, mail, and tunic, a cloak pulled over those. He was soaked through and miserable, though to be sure he would have been miserable in any weather. Brian Finlith came pounding up on his horse, reined to a stop. Over his mail shirt was his trademark tunic, a green garment with a bold white and red cross on the front. "I have men with dogs, off in every direction, lord," he reported. He was breathing hard, and he had a desperate look on his face. Brian Finlith loved Bridget like she was his own daughter. Indeed, he was often more a father to her than More Sheknel. "But, forgive me, lad, it is hard going, tracking in this rain that washes signs away." More Sheknel said nothing, and no one dared say anything more to him. He scanned the horizon. From his mount, on the high hill of Tara, he could see for miles, until the green countryside was lost in the rain and mist. Water dripped from the edge of his helmet, like rain running off the eaves of a roof, but he seemed not to notice. He squinted into the rain, his pale blue eyes all but lost in folds of skin. Flann shifted in his saddle. He was starting to think he should say something, when More Sheknel finally spoke. "He will go to the water," More said. "He is a Norseman, and the Norsemen are drawn to the water. Master of the guards!" "Sir!" Brian Finlith tried to steady his horse. "Get your men and dogs. Get them on the north road. Fan them out. Cover as much land as you can. We will split up, follow behind. But as sure as my hope of heaven, they are making for the River Boyne." At first, Harald did not hear the dogs. He came to in that warm, soft place where he and Bridget had so enjoyed each other. Still half asleep, he was aware of being wrapped in a wonderful, sensuous feeling, before he had any real idea of where he was. He felt the girl beside him, and that was the first memory to come back, and he found himself instantly aroused and ready to have her again. Indeed, that idea seemed to wipe out everything else, the desire so strong that no other rational thought could penetrate. He rolled over and gently pushed on Bridget's shoulder, and moved his body over hers. She had shown him a lot of fancy things before, things he had known nothing about, and while it was all undeniably good, now he just wished to get right to the central business. Bridget was still asleep, but she made a little cooing sound that drove Harald wild, and he thought he might explode right then. But for all that, as he became more awake, he became more aware of some ill-defined warning, vying for attention with his lust. He ran his lips along the lovely line of her neck, moved his hand over her breast, and at that instant, the voice in the back of his head broke through, loud enough to be heard. "Dogs!" Harald whirled around and sat up and stared into the dark. He felt Bridget stir, put her arm around his waist, and then push herself up on her elbow. He felt her eyes on him, but his focus now was beyond the wattle walls of their cottage. Dogs. Not a great hunting pack, but more than one, that was certain. A mile away? Perhaps. Maybe closer. Harold flung the blankets off and leapt to his feet, searching out his clothes in the dim light. He found his trousers lying in a heap where he had kicked them off. He snatched them up and danced around the room, pulling them over his legs. Bridget was looking at him now, wide-eyed. He pointed to his ears, and pointed to the wall, and nodded, and she nodded as well. He picked up her dress, and tossed it to her, and made a gesture of hurry, which he hoped she understood. He grabbed his tunic, and slipped it over his head. It was damp and cold and uncomfortable. He had lost the chance to dry it over the peat fire, but he had been in no position to think of such things when he had flung it to the floor. He moved across the cottage, snatched up a spear, and opened the door, just a crack. The yard was lit in a dim, bluish light, and a heavy mist was falling. Harold was disoriented. There was a dream quality to everything. What time of day was it? Morning? No, it had been morning when they arrived at the cottage. They had slept through the afternoon. Evening, then. He felt better now that he knew what time it was, but the dogs were getting closer, much closer. He turned to Bridget. "Hurry!" he urged, and was rewarded with a glance at her naked body as she pulled the dress down over her head. Harold picked up the monk's robe, the 2 knives and the second spear. Bridget was flinging her cape around her shoulders. There was a loaf of bread and some meat on the table by the fire. He pointed to those, and Bridget nodded and picked them up. Harold headed for the door, gesturing to Bridget as he walked, and she followed, a hunted and wary look on her face. They stepped out into the cool, wet evening. The dogs were just over the far rise, judging from the sound. At least Harold did not have to think about how they would escape. He already knew that. Knew it the second he had laid eyes on the cottage. Half running, Harold led the way around the cottage, past the white, bloated bodies of the 3 bandits. He tossed the monk's robe and the spears into the boat pulled up on the shore. It was a curious-looking thing, a 20-foot-long wooden frame covered in sewn hide, unlike anything seen in the Norse countries. But still, it was a boat, and as such it gave Harold a measure of optimism and hope. Bridget was there with him. He could see the fear on her face. "It's all right. It will be all right," he said, hoping the tone at least would convey some comfort. But as far as he could see, it did not. He took the bread and meat from her, placed it in one of the thwarts. The dogs were louder, and clearly headed for the cottage. They were hunting dogs, and Harold had no doubt the dogs were hunting for them. Harold scooped Bridget up in his arms. She gave a little gasp of surprise, and he lifted her over the gunwale and set her down beside the bread and the meat. He grabbed the gunwale and shoved. The boat began to slide toward the water, but it was harder going than he had anticipated. He realized he should not have put Bridget in first, but it was too late, and he did not want to appear foolish, taking her out again. He pushed. The boat slid half a perch, and then the dogs broke over the low hill to the south and came tearing down at them, at Harold and the boat. Harold looked at the dogs, looked at the river, looked back at the dogs. He could not take Bridget out of the boat now, not with the dogs there, and he could not get the boat in the water before the dogs were on him. Kill the dogs first, Harold decided. He snatched the spears out of the boat. He hated dogs. Why did these damned Irish have so many dogs? The first of the pack was 2 perches away and racing for him with open mouth and lolling tongue. The light was fast fading, and it was difficult for Harold to see. He wiped the water from his face and eyes, dropped to one knee and held the spear in front, the butt end of the shaft against his foot. It was a boar hunting technique, but it worked on the over-eager dog, as the animal charged right into the point, impaling himself and dying with never a sound. Harold released the spear, grabbed up the second one, swung the butt end like a club at the next dog. He hit the animal, made him cry in pain and surprise. But that dog and his fellows were not as eager as the first. They kept their distance, barking and snapping, as Harold thrust and swung with the spear. He was backing away toward the boat when he heard the sound of hooves. He was not surprised. Packs of dogs, of course, would be followed by riders, men who were determined to run him and Bridget to ground. They were the hunted now. "Odin! All-Father! I could surely use your help!" Harald shouted out into the mist. He backed away, took a last swing at the pack, and then swung himself up into the protection of the boat, the sides too high for the dogs to clear. Bridget looked more frightened than ever. She looked at him with a question on her face, and he wished to all the gods in Asgard he could speak her tongue, but he could not. He grabbed her by the cloak and pulled her down onto the bottom of the boat, hidden from view, and half laid on top of her, pulling the monk's robe over them both. He lifted himself up, just slightly, and peered over the gunwale. It was only one rider, and Harald gave a thanks to Odin, as this was certainly the best he could have hoped for. The horse followed the path the dogs had taken. The rider reined to a stop in the muddy yard. One man, wearing a green tunic with a big red and white cross on it, the symbol of the Irish Christ god. Harald ducked low again, out of sight. It was not a question of hiding. The dogs were baying all around the boat. It was just a matter of gaining a tiny bit of surprise. Harald could see nothing. His nose was full of the smell of the wet wool. He heard the horse moving closer, cautious steps toward the boat. He readjusted his grip on the spear, shifted his foot to get a better purchase on the bottom of the boat. The horse made a snorting sound, very close by, and Harald judged the moment. He threw off the monk's robe, leapt to his feet with a shout. The rider was there, just half a perch away, and he wheeled his horse in surprise. Harald cocked his throwing arm. Bridget pushed herself up from the bottom of the boat. She shouted, "Master Finleth!" and Harald threw the spear. It was a good throw, straight and strong, but the horseman was ready for an attack. His shield was up, and the sharp spear point embedded itself in the wood. The horseman was knocked off balance with the impact, and Harald leapt from the boat and landed in the soft mud. The dogs were nipping at his legs, and he kicked at them as he raced for the man on the horse. The spear, still embedded in the shield, was swinging wildly around. Harald grabbed hold of the shaft and pulled, yanking the rider clean off the horse. One of the big knives was in Harald's hand, and he stabbed down at the man's throat, but the man caught his wrist and held it. Harald tried to force the knife down, but the man on the ground was very strong, stronger than he was. Harald could tell. He reached around for the other knife, and suddenly he was knocked sideways, knocked right into the mud, the knife flying from his hand. "Dog," was all he could think. One of the dogs had leapt at him. He grabbed the second knife from his belt, scrambled to his feet, crouched low and ready for an attack. Bridget was standing over the man on the ground, and it appeared that it was she who had knocked him down. But that made no sense. "No!" Bridget cried. She shook her head. "No!" Then Harald remembered. He remembered the guards at the gate, how Bridget didn't want them killed. She could not bear to see her fellow Irish killed. Fair enough. The man on the ground was half up, struggling to his feet, still off balance from his fall from the horse. Harald stepped up and kicked him hard in the stomach. Through his soft shoes he could feel the mail shirt under the tunic, and he knew his blow would not be very effective. But it was good enough, tossing the man back to the ground. It would gain them seconds. "Come along!" Harald shouted, waving and running for the boat. But Bridget did not move. "Come along!" he said again, with more authority to the order. "No," Bridget said. She used that word a lot, and Harald was beginning to wonder what it meant. Perhaps that she was afraid. It was the gate all over again. He advanced on her, and this time she hit him hard, right on the jaw. It surprised him, and it hurt, and without thinking he started to hit her back, swinging his fist around in a reflex reaction, stopping just inches from her face as he realized what he was doing. Bridget had her face in her hands, shying from the blow, and she did not see it coming when Harald scooped her up again and tossed her over his shoulder. The horseman was on his knees, sword drawn, and he swung the blade in a wide arc. But Harald sidestepped him, raced for the boat with Bridget over his shoulder, screaming, pounding his back and kicking her legs. The dogs were leaping and barking and snapping, but they did not bite. With his left arm and shoulder, Harald heaved on the boat, pushing it toward the water. And now, free of Bridget's weight, it began to move faster. Bridget twisted around and began hitting Harald on the back of the head. "Odin and Thor! What a burden these women are!" Harald shouted in frustration as the stern of the boat hit the water and it began to float free. He tossed Bridget over the gunwale, into the bottom of the boat, aware that he was not being as gentle as he had been before. The horseman was on his feet and charging for the boat. He shouted something that sounded very much like "Bridget," and swung his sword at Harald's head. Harald ducked and felt the blade swish past. Hands on the gunwale, he leapt, both feet off the ground, and kicked the man hard in the chest, sending him sprawling. There were more riders now. Harald could hear the hooves pounding as they rode hard, but he did not have time to look. He shoved the boat farther out into the river. Bridget had picked herself up and was looking over the side of the boat, down into the water. Harald gave one last shove and swung himself over the gunwale as the boat floated free. The man on the shore was shouting something, and now Harald could see the other riders charging up. He could see their armor gleaming dull in the fading light, but it was too late for them. The boat drifted further from the shore, and then the current caught it, and it swirled it away downriver. Harald felt a great sense of relief. He was afloat. He never had any doubt, ever, during his captivity, that his father would come for him. Thorgrim Nightwolf would hunt for his son and bring him home, and he would come by water. It was the Viking way, and now he, Harald, was on water too, and could go to a place where he and his father would meet. Harald caught his breath, then looked over at Bridget, who was sitting on a thwart, and smiled at her, and she flung the piece of meat at his head. Chapter 32. You have not often fed wolves with warm flesh. Egil's Saga. The red dragon put out to sea, driven by her long oars and then the makeshift sail. After Owenolf's men yielded the beach to the Irish, soon the ship was engulfed by the dark and the rain. The land was lost entirely in the gloom, save for the 3 torches on shore, and soon those too were swallowed up. Morrigan stood aft, where she generally stood, because that was where Thorgrim stood, and so it was the only place on the longship she felt at all safe. She stared out into the dark. It was an odd sensation, this sailing through the night. Morrigan had little enough experience with ships. She had never been at sea in the dark before. There was something frightening and wonderful about it, all at the same time. She looked forward. She could just make out the Norsemen sitting on their sea chests, or leaning on the side of the ship. They did not look particularly happy, and she imagined that they were worried about the trolls and the sea monsters, and whatever other nonsense they conjured up in their thick pagan skulls. Morrigan made the sign of the cross and knelt down. In a soft but strong voice, she began the Lord's Prayer, which she knew would do more to protect them than all the spitting and sacrificing and appealing to false gods that the Fingal could muster. She was about to move on to the Psalms when she became aware of a certain restiveness. She looked up. Most of the men were shooting angry looks back at her. She crossed herself again, quickly, and stood. Stupid heathen Fingal, she thought. She found a place on the deck near where Thorgrim stood at the steering board and went to sleep. She woke to a morning of heavy, overcast and grey, marching waves, capped with curling white water, but the rain was mostly gone. She pulled herself to her feet and stood, gripping hard to the ship's rail. The motion was unlike anything she'd ever felt, a swooping and rolling and pitching, and her stomach heaved with every twist of the ship. She looked around the edge of the sail, but there was nothing to see but water, inhospitable grey ocean, sweeping clear away to the edge of the world. She looked to the right, peering at the horizon, but still there was nothing but water, and Morrigan began to panic. "What are they about?" Are they leaving Ireland and me with them? Morrigan whirled around. There, on the larboard side, several miles off, was the shoreline, dark grey and green and low down in the sea. Most of the crew were awake already, moving around the deck, engaged in various shipboard tasks. They looked more relaxed now, even cheerful, despite the fact that they were so far from shore, and the waves, to Morrigan's mind, seemed alarmingly big. Thorgrim, who had been sleeping on the deck beside her, stirred and sat up. Morrigan glared down at him, and there must have been something about her appearance that he found amusing, because he smiled, which made her want to slap him.
"Good morrow,"
he said. "Is that Ireland?" Morrigan snapped, pointing toward the shoreline. Thorgrim stood slowly and looked out over the rail.
"Ireland?"
he said. "Don't mock me," Morrigan said.
"Yes, that is Ireland. Even the Red Dragon does not sail so fast that we might leave Ireland behind in one night."
"Why are we so far from land?" Thorgrim grinned, and Morrigan was certain she would have hit him at that moment if she was not suddenly afraid she would vomit. So she clenched her teeth and glared.
"We stood offshore all night. There are rocks close to land. A great danger in the dark."
"And trolls too, I suppose, and evil spirits."
"Those too."
Thorgrim's hand went to the cross and the hammer around his neck, a gesture Morrigan had noticed he did more and more frequently. "How are we to find the crown now?" Thorgrim looked out toward the land again. He seemed to be really studying it.
"That headland there," he said, pointing. "Just around there. There lies the beach where I buried the crown."
"How do you know?"
"I recognize it."
Morrigan was mollified at first by Thorgrim's confidence, but as the Red Dragon continued her rolling and swooping motion, she soon found a concern for the crown, or more Sheknel, or Ireland itself, waning, until she cared not a whit about any of it. She curled up on the deck, hugging her cloak close to her, wishing it would all stop. She fell in and out of sleep. Sometime later, the men forward built a fire in a portable stove and cooked pork they had taken from the baggage train. A quirk of wind brought the smell to Morrigan's nose, and she leapt to her feet and leaned over the side of the ship. She retched miserably and tried to vomit, but there was nothing in her stomach. Thorgrim came to her side. He had a cup in his hand.
"Here is water, with a little mead mixed in. Drink this, it will help."
There was a genuine concern in his voice, actual tenderness. Morrigan would not have thought the Fingal capable of such a thing. She took the cup and drank, and relished the liquid in her parched mouth. It helped. Thorgrim set a couple of thick furs on the deck.
"Lay down," he said, easing her onto the bed. "We will be closer into land soon, and the seas will not be so rough."
Morrigan looked at him with more gratitude than she had felt for anyone in a long, long time. "Thank you," she said.
Thorgrim shrugged. "You cared for me when I was wounded," he said, "and for Harald, which is far more important. And you, with plenty of reason to hate us Dove Gaul." He smiled when he said that.
Morrigan shook her head. "The Danes are Dove Gaul. You are Fingal."
"Ah, I see."
Morrigan closed her eyes. When she opened them, Thorgrim was still there, looking at her. She did not want him to leave, not then. She wanted to hear his voice. "Why does Owenolf carry such a beautiful sword, with silver inlaid, and you such a plain one?" she asked. Thorgrim looked down at his sword, which lay in its sheath on the deck beside her. He picked it up, as if he was discovering it for the first time.
"This is not my sword," he said. "This is one I took at the mead hall when we escaped. My sword is a Frankish blade, better even than Owenolf's Ulfbart. His name is Irontooth."
Fingal, like children, Morrigan thought, naming their swords. I imagine they give their penises such fearsome names as well. "Why don't you have him? Now?"
Iron-Tooth was stolen, in Duvlin, by some whore's son named Magnus Magnusson. Do you know him?"
"Yes." Arrogant, vicious, plotting Magnus Magnusson. He had caught her alone once, at the mead hall, where she had been sent for a breaker of ale. He raped her, not because he wanted her, but because she was Orm's. "Yes, I know Magnus, and he is a whore's son."
"I pray to the gods that I will meet this Magnus again, so I may kill him and get my sword back. It's a great dishonor to lose one's sword. Worse, to have your enemy carry it."
Morrigan's eyes moved from the sword to Thorgrim's face. He had a faraway look, a despondent look, and Morrigan's heart went out to him. Even though it was just a stupid piece of iron, an instrument for killing, though perhaps he was thinking about more than the sword. "Don't you hate me?" she asked, "for my part in stealing Harald?" Thorgrim did not answer right off. He looked out to sea for a moment, then back at her.
"If there is one thing we Norsemen understand, it is vengeance. It is as much a part of who we are as longships and farming. We do not love our enemies, like you Christ followers say you do. We take our vengeance on them. So I know why you did what you did, and I don't hate you for it. The same way I don't hate the wolf that kills my cattle, though I will kill him for it."
"Will you kill me? For what I did?" The thought of dying right then did not seem so unwelcome.
"Not unless I have to. I'm grateful that you made sure Harald was safe. A Viking would have cut his throat."
Morrigan smiled, and her stomach turned, and she was not sure it was the motion of the ship in that instance. She had assured Thorgrim that Harald was safe, but More Sheknal Mac Ruinard was a hard man. Any man had to be who wished to survive a week as a king in Ireland. She did not, in all honesty, know that More Sheknal would be scrupulous in preserving the hostages' lives. She closed her eyes and prayed for Harald's safety, and as she did, she fell asleep. It was some time later, she did not know how long, that Morrigan opened her eyes. She lay still on her bed of fur. Things had changed. The light was different now, and she realized she must have slept through the bulk of the afternoon. The motion of the ship was different as well. The swooping and rolling was gone, and the ship was very steady. "Thank you, dear Jesus," she said out loud, but soft, as she understood that the heathens did not care to have the name of the true God spoken on board their ship. She sat up. They were not far out to sea any longer. The point of land that Thorgrim had mentioned was now close by on the larboard side, and the men were at the oars, pulling to get the ship around the far end. Morrigan lay down again, and when she woke the next time, the longship was pulled part-way up on a beach, with lines running ashore and a gangplank over the side. Armed Vikings were at various places along the shore. The sun was making a dull spot of light through the thick clouds as it headed toward the west. The smell of grass and dirt was strong on the offshore breeze.
"Good morrow, my beauty!"
Morrigan turned. Onolf was seated on a sea chest on the other side of the afterdeck. He had a cup in his hand. He took a long drink and wiped his ample beard with his sleeve. "Where is Thorgrim?"
Onolf nodded toward the shore. "Gone off to have a look around. Make sure there are none watching us."
Morrigan nodded. She was not happy to be left alone here, with Thorgrim off. But Onolf seemed to be in one of his rare, subdued humours, judging from the fact that he had not yet suggested fornication, despite Morrigan having been awake for a full minute. "Is this the beach? The beach where the crown is buried?" Onolf nodded.
"We rounded the headland under oar, with the wind on our prow. Thorgrim insisted we keep the dragon's head mounted."
He nodded toward the bow, and the long tapered figurehead lashed to the stem.
"Not everyone was happy with that. Most figure it's only good spirits will be frightened off by such a thing. The evil ones don't care."
Morrigan did not care either about such nonsense. "Have you dug it up yet?" she asked eagerly.
No hurry. We're here for the night in any case. Better to make sure none of those sheep-biting Irish are ready to fall on us again, before we reveal its whereabouts."
That made sense, so Morrigan did not argue, despite her great eagerness to get at the crown of the three kingdoms, to hold that ancient and powerful thing in her hands. "When will Thorgrim be back?" she asked, but Onolf only shrugged.
"Hard to say with Thorgrim,"
Onolf said after another drink.
"In any event, you don't want to talk to him now, not with the sun going down."
Morrigan looked out toward the beach. She had noticed that before. Thorgrim could be more kind than she would have thought a Fingal could be. But when the darkness came on, he seemed to change, his mood growing black along with the sky. "Thorgrim is a singular man," Morrigan said. "Why does the anger seem to come on him with the dark?"
"Huh!"
Onolf made a chuckling sound.
"You don't know?
"No?"
Thorgrim is a shapeshifter. That is why he is called Kveldulf, Nightwolf. Do you know what a shapeshifter is?"
"No."
"Of course not. You Christ followers don't know anything. On some nights, when the darkness comes, Thorgrim changes from what he is."
Onolf seemed to falter in his explanation.
"He turns into a wolf."
"Jesus, Mary, and Joseph," Morrigan said, the words no more than a whisper, and she made the sign of the cross.
"Sure, you would be right to use what charms you have. Thorgrim could be a dangerous man after the change."
Morrigan was silent for a long moment. She, of course, did not believe in such things as men turning into wolves. At least she had grave doubts. "I think that is nonsense," she said at last, with as much conviction as she could muster.
"You do you? Well, how do you think he knew those Irish were there, following us? Or how he knew to bury the crown in the first place? This magic allows him to see things you and I can't see."
Morrigan thought on that for a bit. "Aren't the men afraid of him?" she asked.
"They keep clear of him when the night comes in. But shapeshifters like him don't turn on their own. And they know things, as I said. See things. They can be a great benefit."
Again Morrigan was silent, trying to understand all this. Finally she asked, "You have seen him, yourself, turn into a wolf?"
"Well,"
Onolf began, but he was interrupted by the sound of feet padding on the gangplank. It had grown much darker, and they could just make out the shape of Thorgrim as he came up over the side of the ship. Morrigan made the sign of the cross again, though she could not help but notice that Thorgrim was not, in fact, a wolf. He came aft with a dark, scowling night look on his face, and sat down heavily. There was mud on his shoes and a tear in his trousers. He looked at Onolf, and then at Morrigan, then looked at Morrigan again and squinted, as if trying to look into her mind. And Morrigan realized she was staring, as if she was staring at some freakish creature she had never seen before. She quickly looked down at the deck, then out at the beach, which was nearly lost in shadow.
"Well?"
Onolf asked.
"The Irish soldiers are not here. They are probably still digging up the other beach. There are some sheepherds a mile or so to the north. Nothing else."
Onolf grunted.
"Good. Let us get this damn thing that's given us so much trouble."
He stood, and Thorgrim stood as well. Thorgrim held out a hand for Morrigan, almost grudgingly, and she took it, and he helped her to her feet. They grabbed up shovels and headed for the gangway. Amidships, Svein the Short lit a torch and followed behind. They marched down the springing gangway and crunched across the gravelly beach. Thorgrim led the way, and he moved with none of the uncertainty he had displayed on the other beach, while pretending to look for the crown of the three kingdoms. The Vikings spread out on the beach, or sitting around the small fire they had blazing, began to fall in behind. Onolf had explained to them all what the crown was, after Morrigan had explained it to him and Thorgrim. Onolf told the men how it happened to be buried on the beach, and why they now had to retrieve it and bear it up to Tara. It had surprised Morrigan to realize that Onolf and Thorgrim were the only ones of the Northmen who knew of the crown's existence, but none of the others had raised the least objection to a task that was unlikely to gain them any spoils. They were loyal to their leaders, these Fingal. Thorgrim stopped 2 perches from the water's edge and looked down. There was a flat rock at his feet, and scratched on it, faintly seen in the torchlight, was a single rune. A straight line with 2 shorter lines coming off at an angle to the right. No one would have seen it who was not looking for it.
"The rune means wealth,"
Owenolf told Morrigan.
"Very lucky. See? The stone is undisturbed."
Thorgrim lifted the stone and tossed it away, revealing the recently turned earth underneath. He took a shovel and stuck the blade gently in the ground and began to toss the dirt aside. Morrigan realized she was holding her breath. All her life she had heard of the crown of the 3 kingdoms. Most people thought it was no more than a myth, but she knew differently. And since it had first come to light that the crown was ordered given to Mor Sheknal Mac Ruinard and had gone missing, there was little else she had thought about, and now it would be in her hands. The Viking stepped closer, peering down into the hole. Thorgrim wielded his shovel gently, digging deeper, and then he stopped. He handed the shovel to Snorri Half-Troll and got down on his knees. He scooped some earth away with his hands, and then pulled a canvas bundle from the hole, brown and dirt-covered. Thorgrim stood, and the Vikings took a step forward. Gently, Thorgrim unwrapped the canvas. Morrigan pressed her hands to her mouth. She felt a tingling down her back. The canvas fell away from the crown, and Thorgrim held it high for all to see. The light of the torch fell on the gold and the jewels, and Morrigan sucked in her breath. It was magnificent, like nothing she had ever seen, and she had been raised in the seat of the High King of Tara. The gold was thick and substantial, and glowed a deep, rich yellow. On each of the filigrees that ran around the upper edge of the crown, there was mounted a precious jewel, a diamond, a ruby, a sapphire, and Morrigan could just see in that light the elaborate and delicate etchings that arched and swirled over the surface of the crown. It was unearthly. She had never seen its like. She had to have it in her hands. But instead, Thorgrim handed the crown to Owenolf, who frowned and turned it over in his hands.
"Not a bad piece of work for your Irishman,"
he pronounced, and handed the crown to Snorri Half-Troll, who also examined it and then passed it on. For the next minute or so, the crown was passed from one heathen hand to the next, defiled by the touch of the barbarians, until Morrigan could stand it no more. "Give me that!" she snapped, as Egil Lamb passed it in front of her to Sigurd Sow. She snatched it from Egil's hands, held it tight, ready to fight anyone who tried to take it back. The Fingal looked at her, surprised, but no one made any attempt to take it back. "Very well," Morrigan announced, emboldened by the fact that she was not challenged. "I will keep a care of this, until we reach Tara." "Why you?" someone asked from the crowd. "Because I am the only one here who is not a damned thief and a murderer," she snapped. The Norseman was silent for a moment. Then Owenolf broke the silence with his great bear laugh.
"She's right, you know. By the hammer of Thor, the little vixen is right."
And with that, the others laughed as well, and headed off, back to their fire, leaving Morrigan clutching the crown of the 3 kingdoms. And now it was in her hands. She did not think she could ever let it go. Chapter 33. A bad friend is far away, though his cottage is close. Havermal. It took Asbjorn the Fat 4 days to make his way back to Duvlin, and the only easy part was convincing Halkel Halfwit to assist him. Indeed, it took only a fraction of Asbjorn's persuasive powers before Halkel was for all practical purposes Asbjorn's thrall. Halkel used the butt of his knife to knock the collar off Asbjorn's neck. He gave up his cloak and his shoes so that Asbjorn, stripped nearly naked, would have some cover. He went ahead, scouting the way back toward Duvlin, in case there were more ambushes, with Asbjorn following a dozen perches behind. Asbjorn used Halkel the way he would have used any thrall. He sent him for wood to build fires at night, and off to the small ring forts they passed to beg or steal food. Halkel, terrified of being caught up in the retribution Magnus would suffer, as described by Asbjorn, made every effort to bring comfort to his master. But for all his efforts, there was little comfort to be had, running from their enemies, exposed to the rain and the cold night air, walking for miles every day. Asbjorn's feet bled, and his stomach was in a constant agony of hunger. The two men assumed at first that Magnus and his Celtic allies would try and hunt them down. They hurried across open ground, moving from one hiding spot to the next, pausing to see if there was anyone on their trail before moving on. But as the first day passed, and then the second, with no pursuit, they gave that up. They walked boldly down the road, across open fields, their only goal to reach Duvlin and the safety of the Longport. By the evening of the third day, even Asbjorn, who had no head for directions, knew where he was, and where away sat Duvlin. It gave him an immense sense of relief. Anyone they might now encounter would be one of Orm's men. He, Asbjorn Gudwardson, would live. Sometime in the black hours of the morning, with Halkel half-wit snoring loud and sleeping the dead sleep of the stupid, Asbjorn slipped the knife from his belt and slashed Halkel's throat. He did not need anyone at Duvlin who might contradict the story he would tell Orm. He did not need tales of his humiliation tossed around the mead hall for the amusement of the mob. He was moving at first light, and by late afternoon he was stumbling across the ford north of the Longport and making his way up the plank road toward the palisade fort and Orm's house. There, at last, was the familiar smell of smith's fires and rough cooking and drying fish. A gang of workmen were halfway through thatching the roof of the mead hall. Orm's new thrall opened the door. An old and nearly toothless woman, stooped and grey. Orm, apparently, had had his fill of pretty young Irish slaves.
"Asbjorn, by the gods, what has happened?"
Orm asked, sounding more annoyed than alarmed or concerned as he looked Asbjorn up and down. Asbjorn was a sight, and he knew it, clothed only in Halkel's cloak and shoes, his hair wet and sticking out in various ways, his legs and cloak muddy. He was splattered with Halkel's blood, but he had not bothered to wash it off, as it gave him the appearance of hard fighting.
"Lord Orm, you are betrayed,"
Asbjorn announced, staggering dramatically and grabbing at a table for support.
"Woman, a chair, and some mead for Asbjorn,"
Orm ordered, though his tone was still that of one more inconvenienced than concerned. Asbjorn sat, took the mead and drank. He was ready to eat copiously, but he knew that would have to wait.
"Very well,"
Orm said with a sigh.
"I take it's Magnus who has betrayed me. His treachery, Lord, is worse than I could have imagined,"
Asbjorn said, and launched into his tale of Magnus's alliance with the Irish king, Cormac Rourke, and the mutual search for the crown of the Three Kingdoms. He told Orm of Magnus's plan to use his alliance with the Irish to take Duvlin for himself. That was not something that Asbjorn knew with any certainty, only what he guessed at, but he related it to Orm as known fact. He went on to describe his heroic escape, killing his guard with his bare hands, stealing his weapons, and fighting the sentries to flee into the night. But by that point, he could see he was losing Orm's interest and straining his credulity, so he wrapped it up quickly. Orm sat silent for a moment, and then with a lightning move flung his mead cup against the wall, shattering it and making a wet spot on the daub.
"May Thor rip his lungs out," Orm shouted, "and if he does not, I swear I will."
Orm stood and paced back and forth, saying nothing, and Asbjorn had the sense to keep his mouth shut. Finally, Orm stopped.
"I have it on good word now," Orm said, "that the Norwegian whore's son, Olaf the White, is assembling a fleet to take Duvlin back. For all I know, they have sailed already. As if that is not bother enough. Now I have this to contend with. My lord, let me take care of this trouble for you. A swift longship, 100 men or so, is all it will take. The Norwegians are under oar. We can overhaul them. And where they are, the Irish and Magnus will be. You said this Cormac O'Rourke had 100 men, and another 40 Vikings with him. My men will not fight against Danes, Asbjorn assured him, and the Irish have only Irish weapons, and cannot stand up against us for long. 100 Danes, and we can finish this, and I'll bring Magnus back in chains. Actually, he would bring Magnus back dead, so that Magnus would never again have Orm's ear. But that was an issue for later. For a long moment Orm sat there, staring into the fire burning in the hearth in the middle of the room. Asbjorn could see he was wavering. Lord, this is not the time for you to leave Duvlin, not with so great a threat on the horizon. Orm looked up sharp. What do you know of it? He snapped. Nothing, Lord. Nothing beyond what you have told me. Asbjorn protested, but he knew at that moment he had ruined his chance to take Magnus alone. Orm was too paranoid now for that. I will go, Orm said, and he stood at last. I will get a crew together for my longship, and I will hunt that traitor down, and the Norwegian Owenolf as well. And by the gods, I will make them all curse their mothers for bearing them. Yes, Lord Orm, it is what they deserve, no more. And would it please you if I was to remain in Duvlin and see to your affairs here? No, it would not please me, Orm snapped, so quick and loud it made Asbjorn cringe. He kept his mouth shut. Orm was seeing traitors everywhere now, and Asbjorn knew he had to take care that Orm did not see one in him. Through all the dark hours of the night, they made their way down the River Boyne, and Bridget, for all the time she remained awake, stared into the dark water and cursed herself for an idiot. What could I have been thinking? She lashed herself for her stupidity. I helped this animal, and he repays my kindness by raping me. She stared at the water bubbling and tumbling around the boat. Very well, he didn't rape me. Angry as she was, she could not lie to herself that way, to that degree, and she felt all the more foolish for having given herself to him willingly. They could hear pursuit at first along the bank. The riders were shouting to one another. Bridget could make out the voice of Brian Finleth, which pleased her, because she thought Harold had killed him. Another voice she thought might have been Flann Mac Conning, but it was hard to hear over the yapping dogs. The men from Tara followed as well as they could, trying to keep up with the boat, but the boat was light, like a leaf on a stream, and the current was fast, and it swept them away downstream, faster than riders or dogs could hope to follow in the failing light. There was a single sweep laying across the thwarts. Harold lifted it and fitted it into the thole pins on the transom, and began to scull the boat downriver, moving the sweep back and forth with an expert hand. The barking of the dogs faded, and soon it was lost in the sound of the river and the light falling rain. Bridget would have thrown herself over the side to escape, but that was as much as suicide, because she could not swim. She wondered if it would be a mortal sin, since her intention would not be to kill herself, even if that was the likely outcome. Surely not a mortal sin, for then would it not be a mortal sin to go into combat against great odds? She dismissed the whole line of reasoning. She was not ready to give up her life yet, not when she still had the strength and will to escape the Fingal. Her thoughts wandered to the piece of meat lying back toward the stern, where she had flung it at Harald's head. She was very hungry, but did not want to get any closer to Harald, lest she reinforce whatever insane notion he had concocted. She tore a piece of bread from the loaf and stuck it in her mouth. It took quite a bit of chewing to get it down, and by the second piece her jaw ached, so she gave it up.
For some time she just stared out into the dark and down at the water and cursed herself and tried to think how she might avoid being carried back to Norway as the unwitting bride of some lunatic young Viking. She thought about hitting Harald over the head with something, but there was nothing sufficiently big and heavy in the boat that she might use. Nor did she think she was strong enough to deliver a blow that would do any damage to his thick head. She fell asleep at some point in the night, sleeping fitfully across her thwart. When she woke, it seemed oddly dark. Not nighttime dark, but something different. She looked up. Harald had lashed the monk's robe to the gunwales to form a shelter over her and keep the steady drizzle off her as she slept. She found that very annoying. She sat up, ducked under the makeshift shelter. It was full daylight, a milky-white dawn with a steady drizzle that gave a grey cast to the bright green country along the riverbanks. Harald was still at his place in the stern, slowly and steadily sculling the boat downstream. Bridget wondered if he had been at it all night. He seemed as fresh as if he had just hopped out of a feather bed. She found that even more annoying. Harald looked at her and smiled his toothy smile, and that was the most annoying of all. She looked around the boat for something to heave at his big dumb head. There were nets and ropes of various sizes, and some smaller tools, but nothing that would be really satisfying to throw. As she searched for a weapon, it occurred to her that escape would be easier if the Fingal did not know she wanted to escape. She closed her eyes, summoned her resolve, then met Harald's eyes, and rewarded him with a big smile. The look of pleasure on his face made her even more eager to throw something at him, but she held fast to her subterfuge. What now? What now? She desperately had to urinate, and it was making it hard to think. How am I supposed to do that in this idiot boat? And then the plan came to her, seemed to spring full-born into her head. She took a step aft, smiling at Harald. She pointed to the bank, a clump of brush and trees near a bend in the river. Harald frowned and shook his head. Bridget pointed again and again. Harald shook his head. How on earth am I supposed to make this fool understand? Bridget sighed, made a squatting motion, pointed to the bottom of the boat. Harald's white skin flushed red, and he suddenly looked very uncomfortable. He nodded his head in agreement, then fixed his eyes on the riverbank by the trees, as if it would be lost forever if it left his sight for a second. The boat ran silently into the mud and came to a stop. Harald pulled the sweep in and made ready to climb out, but Bridget swung herself over the gunwale and dropped into the stream below. The water was up to her ankles, and the mud grabbed at her shoes, but she did not mind, as she was already all but soaked. She looked Harald in the eye, and as emphatically as she could pointed to his seat in the boat, trying to convey the idea that he was to remain there. Harald was still blushing, and he wore a very uncomfortable look. He nodded his head and patted the seat beside him, indicating his unwillingness to interfere with any female issues. "Good," Bridget said out loud. She rewarded Harald with a smile, and then slogged through the mud and clambered up the riverbank and into the thick brush growing there. The branches grabbed at her cloak and tangled her hair as she fought her way through the undergrowth. She looked back to see if Harald seemed at all suspicious, but the river and the boat were already lost from sight. She pulled up her skirts and squatted and relieved herself, a great relief indeed, and when she stood again, she felt vastly more able to take action. She fought on through the bracken, and came at last to the far end of the copse, where the thick brush yielded to open fields, rolling away to the distance. That was easy, she thought, but she was not free yet. She had to remember that. Still, she was sure her father's men would be following the Boyne east, hoping to intercept them before they reached the sea. All she had to do was follow the Boyne west to meet up with them. But first, she had to get well away from Harald. Across the open ground there was another clump of brush and trees, no more than a quarter-mile away. She stepped out into the open ground and moved fast toward the next hiding place. Again and again she looked over her shoulder, making certain that she kept the trees on the riverbank between herself and the boat. She wondered how long Harald's discomfort would keep him from coming in search of her. Long enough to get to the next hiding place, or the one after that, she hoped. She ran, lifting her skirts and cloak out of the way, splashing through the wet grass. She felt her breath coming harder, but she did not slow, save to turn and check that the trees still blocked Harald's view of her, and that he was not chasing her. She was heaving for breath when she reached the next hiding place, crashing into the brush and dropping to her knees. She looked back the way she had come as she tried to regain her breath. Harald was not following, which was good, but her feet had left a clear path through the wet grass, and she would be easy enough to follow when he finally decided he should go looking for her. I have to keep going, she thought. She forced herself to her feet and pushed on through the tall growth, toward the far side of that stand of trees. She had to find the next hiding place, but not get so far from the river that she lost her way. She thought of the bandits Harald had killed back at the fisherman's cottage. There were plenty of dangers for a woman on her own in that wild country. She came at last to the far end of that patch, where once again the open field stretched away. There was a rider, half a mile distant and coming toward her. She felt a great surge of hope. Bandits and peasants did not ride horses. This one had to be a noble, or at least a man of wealth. And if he was either of those, then he was most likely one of her father's men and searching for her. She kept to her hiding place, watching the man as he came closer. He had a red cape around his shoulders, a tunic over what she guessed was a mail shirt. A man of wealth, to be certain. She wondered why he was riding alone. Not that it mattered. Any man of means in Brega owed his allegiance, his fortune, even his life, to Mol Sheknel Mac Ruinard. Bridget made a step from the undergrowth, but then hesitated, some warning sounding in the back of her head. This is ridiculous, she thought, but still she paused. And then the thought of her wet track through the grass, the easy trail for Harald to follow. The Norseman had beaten down every attack against him. But this fellow on the horse, he looked as if he would be a match for Harald. "You there!" Bridget stepped boldly out of the wood. 2 perches away, the man on the horse reined back in surprise, the horse spinning a tight circle before the rider had it under control. "I am in need of help," Bridget called, walking confidently toward the man. "I am Bridget Mac Ruinard, daughter of Mol Sheknel Mac Ruinard, Princess of Tara." The rider had his mount under control now, and he rode the few paces to where Bridget stood. A handsome man, light hair, with a few days' growth of beard on his square jaw. He looked down at her. He did not speak. It made Bridget nervous. "My father will reward you handsomely if you bring me safe to Tara." The man on the horse smiled. He spoke. Bridget heard the word Magnus, which she thought might be the man's name, but she understood nothing else, because, to her horror, he did not speak in her lovely, lilting Gaelic, but rather in the coarse, rough tongue of the Vikings. Chapter 34. The good dream woman led me, the poet, to sleep, there where soft beds lay. Gisli Sursen's Saga. Morrigan felt her whole world rocking, as surely as the red dragon rocked in the swells rolling in toward the mouth of the Boyne. They spent the night on the beach, where the crown had been recovered, a restless night with watchers stationed at intervals inland, looking for any sign of the Irish army that had been following behind. Morrigan did not let the crown of the 3 kingdoms out of her sight. In truth, she did not let it out of her grip. She loved the feel of it, the weight of it. She held it in her lap and put her hands under the coarse cloth, and ran her fingertips along the cool metal, feeling the intricate designs etched in the surface, the smooth, hard stones embedded in the gold. When no one was watching, she unwrapped the canvas and stared at the dull yellow band and buffed it with her sleeve to make it shine. She had never, in her life, seen its like, and it took hold of her like nothing ever had. Well into the dark hours, she sat up on the afterdeck, the crown pressed tight in her lap, until Thorgrim Nightwolf came back from his rounds of the watches. She looked at him close, though she could see little beyond shadows in the dark. But she could see with certainty that he was a man, fully a man. If he was a shapeshifter, he was not shifting tonight.
"You are awake still?"
Thorgrim asked, standing over her.
"How are you?"
She clutched the crown tighter. "I am well," she said. As much as getting possession of the crown of the Three Kingdoms had worked oddly on her mind, so too had Owenolf's revelation about Thorgrim. The old people, the ones who still half clung to the old religions, talked of such things as men who became wolves. Morrigan dismissed it all as nonsense. But she could not deny that Thorgrim seemed to know things that other men did not, and she had never seen a man who could fight like him. Ireland was a land infused with magic, and it was hard to dismiss such a thing as this. She found herself frightened and fascinated all at once. Thorgrim took his leave of her and made his way forward. She watched as he moved among his men. Owenolf's men, really, but it was clear to her who was really in command, talking to them in low tones. He was a good leader, strong, unyielding, and yet he cared for his men. She had seen that even back in Duvlin, when she first came to tend to their wounds. Morrigan leaned back on the rail and hugged the crown to her chest. Her mind wandered off to thoughts of the incredible wealth that the crown represented. The golden jewels alone were worth more than she or Flan would see in several lifetimes, and they with their close ties to the very King of Tara. Such a thing as this, hidden away, given out by rich abbots to wealthy kings. Finally Thorgrim stepped aft. "I'm worried," he said. "Worried?" Morrigan came out of her reverie with a guilty start. Thorgrim sat on the chest beside her.
"I am worried about Harald. I am getting a sense for trouble with him. Something is wrong."
Morrigan wanted very much to ask him if this was a wolf dream, but she did not dare, and part of that was because she was afraid to hear the answer. "Do you get these feelings?"
"Oh, yes," Thorgrim said. "It is sometimes as if Harald and I have one mind. I know when he is in trouble, or if he is in a good way. It has always been thus."
Morrigan thought about that. "Does Harald also get such feelings?"
"Sometimes. Sometimes he does. Sometimes he knows how I am, or what I will do, but he does not see as clearly as me."
"The king will not harm him," Morrigan said. She was trying to sound reassuring, but she did not have enough conviction herself to make her words sound genuine. More Sheknal could be a cruel, thoughtless bastard. Morrigan, in all honesty, did not know what he might do with a Viking who fell under his authority, even one who was a hostage. When she thought about it, she had to admit that More Sheknal had probably killed Harald already. She had no notion of what she would do when they all arrived at Tara, so she tried not to think about it. Thorgrim looked over at her, and she could see her words did nothing to mollify him. Indeed, he looked more concerned for her attempt at reassurance. There was a vulnerability she had not seen before, a fear that his son had come to harm. Morrigan guessed it was the only thing on earth that Thorgrim Nightwolf feared. Finally, he made a grunting noise.
"Soon we will know,"
he said. Then, after a moment of silence, as he stared out into the night, he said,
"Will you sleep?"
"Yes." Thorgrim stood and then lay down on the deck, on a pile of fur set out there. Morrigan lay beside him, as had become her habit. She felt vulnerable, sleeping among the Norsemen, but pressing close to Thorgrim made her feel safe. Even now, unsure about who or what Thorgrim really was, she felt safer with the feel of him against her. Thorgrim pulled a heavy fur over the two of them, a bearskin so big it covered them both completely, even up to their heads. It was warm underneath, and the fur kept them from the soft rain that was still falling. She hugged the crown tight. Her head felt as if it was spinning, and soon she was asleep. Morrigan woke in the dark hours of morning. She pulled the crown tighter to her and listened to the night sounds. An owl somewhere ashore was speaking in its eerie voice, and it made her shiver. The ship, where it was grounded, made a soft crunching sound as the small surf charged and retreated along the beach. The crown was still in her arms, and she hugged it tight. Forward she could hear the sounds of the men snoring where they lay. Thick animal sounds, just what she might expect for animals such as them. Thorgrim was asleep, his arm flung over her, and she could feel his chest press against her back as he breathed. Automatically now, her hand reached under the crown's canvas cover, and she ran her fingers along the slick gold surface. She shuffled closer to Thorgrim, and Thorgrim made a soft murmuring sound, but did not wake. Morrigan unwrapped the canvas and stared at the dark metal of the crown of the Three Kingdoms. Her crown. Somehow, it changed everything. She rolled over so her face was inches from Thorgrim's. He was frowning in his sleep, his brow creased, and she wondered if he was running with wolves in his dreams. He made a soft, growling noise. The crown was between them now, so Morrigan carefully set it down on the deck above her head, the first time since she had snatched it from Aegle Lamb's hand that she was not physically touching it. She reached her face up to Thorgrim's and pressed her lips against his. His bristly beard pricked at her skin, tickled her, but she did not mind. She felt a sudden and desperate need for closeness. It was a thing she had not felt in some time. Thorgrim did not wake as Morrigan kissed him, so she pressed tighter and kissed him again, kissed him with some force. With a start he woke, eyes wide. He half sat up, and his hand shot out for the sword that always slept at his side. "Shh, shh," Morrigan said, soft and soothing, like the surf on the beach. She saw Thorgrim visibly relax, and he understood what it was that had disturbed his sleep. He eased himself down again, down on his side, and pulled the fur back over them. Their faces were almost touching, and for some time they just savored the closeness. Finally, Thorgrim leaned toward Morrigan and kissed her, and she kissed him back. His strong arms reached out and wrapped around her, and she felt completely enveloped, completely safe in that powerful embrace. She pressed her lips into his, lost herself in the smell and taste and feel of him. Thorgrim's calloused hands moved over her back, through her hair, his touch amazingly light for such a man. During her time as Orm's thrall, he had taken her, brutally, and whenever he wanted, and she had come to think she would never be able to endure a man's embrace again. But here she was, shivering with the pleasure of Thorgrim's hands on her, warm and languid in their bearskin cocoon. Morrigan pushed away from Thorgrim, just a bit. She grabbed onto the damp wool of her dress and pulled it up over her head, squirming out of the garment, still covered over by the thick bearskin. She felt Thorgrim's hand exploring her, running over her back and her bottom. She felt the gooseflesh stand up on her arms and neck. She grabbed the bottom of his tunic and pulled, more as a way of signaling her desire than in any hope of getting the tunic off. But Thorgrim understood, and he pulled the tunic up over his head, disrobing somewhat less gracefully than she did. Morrigan dug down under the bearskin, like withdrawing into a cave, and felt around for the ties that held Thorgrim's trousers around his waist. With one pull of the bitter end, the ties came loose, and she helped him ease the trousers off his legs. He kicked the trousers off his feet as she caressed him and stroked him, and took pleasure in the way he writhed and tried to stifle his enthusiastic moans. She ran her lips over his hard stomach, ran her fingers through the thick hair on his chest, over the hard, raised lines of sundry scars. He is half-wolf now, shapeshifter or no, she thought. But the memory of that wicked secret made her even more excited. She pushed Thorgrim on his back and squirmed up on top of him, the dried flesh of the bearskin rough on her naked back. They came together easily, and she worked her hips back and forth, closed her eyes, and made a soft, moaning sound deep down. The feel of Thorgrim inside her was more wonderful than anything she had felt in a long time. They moved together like that, utterly lost in their own world under the bearskin, and all the horror Morrigan had known, or would know, was forgotten in the moment. Thorgrim ran his hands over her as they moved together, ran his hands over her back and her breasts, and held onto her waist. Then, after some time of that, he gently pushed her over and rolled over on top of her. She lay with her back now on the soft, warm fur spread on the deck, and Thorgrim, up on his elbows, was on top of her. She wrapped her legs around his waist, dug her heels into the small of his back, and he moved faster and with more need. Morrigan could feel the tension building in her. She was ready to shatter like glass. She bit down on her lip to keep from shouting out loud, felt a coppery taste of blood in her mouth. She reached her arms up over her head, and her hands fell on the crown of the three kingdoms. She grabbed it, squeezed it hard, so hard it dug painfully into the flesh of her palms. Thorgrim was moving fast. She could see the white of his clenched teeth, and her whole body shuddered with every thrust. They both cried out despite themselves, and then it was quiet, as they lay wrapped in one another's arms. As their breathing subsided, Morrigan could hear the snoring of the men, the grinding of the bow on the shingle, the night birds in the brush. She pulled the crown under the bearskin, and soon she and Thorgrim were asleep. For all the long night they slept, and in that time there was no threat to the men or the crown. It was still dark when Thorgrim shuffled out from under the bearskin. Morrigan, half awake, was aware of the movement, wondered why Thorgrim had to leave their warm place. And then the thought came to her that perhaps he had shifted. Perhaps he was off to prowl the night in his wolf form. She felt a sudden panic, and a horror at the moment. Her eyes shot open, and she rolled over. Thorgrim was standing beside the bearskin, pulling on his trousers, very much a man. He looked down at her in surprise. "I didn't wish to wake you," he whispered. Morrigan just looked at him. He was not a pretty man, but good-looking in a different way, in a way that made a woman feel safe, and that was the best way. "Where are you going?" "I have to check on the watchers," he said. He knelt down, kissed her, grabbed up his tunic and sword, and was gone. At daybreak the longship put out to sea, the big men hauling at the oars and then spreading the sail to the early morning breeze. They tacked north, making several long boards, until the gaping green jaws of the River Boyne opened up for them, a watery version of the great Roman roads, leading them into the heart of Ireland. Morrigan stood at her familiar place by the rail, watching the shoreline close around the ship, glad to be on a river and not on the wide ocean. The ocean frightened her with its vastness, and the constant worry that the Vikings would just sail off with her on board. For years now, her life had been carried along by the whims of various men. She had killed Orm, escaped thraldom, and would not easily yield her freedom again. They worked their way up the river, with the sail still drawing in the southeasterly wind. The ocean swells gave way to the smooth water of the River Boyne, and soon the ocean was lost from view altogether, and Morrigan was happy for that. They carried the sail for another hour before the wind failed them entirely. Then the yard was lowered, and the long oars broken out, and the Norsemen set into their slow, rhythmic stroke, a stroke Morrigan knew they could keep up for hours. It was no mystery to her now how these men became so strong of arm. By midday they were well up the Boyne, and there was little to see from the Red Dragon's deck, save for the odd sheepherd who fled with his flock at the first sight of the longship, and the occasional ring fort along the shore. And though there was low talk among the men about stopping and raiding one or the other, nothing was done, and the steady stroke continued uninterrupted. They came around a wide, sweeping bend in the river, where it ran through open country with occasional stands of trees here and there. Tied to the south bank was a boat, a small leather boat of around 20 feet in length. It looked abandoned. "Look there," Thorgrim said to Owenolf, nodding toward the boat.
Mumph,
Owenolf said. He sounded unimpressed.
What do you think, Morrigan?
Thorgrim asked. A fishing boat. I have seen 100 of its like.
Such a boat could be of use to us,
Thorgrim said.
Damn the thing,
Owenolf announced.
Stupid Irish, building boats from cowhides.
Morrigan said nothing. She knew how to keep her tongue still. Being a thrall taught a person that, if nothing else.
Still, I would like to have a look,
Thorgrim said, and there was a tone in his voice that did not admit of questions. Owenolf made his grunting sound again. Thorgrim turned the steering board to starboard. They crossed the river to the far bank, and Thorgrim called for the men to toss oars. The long sweeps came up together, a great bird folding its wings, and the red dragon glided silent over the distance between her and the leather boat. Men along the larboard side leaned over the rail and grabbed onto the boat, checking the longship's way. Thorgrim stepped off forward. He did not invite Morrigan to follow, or Owenolf either. But Morrigan's curiosity was up now, wondering what it was about that humble boat that attracted Thorgrim's interest, and she followed behind. Thorgrim stopped in the longship's waist and looked down at the leather boat. Nets, buckets, fishing gear was strewn around the bottom. A dark rope was lashed from gunwale to gunwale over the forward thwart, making a rude shelter underneath. Thorgrim stepped over the side of the longship and onto the fishing boat. For a moment he did not move, just cast his eyes around. Then, with a quick movement, he snatched up the long oar that lay across the thwarts. He stared at the blade of the oar, squinting and frowning. He climbed back aboard the longship, bringing the oar with him.
Owenolf,
he called, and Owenolf stepped forward. Thorgrim held out the blade of the oar, and now Morrigan could see that it was covered with a series of cuts and slashes. She looked closer. She recognized the runes of the Norsemen.
See here,
Thorgrim said, as he held out the blade, and Owenolf in turn squinted at it. His lips moved before he spoke.
They look like Harald's runes, to be sure,
Owenolf said.
There are a few men educated enough to write who still do it as poorly as my grandson. Can you make the words out?
Thorgrim studied the oar-blade.
Harald Thorgrimsson made these runes. He has gone in search of his...
Thorgrim looked up, made an odd face.
In search of his bride,
he said. He shook his head.
Ha!
Owenolf shouted.
Either Harald mistakes his runes, or he has gone off and married some Irish bitch.
Thorgrim looked ashore, his eyes moving far off across the countryside.
One way or the other, we go after him.
Chapter 35. Men in ships, warriors with spears, without any faith, great will be the plague. They will inhabit half the surface of the island. The Voyage of Sned Gisa, Occus, Mark, Riegla, 9th century Irish poem. Magnus knew the girl would be valuable, damned valuable, though he was not sure how. She was no dumpy farm girl or fisherman's wife. That was clear from the first glance. She was too lovely by far, a genuine beauty, not the rustic prettiness of the peasant girls. Her skin was smooth and white. Her clothes, wet and rumpled though they were clearly cut of expensive cloth and well made. He listened as she spoke, trying to make out the words. He had picked up some of the barbaric Irish tongue during his time in Duvlin, and in his association with Cormac. He had the impression that she was telling him who she was, and how important she was. He heard Mor Shecknell Mac Ruinard, and perhaps that she was Bridget Mac Ruinard. And, if he heard right, then that was the best fortune he could have hoped for. Magnus Magnusson had been riding west from the coast for 2 days. Asbjorn was gone, and Magnus had to assume he had returned to Duvlin and alerted Orm to his betrayal. Cormac E. Rourke, once an ally, was now a sworn enemy. As far as powerful men with whom to align himself, that left only Mor Shecknell of Tara.
Magnus had followed the River Boyne west in the general direction of Tara. He intended to go to Moor Sheknel and offer his services, and the information he held concerning Cormac O'Rourke's plans and his current incursion into Brega. And now, it seemed, Moor Sheknel's daughter was at his feet and begging assistance. "My name is Magnus Magnusson. I am a friend of your father's," he said, hoping she understood the Danish tongue. But apparently she did not, because her eyes grew wide at the sound of his words. She took a step back, and then another. "No, wait!" Magnus shouted, but it was pointless, as she clearly did not understand. The girl turned and fled, back in the direction she had come from. "Oh, Thor, take this bitch!" Magnus shouted in exasperation. He dug his heels into his horse's side and charged after her. She was running hard, trying to reach the wooded place in which she had been hiding. Magnus got his horse in front of her, and she stopped, turned, ran in another direction. Magnus worked the horse to cut off her escape, but he knew he could not catch her that way. He reined hard to a stop, slipped to the ground as the girl sprinted for the trees. The muscles in his legs protested as he ran after her. The stiffness of mile after mile in the saddle made him hobble like an old man. The girl was nearly at the trees by the time he got a hand on her shoulder and pushed her to the ground, stumbling and falling on top of her as he did. He fell with a grunt, half on the grass and half on the girl, and even as he was sorting himself out, she slammed her elbow into the side of his head with such force that it snapped his head around and blurred his vision. He felt her foot drive into his stomach, and he gasped in pain. "You bitch!" he shouted. She kicked him again, squirmed out of his grasp. His head was still spinning, but he managed to grab her ankle and pull her down just as she was struggling to her feet. She twisted around and raked his face with her fingernails, and Magnus felt the 5 searing lacerations across his cheek. She wound up to slash him again, but this time he caught her wrist and jerked her arm toward him, pulling her over so she was face down in the grass. She was kicking and screaming Gaelic curses, but he had her now. He threw a leg over her back, straddling her as she twisted and tried to get her hands on him. It was like riding a bear. He was safe as long as he did not get off. He remained on top of her for a moment, as the pain from his various wounds subsided and his head cleared. Then he took the belt from his waist and lashed her wrists together. It was no easy feat, but Magnus had spent his boyhood fishing off the coast of his native Denmark, and was well used to subduing a thrashing and squirming catch. He stood at last and pulled the girl to her feet. "I am trying to help you, you stupid girl," he said, spitting the words, though he had no hope that she would understand him. From the fury in her eyes and the vicious sound of the words spitting from her mouth, it was clear she did not think she was being helped. No matter. If she was the daughter of Moor Sheknel, she was worth everything to Magnus, either as a way of winning Moor's gratitude by returning her, or by holding her as a hostage for money and safe conduct. He pulled the bitter end of the belt. The girl struggled mightily. It reminded Magnus of trying to get a goat to go where it does not want to go, but he managed at last to pull her over to his horse. Magnus gave a hard pull, and the girl fell to the ground. He wanted to put her up on the horse, have her ride in front of him, but he could think of no way to get her up there without getting his head kicked in. He could beat her into submission, sure, but that would not earn him Moor Sheknel's gratitude. "Ah, damn you!" he said out loud. He pulled a length of walrus skin rope from his saddlebag, tied a loop in the end, and looped it around the girl's neck. He tied the other end around his waist and climbed up in his saddle. "For the sake of your neck, I suggest you follow," he said, his voice calm as his equilibrium returned. He nudged his horse into a walk. The girl, her face a mask of unadulterated fury, struggled to her feet and followed behind. She had no choice if she did not care to be strangled. They headed off across the field, Magnus chaffing at the slow pace, since he could move no faster than the girl could walk, and she was doing nothing to help quicken the pace. He felt very exposed, out in the open, tied to the girl in that way. Hostage, he thought. He could not ride up to Mor Sheknal Mac Ruinard, dragging his daughter by the neck. He would not be welcomed as a hero that way. So he would have to find a place to stash her, go and find Mor Sheknal, hope there was someone at Tara who could speak Danish. He cursed to himself. He had thought, on finding the girl, that his ill fortune was turning around, but now it seemed it was getting worse. He was not sure what to do with her now, and he couldn't let her go either. Let her go to her father and tell tales of what he had done, not if he wanted an alliance with Mor Sheknal, which he did. Without Mor Sheknal, he would be alone in Ireland, and as good as dead. I suppose I could always kill her, he mused, hide her body. She would play no part in this. The more he thought on it, the more it seemed that might be the only way off this bear. He had thought the girl a gift from Odin, but now he wondered if Loki, that cunning trickster, had not arranged this. This was how the gods played with men, handing them a thing that looked like good fortune, then turning it all around. Perhaps kill her, bring her body to Mor Sheknal, tell him I tried to save her from bandits. He could not decide, and the cuts on his face from the girl's nails were starting to hurt. He stopped and slid off the horse and tied the rope that was around the girl's neck to the horse's reins. He took a skin of wine from where it hung on his saddle, and, with the corner of his tunic, dabbed at the cuts on his face. The girl glared at him. "This is thanks to you," he said. The girl spit out some words that did not sound like an apology. Magnus drank some of the wine, then fished out some of the dried meat he had taken from a traveller he had met on the road. He squatted on his heels and ate. He held up a piece to the girl, an offering, and she spit at him. Magnus stood and stretched, and would have loved to lie down, but he did not dare as long as he had this Irish wildcat on her long leash. He walked some distance away and sat and pondered his circumstance, how to parlay this girl into the best advantage. After some time he stood again. Continue to Tara, see how things lay, he decided. He could come up with no better plan than that. He walked back to where his horse stood nibbling at the green, wet grass, and the girl sat slumped on the ground. "Time for us to be on our way, my beauty," Magnus said, and the girl spat out some Irish curse. And then Magnus saw something move, far off, some motion across the field they had just traversed. He stood quite still and looked. It was a man. He was running toward them. He was still some ways off, but Magnus could see he had yellow hair and was carrying a staff, perhaps a spear. The girl turned and looked in the direction that Magnus was looking. If she knew who it was, she made no indication. Now what? Magnus thought. Whoever it was, he was coming for them. Is it her lover? One of her father's men? He could not get away from this fellow at the pace he was moving, all but dragging the girl on the leash. Magnus sighed. Very well, I'll kill this fool, he thought, irritated at yet another delay. He unsheathed his sword and worked the kinks out of his arms. The way the idiot was rushing headlong at him suggested it would not be a long fight anyway. He swung his shield off his shoulder and worked his hand through the straps and took hold of the hand grip behind the boss. No more than a boy, Magnus thought, as he watched the attacker come on. He seemed to be dressed in the Norse fashion, which made the whole thing stranger still. The fellow was perhaps 3 perches away when Magnus braced for the attack. He was young, and he did look to be a Viking, and Magnus knew what would happen next. The fool, in his enthusiasm, would charge with the spear. Magnus would turn the point aside with his shield and extend his sword, and the fool would run right onto it. He had done it a dozen times, fighting these untrained peasants. 10 paces away, and the young idiot was still charging. Magnus smiled just a bit at the predictability of the whole thing. He had his shield chest high, braced, and the young fool did something that Magnus never saw coming. He stopped, so sudden you would have thought he could never keep his balance, and instead of leading with the spear point, he flipped the weapon around like a quarterstaff and brought the butt end up from below Magnus's shield and right between his legs. Magnus shouted in surprise. He swept down with his sword, deflecting the spear end before it did serious damage to his genitals. But now his defense was off, and the boy pulled the butt end of the spear back and swung it around like a club, and would have smashed the side of Magnus's face if Magnus had not brought his shield up at the last instant. Magnus staggered back to regroup, get fighting room, with a whole new appreciation for his adversary. He readjusted the grip on his shield and circled to the right, eyes on the young man as he followed him with the tip of his spear. I have seen this one before, Magnus thought, in Duvlin. But there was no man in Duvlin who would not recognize Magnus Magnusson. Where? When? The young man attacked again, jabbing with the spear and swinging it like a quarterstaff as Magnus deflected the thrusts. He is good, but he is young, Magnus thought. As long as he did not underestimate the boy, he would beat him, most likely. "You're no Irishman, boy," Magnus said, as they both took a step back, assessing. "No Irishman fights with your skill. Are you a Dane?" "I am from Vik, in Norway," the boy said defiantly. "Vik? I am from Trondheim myself, but I have fallen in with these cursed Danes." It occurred to Magnus that he could use a second, now that Kjashtan Swiftsword had doubtless been killed. Maybe the boy would be swayed. The young Norwegian attacked again, a furious barrage of dagger point and blunt end that Magnus was just able to fend off, and it gave Magnus the idea this boy did not want to deal. Norwegian? Magnus was breathing hard, but so was the boy. And then he remembered. The idiot Norwegians from the meat hall. And it suddenly occurred to Magnus that the boy could not be alone. The others must be nearby. He glanced over at the distant trees, from where the boy had come, gasped at the sight of 50 or so men racing across the field, and his inattention was rewarded by a hard blow to the side of his head. Magnus staggered again, and again he caught the second blow with his shield. But this time he stepped into the boy, shoving him with the shield, trying to get him off balance and far enough away to bring the sword to bear. The boy stumbled back, and Magnus thrust. The boy twisted out of the way and seized Magnus's wrist and held it tight. Magnus tried to force the sword up to where he could put the point through the boy's throat, and the boy pushed back with surprising strength. And then the boy looked down, and his eyes went wide, and he spoke. Just one word. "Iron Tooth!" And then it was the boy's turn to pay for his inattention. Magnus jabbed with the boss of his shield, and hit the boy hard in the jaw. He lost his grip and staggered back, and Magnus slashed with his sword, opening up the boy's tunic right across his chest, and behind it a line of white flesh erupting red with blood. The boy fell back, swinging with his spear as he went down. Magnus stepped up, ready to knock the spear aside and finish the boy before his fellows could overtake them. And then, behind him, his horse made a snorting sound, a clumping of hooves in the soft grass. Magnus spun around. The girl had pulled herself half on the horse, draped over the saddle, her hands still tied. She was kicking the animal, urging it forward. Far across the open ground to the west, Magnus could hear dogs, and they were close. Chapter 36. Myself I know that in my son grew the makings of a worthy man. Egil Saga. Magnus shouted in rage. He took one last swipe at the youth on the ground, but it was more out of frustration than in any hope of killing him. The boy, bleeding, but still in command of himself, turned the sword aside with the spear shaft and thrust the weapon at Magnus. But Magnus was done with him and had already turned and run off, his sword and shield still in hand. Magnus had bigger problems now.
"Get back here, you miserable bitch!" he shouted as he ran after the horse, which was gaining speed with each kick the girl delivered to its flanks. The Norwegians were coming across the field to the east, and someone else, he had guessed it was more Sheknel's men, coming from the west, and if he did not catch the horse and ride hard, then one or the other of them would spill his guts on the grass. "Stop!" he shouted again, just because he was too angry not to shout. The horse was opening up a lead, but the rope which was tied from the girl's neck to the reins was dragging behind, making a swath through the wet grass, and Magnus set his eyes on that. He was breathing hard, and the strength was leaving his legs, when he heard the renewed vigor of the barking dogs, and he knew they had broken out in the open ground, and that spurred him on. A burst of speed, and he leapt for the rope, straight out, as if he was diving into the water. In midair, it occurred to him that if the end tied to the girl came tight, and not the end made fast to the reins, then it would likely break her neck. But there was nothing for it. He needed the horse more than he needed the girl. He hit the ground with a thud that nearly took his breath. He felt the rope under him, quickly snaking away, and he dropped his sword and clawed frantically for it. His fingers wrapped around the cordage, and he held on, as tight as he had ever held any lifeline in a storm at sea. The horse hit the end of the rope, and the reins came tight, twisting the horse around and jerking it from its feet. With a shout, the girl flew from the saddle, hitting the ground hard, unable to break her fall with her hands. The three of them, Magnus, the girl, and the horse, struggled to their feet, but Magnus was up first. He jammed his sword in his sheath as he ran, slung his shield over his back. The girl was standing when Magnus snatched her around the waist and tossed her over his shoulder. So quick, her shout of protest came out as no more than a grunt. He could see the dogs now, charging across the field, and behind them men on horses, wearing bright tunics, kingsmen, Irish warriors. Magnus grabbed the horse's reins. He tossed the girl over the horse's neck, her legs kicking hard, trying to make contact with him, but he kept clear. He got a foot in a stirrup, swung up onto the horse. The men and dogs were still a quarter of a mile away. He still had a chance. He kicked the horse hard in the flanks, reined him around. The Irish were coming from the west, the Norwegians from the east. Magnus raced off, due north. It was easy enough for Thorgrim to follow Harald's trail, even if he had not made it obvious, leaving torn bits of cloth on branches along the way. Thorgrim, Nightwolf, and his men would have been able to follow the broken twigs, the wet, flattened grass, as easily as a beaten path. They were armed with everything they had, which was still meagre by the Viking standards. They all joined the hunt, all 42 men, all that was left of the original crew. There were not enough men now to guard the longship and hunt for Harald. They would have to band together if they had any hope at all. Thorgrim heard the dogs first, far off but getting closer. "Hold up," he said, held his hand in the air. He strained his ears against the rustling of trees, the birds in the brush. There were many dogs, and that meant a big hunting party. They might have been driving game, but he doubted it. "Come along," he said, hurrying forward, his pace much faster now, and soon he was running over the trampled grass. They came to a place where a struggle had taken place. The grass flattened and the turf chewed up, but there was no blood anywhere. Did Harald fight here? Thorgrim wondered. If so, he would have expected to find either Harald or his opponent lying dead, or at least some blood. They raced on, and it seemed that they and the dogs were converging on the same spot. They pushed through a patch of wood, and now a new sound came to Thorgrim's ear. A fight! He could hear the clash of weapons. Not iron on iron, but weapons still, the grunt and thump of combat. They broke out of the woods. A quarter-mile off, in the middle of the wide open ground, 2 men were fighting. One was Harald. Thorgrim was certain of it. "Oh, by the gods!" Thorgrim shouted. His son, locked in a fight, within his view, beyond his reach. "Come on!" He broke into a run, forcing his legs on.
his no longer young legs. He could feel every inch of ground he covered, but he was frantic to get to his boy. Weeks of worry, and now he had found Harald, and Harald might be cut down before he could reach him. The dog sounded louder, but Thorgrim could not take his eyes from the fight. He saw Harald stumble back, his arms flung out, the one he was fighting making a broad sweep with his sword. "No!" Thorgrim shouted. Harald was down, lost in the grass, dead for all Thorgrim knew, and the other one had turned away, and was chasing after a horse that already had another rider mounted on it. The horse stumbled, but then it was up again, and the two were mounted and riding off. Harald was not dead. Thorgrim knew it. Deep inside he was certain of it, and as he ran, his eyes locked on the place where Harald had fallen. He saw his son rise, gripping his chest, saw him stumble towards them, one foot planted laboriously after another. And behind Harald, Thorgrim saw the dogs and the riders. There were 30 men on horseback at least, and they were riding hard. They wore tunics and helmets that shone dull in the overcast. Thorgrim saw Harald stop and look over his shoulder. He could taste Harald's panic in his own throat as his son turned back and redoubled his effort to flee. He knew, as Harald did, that it was too late. The Vikings on foot would not reach him before the Irishmen on horseback. "No! No!" Thorgrim shouted, a cry of despair. But his pace did not slow, not at all, and he charged with the full intention of throwing himself at the mounted men and dying in defense of his boy. The riders were no more than a dozen perches behind Harald, but Harald did not slow his limping, wounded gait. Thorgrim reached for the sword in his sheath. He felt strong hands on his shoulders, right and left, and the hands held tight and forced him to slow. He thrashed his shoulders, trying to break the grip. "Let me go, you whore sons!" he shouted. Snorri Half-Troll was on his right side, and Skeggi Kalfsson on his left. Thorgerd Brack was holding him as well. "Damn you! Let me go!" Thorgrim shouted, a pleading note in his voice. The riders had covered the distance to Harald, and Thorgrim braced himself for the sight of his son run through with a spear or hacked down with a sword. But instead, the riders circled him, blocking the boy from Thorgrim's sight, trapping him like a fox at the end of a good hunt. "Bastards!" Thorgrim shouted, the words encompassing everyone but his beloved son. Owenolf, who had been trailing far behind, came huffing up. "Thorgrim, stop this!" he ordered, between heaving for breaths. "Let me go, Owenolf, you bastard! They'll kill my son!" "They'll kill him anyway, and you too if you charge blind at them," Owenolf shouted, then bent over and gasped for air. "Let them have me! I'll set Harold free!" Thorgrim shouted, and thrashed and twisted with greater effort. He managed to shake Skeggi Kalfsson loose and punch him in the jaw, but left-handed. He did little damage, and another jumped in to take Skeggi's place. "You coward, Owenolf! You black-hearted coward!" Thorgrim wailed. Owenolf straightened. He met Thorgrim's eyes, and the two men stared at one another, as if they were the only men on the field. "I will forgive that, Thorgrim Nightwolf, because I know you are sick with fear for your son, as I am for my grandson. We cannot save Harald if we are dead. We must live. We must be smart." He paused, sucking air into his lungs, then added, "If they did not kill him when they came on him, there is a reason, and we must find it out." A quarter-mile away they saw Harald, hands bound behind his back, hoisted up onto a horse. The rest of the mounts pranced nervously. The dogs raced and yapped and barked, and then the entire war party wheeled around, turning backs to the Norsemen, and rode off, unhurried, the way they had come. Thorgrim stopped struggling, and the men let him go. He watched Harald as his son was led away, and then Harald turned, twisted in the saddle, looking back at his fellows who had not been quick enough to save him. It was like a dagger in Thorgrim's heart, only worse. because a real dagger was quick. But this pain went on and on. Cormac Iarok and Niall Corran were sitting on either side of a hearth before a blazing fire, eating chicken and tossing the bones into the flames. Off in the dark end of the house, some of the more prominent men of the small army were gaming, or sharpening weapons or sleeping. The rest, nearly all of Cormac's men, were spread out in the yard, or the outbuildings of the small ring fort they had taken as temporary dwelling. Those not at the ring fort were riding over the countryside. They were looking for information where the longship had sailed to, what more Sheknal was about, what monasteries might be worth sacking before they withdrew back to the safety of Leinster. Cormac was still desperate to wear the crown of the Three Kingdoms, but if the Fingal had carried it off to Norway, he would have to content himself with hurting more Sheknal as best he could before leaving Brega and considering his next step. "We're a bit thin here, you know," Niall said, pulling the leg from another chicken and examining it in the dim light. "If Maul Sheknal were to discover us and fall on us, we'd be quite done, with the Duvgol friends butchered and a dozen of our men scattered about the country." Cormac made a grunting noise. Niall, he felt, was often a bit backwards in his courage, and he did not care for it. He would prefer a second who would bolster his own sometimes wavering resolve, not add to his uncertainty. "Maul Sheknal is just a man, and he does not command some grand army, not even with the Feared called out, which it is not. Don't be such a damned... Don't worry so much." Niall looked up sharp at Cormac. They had been 2 days at the ring fort. While they waited for some word from the people sent out around the countryside, tempers were getting short. There was a sense among the men that their luck was running low. Whatever retort Niall may have come up with was cut short by a pounding on the door that made both men turn quick and look. Cormac's men were on their feet, swords drawn. A voice came muffled through the oak and iron-bound door. "Lord Cormac, it is Fintan. Come with news." One of the men by the door lifted the bar and swung the door open, and Fintan, wet and mud-splattered, came into the room and bowed to Cormac. "Lord Cormac, I rode north along the banks of the River Boyne. There I met with some sheep-herders, who told me a longship had passed by, bound up river." "Indeed? Ireland is filthy with the damn Norse. What makes you think it is the longship we are seeking?" "I can't be certain, that's true. But the sheepherder said there were no more than a dozen shields in the longship's shield rack. That was true of the one we sought. Some of the shields were bright painted, such as those the Duvgol carried, and some leather, such as ours. And the longship carried its dragon head mounted, and not stowed away, as the Norse generally do when they approach the land." Cormac nodded. It could be another longship, but he doubted it. This description matched too closely the one they were chasing. He began to feel a surge of optimism. For 3 years, he had thought about little other than getting his hands on the crown of the Three Kingdoms. He had come so close, and then had the dream snatched away. But here it was again, dangling like a carrot on a stick. Why would the Fingal be on the River Boyne? Cormac wondered. Perhaps they were intending to plunder inland. Perhaps they were going to fall on Tara, which was best reached by passage up the Boyne. Cormac sat upright. Tara. Perhaps the Fingal were in league with Maul Sheknal. There were plenty of Irish kings who had held their noses and made alliances with the filthy Norse intruders for their own gain. He had. Why not Maul Sheknal? The more Cormac thought on it, the more certain he became, and the more desperate he felt to stop them. "Get the men ready to move," Cormac snapped at Niall Corran. "Fintan will lead us to where the longship is. We will not stop until we have taken it, or have been cut down trying." Chapter 37. Repay laughter with laughter again, but betrayal with treachery. Avamal. The Red Dragons backed off, warily, watching the riders as they raced off west with Harald prisoner. They retreated to the line of trees, which would protect their backs in case the horsemen turned and bore down on them. Overhead,
The sky grew blacker, and far off the thunder began to peal. The Norsemen looked warily at the thick clouds, wondering on whom the gods would unleash. Thorgrim Nightwolf paced, 20 feet in front of the rest, back and forth. Every once in a while he would look out across the field to see if anything was happening. He hoped, desperately, that the Irish would attack. It was the only hope he had for bringing them to battle. He did not think he could rally the men for an attack on them. Back and forth, hand gripping and ungripping the hilt of the unfamiliar sword. The men did not speak to him. They did not dare, and that was fine. There was nothing to say in any event. It was Egil Lamb who broke the silence. He had managed to climb one of the scrawny trees and was peeking out through the prickly foliage.
"Riders coming!"
he called. Men who had begun to relax just a bit scrambled to their feet, weapons ready.
"Just 3!"
Egil called out a moment later. They could see them soon enough, 3 mounted men riding across the open country. There were no others, no riders sweeping in for a flank attack, at least not that the Norsemen could see. It took 20 minutes for the riders to cover the ground. Halfway to where the Norsemen were formed up, they stopped and held something aloft, then continued on, the object still held high.
"It's a shield! They are carrying a shield on a spear!"
Egil called from his perch, an imitation of the Viking custom of running a shield up to the top of the mast to indicate that a ship coming from sea had peaceful intentions.
"Now we will see how things lie,"
Owenolf said. He, of all the men, had dared to come and stand beside Thorgrim. He no longer trusted Thorgrim's judgment. Thorgrim knew it. He was assuming the command that was his to take. That was fine. Thorgrim was worried only about Harald now. The riders approached, slowing as they came within a long spear throw of the Vikings, and then they stopped.
"We have come to talk,"
one of them called out. He spoke good Norse with a thick Celtic accent.
"Come and talk,"
Owenolf called.
"We won't harm you, if your word is good."
The horsemen walked their mounts forward, until they were a perch away from the Norsemen. No more.
"My name is Flann Mac Conang, and I am the chief counsel of More Sheknal Mac Ruinard, who is High King of Tara and the land of Brega."
Owenolf stepped forward.
"I am Owenolf Ravenson, Jarl in the territory of Vic, and these are my men." "Owenolf Ravenson, you are the one I've come to speak with," said Flann, "and one called Thorgrim."
Thorgrim stepped forward, stood beside Owenolf, fought the temptation to cut them all down, all 3 Irishmen, shield raised or no.
"I am Thorgrim."
Flann nodded.
"We have a hostage, by the name of Harold Thorgrimson. He is one of your men?"
Thorgrim and Owenolf remained silent. After a moment, Flann gave a nervous cough.
"In any event, I have it on good authority that he is your son, Thorgrim, as his name would suggest, and grandson to Owenolf. And that being so, I imagine you want him back, alive." "You have other men too," Owenolf said, "stolen from Duvlin, Oliver Yellowbeard and Giant Bjorn. What of them?"
Flann thought about that before answering.
"They were wounded when they arrived at Tara. They did not survive the wounds."
Thorgrim pressed his lips together tight. Murdering bastards, he thought. His hand reached for the hammer and cross around his neck. Odin, All-Father, Christ, protect Harald from these bastards.
"You have something we want,"
Flann continued,
"and it is of little use to you in any event. The crown of the 3 kingdoms."
"What makes you think we have this crown?" Owenolf asked.
"Because it has all been arranged, far beyond what you understand. Why else would you come up the River Boyne, with so few arms, and a ship so poorly fit out?"
"Very well. The crown for the boy," Thorgrim said. He was finished with fancy talk. "How shall it be done?"
"At first light on the morrow," Flann said, "in the middle of that open ground."
He pointed to the rolling country over which he had just ridden.
"Where we took you by this morning. I will ride out alone with Harald. You, Thorgrim, will come alone with Morrigan and the crown.
We will exchange there, and go our ways in peace." Thorgrim frowned. This Flann Mac Cunning knew that Morrigan was with them. Flann was not lying about the intricate arrangements. Thorgrim did not trust him. There was no one in all of Ireland he trusted now, including Owenulf the Restless, his father-in-law. There was no one he trusted, save for Harald.
"Very well. It is agreed,"
Owenulf said. "Very well," Flann said. "On the morrow, at first light." He wheeled his horse, and the three riders headed back the way they had come, moving at an unhurried pace, as if they had no fear at all. The Vikings watched them go.
"Good,"
Owenulf said at last.
"Tomorrow we get our boy and say goodbye to this cursed land."
Overhead the thunder cracked again, much louder. The first drops of rain began to fall. Thorgrim had a very bad feeling. We bring them the crown and Morrigan. We get Harald. They cannot betray us, if it is just this Flann and me on open ground. And then another thought came to him. He looked around.
"Where is Morrigan?"
he asked. Crouched in the bush, Morrigan waited and listened. She could hear the sound of heavy drops hitting the leaves, could see the splat of the rain on her cloak as the storm moved in overhead. It would make for a miserable night, but a safe one. No one could track her in a downpour, with night covering the wood. She had been sitting, quite still, for half an hour by her estimate. No noise of pursuit, no one crashing through the woods after her. With all of the Fingal tracking Harald, she imagined they were not thinking of her. By the time it occurred to them to look, it would be too late. She stood and grimaced, as cramped muscles stretched. In her hands she held the basket of medicines and food. It was heavier now with the weight of the crown of the three kingdoms. Somehow, Harald had freed himself. Thorgrim did not need the crown now. She moved off through the woods. Night would come early with the storm building in the west. Soon she would not be able to see, and then she would have to find a place to curl up, some place that offered a modicum of protection. But until then, she wanted to get as much distance as she could between herself and the longship. She was walking west, generally following the River Boyne. Sometimes she was in trees, and sometimes she was in open country. But it was all her land, her Brega, and she felt safe there. It was starting to get fully dark when she first smelled the smoke. She paused and sniffed and looked around. The wind was out of the west, coming on the front of the rain. Somewhere ahead of her there was a fire burning. She wondered if there was a cottage ahead, and if so, did she dare approach? The thought of a warm house on such a night was tempting, but she was not sure she could risk it. Let me see what this is, Morrigan thought, and she headed off in the direction of the smoke, moving slowly and stopping often to listen and to look. She did not want to be seen unless she chose to be seen. To the northwest, close to the river, Morrigan could see a stand of trees, the occasional snatch of smoke whipping out from the wood. Not a cottage, then. Some poachers or travelling merchants or some such, she thought. Someone seeking some protection for the storm among the trees. She did not want to cross the open ground while there was still light in the sky. She found a place where the grass was tall enough to hide her, and she crawled into the middle and waited. 20 minutes later, the rain was falling in earnest, and the thunder, like the handclap of an angry god, rolled over the countryside. The daylight was all but gone. Morrigan could make out dark shapes and darker shapes, and no more. She stood and picked up her basket and headed toward the stand of trees and the promising smoke rising from there. Morrigan reached the trees and began to slip through them, and soon she could catch glimpses of a fire burning in a small clearing in the wood. She moved cautiously, easing down with every step so as not to snap a twig or trip on some obstacle. But with the rain and the thunder, she doubted she would be heard if she was playing a war drum. Near the edge of the clearing she stopped and peeked through the tangled bracken. There was a horse tethered to a tree. A blanket had been strung between trees to form a rude shelter, and under that
a small fire sputtered and crackled and blazed. Morrigan looked longingly at the fire, as longingly as she had ever looked at one of the noblemen's feasts at Tara, while she herself and all those of her class had near starved in the late spring famines. She wanted to sit under that blanket, warm her hands over that fire. Her eyes moved to the man sitting beside it, and she tried to make him out, to see what sort of a man he appeared to be. If he had a horse, then he was a man of means. But that certainly did not mean he would not harm her. She knew better than that. There was something familiar about him. She was sure of it, though in the dim light she could not make out the features of his face.
One of the Ri-Tuei who frequented Tara?
Perhaps. The rain was running down her face, and she wiped it away. The fire in the clearing began to sputter, and the man added more twigs. He leaned toward the flames and blew on the coals, and in that instant the fire flared and illuminated his face, as if a lantern had been unshuttered in front of him. "Magnus Magnusson!" Morrigan gasped, despite herself, and Magnus looked up sharp, looked right at her. Morrigan tried to make herself more compact, tried to shrink away. Magnus stared at the edge of the wood, but Morrigan was well hidden, and Magnus had just been staring into the fire, and there was no chance he would see her. Finally he looked away. He said something out loud, as if he was talking to another person, but Morrigan could see only him. Magnus Magnusson! What on earth was he doing there? The rain and the cold were suddenly forgotten, as Morrigan watched this man, this vile man, who did not know she was there. "Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord." Morrigan considered that old injunction. Revenge was the province of God, not man. And sometimes I am called upon to be God's handmaiden, she thought. Chapter 38. They will surely feel my weapons bite their armor, if rage comes upon me now. Gisli Surson's Saga. The darkness and the fury fell on Thorgrim like the ever-strengthening rain, covered him completely, seeped into every part of him, until he was swimming in his anger, spitting his hatred. He sat alone, cross-legged in the grass, away from the others. He stared off into the darkness, off to see where Harald was, his boy, out there somewhere, with strangers doing what they wished with him. His mind was not clear. He could not think. The fury that he often felt as the sun went down, now 10 times, 20 times greater than ever before. Morrigan was gone. Thorgrim had assumed she was with them, following along as they tracked Harald. She had always come with them before, during the attack on the baggage train, digging up the crown. He had never been able to leave her behind. But this time, when they looked, she was not there. A band of men had gone back to the longship in search of her, but she was not there either. Her basket was gone. The crown of the 3 kingdoms was gone too. There was no sign of her, no indication that she had been attacked, taken by force. She was just gone. Owenolf broke the news to Thorgrim. No one else dared. Thorgrim walked away and sat in the grass. He did not speak. His mind raced. In the morning, he would meet Flann. Flann would have Harald. He would have nothing. He could trick Flann, carry something wrapped in canvas, tell Flann it was the crown, tell him Morrigan had run off, or they were keeping her hostage. He did not have to fool Flann long, just long enough to grab Harald before Flann slit his throat. He did not think he would get the chance. The Irishman was not fool enough to let that happen. He would stand 50 paces away and make Thorgrim show him the crown before he set Harald free. When Flann saw that Thorgrim was pulling a trick, he would kill Harald then and there. Thorgrim would kill Flann in turn, but that would do Harald no good. From there, Thorgrim's thoughts delved into dark and twisted things, following no path, just a senseless fury as he stared out into the dark and felt the rain running down his face. Behind him, by the trees, the men managed to build a fire, but Thorgrim would have none of it. He could sense men out in the dark, men on either side, but not close, and he imagined that Owenolf had ordered them there to keep an eye on him, see that he did not do anything stupid. The rain grew harder, until it was coming down in sheets, lashing the ground. The thunder broke overhead, so loud it hurt the ears. The lightning flash illuminated the open field, and those men crouched a few perches away, miserable, watching Thorgrim as Thorgrim watched the night. Despite the rain and the thunder and the red-hot fury, Thorgrim realized he must have fallen asleep, because he saw himself running through the woods, running along, moving fast and silent, his eyes cutting through the darkness. He could not feel the rain any more. The fury was gone now, completely gone, and in its place a calm sense of purpose, an unwavering resolve to do what he had to do. The taste of blood was in his mouth. He moved across open country, tireless, a hunter on the prowl, senses wolf-sharp. There was a fire some ways off, a small fire in a thicket, and he looked there, but it was not what he was looking for, so he moved on. The ground flew under his feet. He raced over the rolling countryside, the land over which they had taken Harald, his Harald. It was all strange, dreamlike, a moving sleep. And then, some time later, he stopped, and he panted for breath as he looked out from the bracken. The Irish camp, a big tent, round with a pointed roof, where this Mall Shecknell slept in comfort. 100 men, some huddled around fires, some standing sentry. He had passed pickets on his way into the camp, slipped easily around them in the dark and rain, paused as lightning lit the watching men like yellow statues. They did not see him. Thorgrim could smell dogs and horses, but the wind was with him, and the animals could not smell him. No living thing was going to hear him on such a night, not moving as silent as he was. Harald was near. Thorgrim could sense it. His son's closeness seemed to tremble in his mind, made the hair stand up on the back of his neck. But he did not move. He only watched. A hunter was patient. A hunter observed. And a hunter moved only when the moment was right. Morrigan was watching as well, fascinated, wondering how it could have happened that Magnus Magnusson was here, under her eye, and he did not even know it. She watched him fish some small bit of bread from his saddlebag. She heard him offer some to someone lost in the shadows on the other side of the fire, but that person made no reply. Morrigan could see no one. She wondered if there really was someone there, or if Magnus had gone insane. The rain was falling hard now, making a loud noise in the trees, and the thunder cracked deafening overhead. In the flashes of lightning, Morrigan could see Magnus looking up at the sky, or out at the trees. She could see the palpable fear in his face. "You had better be afraid, you heathen Duvgul pig," Morrigan thought. She knew these Norsemen were terrified of trolls and spirits, and all the things they thought were lurking in the night. She smiled. The only real threat to Magnus's life was one he did not even know was there. After a while, Magnus added more wood to his fire, building it up to a brighter blaze. He lay down beside the fire, pulling a wet blanket over him. With the blanket stretched between the trees as a roof, he had a modicum of shelter as he closed his eyes. Morrigan wondered about the other person, and why he did not warrant any shelter. A slave, perhaps. She knew Magnus Magnusson did not concern himself with a slave's comfort. Long after Magnus closed his eyes, Morrigan continued to wait and to watch. The trees above kept the rain off her, mostly. The fire illuminated Magnus's face enough that she could watch every twitch, every grimace of his fitful sleep. The hours passed slowly, and the fire by Magnus's face began to grow dim, and Morrigan was ready to move. She shuffled back into the brush a few feet, set a basket in front of her. She lifted out the canvas-covered crown and set it aside, then carefully removed the contents of the basket. When she came to the false bottom, she opened it up and reached her hand in to the very bottom of the basket. There was not much in there now, and her fingers fell on the small glass bottle tucked in the corner. She had filled it more than a year before, wondering in what circumstances she might ever use it, and on whom. She had long had an idea that she might use it on herself. She pulled the little bottle from the basket, held it as she replaced the other things, this time putting the crown in first and piling the rest on top of it. She took one last look around, was ready to move, when she heard something out in the dark. She stopped and listened. There was something moving in the trees, some animal. She could not see it, but she could hear it, faintly. And even more than that, she had a sense of its presence, as if its spirit radiated out as it moved. Magnus's horse sensed it too. He made a snorting sound, shifted from foot to foot, and tugged a bit on his halter. Morrigan was afraid the animal would wake Magnus, but its sounds of vague alarm did not rise much above the drumming of the rain. Whatever it was, Morrigan could feel it moving past. It was the strangest sensation, like nothing Morrigan had ever experienced before. She waited and listened, crossed herself, and mouthed the words to a prayer. But she was not as afraid as she knew she should be. And then, whatever it was gone, off into the dark, a night creature swallowed up by its element. Morrigan did not move for some time after, until she was certain that whatever had come through the woods had not disturbed Magnus and the other. When she was certain, she stood slowly and stepped with great care through the bracken and into the small clearing in which Magnus lay. She moved to the left, away from Magnus, circling around. The horse shifted nervously as she approached, but she spoke to it, soft, soothing words, and it calmed the animal. Morrigan continued to circle the little camp, until at last, in the dim light of the fire, she could see the other person lying like a dead thing, huddled near the trunk of a tree. Morrigan moved closer, easing her way down with each step. The person was lying on his side, hands behind his back in a very odd position. 2 more steps, and Morrigan realized that the person's hands were tied, bound behind their back, and the rope tied to the tree under which they slept. "This is a fortunate day for you, my friend," Morrigan thought. She took a step closer, curious as to who this poor soul was. She kept an eye on Magnus's sleeping back as she moved, but he slept on, undisturbed. Morrigan was only a few feet away from the prisoner when she realized it was a woman, her pale skin just visible in the reflected light of the fire. Some Irish girl captured and bound for the slow death of slavery, Morrigan imagined. She took another step, crouched down by the motionless figure, and nearly shouted out loud with surprise. "Bridget? Bridget Neek Mal Sheknel? Princess Bridget? How in the world had she come to this place?" Morrigan crossed herself. If she had any doubts about her intentions, they were gone now. Here, as clear as water, was the hand of God guiding her. Morrigan stood quickly, moving now with a renewed determination. She circled back around the clearing. She set a basket down and moved with cautious steps toward the sleeping Norseman, her soft leather shoes silent on the leaf-strewn ground. 5 steps, and she knelt down next to Magnus, so close she could smell his breath and hear his soft breathing. Morrigan shifted the bottle from her left hand to her right. She held it up to the fire and watched the dark liquid swirl around inside. She pulled the stopper out and said a quick prayer. With her left hand, she grabbed Magnus's nose and squeezed it hard. His eyes and mouth flew open, and Morrigan jammed the bottle, neck down, into his mouth. Magnus's arms began to flail as he grabbed at his throat, and Morrigan leapt out of the way. Choking, gagging, Magnus pulled the bottle from his mouth and leapt to his feet, spitting hard. His sword was in his hand. Fury was in his eyes. Fury, confusion, fear. He took a step toward Morrigan, and Morrigan stepped away. "You!" Magnus said. He recognized her, but it was not clear if he knew who she was. He began to swing his sword, backhand, ready to deliver a slashing blow. And then his eyes went wide, and he made a little choking sound. And then he was down on his knees, his sword on the ground, his hands at his throat. Magnus's breathing took on a quick, gasping, panicked quality. He looked up at Morrigan with a pleading look. "Tincture of monkshood," Morrigan said softly. Even in the dim light of the fire, Morrigan could see how red Magnus's face had become. He clawed at his throat and fell on his side, legs kicking at the air. Morrigan took a step closer. She had heard of what monkshood could do, but now, in actual practice, the tincture seemed much more effective than she had thought it would be. Of course, it was hard to know just how much he had swallowed. Magnus's eyes were bulging, and a strangling noise was coming from his throat. His arms and legs jerked uncontrollably, as if he was being attacked by a swarm of bees. His back arched and fell, arched and fell. The spasms grew worse. Magnus's heels pounded on the soft ground. His hands clawed up clumps of dirt and leaves. Then suddenly he stopped, froze, lay tense and motionless. His wide eyes looked into Morrigan's, and she could see the terror there, the absolute terror. "After hell with you, you heathen pig," Morrigan said, and, as if following her command, Magnus exhaled a loud breath, and his body went entirely limp. Morrigan took a step closer. Magnus's eyes were closed. He did not seem to be breathing. Then his body gave one last jerk that made Morrigan jump and gasp. It was, she guessed, his soul's last desperate effort to cling to the corporal, to save itself from the eternal fires. For a minute or so, Morrigan just looked at him, the colour draining from his face, as if the rain was washing it away. Then she stepped around the fire, and the blanket shelter, over to where the Princess Bridget was watching, her eyes wide with shock. Morrigan crouched down in front of her. Bridget's eyes stayed on hers like a bird hypnotized by a snake. "Do you know who I am?" Morrigan asked. Bridget nodded. "Morrigan Nick Conning, Flang's sister." "That's right. Now I can let you go, Bridget, or I can kill you here and now. No one will know." "Kill me?" The words came out as barely a whisper. Apparently, it had not occurred to Bridget that Morrigan would consider that an option. "Why kill me? You'd damn your soul to hell for eternity." "That would be for God to decide, not you." "Please, please don't kill me. Whatever is in my power to promise, I promise to you." "Very well. There are two things. The first is that you will never mention seeing me here, and what has happened. Ever." Bridget nodded vigorously. "On my hope of heaven, I swear it." "Good. The second is that you deliver a message to my brother, and it, too, must be a secret held to your heart forever. Do you swear it?" "I do." "Good." Bridget would not betray her. Morrigan knew it. She thought for a minute, tried to compose a message simple enough that Bridget would remember it, sufficient for Flan to understand. Just a few words. When she had, she told Bridget. Bridget squinted at her, a confused look on her face. Morrigan said it again, and made Bridget repeat it. Then Morrigan took the knife she kept in her belt and cut the bonds free from Bridget's hands. Bridget sighed with relief, rubbing her chafed and bleeding wrists. "Come here," Morrigan said, and she led Bridget under the blanket by the fire, where they found just the tiniest degree of comfort. Morrigan took a poultice from her basket and bound it around Bridget's wrists. Bridget smiled with relief. "Now, you must go," Morrigan said. "The River Boyne is in that direction, not far. Take the Dovegull's horse and follow it north. Can you find Tara?" "I think so, but my father's men are out looking for me. I should think I will find them soon along the river." "Good," Morrigan said. Good you have told me this, she thought. It had not occurred to her that Mor Shetnal would be roaming the countryside. But of course he would. His daughter captured by the Dovegull. "Go, and remember our bargain." "I remember. Bless you, Morrigan," Bridget said. She stood and with practised ease set the blanket and saddle on the Dovegull's horse. It was only a few minutes before she led the animal out of the clearing and disappeared in the dark. This is going better than I had hoped, Morrigan thought. The hand of God was truly at work. She stood and looked at the dead Norseman, and in death hated him even more. Her eyes fell on his sword, lying where he had dropped it, just before he would have cut her down. The silver inlay, wet with the rain, glinted in the firelight. Overhead, a flash of lightning lit up the clearing, and the thunder crashed not a second later. Morrigan bent over and picked up the sword. "Iron Tooth," she said. Suddenly the night became much more complicated. Chapter 39. Let us make our drawn swords glitter, you who stain wolf's teeth with blood. Egil Saga. Thorgrim moved through the shadows along the edge of the camp, ducking behind clumps of brush, tents, carts. A big fire was burning in the center of the camp, and the Irish soldiers stood around it, their eyes blind to the dark as they stared into the bright flames. Thorgrim could smell the burning wood and roasting meat. He could smell men and blood. But the Irish were not foolish, and they were not lax. There were guards around the perimeter, men not staring into the flames, but looking out into the night, their eyes trying to pierce the dark and the driving rain. But they would not see as well as Thorgrim Nightwolf. Around the back of a donkey cart, Thorgrim crouched low, stepped silently, saw a guard 10 paces away, shoulders hunched against the rain. He carried a shield over his shoulder, a spear in his hand, which he leaned on as he looked out over the countryside. Thorgrim stalked, 1 step, 2 steps, so low to the ground he could not be seen, so close to the guard he could smell him. On powerful legs he leapt and hit the guard and brought him down. The man died quick and silent, wide-eyed, blood running like the rainwater, his throat torn clean out. Thorgrim moved on, and his heart had no more pity for the man than the wolf has for the hind brought down on the hunt. He circled the camp, halfway around, searching for the boy. There were more men at the far end of the camp, far from the warming fire, 6 perhaps, and some seemed alert and some bored, and they all seemed miserable in the cold rain that was soaking them. Thorgrim retreated into the dark, circled wide, approached the men from beyond the perimeter. Harald was much closer now. His nearness reverberated in Thorgrim's head, the nearness of kin. There was a guard directly in Thorgrim's path. The Nightwolf moved on silent feet toward the man. He was 3 feet away, and the guard still had not seen him, when lightning flashed and lit the scene like day. Just an instant, and Thorgrim saw, frozen on the guard's face, a look of shocked horror. The guard made the first note of a scream, and Thorgrim killed him before another sound came from his throat. "Father?" It was Harald's voice, soft and weak, come from the dark. It snapped Thorgrim from his dream state like a bucket of seawater. He crouched lower and pulled the big knife from his sheath, his mind racing now, when before he was driven by instinct alone. "Harald!" Then, as if an answer, came a call. "Tomrir!" Thorgrim retreated a few steps. The dead man was like a mound of earth in the dark. "Tomrir!" The voice was closer. Was this the dead man's name? "Tomrir!" The man shouted again, and then something in Irish, which Thorgrim did not understand. And then the speaker appeared out of the dark, and saw Tomrir, stretched out on the ground. He knelt quick, rolled him over, and Thorgrim sprang from the dark, leading with the big knife right for the man's throat. The man screamed in surprise, twisted, and Thorgrim's knife missed its mark. The man shouted. Thorgrim recognized the tone of outrage and terror. The man swung wildly at Thorgrim with his fist, but he could not really see what he was swinging at, and Thorgrim buried the knife in the man's side, right under his arm. The man fell, writhing, and Thorgrim let the knife go with him. The damage was done. The alarm sounded. Men were shouting, feet making wet, sucking noises, as soldiers raced toward the sound of the fight. There were 2 spears on the ground, and Thorgrim snatched them up and leapt away. A figure loomed out of the dark, stood over Thorgrim's still thrashing victim, and Thorgrim held a spear at his chest. He heard a thumping sound, a gasp, as the man tumbled back with the impact, and Thorgrim raced off into the dark. He moved further, around the perimeter of the camp, hunched over, while chaos broke out behind him and spread like fire. Good, good, he thought. Dark, rain, chaos. They were all powerful allies. He had only to find Harald. There was a tree 50 paces off. Thorgrim could just make out its looming shape against the night sky. A small flickering fire beneath it lit up some sort of shelter held up by poles. There were men there, 5 or 6, and they looked for all the world to be guarding a prisoner. Thorgrim stopped to get his breath back. He had only one chance to make a surprise attack, and if Harald was not there, under that shelter, then the opportunity was lost. The shouting was growing louder. More men were running. He did not have long to think on this. He started jogging toward the tree, and then running. He could feel the mud sucking at his shoes, and the rain cool on his face, and his eyes were locked on the half-dozen uncertain-looking men in front of him. He felt the edge of reason leaving him, the berserker rage start to build. It came out as a scream that started low, and built with every pounding footfall. The men at the trees raised spears, unslung shields, peered into the dark, but they could not see from where this unearthly sound was coming. 20 paces away, then 10, and Thorgrim leveled his spear and ran on, ran right for the closest man. And that man did not see Thorgrim at all until a second before Thorgrim's spear ducked under his shield and embedded itself in the man's stomach. Thorgrim let the spear go. His sword flew from its sheath, and he cut down the next man, then twisted around to look under the shelter. There was Harald, eyes wide with surprise, hand pressed to his torn tunic, leaning against the tree.
"Come on, boy!"
Thorgrim shouted, met a leveled spear thrust at him, knocked it aside, kicked the spearman hard. The spearman's fellow was practically climbing over him to get at Thorgrim, and as they fumbled with one another, Thorgrim cut them both down, as if he was chopping wood. Another was coming at Thorgrim, wielding a sword which Thorgrim met with his own, the iron ringing loud. Someone was shouting for all he was worth, and Thorgrim had to guess he was calling for help. Thorgrim wanted very much to make him stop, but he had to get past the man with the sword, and that was proving difficult. Thorgrim knocked the man's blade aside and lunged, but the man twisted clear, hacked down on Thorgrim's sword, all but ripping it from Thorgrim's grip. The man's elbow caught Thorgrim in the jaw and knocked him, staggering back. Swords ready, they faced one another. The man behind was still shouting for help. Then, suddenly, as quick as he had started, he stopped, his words cut off in mid-sentence. Thorgrim looked. Harald had found a spear and had driven it right into the man's back. The man with the sword looked as well, turned his attention for a fraction of a second from Thorgrim's sword, and in that instant, Thorgrim lunged and drove the point home.
"Come along! Can you run?"
Thorgrim shouted. "Yes, father," Harald said, but his voice was weak. Yes, father. It was practically the only thing Thorgrim had ever heard from Harald. Harald the willing, Harald the eager. Yes, father, a boy worth saving. Thorgrim backed away from the tree, sword held ready for the next attack. But the guards there were dead, and the rest had not yet discovered where the real fighting was. Not for long. Thorgrim looked at Harald. "Let's hurry, son," he said, and Harald nodded. Thorgrim turned to run, and Harald ran after him. They ran into the dark in a straight line away from the camp, but that direction also took them farther away from Owenolf and the others. They would have to circle back, around the Irish, to get back to their fellows, and that would not be an easy thing. Once they were well away from the camp, lost in the dark, Thorgrim turned to lead the way back toward where Owenolf's men were hunkered down. He could not really recall how far off that was, 1 mile or 5. He could not remember how far he had come. He turned to look for Harald, But Harald was not there. He looked back. Harald had dropped behind and was stumbling to catch up. Thorgrim met him halfway. "Are you hurt?" he asked. Harald shook his head. "Nothing," he said, but the word came out more like a gasp. He was holding his tunic closed with his left hand. "Let me see." Thorgrim pulled the rent edges of the tunic apart. He could see a dark line on the white flesh, seeping blood that was washed away in the rain. It was far from nothing. But if Harald died, he would die a warrior's death, and that was what mattered, because then, if the gods were generous, father and son would feast together in Valhalla. The shouting was louder now, and added to that the sound of dogs barking and howling. Harald looked up sharp. He hated dogs. Thorgrim knew that. "Don't worry, they will not track us in this rain," Thorgrim said, but he was not sure that was true. "Still, we must move." He put his arm around Harald, holding his weight, and Harald draped his arm over Thorgrim's shoulders. The boy was heavy, heavy as a grown man, and together they limped off, toward the far trees where the Norsemen were hunkered down. They were moving around the perimeter of the Irish war camp. Thorgrim could see the big fire now in the center of the camp, and the figures of men racing in every direction, orders shouting in the Gaelic tongue, dogs barking. Off to the west, he could see men mounting up, mounted troops who would sweep along the flanks of the army. Something was buzzing in Thorgrim's head. Something was not right, and then he realized, "I can see." He looked to the east. The darkness there had softened a bit, the black sky yielding just a bit to grey. Dawn came early at that time of year, and now, like an assassin, it was sneaking up on them. "Now, Harald, we really must hurry," Thorgrim whispered, and he picked up his pace, and Harald dutifully moved his legs faster, but his breathing was more laboured. Thorgrim wiped the rainwater from his face and his eyes and looked around. It seemed the Irish soldiers were spreading out across the countryside. He could see movement in the dark, and figures just visible in the gathering light. Soon there would be no clear way back to the others. They hurried on, foot after agonizing foot, with the sound of the dogs getting louder, and Harald getting weaker with every step. They came to a place where the grass grew waist-high. Thorgrim stopped. He could hear the dogs hard on their heels. "Sit here," he said to Harald, easing him down into the grass. He pulled his sword and braced himself, looking right and left. He could hear the dogs' feet, hear their bodies parting the grass as they ran, the chilling sound of animals on the hunt growing louder. The first dog seemed to come from nowhere, hurtling through the air, hitting Thorgrim in the chest, burying its teeth in his arm and making him stagger. "Ah!" Thorgrim shouted, hit the dog's head hard with the pommel of his sword, hit it again and again. Another dog was on him now, teeth ripping into his leg. He could feel the blood running, and it made the dog wild, growling and thrashing. He could feel the blood running, and it made the dog wild, growling and thrashing. Thorgrim hit the dog on his arm again and again, and finally it let go, and he slashed at the dog at his leg. He felt the sword bite, heard the dog whimper as it released his leg. Another dog came out of the dark, and Thorgrim hit it with the flat of his sword, knocking it aside. It backed off, beyond the reach of the sword, crouched low and growled. Thorgrim was standing over Harald now, turning this way and that, looking for the next attack, man or beast. He could hear the sound of horses riding hard, sweeping out from the camp. In the dim light, he could see the mounted soldiers as they followed the baying dogs. They were still some ways away, but closing with them, and the dogs were on their trail, despite the driving rain. Harald pulled himself to his feet. "I have no weapon," he said. Thorgrim pulled the small knife from his belt and handed it to Harald. It was not right that a warrior should die with no weapon in his hand. The Valkyries would not look favourably on that. "I fear you've sacrificed your life to try and save mine, father," Harald said. Thorgrim smiled, a broad and genuine smile. He put his arm around Harald's shoulders. "Tonight we feast at Valhalla,
Man and boy, and there is no more we could ask from this life." The riders were coming toward them now, pushing their mounts fast, and Thorgrim felt a sense of peace more profound than he had ever known. He lifted his sword and prepared to meet the first attack, when out of the dark, louder than the dogs, louder than the riders and the driving rain, he heard a sound that made the hair stand up on the back of his neck, a sound that sent him whirling back in time to his days a Viking, when he was not much older than Harald was now. It was the wild, half-mad battle cry of Owenolf the Restless. Chapter 40. Not all men are matched in wisdom. The imperfect are easy to find. Havermal. Owenolf had been sleeping restlessly, his bearskin pulled entirely over him. It was a noble bearskin, 20 years old, the hide of the largest bear ever seen in the vicinity of Vik, but it was just barely enough to cover all of Owenolf's corpulence. The rain made a drumming sound on the hide, and it might have been soothing if Owenolf was not so wet, cold, miserable, and sober. With no drink in his stomach, he had to soothe himself to sleep with cursing Ireland and the Irish, and thinking on what it would be like to sack a more civilized place. He finally managed to get to sleep when he felt a hand shaking him. He came awake slowly.
"Ah! May Thor pluck your eyeballs out, you son of a whore!"
he shouted at whoever was waking him, once he was awake enough to understand what was happening.
"What is it?"
He tossed the bearskin off and glared at Egil Lamb, who had been shaking him but now pulled his hand away as if from a vicious dog he had tried to pat. "It's Thorgrim," Egil stammered.
"What of him?"
"He's gone."
"Gone?"
Owenolf sat upright.
"Oh, you blind, poxed, feeble-minded idiot! Where did he go?"
"I don't know. I swear it. I was watching him. Never took my eyes away. He was there. There was a flash of lightning, and he was there. And then a thunderclap. Then another flash, and he was gone." Owenolf looked out toward the dark place where Thorgrim had been keeping his vigil. He wondered if Thorgrim had shape-shifted. He wanted to ask Egil Lamb if he had seen any such thing, but guessed Egil would have mentioned it if he had. Muttering curses on the heads of everyone he could think of, Owenolf the Restless struggled to his feet. Egil handed him his helmet, and as Owenolf settled the iron cone on his head, Egil draped his cloak over his shoulders.
"You are very thoughtful, Egil Lamb, but it does not excuse your poor job of watching Thorgrim,"
Owenolf said, though in truth he did not blame Egil. If Thorgrim wanted to leave without being seen, he would, and no human eye would catch him. Owenolf stepped around the fire, walked out into the open ground that stretched away to where the Irish soldiers had made their camp, 1.5 miles or so to the west. There was nothing to see in the dark and the driving rain, but Owenolf stared off in that direction and thought his thoughts. He has gone for Harald. Owenolf sighed a great sigh of self-pity. Things were much easier when Thorgrim took care of everything, leaving Owenolf to just pay for things, and to eat and drink and fornicate. Thorgrim had kept his mind together wonderfully after Harald was taken. The little Irish doxy had helped, no doubt, but now she was gone. Harald was gone, and the crown was gone. It was more than Thorgrim could bear, and now he was gone too, leaving Owenolf to take command. Owenolf thought of his grandson, off there in the dark, held at spear point by the rutting Irish, and it made his blood hot for revenge. That fighting spirit he had known in his youth had not been entirely smothered by an excess of food and drink, and he felt it rising now. Time for action.
"Egil Lamb, get the men up and to arms. Only women and slaves lay around like this, waiting to get buggered."
10 minutes later they moved out, stepping out across the dark, wet ground, grim and determined, clutching the odd assortment of weapons they had picked up since their escape from Duvlin. They walked through the rain, stumbling and cursing, but glad for the impenetrable dark that would hide their approach, the rain that would cover their footfalls and their smell. The lightning cracked around them,
illuminating the open ground for a fraction of a second, followed by the thunder that made the earth tremble beneath their feet. It was slow going in the dark, and they pushed on for close to an hour before a flash of lightning revealed the Irish camp no more than a few hundred paces ahead. The Norsemen dropped to the ground, reflexively, as if on command, and lay still, listening, straining to hear if their presence was creating some alarm. They could hear nothing beyond the drumming rain. Minutes passed. Another flash of lightning revealed the Irish camp undisturbed.
"Come along,"
Owenolf growled. He stood in a half-crouch and raced forward, keeping as low to the ground as his midriff would allow. He covered 100 paces, and then dropped again, and behind him the rest did the same. A stealthy approach. They were vastly outnumbered, and worse, the Irish were better armed, a situation the Vikings did not generally encounter. It's brains that are called for here, Owenolf thought. He turned to Sigurd Sow, crouched beside him.
"We need a diversion of some sort," he said.
Sigurd Sow nodded. From somewhere up ahead a man shouted, and then another one. Dogs began barking. Someone shouted orders in Gaelic. The Vikings cocked their ears as the sound of chaos mounted.
"Sounds like Thorgrim Nightwolf has created a diversion for us,"
Sigurd said. The Vikings rose to their feet. The lightning flash revealed a camp like an overturned anthill, men running in every direction. The clamor was building. Men, dogs, and horses.
"First light soon,"
Snorri Halftroll said. To the east there was a hint of grey in the black.
"Let's move,"
Owenolf said.
"Form up a swine array. We'll hit them wherever seems best. Step aside, Snorri Halftroll. I'll take the lead."
Owenolf stepped in front of his men, who were forming up in a wedge-shaped swine array, ideal for punching through a shield wall if the Irish were able to arrange such a thing in time.
"Here we go,"
Owenolf said, and he headed off toward the Irish camp, moving at a quick walk. In the younger days he would have run. Running made for a more powerful attack, but he did not wish to collapse from exhaustion the moment he arrived in front of the enemy. He knew the men behind him were chaffing at the slow pace, but he did not care. Owenolf felt his muscles warm as he walked, swinging his sword and beating it on his shield. He felt the excitement grow, like a burning coal inside that spreads a flame to everything it touches. It was like the excitement that precedes taking a woman to bed, that delicious anticipation. This, he remembered, was why he loved to go a Viking. The Irish camp was in chaos. Owenolf smiled. No one man alone, save Thorgrim Nightwolf, could cause such panic, he thought. They were perhaps 100 paces from the Irish camp when they were finally seen. Owenolf could not understand the words flying around, but he could see the men in the light of the fire, pointing in their direction. He could see men hustling together, forming a shield wall, then round shields overlapping each other in a defensive line. And Owenolf's heart sang. There was nothing like charging a shield wall to give him back his youth, and with their supply of drink exhausted, and little chance of getting more, the thought of reaching the divine mead hall of Valhalla soon was not at all unpleasant. He picked up his pace to a brisk walk, and there was a palpable sense of relief from the men behind him. His old legs, which had begun to falter, found a new strength. He felt the energy coursing through him. He felt young and 100 pounds lighter. He broke into a jog, shield in his left hand, sword held in front of him like the prow of a ship. Owenolf had not shouted his battle cry in a long time, not in all the raiding in the past years. He never seemed to have the energy. It was a sound from his youth, an era gone, but he felt it building now, rather like a great belch, building in his gut, crying for release. They were 20 paces from the shield wall and running, when Owenolf let his war cry go. He opened his mouth and let the full-throated shout come up from below, that wild, exuberant animal sound of years past. He shouted and let the madness come out, and behind him the 40-odd Vikings under his command did the same. A spear came sailing through the rain and hit Owenolf's shield with a thump. It stuck in the shield and dragged along for a few paces before it fell off. Another flew past Owenolf's head, and he heard it strike someone behind him, but he did not slow a bit. And then Owenolf hit the shield wall. He slammed into it, shield first, with all the force of a 300-pound man running as fast as he could. The Irishmen, braced though they were for the impact, never had a chance of standing up to that. The two that Owenolf hit crumpled like paper, and Owenolf ground them into the mud as he stomped over them. He turned left and slashed at the next man in the shield wall, and behind him the Vikings poured through the hole Owenolf had smashed in the Irish defence. It was an awkward situation for the Irishmen, arrayed in a line, shields overlapped to stop a frontal attack. They now had to disengage and turn to meet an attack from behind, and they died as they tried to do it. The Vikings, screaming their pagan screams, bloodlust up, driven by the hope of a warrior's death, poured down the line, meeting spears with swords, swords with battle-axes. The Irish were bowled over by the ferocity of the attack, and they started to back away, step by step, waving on the point of breaking. Owenolf was roaring and swinging his sword in great arcs. An Irishman appeared in front of him, sword raised to deliver a death blow, and Owenolf drove his shield into the man's face, sent him staggering, cut him down with a stroke of his sword. He could hear the Valkyrie singing in his ears, as his sword ripped through cloth and mail and flesh, and the shielded defenders stumbled over themselves to flee from him.
"Don't run away! Don't run away!"
Owenolf shouted, as his sword sung through the air. He knew he was pushing his luck and his endurance. He didn't think he had the energy to chase Irishmen all over the countryside. It did not seem that the Irish were paying attention to Owenolf's wishes. They were starting to peel off, to throw weapons aside and race away, one by one. And Owenolf had seen enough battles to know that that spirit would spread quick, and soon they would all be running. Snorri Half-Troll was at his side. He had picked up an Irish shield, and he had a wild look in his eyes.
"Once these bastards run, we'll have to find Thorgrim,"
he shouted. Of course, Thorgrim, Owenolf thought. In all the pleasure of the fight, he had forgotten why they were there. And then, over the ringing of iron weapons on iron weapons, came the drum of horses' hooves, and a mounted rider appeared out of the rain, shouting in Irish and waving his sword, and the men on the edge of panic seemed to find new courage. Damn his eyes, Owenolf thought. Now he wanted the Irish to run, now that he remembered Thorgrim.
"Kill that swine!"
Owenolf shouted, and pointed with his sword at the mounted man. The man on the horse looked down at him.
"Owenolf Ravenson, you gave your word of honour. I'll kill you, you treacherous bastard."
"Flan Mac Cunning, come and get me!"
Owenolf roared. Flan dug the spurs on his horse's flanks, charged through the men, Irish and Norse, sword raised, and Owenolf braced to meet him. Flan slashed at Owenolf as he thundered past, and Owenolf caught the blade with his shield and thrust his sword at Flan, but found only air. Flan reined in hard, spun the horse around. He charged again, sword raised. There was an Irishman beside Owenolf, back to him, fighting with Skeggy Calfson. Owenolf grabbed the Irishman by the collar and spun him around, and Flan, unable to check his swing, cut the man down. Flan rode past again, his face contorted with fury. The battlefield was lit with the grey light of a stormy dawn, and Owenolf realized his Norsemen were being quickly overrun. There were Irish coming from every part of the field, called by the sound of the fight.
"Skeggy Calfson, we might think about retreating,"
Owenolf shouted, but Skeggy could do no more than nod as he was fighting two men at the same time. Flan kicked his mount hard, his eyes fixed on Owenolf. The horse was starting forward again, when the morning was ripped by a wild animal cry from beyond the fighting. A wolf howl. But more than that, more frightening than that. Owenolf smiled. Flan jerked his head toward the sound. Thorgrim Nightwolf came pounding out of the dark. It was still too dark to make out much. Indeed, if Owenolf had not recognized the sound of Thorgrim's battle cry, he might not have known it was him at all. Thorgrim carried no arms that Owenolf could see, save his sword. He was running as hard as he could. Between Flann and Thorgrim there was a soldier with a spear held ready, held low, as if he was going to impale Thorgrim like a charging boar. But he never had the chance. Thorgrim swept the spear aside with his sword, never breaking stride, and leapt into the air, set a foot on the soldier's chest, and launched himself at Flann. He hit Flann square, and the two of them went over the far side of the horse and landed in a heap in the wet grass. Thorgrim was up in a flash, and he slashed at Flann, still on the ground. But Flann was no poorly trained foot soldier. He had his sword up, and he met Thorgrim's attack, turning the blade aside and slashing at Thorgrim, making him jump back and allowing Flann to scramble to his feet as well. Thorgrim attacked again, a wild flurry of thrusts and sweeps that Flann turned aside. Owenolf would have loved to sit and watch the fight, wonderful sword work on both sides, but he had fighting of his own to do. Svein the Short was getting the worst of his encounter with a clutch of Irishmen, and Owenolf waded over, cut one down from behind before the fellow even knew he was there. Owenolf let Svein deal with the others as he charged into the maelstrom, hacking his way through the line. He saw Harald beyond the knot of struggling men in front of him, and his heart leapt with joy and fear that Harald might be killed where he stood. His grandson did not look so well. He was staggering along, his hand clamped on his chest, unarmed, seemingly oblivious to the fighting going on around him.
"Harald!"
Owenolf roared. He ran forward, crashed into the fighting men in front of him, sent them all sprawling, Vikings and Irish alike. He had no thought now but to get to his grandson. He was not alone. Out of the fighting, spear held low, an Irishman saw Harald too, and charged at him, screaming a wild scream. Harald jerked his head up, took a step back. Owenolf saw he had a small knife in his hand, useless against a spear.
"Oh, you bastard!"
Owenolf shouted, and he ran like a bull, charged for the man who would strike his grandson down. They were converging on the spot where Harald stood, and Owenolf could see he would not make it, that the wicked tip would pierce Harald's breast before he could get there. Owenolf saw the spear point, reaching out for his grandson, as his grandson fell to the ground, collapsed right there, and the man with the spear could not react fast enough. His feet hit Harald's prone body, and he fell forward, and then Owenolf was over him, and with one swipe of his sword took the man's head clean off.
"Harald!"
Owenolf shouted. He did not know what had happened, if the Irishman had struck his grandson down. Harald was smiling, a weak effort, but genuine, and Owenolf realized the boy had not fallen by accident or injury.
"Smart lad! Smart lad!"
Owenolf held out his hand and helped Harald to his feet.
"Come along,"
he said, and he realized that Harald could not stand straight, but rather was hunched over, hand clutching his chest.
"Let's see here."
Owenolf pulled the rent tunic aside, saw the vicious wound across Harald's chest.
"Oh, these bastards! I'll have their guts."
"Grandfather, we have to get out of here," Harald said, loud as he could. "Our men are being overrun. We must fall back."
"What?"
Owenolf looked around, as if seeing the fight for the first time. The Norsemen were on a small rise, a bit of a hill, fighting in a cluster, almost back to back. Thorgrim and Flann were still slashing at one another, but slower now, their arms tiring with the effort. The Irish were coming from every quarter of the field, and soon they would have the Vikings enveloped.
"Red dragons! Make a shield wall! Make a shield wall! Come on now! Let us fall back!"
Owenolf shouted, his great voice booming through the fight. His men were fighting side by side, and they overlapped their shields, forming up as best they could in the face of the determined Irish assault, backing away step by step. Owenolf looked back over the vast open land, They had to cross before they had anything like cover, before they could flee to the relative safety of their ship.
"Ah! Odin! All Father! We'll lift up our horns together on this day, I'll warrant,"
Olaf shouted to the sky. Then, giving Harald a supporting arm, they limped off toward the shield wall, fighting their way toward their shipmates and the Vikings' last stand. Flan's horse had got between Flan and Thorgrim was darting to either side, using the horse as a shield, trying to get a sword into Flan, as Flan did the same. No one seemed to be paying attention to the two men, so Onolf deposited Harald at the shield wall, snatching up a shield off the ground, and gave it to him, then lumbered off after Thorgrim. Why must it always fall to me to look after these two? He wondered, as he hit the horse hard with the flat of his sword, making the animal bolt, and then taking a wild swipe at Flan.
"Come along, Thorgrim. I have Harald, and now we must step away from here,"
Onolf shouted, and shoulder to shoulder the two men backed off, stepped back in the face of Flan's sword, and the men who came at them with sword and spear. Thorgrim had a great bleeding gash on his shoulder, and his face was smeared with blood from a laceration, bleeding so fast the rain could not wash it away. He had managed to pick up a shield, and used it to ward off the iron wielded by the close-packed Irish. Onolf parried a spear thrust, but the attacker was quick, swung the point around, managed to get it under the sleeve of Onolf's mail shirt, and rip a great gash in his arm, before Thorgrim struck him down.
"Not long now, eh, Thorgrim?"
Onolf shouted, his heart and his sword singing. They backed into the shield wall, and the men there made an opening for them, and they took their place and locked shields with the others. The left and right sides of the shield wall were bending back, fighting off any attempt by the Irish to get round behind. Soon the ends would meet, and the Vikings would be formed up in a square. Good for countering mounted soldiers, not very good for escaping.
"Not long,"
Thorgrim agreed, reaching out beyond the shield wall to lunge at one of the Irish.
"Here come more of them, see?"
He jerked his head back toward the open ground, over which Onolf had led his men, back in the direction of the river and the longship. There were more men-at-arms coming across the field, 100 at least, some mounted, some on foot. Onolf took a long look, but in the dim grey light, and with his aging eyes, he could not make out who they might be. But if they were men belonging to this Mole Sheknel, it made no sense that they should have gone half a mile across the open ground before turning to attack.
"Now, who in the depths of hell is this?"
Onolf wondered out loud. Chapter 41. Ireland is almost the best of all countries one knows about. Cunang's Skuggia. Flann mac Conang pushed himself forward, his sword held ready, but his opponent was gone, taking his place in the Viking shield wall. Thorgrim. Flann had been in more desperate fights than he could recall, but it had never occurred to him, not since the age of 19, that an opponent might best him, until that morning. But Thorgrim had broken off the fight on Onolf's urging, hoping, apparently, to retreat back to their ship and make their escape. But that would not happen. They were outnumbered 3-1, and Flann could see many of the Fingal dead on the ground, run through with spears or hacked down with swords. The Norsemen had formed a shield wall, and they were defending a small knot against the onslaught of the Irishmen. They were putting up a desperate and skilled defence, but they would be overwhelmed, and soon. Flann wondered where Mole Sheknel was, why the king had not come out to the fight. He looked around, suddenly afraid that Mole would appear, staring down from his horse, wondering why Flann was not joining the attack. Flann had lost much favour with the king in the past weeks, with their plan to retrieve the crown of the three kingdoms falling apart, and the boy Harald stealing Bridget. Flann feared for his position at Tara. Indeed, if things did not much improve immediately, he feared for his life. His horse, a well-trained beast, had not gone far, and Flann grabbed up the reins and pulled himself up into the saddle. From that perch, He could see the Irishmen racing from the camp to fling themselves at the Vikings. Owenolf and his crew were almost lost from sight behind the wall of struggling men trying to get at them. It would not be long now. And then his eye caught movement further away on the open ground, 1/2 mile or so. It was full daylight now, but dark and grey, with the rain still coming in fits, and it was hard to see, and Flan's eyes had never been the sharpest. But it looked, for all the world, like men, a line of men advancing. "Donald!" Flan turned to the former sheepherder, who stood behind him, and to one side of the horse, spear and shield in hand. "Come here!" Donald hurried over. "What do you see, far down in the field there?" Donald looked in the direction Flan was pointing, past the struggling mass of fighting men. His eyes were young and particularly keen. "It's men, my lord," he said with confidence. "Some on foot, some on horseback. Must be near 100 and more." Flan frowned and looked down the field. 100 and more men? An army, and it could not be any of Maul Sheknel's command, or he would know of it. "What the devil is this?" Flan demanded out loud, and Donald, thinking it was a genuine question, said, "I'm sure I don't know, my lord, but I reckon it's an army of men." Flan scowled at the young man. He wanted to see all the Fingal dead before he sought out Maul Sheknel. He did not want to speak to his king without some good word to report, but he could not let this go. He wheeled his horse around and pounded off for the big round tent near the center of the camp, scattering men-at-arms before him as he rode. The pages were strapping on Maul Sheknel's armor as Flan rode up, reining to a stop in a spray of mud and water. Maul Sheknel looked up at him, annoyed and dismissive at the same time. A neat trick. "I pray you have come to tell me these heathen swine are dead," Maul said. "I thought it would not need my attention. Thought they were easy enough for you to deal with. But as I hear the fighting still going on, I imagine now I had best come and take charge myself." "You'll do well to arm yourself, my lord," Flan said. He did not dismount, because he knew it irritated Maul Sheknel to look up at any man on a horse, and he found himself suddenly more interested in tweaking Maul than in looking to his own safety. "There is an army moving across the field towards us. More than 100 armed men, some mounted." Maul Sheknel frowned and looked toward the distant field, though from that place he could not see the newcomers. "Who the devil are they?" he demanded. "I don't know, my lord, but the fact that neither of us knows who they are tells me they are not your men, and if they are not your men, then they must be enemies to be fought." The page finished buckling Maul Sheknel's breastplate. Maul turned to another page and ripped the helmet from his hand, waved his arm for his horse. When the animal was led up, Maul Sheknel swung himself into the saddle, now eye to eye with Flan. He spoke at last. "You have made a damnable hash of everything ye have set your hand to, this past fortnight. Now my daughter is stolen, out there somewhere, and we are attacked by 2 enemies at once, and you do not even know who they are. By God, if you don't manage to do something right, I will see you drawn and quartered, depend upon it." He looked toward the open ground to the east, and now he could see the men spread out and making their way toward the Irish camp. "They are not Norsemen. They don't attack like Norsemen," he said. "Niall Kyle from Leinster, perhaps, but if so, then he must have more men somewhere ready to fall on us, because he is not such a fool as to attack with so few. In any event, we'll break off from your pathetic attempt to kill a few mangy Norsemen, which you seem to be failing at any rate, and prepare to meet this new threat. I will see to the centre of the line, since you clearly are not competent to do so, and you see to the left flank. I want mounted troops there to sweep in once these bastards get close enough. Now, go!" With that, Maul Sheknel put spurs to his horse, and charged off for the place where the Vikings and the Irish were still locked in battle, leaving Flan, smarting and humiliated, sitting his horse in the light rain. "Oh, you are a fine one, Maul Sheknel, who would be dead a dozen times over were it not for me," he thought, as he rode slowly off to the left, to gather up the mounted troops and prepare for a flank attack on this new enemy's line. "You there!"
You there, form up here,
he shouted to the mounted Rhi Tuihe as he rode past. The men fell into line behind him, and he led them off to the left side of the field, where he could sweep around More Shecknel's shield wall and roll up the enemy's flank, if they had the chance.
Brian Finleth, round up all the mounted troops. I want them here with us.
The master of the guards nodded and rode off, and Flann turned his attention to making certain the horse troops were ready for their work.
My lad!
One of the mounted soldiers, one of the Rhi Tuihe of a minor holding south of Tara, was pointing toward the tree line off to the north, close by the River Boyne. It took Flann a moment before he saw what the fellow was pointing at. A rider coming toward them. A lone rider, but Flann could make out no more detail than that.
Looks to be a woman, my lad,
the Rhi Tuihe added. Flann squinted, but still could make out nothing. But a thought was forming in his head, and it demanded attention.
All of you, remain here, he ordered, and I'll see what is acting here.
With that he rode off, spurring his horse to a canter, closing with the figure on the horse. He saw the person dismount and come running toward him. The closer he got, the more he could see, and soon even he was certain that it was a woman, and by her gait and her shape he was soon convinced of what woman it was. 20 paces away he reined the horse to a stop and leapt from the saddle.
"Princess Bridget!"
he shouted, and Bridget, stumbling, weeping, now smiling with relief, fell to the ground. Flann raced over to her, held her in his arms, and she pressed her face into his tunic and cried, sobbed uncontrollably.
There, there,
Flann said, thinking that was the sort of thing to say. He was a soldier and not good at such things as this.
You're safe now.
He could hear a change in the pitch of battle. He guessed More Shecknel was realigning the men, drawing them off from the Vikings and forming a shield wall. He had to get his flank attack organized. There was no time to spend comforting a weeping girl.
Bridget, my dear, I must go. Let us share my mount, and I will ride you to safety.
Bridget looked up at him. Her eyes were red, her face was streaked, her hair tangled. Flann had never seen her looking so bad.
"Flann mac Canang,"
she said, and her voice cracked.
"First, I have a message for you alone."
Bridget stammered as she told him the words. Words from Morrigan. Flann frowned.
"Say that again, I beg you,"
Flann said. Bridget said the words again, slowly. Flann realized then they were Norse. The message was in the language of the Fingal, so that only he and Morrigan, of all the Irish, would understand. Flann nodded as the meaning became clear.
"Very good, Bridget, my dear. Let us mount and ride to safety."
Flann helped Bridget up onto his horse. He did not think she had the strength to sit the horse she had been riding, then climbed up behind her and rode off. He deposited her at More Shecknel's tent, then rode back to the mounted troops he was organizing. They were the Rhi Tuihe, the minor lords without whom More Shecknel would be powerless. That was what made the crown of the three kingdoms so powerful. It would assure the allegiance of the Rhi Tuihe. The strength of the king depended on the support of these men, and they liked Flann and trusted him.
"Listen, you men,"
he shouted as he tried to control his restless mount.
"You know our orders."
The Rhi Tuihe responded with shouts, raised swords and shields. They knew their orders.
"Now listen,"
Flann said in a lower voice.
"Our king, More Shecknel, rides into battle today. There is always danger in battle, and our king has no heir. Have you men, who wield such power in Bregor, put thought to who would assume the crown if, and pray God it should never happen, More Shecknel should fall in battle?"
Chapter 42. I, Battle Oak, have brought death's end to many a man, making my sword's mouth speak. Gisli Sursen's Saga. This is a fine place to die. A good place, Thorgrim thought, as he worked his sword over his shield. He felt a spear tip catch in his hair as it thrust past. He tried to cut the man who wielded it, but he could not reach. The Viking's shield wall had bent around,
until the right and left flanks met. The Vikings were formed up in a square now, on top of the small rise, surrounded by the Irish men-at-arms, like a great bear baited around by dogs. "Harald is here, and Owenulf, and we will die together. Freya will lead the Valkyrie over the Bifrost Bridge, and they will take us all to Asgard, where we will feast in Valhalla." It was a pleasant thought, and hungry as he was, the idea of feasting at Valhalla, where he always imagined the food was excellent and plentiful, was very inviting indeed. If only they were on their native soil, and not soggy, miserable island, damned by the gods, then all would be fine. Now someone was shouting something, shouting in Irish, shouting to be heard above the fighting. Over the tops of the warriors' heads, Thorgrim could see a man on horseback. He wore a bright, shining helmet trimmed in gold, and a cape trimmed in fur over a mail shirt. His sword gleamed dull in the morning light. Thorgrim wondered if this was that More Sheknel he had heard of, the one Morrigan called the King of Brega. He was shouting orders, and one by one the men were obeying, backing away from the Viking shield wall, stepping back and forming a shield wall of their own.
"Now what are these poxed whore sons about?"
Owenulf shouted in Thorgrim's direction. Thorgrim lowered his sword. There was no one left to fight. The Vikings had been abandoned on their little rise, left in their defensive square with no one to defend themselves against. Thorgrim turned and looked across the open ground. The line of advancing men was much closer now, a quarter mile or so. They were coming on in a battle array, with foot soldiers in front and mounted warriors behind, banners flying at the ends of lances, tunics making bright spots on the grey-green field.
"These Irish are more worried about these fellows than they are about us,"
Thorgrim said, pointing with his sword at the advancing army.
"There's a lot of them,"
Owenulf agreed.
"I reckon we'd best worry about them too."
The Vikings backed away from More Sheknel's men, wary of an attack from that quarter, but it was soon clear that the Irish had forgotten about them. Thorgrim looked for a way out. He did not want his men caught between these two armies, crushed like a bug between two hands, but there was no exit from the field.
"Let us form a shield wall here."
He pointed to a spot of land halfway between the armies and led the men at a trot to that place. They stood shoulder to shoulder, shields overlapping. They were pathetically few, perhaps 30 in number. The rest were dead on the field behind them. "We will have friends to welcome us to Valhalla," Thorgrim thought. He had no doubt that his brave men had been picked by the choosers of the slain.
"Stand fast!"
Thorgrim shouted down the line. The men were braced for the assault, their shield wall as solid as it was going to get. Thorgrim guessed they might stand up to the attack for 10 minutes perhaps, before they were all cut down. It's still a fine place to die, he thought. Cormac y Rourke, sitting on top of his horse, looked along his line of fighting men, and then across the field at those of More Sheknel, and he tried to fight his rising sense of panic. He thought of Niall Curan's body, lying dead on the field a half-mile back. Cormac had killed Niall himself, struck him down with his sword. Niall Curan had argued, vehemently, against this attack, until at last it was clear to Cormac that Niall Curan was no more than a coward. Cowards could not be suffered to live. Worse, Cormac found that Niall Curan's doubts shook his own resolve to do the bold thing, and he could not have that. Killing Niall Curan with a single stroke of his sword did more to bolster Cormac than anything else could have done. He pushed his men hard. Once Fintan had brought word of the longship on the River Boyne. They had pressed north to the river, and then west along its banks. They had marched through the rain, and through all the long daylight hours. They had slept fitfully and uncomfortably the night before, woke to the sound of fighting far off. Mounted scouts had brought word back. More Sheknel's army was out, and they were fighting. It was the perfect chance for Cormac y Rourke to fall on him and take him, crown of the 3 kingdoms or no. Now
They were bringing the attack to More Sheknal, not 20 miles from Tara. Cormac swallowed, and tried to take a disinterested look at his enemy. More Sheknal had more men, to be sure, but not so many mounted, as far as he could see, and mounted troops could swing a battle one way or another. What's more Sheknal's army had been fighting. They were tired and hurt, and Cormac's men were fresh. "I can beat this bastard. Yes, I can," Cormac thought. "I'll have his bitch daughter in my bed tonight." Bridget had always rebuffed him, out of some misbegotten loyalty to his brother Donha, but there would be none of that tonight. "I will have her, or my men will," he thought. There was movement in the line ahead, some group of More Sheknal's army breaking off and moving to the front. A small band, 30 men or so, forming up a shield wall 100 perches in front of the rest. What the devil? Cormac frowned and tried to guess what More was up to. He swiveled in his saddle and shouted out to the Ree Tuehe, who were leading their parts of the battle array. "They've sent men ahead," he shouted, and pointed with his sword. "They want to tangle us up with that small band and fall on our flanks. Ignore that small shield wall. Go right around it, and right for the main battle line." The Ree Tuehe, on his right and left, raised their swords in acknowledgement. The foot soldiers in front began to pick up their pace. A fast walk, and then a jog. Cormac could see the men in the advanced shield wall brace for the impact of the charging troops. 4 perches away, and Cormac's troop broke right and left, sweeping to either side of the small band of men, running right past them. Cormac and the Ree Tuehe were right behind the running men, their horses cantering to keep up. Cormac had a glimpse of surprised faces behind shields as he raced past, leaving that small band behind as they concentrated on the chief target, More Sheknal's shield wall. That trick didn't fool me, More Sheknal, Cormac thought. If that was the best that the King of Tara could do, then he did not deserve his kingdom. Cormac's men were yelling as they crossed the last 100 paces and crashed into More Sheknal's men. The shield wall bowed in places. Weapons waved and slashed above round shields. Men screamed as they died. Cormac rode his horse back and forth, waving his sword, shouting encouragement to his fighting men. It was going well. Not great. They had yet to break the shield wall, but well. And if his men could sustain the attack, then there was a good chance that they would win the day. The Ree Tuehe on horseback were charging in where they could, reaching over the heads of men to deliver death blows to the enemy. That was good. Horses could win the day. He heard shouting from the right, beyond the line of battle. He whirled his horse around, moved back to a place where he could see. They were coming from the north, sweeping around the right flank. Horsemen, 30 or 40 mounted troops with long lances, swords and shining helmets, held in reserve, waiting for the moment to ride out and make a flank attack and roll right up the line of Cormac's men. "Oh, God!" Cormac wailed. He felt his stomach sink. More Sheknal had tricked him, led him into a trap. He was a dead man, and he knew it. Him and every man he had led north into Brega. Chapter 43. We'll return to where our countrymen await us, head our sand heaven's horse, to scout the ship's wide plains. Eirik the Red's saga. Thorgrim was more than a little surprised to see the attacking army break around the Vikings' shield wall and charge on past as if they were no more threatening than a boulder jutting out from the earth. Bewildered, the Norsemen spun around and watched the backs of the men-at-arms and the horses' hindquarters as they raced past.
"Well, Thor take them all!" Owenolf shouted. "They think they can just ignore Owenolf the Restless?"
Sword raised, he started after them, but Thorgrim called him back. He had not seen Owenolf's blood so hot for battle in many years.
"Owenolf, let us leave the Irish to fight the Irish, and we'll go about our own business. We've lost enough men already, and the day is no more than an hour old."
Owenolf looked at the Irish, looked at the red dragons, then spit on the ground.
"You are right, Thorgrim Nightwolf."
He slid his sword into its scabbard, and suddenly he looked very tired.
"Let us go back to our ship."
Every man of Owenolf's crew was wounded in some fashion, but most were able to make their own way, and others with the help of their shipmates. Thorgerd Brack and Svein the Short lashed a tunic between two spears, fashioning a litter on which to carry Harald. Geezer Thorason was wounded in the arm, an ugly wound, but his shipmates bound it up, and he said he would be all right. They headed off across the field, oblivious to the fighting going on at their backs. They had seen fighting enough that morning that they were not particularly curious. They turned around once at the sound of charging horses, afraid that they would be run down, but it was only mounted troops attacking the flank of the new arrivals. The Norsemen watched for a few minutes as the riders cut down their enemy, scattering them and killing them as they ran. Whoever it was who had charged across the field and attacked the army of Morsheknal, it was an ill-advised thing to do, and now they were paying for their foolishness. The Norsemen watched the butchery in silence, and then, with never a word, they turned back and continued on. They reached the trees and the black patch where their campfire had burned itself out. They retraced the path they had taken the day before in search of Harald. They hacked their way through the woods and came to the banks of the River Boyne. The Irish fishing boat and the Red Dragon were still tied to the bank, lovely and unharmed. It was with a great sense of relief that the Norsemen tumbled over the sides of the ship, a relief such as one feels coming through the door of his home after a long journey. They were still many leagues from Norway, ill-provisioned, weakly armed, with only a makeshift sail to drive their ship. But they were aboard a longship. They were afloat, and that, to any Viking, bred to ships and the sea, was a great relief.
The ancient sea gods, Aegir and Ran, might be dangerous and unpredictable,
but when it came to treachery, they had nothing on men ashore. The ancient sea gods, Aegir and Ran, might be dangerous and unpredictable, but when it came to treachery, they had nothing on men ashore. Thorgrim's eyes ran the length of the ship, fore and aft, inspecting the vessel, a thing he did unconsciously, a habit developed after years at sea. His gaze settled on something aft, opposite the steering board, something he could not identify. Standing in the place he normally stood when not at the tiller, the place where he and Morrigan had made their bed. He made his way aft. As he came closer, he could see it was a sword. He felt his pulse racing. He stepped quicker, hopped to the afterdeck. It was a sword. It was iron tooth, stuck, point down, into the deck.
"How in the world did you find your way home?"
he asked the sword, kneeling in front of it, slightly afraid to lay hands on the charmed weapon. There was something hanging from the hilt. He leaned closer, a bit of linen thread, and hanging from the thread, a tiny silver cross. Thorgrim reached out and held the little cross between his thick thumb and forefinger, rubbed its smooth surface. He wondered if it was some sorcery of Morrigan's, some Christ magic. He glanced over his shoulder, and when he saw no one was watching, he made the sign of the cross the way he had seen Morrigan do it, hoping that the charm would bring him luck. Any magic that could make his beloved Iron Tooth reappear had to be powerful indeed. Thorgrim took the tiny cross off the hilt and threaded it through the thong that held his other cross and his hammer of Thor. He pulled the sword he carried from its scabbard and tossed it aside, then plucked Iron Tooth from the deck. He took a moment to enjoy the balance and weight of the weapon, the beauty of the inlay and the etched designs on the pommel and hilt. Then he slid the sword into its rightful place at his side. He felt whole again, and strong.
"Come along, you men,"
he called to the exhausted, half-dead men slumped in various places around the deck.
"Let us break out the oars and leave this place, forsaken by the gods behind."
They did not move with their usual vigor, but they moved, getting the oars over the side, sitting themselves on their sea chests to row. Harald took his place, and insisted on rowing until Thorgrim raised his voice to the boy and ordered him to lie down. They cast off from the bank, and with the Irish leather boat in tow, made their way downriver. They were less than half in number from their original company, which meant less than half the oars propelling the Red Dragon. But the current was with them now, and the riverbanks swept quickly by. The rain stopped, and even the heavy mist cleared away, so that the day was dry under a grey overcast. And then, greatest gift of all, a breeze sprang up from the southwest, enough of a breeze, and with enough westing in it, that they were able to set their pathetic sail, and stow their oars away, and let the wind and current carry them effortlessly to the sea. At midday, they anchored in the stream, and Thorgrim and a half-dozen of the less wounded men used Harald's leather boat to go ashore. There, a sheepherder gave them 4 sheep in exchange for their not killing him. They butchered the sheep on the riverbank and cooked them, and ferried the meat out to the safety of the longship. They weighed anchor, set sail, and ate their fill as the river carried them east. Night came on while they were still on the river, so they anchored again, and set an anchor watch and slept. Thorgrim put his furs on the deck beside Harald, and for a while he watched his son sleep. His face was peaceful. There was no fever this time, and his breathing was soft and steady. Finally, Thorgrim closed his eyes and slept, deep and peaceful, and he was not visited by wolves in his dreams. The next morning brought clearing weather, blue skies, and a fresh breeze that dried the Norsemen out completely, and lifted their spirits higher than they had been since they first raised Ireland out of the sea. They weighed anchor again and set the sail, and then there was little to do but haul on the braces every once in a while, and watch the green riverbank slip by, and laugh at the sheep-herders and cow-herders who frantically drove their flocks away from the river when the longship hove into sight. It was past noon when they finally saw the wide river mouth spread its arms in welcome to the open ocean. The small, limping, wounded band of men crowded around the bow and stared out to sea, stared longingly at the wide, blue, glinting ocean, the ship's wide plains that would carry them back to Norway, poor, perhaps, but alive. Thorgrim, standing at the tiller, looked out across the ocean and felt, as the others did, a sense of relief, of escape. The sea was their land, as surely as was Vik in Norway. It is better to live than lie dead. A dead man gathers no goods. Thorgrim thought of the ancient words of advice, wisdom handed down from Odin himself. I saw a warm fire at a wealthy man's house, himself dead at the door. Not that he or Owenolf would end this journey poor. They would be less wealthy, for all their expense and nothing to show for it, but they would still be wealthy and alive. The mouth of the River Boyne grew wider. The shoreline tapered away to sandy beach as river melded into sea. The Red Dragon stood on, leaving the shore behind, the ocean opening up on either side as the last spits of land fell astern. Thorgrim could feel the ship move on the swells, the fine, alive feeling of a ship at sea. And that was when Egil Lamb saw the other ship. It was to the north of them, and a bit more than 1.5 miles off, driving south under a red and white striped sail, hauled fore and aft and tacked down tight. A longship. A line of bright colour indicated where shields were set in the shield racks along her gunwale. The gods toy with us. They do not stop, Thorgrim thought. They give us a taste of good fortune, and then they snatch it away. Chapter 44. We feared no fellow on earth. We were fit, we fought, in the battle fleet. Saga of Arrow Old. If Thorgrim Nightwolf was cursing the gods as fickle, Asbjorn the Fat was blessing them for their kindness. Orm had put out to sea the very day Asbjorn arrived back at Duvlin, with word of the crown and Magnus's treachery. He manned his longship, Swift Eagle, with 100 well-armed warriors.
They stood out from Duvlin harbour and worked their way slowly north along the coast, searching for the battered red dragon. They had seen nothing. They sailed north past the mouth of the River Boyne, and with each mile under their keel, Orm became more snappish and curt, and made his displeasure more clear. Orm was afraid, and Asbjorn knew it. He was afraid of the Irish uniting against him, and that made him desperate to get his hands on the crown of the Three Kingdoms. He was afraid of a Norwegian fleet under Olaf the White falling on Duvlin, and that made him desperate to get back to the Longport and see to its defence. He was afraid of treachery at every step, and that kept him from delegating any of the jobs that needed doing. By the time they were a day north of the River Boyne, Orm's patience had run out. He ordered the Swift Eagle turned around, her course south for Duvlin.
"No longship, no crown, no Magnus,"
was all he said to Asbjorn, as the ship settled on her new course.
"The crown is a valuable prize,"
Asbjorn offered.
"Perhaps the Norwegians have taken it and sailed for home. In that case, it could be no threat to you."
"Perhaps," Orm said, and said no more. Now it was Asbjorn's turn to be afraid. Orm would blame him for this. As unreasonable as that might be, Orm would blame him because he was the only one left to blame. And so Asbjorn's spirits were lifted high when the man clinging to the mast, feet on the mast-headed yard, sang out that there was a longship putting out from the River Boyne.
"It may be Owenolf,"
Orm said testily,
"and it may not."
Orm was in no mood for optimism.
"This is true, Lord Orm,"
Asbjorn agreed, but longships were not so common on that coast that it was likely to be another. 20 minutes later, as they ran down on the distant ship, Swift Eagle's bow lifting and slamming down on a welter of spray, Orm said,
"I thought you said Owenolf had no sail. That ship has a sail."
"True." Asbjorn had been considering that.
"But see what an ugly and misshapen thing it is. I am guessing that Owenolf has fashioned a sail from something. Perhaps the tents he plundered from Cormac."
Orm did not reply. After a while he said, as if speaking to himself,
"If they are coming down the River Boyne, they are most likely coming from Tara, which means they have delivered the crown to Mol Sheknel. So we will have vengeance, and nothing more."
Whoever was in command of the distant longship, Owenolf or Thorgrim or someone they did not know, they were not eager to cross wakes with Swift Eagle. No sooner had they cleared the headland south of the River Boyne than they hauled their wind and stood off, sailing as directly away from the Danes as they could. That gave Asbjorn hope. The Swift Eagle fell into their wake and took up the chase, and it was quickly apparent that it would not be a long chase after all. The ship ahead, with its undersized and poorly constructed sail, was no match for Orm's ship, wonderfully built, perfectly maintained, her bottom newly cleaned. With every mile of southing they made, they came up on their quarry, hand over hand. Soon they could make out individual men on board the ship, and not so many, not half the complement of Orm's longship. Like Swift Eagle, this other had shields mounted on the shield rack along her side, unlike Swift Eagle, which sported an unbroken line of shields from bow to stern, starboard and larboard. This other ship had only a clutch of shields amidship, not even enough for every man aboard, or so it appeared.
"Whoever this is, I don't think it will be much of a fight,"
Asbjorn said, but Orm only grunted and kept his eyes forward. It did not matter. Asbjorn was certain now that this was Owenolf's ship. He had inspected her closely enough in Duvlin to recognize the sweep of her sheer, the arc of her bow and sternposts, the height of her mast. "You'll pay now for your treachery, Ornolf Ravenson," Asbjorn thought. He was mightily relieved to know that now Orm would have someone besides himself on whom to take out his anger. The red dragons grew more morose with each passing minute,
as the longship in their wake closed with them. Slowly and inevitably, it felt to Thorgrim like a storm moving up over the horizon. You can dread it, you can prepare for it as best you can, but you cannot avoid its fury.
"Odin, All-Father, and Thor the Thunderer, you think you can toy with Olaf the Restless this way?"
Olaf bellowed at the sky.
"Well, I shall be in Valhalla soon, and then we shall have a reckoning."
Thorgrim shook his head. He didn't think the old man could be so crazed, not stone-sober as he was. Olaf assumed he would be welcome in Valhalla, but Thorgrim wondered what such threats did for his chances.
"Olaf, shut your great blustering mouth!"
Snorri half-troll shouted, voicing what the others were clearly thinking, as they turned their scowling faces from the longship astern to Olaf and back again. It was a sign of how desperate the men were that Snorri would dare say such a thing.
"What? You give orders to me, you dog!"
Olaf blustered, drawing his sword, as Snorri half-troll drew his.
"Enough!"
Thorgrim roared.
"There'll be fighting aplenty here, and soon, I'll warrant,"
he said. And the others seemed to see the truth of that. It was as if the entire longship took a deep breath. Olaf and Snorri sheathed their swords. They were sailing almost due south, paralleling the Irish coast, their long yard hauled all but fore and aft. Astern of them, the other ship was doing the same. Generally, when the Vikings went into battle, they would strike their yards and often lower their masts as well. But that would not happen now, because the Red Dragons were vastly outnumbered and would not offer battle if they did not have to. Thorgrim wondered if the Danes, with their well-crafted sail and weatherly ship, would try to sail higher on the wind, come up to windward of the Red Dragon, and blanket a sail. No, he could see they were not. In fact, they were sailing a lower course, which would bring them downwind of the Red Dragon, but would also make them sail faster. Thorgrim could make out individual shields now on the starboard side. There had to be 50 at least. This fellow was not much worried about tactics, not with such an advantage. They ploughed on south for another 20 minutes, before Thorgrim decided it was time to ready for the fight. He called the order, and with grim and set faces, the men donned what helmets and mail they had, took up their shields and swords and spears. Harald armed himself and took his place amidships. Thorgrim did not protest. It was only right that the boy should die a warrior's death. But Thorgrim could not muster any of that joy he had felt while fighting the Irish. Perhaps, once the swords rang out against one another, he would feel it, but not now. They had been so close. Olaf came aft to take his rightful place by the tiller.
"So, who do you think this whore's son is, anyhow?"
he asked.
"Some treacherous Dane gone a Viking?"
"No, I think it is Orm of Duvlin."
"Really?"
Olaf frowned.
"Why do you think so?"
Thorgrim shrugged.
"I don't know. Just that those Danes were damned eager to get the crown, and it makes sense to me they would not stop. I would expect them to send a longship to look for us."
"No doubt you are right, Thorgrim Nightwolf,"
Olaf said. For a moment they were silent, staring at the ship that was growing perceptibly nearer.
"Ah, these bastards!"
Olaf shouted in frustration.
"Twice our numbers, and all the weapons they could want."
"We had to die sometime, Olaf."
"I don't mind the dying, but I hate the thought of being cast into the sea. A man of my status needs a real funeral. Weapons, animals, carts, slave girl at my side. All set on this longship, and consigned to the flames. That is how a man such as me should be borne off to Asgard."
"If you wish to be burned up with the Red Dragon, we had better do it now. But I don't think the others will care for that plan."
"Ha!"
Olaf snorted.
"They should be honoured to burn up with Olaf the Restless."
Thorgrim smiled, and then he had an idea. Chapter 45. Let us go our ways silently, though the cove stallions ride, be fallen,
trouble is a steer. Gisli Sursen's Saga. It was not above 20 minutes before the longship with the red and white sail was so close that the red dragons could hear the slap of water under her bow, the creak of her rigging over the sound of their own. Her bow was up with the red dragon's stern, and no more than 5 perches downwind. The Danes, along her gunwales, were keeping up a steady rain of arrows, but the red dragons, hunkered down behind the shields in their shield rack, were in little danger from that quarter. Thorgrim could clearly make out Orm, standing on the afterdeck, Asbjorn the Fat standing beside him. He wondered if Orm would call for their surrender. He doubted it. He doubted Orm would waste his breath. Orm would understand that the Norwegians would much prefer to die fighting than become the slaves of Danes. Orm, in truth, would most likely prefer that as well.
"Stand ready!"
Thorgrim shouted to the men behind the shields.
"Listen for my orders!"
Just forward of where he stood, and down below the ship's side, Egil Lamb was coaxing a fire in a soft tinder. Owenolf, who had walked the length of the deck, flinging curses at the Danes and bolstering the men for the fight, now came aft, an extra shield in his hand.
"You might want this,"
he said, and by way of emphasis an arrow struck with a thud and embedded itself in the carved sternpost 4 feet from Thorgrim's head.
"Thank you."
Thorgrim held the shield with his left hand, the tiller with his right. The 2 ships were still moving through the water as fast as they possibly could, but the Danes were starting to edge up to windward a bit, getting in place to draw alongside, lash the ships together, and pour over the red dragon's gunwales.
"Hurry that along, Egil Lamb,"
Thorgrim called, and Egil shot him an ugly look as he blew on the tinder.
"Unship your shields,"
Thorgrim called forward, and along the gunwale the men lifted the shields from the shield rack and slipped them over their arms, still holding them up to form a protective wall against the arrows, and now spears that were raining down on them.
"Are these bastards going to run out of arrows, or aren't they?"
Owenolf wondered out loud. Arrows, spears, swords, men, they have all they need, Thorgrim thought. He felt a solid blow to his shield. He looked over the rim. An arrow was embedded deep in the wood.
"All right, here they come,"
Thorgrim shouted. The Danes' ship was all but even with the Red Dragon, and turning up to come alongside. Fore and aft Thorgrim could see Danish warriors, swinging grappling hooks on stout lines to bind the 2 ships together. Those men would have been easy targets for archers, but the Red Dragon had no archers, no bows or arrows. The distance between the ships dropped quickly as the Danes swung in toward the Red Dragon. The men on board the Danish ship had shields on arms now, helmets in place, and swords and spears held in their hands. By Thor, there are a lot of them, Thorgrim thought, easily 100 and hardened fighters by the look of them. This had all the makings of a slaughter. 15 feet between the ships, then 10. The flight of arrows stopped as all the men on the Danish ship made ready to board. 5 feet, and the grappling hooks flew, a dozen lines arching through the air and hooking over the Red Dragon's gunwales, and the Danes hauled hard on the lines, drawing the ships into their awful embrace. The Red Dragon made no move to cut the lines. They did not move at all. Both ships were still making considerable speed through the water when they slammed together, gunwale to gunwale, with a cracking and snapping sound as the shield racks were crushed under the impact, and the fabric of the ships took up the shock. Then the morning was split by a great roar of voices, a wild shout, as Danes and Norwegians both launched themselves into battle, crying their battle cries, smashing shield into shield, as the Danes tried to pour over the rail and the Norwegians tried to stop them. Thorgrim let go of the tiller. It was useless now in any event, and raced forward, drawing Iron-Tooth as he ran. One of the Danes had managed to get around the Norwegian shields and landed on deck right in Thorgrim's face.
Iron-Tooth sang in Thorgrim's hand, whistled through the air. The Dane raised his spear shaft to block the stroke, and Iron-Tooth clove the wooden shaft in two like it was a dried and rotten twig. The Dane swung his shield at Thorgrim, and Thorgrim danced back, clear of the blow, and ended the fight then, as Iron-Tooth found his mark on the Dane's chest. Thorgrim felt the red madness creeping around the edges of his vision, and Iron-Tooth seemed to move of his own will. He slashed out at the crowd of Danes, who were pushing over the rail, pushing the Norwegians back, as irresistible as the tide. It was shield wall to shield wall, but the Danes, with their great numbers, were onto the Red Dragon's deck now, and more were coming, and they were surrounding the struggling men of Vik. Snorri Halftroll, his great ugly face split in a grin, was hacking for all he was worth at the two men in front of him. But he did not see the man to his side, did not even know he was there, until the man drove the vicious point of his spear right into Snorri's side. Snorri went down with a great shout, and one last lash at his enemy, and Thorgrim cut the spearman down, too late to do Snorri any good. The Norwegians had been pushed back to the midships line, and they were falling fast. Thorgrim watched helpless as Giza Thorison's arm, the one that they had bound the day before, was cut clean off, and then Giza was chopped down as he screamed in pain. Thorgrim was howling and shouting as loud as any, louder. He plunged in where Olaf was bound around by fighting men, and Iron-Tooth cleared a path for the Jarl.
"Thorgrim, isn't it time?"
Olaf yelled, and his words brought Thorgrim back from the thoughtless fighting madness that was consuming him, back to the reality of the ship, the men, their only hope. He backed away, Iron-Tooth lashing out at the Danes who challenged him, until he was aft and away from the fight. He looked up. The makeshift sail was still straining at the sheets and buntlines, still hauled fore and aft, and driving the Red Dragon along. Egil Lamb was dancing from foot to foot. He held a flaming torch in his hand.
"Now, Egil Lamb!"
Thorgrim shouted. Egil swung around and touched the torch to the edge of the sail. It burst into flames, and Egil ran forward, setting the sail on fire all along its length. It caught fast, the dry cloth curling, charring, blazing, as the fire worked its way up. Thorgrim turned to the men on the braces. "Now! Now!" he shouted, and Harald on the leeward brace let the line fly, and the three men on the weather brace hauled away. The blazing yard and sail swung athwart ships, turning over the fighting men's heads, swinging out over the Danish ship. Someone among the Danes saw what was coming. Thorgrim heard a warning shouted over the brawl, but it was too late. The Red Dragon's sail, fully involved, and the yard, which was now burning as well, fetched up against the mast and sail of the Danish ship. There was a moment's hesitation, and then the Danish rig caught fire too. The grand red and white striped sail collapsed as it burned through, the tarred ropes lighting up, orange and yellow lines against the blue sky.
"May Thor strike you dead!"
Thorgrim heard someone roar, and looking up, he saw Orm Ulfson looking right at him, pointing with his blood-stained sword.
"He'll take us both!"
Thorgrim shouted back. The Red Dragons were backing away quicker now, letting the Danes push them to the weather side of the ship. Overhead, the rigging and sails and spars of both ships were burning well, and bits of flaming cloth and rope were dropping onto the deck below.
"Now!"
Thorgrim drove his shield into the Dane standing in front of him, knocking him to the deck, leapt aside as the man flailed at his legs with his battle-axe. Thorgrim brought Iron-Tooth back, swung him around in an arc, and severed the halyard with a stroke. The Red Dragon's flaming yard came crashing down, falling across the longship's deck and the Dane's deck, cracking in two with the impact, and scattering flaming debris in every direction. Danes fell screaming under the weight of the falling spar, but the Norwegians stood clear because they were ready for Thorgrim to do just that thing. It was a signal. One by one, Owenolf's men backed away, stepped back toward the ship's starboard quarter, fighting the Danes in their front as they did. Even now, a nearly unbroken wall of flame stood where the yard had fallen across the ships. Egil Lamb bent over and grabbed up Sigurd Sow by the arms. Sigurd bleeding fast from a sword blow that had opened up his shoulder. He pulled Sigurd out of the way and took an arrow in the side for his efforts, but he did not seem to notice. He hefted Sigurd Sow half to his feet and tumbled him over the side of the Red Dragon, down into the Irish leather boat that was tied alongside.
"Go! Go!"
Owenolf roared to the men, as he himself laughed and swung his sword, and took blow after blow against his battered shield. One by one, those men who were whole enough dragged their wounded brethren to the gunwale and deposited them over the side, then leapt over themselves. Happily, only a fraction of the Danes still living was still in the fight. Most had turned their attention to the flames, throwing burning material over the side, beating at flames with their swords. Useless, Thorgrim thought. The ships were well ablaze now, their tar-coated sides engulfed. Even from where he stood, well aft, Thorgrim could feel the great heat of the fire. He had seen enough funerals to recognize when a ship was alight and would not be put out. Someone was shouting orders to the Danes, high-pitched and near hysterical.
"Put the fire out! Put the fire out, you idiots! Let the Norwegians go! Don't worry about them! Get the fire out!"
It was Asbjorn the Fat, standing on the deck of the Danish longship and waving his arms. His eyes were wide, his panic unadulterated, screaming deprecations at the men. He was in mid-scream when Orm leapt from the Red Dragon back aboard his own ship and severed Asbjorn's head from his neck with a single stroke of his sword. Asbjorn's rotund body stood upright for a second more, an almost comical sight, before it fell slowly forward in the manner of a tree chopped down at the base. Asbjorn's only concern might have been the fire, but Orm seemed not even to notice the flames. He leapt back aboard the Red Dragon, sword and shield in hand. He had lost his helmet somewhere in the fight, and his hair was wild, his face smudged with soot, his eyes fixed on his enemy.
"Go on! Go on!"
Owenolf shouted at the men. Thorgrim looked around. Most of the Red Dragons were in the Irish boat now, as far as he could see.
"Go, Owenolf, and I will follow,"
Thorgrim shouted. Owenolf, with a grunt, hefted himself over the side. Thorgrim looked around the deck, saw none of his men. He looked down into the boat. He did not see Harald. He looked around again. Still no Harald.
"Where is Harald?"
Thorgrim shouted down into the boat. This time he saw him, sitting on the bottom of the boat, half hidden by Sigurd Sow. Their eyes met. Harald's eyes grew wide.
"Father!"
he shouted. Thorgrim spun around and raised his shield, because he knew from that one word what was coming. Orm's sword crashed down on the shield, tore a great piece from the edge, and Thorgrim felt the blow reverberate along his whole arm. He staggered, managed to lunge with Iron-Tooth, but Orm easily deflected the blow. Thorgrim took a step back to gain fighting room. Both ships were fully involved now, with black smoke rolling up and away in the wind. Orm stood framed against the bright fire, the struggling men behind him, trying to save their ship and themselves. Orm lunged, a tricky twist of the sword, and Thorgrim just managed to knock the blade aside. Orm hit Thorgrim's shield with his own, knocking Thorgrim back, but Thorgrim managed to get his sword past Orm's shield. Iron-Tooth ripped through Orm's tunic and scraped along the mail shirt beneath. Orm knocked the sword aside. He swung his own sword up and around and down at Thorgrim with great power. Thorgrim met the sword with his shield, and the shield shattered under the blow, ripped apart, so that Thorgrim was left holding no more than the boss and a few bits of wood clinging to it. Damn Irish shields, Thorgrim thought as he lunged again, hit again, but could do Orm no injury through his mail.
"Come along, Thorgrim!"
Owenolf shouted from the boat. as if Thorgrim was wasting time, amusing himself. Orm attacked in a flurry of sword and shield, and there was nothing that Thorgrim could do but back away under the onslaught. Back away from the place where the boat was tied to the longship's side. This is not good, Thorgrim thought. Iron-Tooth against Orm's sword, shield, and mail. Maybe if Orm was not skilled at combat, Thorgrim could prevail. But Orm was a good fighter, a very good fighter. Odin, All-Father, was like a great cat, and he, Thorgrim, a mouse to be toyed with endlessly before death. The longship gave a lurch underfoot, and Thorgrim and Orm stumbled. The planks had burned through to the waterline. The sea was rushing in. Over the shouting and cracking of flames, they could hear the hiss of seawater meeting burning wood. Thorgrim could hear his fellows shouting for him. "You've killed me, Thorgrim Nightwolf," Orm said, pointing with his sword at Thorgrim's chest. "But I will kill you. We go out together." Thorgrim took a step back, steadying himself as the longship shifted again. He adjusted his grip on Iron-Tooth. "Together," he said. With a practiced motion, he slid Iron-Tooth back into the scabbard. He stood before Orm, weapon sheathed, hands spread in welcome. Orm smiled. He took a step forward. He raised his sword high and brought it whipping down at Thorgrim's head. Thorgrim leapt aside, and the sword came slashing down and met only air. Thorgrim had a fleeting look at Orm's startled face as he leapt at Orm, grabbed him around the waist and shoved him back over the gunwale, over the red dragon's side. Thorgrim had a fraction of a second of falling, just long enough to be aware of it. His arms and Orm's arms tangled, and then they hit the water together, the cold sea wrapping around him, the salt water filling his mouth, stinging his eyes. Orm had a death grip around Thorgrim's neck. Thorgrim kicked hard, but he could not get to the surface. He felt Orm's legs kicking as well. He could see the bright surface moving away overhead. He grabbed at Orm's arms and pulled, and felt Orm holding tighter still. He kicked and jerked and tried to break Orm's hold as they sank down, deeper and deeper. His lungs burned, and he fought to not open his mouth and gasp for air. It was getting dark. Thorgrim grabbed Orm's face and pushed, managed to get some space between himself and Orm. He brought his knee up. Orm tried to push it away, and in doing so, broke his hold of Thorgrim's neck. Thorgrim pushed with his knee, pushed with his arms, felt Orm's grip slipping. In the dark water, he could just see Orm's white face, his mouth open in a silent shout. He kicked Orm free and thrashed for the surface. Below him, the figure of Orm Ulfson grew dim as it sank away. Thorgrim broke the surface and gasped, sucking air into his aching lungs, air and smoke from the burning ships. The Dane's funeral pyre, the black hull of the red dragon loomed over him and above it. Bright flames reached for the sky. He swiveled around. Harald's Irish leather boat was pulling for him, and a second later it stopped alongside, and strong arms reached out and pulled him from the sea. For the first time since being stripped of his weapons at Duvlin, probably for the first time ever, Thorgrim was profoundly glad that his enemy was wearing mail, and he was not. Epilogue. He foretold to Ireland that 3 times fleets of black Danes should visit her. Bec Mac Day. There were 27 of the red dragons crowded into the leather boat. That was all who had lived through the trials of the gods since they first raised the green shores of Ireland. And it was just as well, since even one more man would surely have put the boat's gunwales under water. They manned the oars and rowed as hard as they could away from the burning ships. They feared the leather boat might catch fire, or desperate swimmers could reach it and upset it as they tried to climb aboard. But mostly they could not stand to hear the shrieks of men dying in flames, veterans of many battles, men inured to the cries of the wounded. They could not listen to that horrible sound. Not that all of the Danes died in the fire. Far from. Some managed to cling to bits of wreckage and kick their way for shore. Others chose to follow Orm down into the kingdom of Aegir and Ran, leaping into the sea, no doubt clutching gold coins to pay Ran for the trip to Valhalla. This the men of the Red Dragon watched as they pulled away from the burning ships. They watched as the two proud longships sank deeper and deeper into the water, until at last only their twin dragon heads and the flaming remnants of their masts showed above the surface. And then, in an instant, they were gone too, and nothing remained of the ships in the surface world, save for the oars and casks and sundry charred debris still floating. These things would wash ashore and spend the rest of their days as part of some fisherman's lean-to, or augment the home of a sheepherder's wife. Once the longships were gone, the men at the oars continued their easy stroke, pulling south along the coast, the boat ploughing silent through the sea. No one spoke. No one seemed to have a notion of where they were bound. They just rowed. The sun was well on its way to the western horizon before someone broke the silence. It was Svein the Short, who had been pulling an oar for hours, and he said,
"So tell me, Owenolf, are we just going to row to the place where the sea pours off the edge of the earth, or do you have some other destination in mind?"
Thorgrim answered for Owenolf.
"There's a settlement of Norsemen at a place called Wexford, south of Duvlin. We'll make for there."
"We'll not get far without food or water. A sail would be of use,"
Egil Lamb said.
"There is a monastery at a place called Baldoyle, not far from here. Tomorrow we will reach it and see if we can get what we need there." "Baldoyle? Isn't that the one we saw sacked coming north?"
Owenolf said.
"Yes. Now, what is the point of sacking a monastery that was just sacked?" "They will not be able to put up much of a fight, which is good, because neither can we," Thorgrim said. "Besides, we are not looking for riches, just food and water." "Humph,"
Owenolf said, and then fell silent. They decided to remain at the sea for the night, because they did not know if the Irish army that had been following them on shore was still there. Happily, the clear, moonless sky gave them a view of the stars, by which they could keep on course as they continued to row south, the open boat rising and falling in the long ocean rollers. It was in the early morning hours, with dawn still some time off, when they first began to suspect they were not alone. Thorgrim heard it first, a sound that did not come from the leather boat, but not an ocean sound either, a thumping sound, like wood on wood. He sat more upright, and turned his ear to the dark. There was a splash.
"Did you hear that?"
he whispered to the others.
"What?"
Owenolf asked, but no one answered. Every ear was turned outboard.
"Listen,"
Thorgrim hissed a moment later. It sounded like voices, murmuring, too low to make out the words. There was a creaking sound.
"It is Aegir or his daughters deciding our fate,"
Svein said, with a less than successful attempt to hide his panic.
"Perhaps," Thorgrim said, "or perhaps not. Let us muffle our oars."
Eager hands pulled off tunics and wrapped them around the looms of the oars so they could not creak in the thongs. Slowly the men bent to the oars and began to slow pull to the south. Thorgrim peered into the dark, but he could see nothing. The forward motion of the leather boat was imperceptible. It seemed they were going up and down, and no more than that. And then Thorgrim could see, or thought he could see, a dark shape just ahead, a darker place in the night.
"Hold your oars,"
he whispered, and the men stopped pulling and waited. Thorgrim could feel the tension in the boat. He stared forward. "Egil, you are sharp-eyed. What do you see ahead?" Egil Lamb turned and looked forward. After a moment he said, "It's a ship!" It was a ship. Thorgrim was certain. The more he looked, the more the long, low shape resolved out of the night. A ship lying a hull, not moving. "We must go the other way," Thorgrim whispered, "because we have to assume this is no friend. Starboard, pull. Larboard, backwater." The leather boat spun around on her keel and began to slowly, silently, crawl in the other direction. Soon, the dark shape was lost to Thorgrim's eyes. "Thorgrim," Egil whispered, "there is another." Ahead, another dark shape, much like the first, as if that ship had by magic shifted its place to remain in front of the leather boat. Thorgrim turned the leather boat east, and the men pulled away from the shore, but it was not long before they found another dark ship under their bow. They turned south again, hoping to skirt astern of the first, but again the ship was there. "This smells of Loki's trickery," Thorgerd Brack whispered. The panic was settling in. "Unship oars," Thorgrim ordered. There was no point in rowing all over the ocean when it seemed there was always a longship in front of them. Better to wait for dawn and see what was up. "Get some sleep," Thorgrim ordered, and to lead the way, he settled himself down as best he could, closed his eyes, and remained in that position, wide awake, for the next 2 hours. It seemed he had finally managed to doze off when someone shook him from his slumber. He opened his eyes and sat up. The sky to the east was growing light, just a hint of grey. He rubbed his eyes. The day would come quick. "Is everyone awake?" he asked, and he heard murmured replies fore and aft. "See to your weapons," he said. He had no idea what the light would reveal, whether something of this world or another. And then, not 20 feet ahead of the boat, they heard a voice call out, calling for men to wake up. Thorgrim jumped in surprise, and he heard others gasp and curse. From across the water came the sound of men rustling out of beds, groans and words flying around. And then the dawn light revealed the ship, as if it was materializing out of the ocean mists. A longship, a dragon ship, 150 feet long. Its wicked serpent head at the bow towered high over the sea. Its yard, almost as long as the red dragon's hull, was swung fore and aft with sails stowed. "By the gods!" Sigurd Sow whispered. "Look there!" Egil Lamb said. The men looked astern. They looked to larboard and starboard. The ocean was filled with ships, longships in every direction. They had rowed themselves right into the middle of a fleet. It was then that someone aboard the dragon ship noticed the overloaded boat 2 perches away. "You there!" the man shouted. "Get over here!" The men looked aft to Thorgrim. Thorgrim looked at Owenolf. Owenolf shrugged. "Don't see as we have much choice," he said. The men shipped their oars, and with just a few strokes came up alongside the massive vessel. A big man, with a fur cloak and a shining helmet, leaned on the rail and looked down at them. "Who are you?" the man demanded. Owenolf answered with a tone every bit as haughty. "I am Owenolf Ravenson, Jarl of East Agder in Vik," he shouted. "And who are you to presume to order me about?" It was absurd. Owenolf in his little boat acting so grand to the man on the rail of a dragon ship. But before the man could reply, another voice came ringing down the deck. "Owenolf? Owenolf the Restless, you great buggerer!" An older man appeared over the rail. Long white hair bound in a queue, his beard white as well. "Olaf!" Owenolf shouted. "Olaf the White! Is that you, you great whore's son?" Owenolf laughed out loud, and Olaf the White did as well. "What are you doing here, Olaf, with your great fleet?" Owenolf asked.
"Why, we have heard in Norway that those whore's sons Danes have taken Duvlin, and we have come to take it back." "That's well done, Olaf," Ornolf agreed. "Will you and your men join us, or are you having such fun rowing about that you don't wish to stop?" "What you say, men?" Ornolf asked. "Shall we go to Duvlin again? I reckon the welcome will be a better one this time. Do you agree?" They did agree, and after a short fight against the surprised, leaderless, and greatly outnumbered Danes, Onolf and his men found the Longport decidedly more hospitable than they had the first time around. The funeral feast for Mol Sheknel Mac Ruinard took place 3 days after the battle in which the fallen hero's army defeated that of Cormac Iu Rourke. Bridget, as princess, took her place at the head table, next to Flann Mac Conang, who had somehow, and by mutual consent of the Rhy Tuathail, assumed the protectorate of the kingdom, Mol Sheknel having no male heirs. One of the Rhy Tuathail was standing, silver chalice raised. "Our noble king of Tara, who defeated the Duvgol host and the traitorous army of Cormac Iu Rourke, one after another, on the same field, on the same morning. A feat never seen before, never to be equalled." The others cheered. Flann beamed, but solemnly, as the occasion required, and raised his cup. Bridget rolled her eyes. She was not sure if the man was referring to her father or Flann Mac Conang, and she guessed the ambiguity was purposeful. Already the Rhy Tuathail were playing up to Flann the way they had to her father. Damned sycophants, she thought. Her food sat untouched before her. Her appetite was gone. Had been since she witnessed Flann's disposal of Cormac Iu Rourke. Mol Sheknel's death on the battlefield had not spared Cormac a disemboweling. The last of the Iu Rourke line, going out just as the penultimate had. Bridget had to admit she felt considerably less sympathy for her former brother-in-law, who had tried to cuckold his brother, than she had for her former husband, Donha. Cormac had also shown considerably less bravery in the end than had Donha. Unlike Donha, who had gone grim-faced and silent to his death, Cormac had wailed and cried and pleaded for life, a pathetic sight that had accomplished nothing beyond wasting his final chance to be remembered as a man of courage. The rest of Cormac's army had been butchered, mostly, and those who were not were now the chattel slaves of Flann and the other Rhy Tuathail, and soon they would wish they had met a quick end on the battlefield. Flann was talking now, but Bridget did not listen. She glanced over at Morrigan, sitting at the far end of the table. There was something very odd about it all. Mol Sheknel had come unscathed through so many battles, only to be cut down in what was really a minor fight. No one had seen him fall. They just found him dead, run through the throat. Bridget thought back on the words Morrigan had made her learn. No words in any language she knew. She wondered if perhaps they were some magic incantation, a spell to bring about her father's death. Certainly Flann and Morrigan had gained the most from the king's passing. "What do you know of this, Morrigan?" she wondered. She jerked her glance away before Morrigan caught her eye. Bridget had to be careful, and she knew it. Flann had declared himself protector until the succession was worked out. But protectors had a way of turning themselves into kings. Any real threat to his power would come from her or her children, and Flann and Morrigan would be watching. Bridget looked out over the Rhy Tuathail, seated at the long tables, moving her eyes from man to man as they ate and drank like swine at the trough. They were mostly drunk already. She sighed. She would have to marry one of them. She would have to do it soon. Conlad U Chiensely was blonde-haired and blue-eyed, and he was not the worst of them, so he would probably do. Bridget was still fresh from the horror of her kidnapping, and the sight of her brother-in-law dying his horrible death, and that was excuse enough for the nausea and puking every morning.
Her chambermaids seemed to believe her ordeal was the cause of her sickness, but they would not for long, and then the rumors would start. Bridget needed a husband. The heir to the throne of Tara needed a legitimate father, one who would look like a legitimate father, with the same blonde hair and blue eyes as the baby, particularly now that Flann was sure to try and keep the throne for himself. No one but Bridget Neek More Shecknell would ever know that it was Fingal blood that ran through that heir's Irish veins. Morrigan thought she saw Bridget looking at her, but the princess turned away before their eyes met. "What are you thinking, my dear?" Morrigan wondered. No doubt she was trying to figure out how Flann had so quickly consolidated power. Certainly it would seem quick to her. She did not witness the years during which Flann Mac Conang had won the trust and love of the Ree Tuae, the fear and mistrust of Maul he had planted in their hearts, and made to grow to fruition with his tender ministrations. A few of the precious jewels plucked from the crown, some gold shaved from its base, had won over the rest. Bridget herself had carried Morrigan's word to Flann that the moment had come for them to act. Let Tara fall, and Flann rise in his place. The daughter had given word to Flann that he should strike her father down. More Shecknell Mac Ruinard was an evil man. That was all there was to say about him. Rather than make war on the pagan Norsemen, he would fight his fellow Irish, sack monasteries, Christian churches, just because they were in the kingdom of another king, who More Shecknell Mac Ruinard deemed enemy. No more. Bregga was ruled by a just man now. Morrigan thought about Bridget. Flann's men, Patrick and Donnell, were carrying on with Bridget's chambermaids, and through them Morrigan heard all about the princess's morning sickness. The foolish girls attributed it to the suffering Bridget had endured, but Morrigan knew better. She looked out over the Ree Tuahe, wondering which of them was the father. Then another thought struck her. Harald? It did not seem possible. Then again, Harald was a strong and handsome young man. He had stolen her away. Even if she had not given herself willingly, he might have taken her by force. Could it be? Morrigan looked over at Bridget with renewed interest. In the end, of course, it did not matter. In 9 months there could be an heir to the throne of Tara, if Bridget gave birth to a boy. 9 months for Flann to establish himself in his protectorate, so that his rule would go on while the heir was still a child. And then, when Flann's rule over Bregga was established, firmly established, then out would come the crown of the 3 kingdoms. Then Flann Mac Conang, king of Bregga, would be king of Leinster and of Midi as well. Then Flann would be too powerful, even for the grandson of More Shecknell Mac Ruinard to challenge him, and things in Ireland would be different. Then they would make war on the right people. Flann Mac Conang would not be stopped, not if Morrigan had any say in the matter, and she did. Historical note. Only your kin will proudly carve a memorial at the main gate. Havermal. That part of the Irish coast, where the city of Dublin now sits, has seen human occupation for thousands of years. Prehistoric communities kept dogs, sheep and pigs, built great middens, and crafted pottery and jewelry. But there was never anything that might be called a town until the Vikings came. The first Norse settlement appeared in the summer of 837, when a fleet of 65 ships, manned by Norwegian warriors, by way of Scotland and Orkney, arrived at the mouth of the Liffey. They found there were 2 small settlements, which possibly contained churches and monasteries. Ireland, being by then solidly Christian, one settlement was called Arclea, the other, named after the pond formed where the Poodle River met the Liffey, was called Black Pool, or, in Gaelic, Dubh Linn. The 60-year history of the original Norse longport, or ship fort, was as violent and contentious as any in Viking or Irish history.
Soon after the Norwegians settled Duvlin, they were driven out by a force of Danish Vikings, who recognized the importance of the long port. Then, in 852, another Norwegian fleet, under Olaf the White, arrived to reclaim the town for Norway. That original settlement remained in Norwegian hands. Interestingly, of all the victims of Viking depredations, the Irish are the only ones who differentiated between Norwegians, whom they called Fingal, or white strangers, and the Danes, whom they called Duvgol, or black strangers. Considerable archaeological evidence of Viking settlement has been unearthed in the centre of modern Dublin, but all of it dates to the beginning of the 10th century, leading historians to surmise that there were, in fact, two different Viking settlements in the area. The original Longport appears to have been located farther up the Liffey, from where the heart of Dublin is now located, in 902. The Norsemen in that settlement were driven out of Dublin by an Irish army, only to return 17 years later. This second settlement, which lasted around 200 years, is apparently the one upon which modern Dublin is built. The Vikings came first to the coast of Ireland to raid, and they were devastating in that endeavour. But one aspect of Viking culture that would differentiate them from later sea raiders is that after raiding, the Norse came to stay. There were a number of factors that led to the Vikings' territorial aspirations, including a dearth of farmland in Scandinavia and political upheavals there. Whatever the reason, the Irish, as well as the English, who were also suffering Viking incursion, were horrified at the thought of the Norse moving in. As the Native Americans would do with the European colonists 800 years later, the Irish endured the first Norsemen on their shores, and only when it was too late did they realize those settlements were just the beginning. Along with insinuating themselves into the Irish landscape, the Vikings inserted themselves into the volatile Irish political scene. Many modern Irishmen claim to be descendants of kings, and that claim is not too unlikely when one considers how many kings Ireland enjoyed. With a complicated structure of over-kings and subordinate kings, the country had generally around 150 rulers of various stature at any given time between the 5th and 12th centuries. Of these, most were no more than minor lords, while others ruled larger kingdoms, such as the historic kingdom of Brega and Leinster. But during the period of Viking invasion, there was no one single ruler of Ireland, and no unified government capable of organizing a real resistance to the Norse incursion. With Irish kings constantly at war with one another, the Vikings represented powerful military allies, one Irish king after another, deciding that the Vikings were not so abhorrent as whomever of their countrymen they were fighting, made treaties of mutual aid with the Norsemen. As the Vikings joined in the fighting in Ireland, expanded their settlements, and increased their population, they became more and more entrenched. Vikings married Irish women and set up legitimate trade with the Irish, importing many of their skills from Scandinavia. It would be more than 200 years after the founding of Duvlin before the Irish king, Brian Boru, united the country sufficiently to drive the Vikings out for good. But by that time, the Norse influence, from crafts to language to blood, was so well established that it would never be eradicated from the island, and indeed still exists today. Most of the place names that appear in this book will be familiar to anyone who is acquainted with modern-day Ireland, as the names have not changed. One name which might not be familiar is Brega. In medieval Ireland, the territory of Brega, which means the Heights, constituted the modern County Meath, along with some portions of Louth and North Dublin. The crown of the Three Kingdoms is fictitious, but if such a thing had existed, there certainly would have been as much intrigue and violence surrounding it as is portrayed in this book. It is how things were done in medieval Ireland.